Chapter 1. All roads lead to Rome. Some individuals are fortunate enough to be born in Rome, while others are destined to toil like beasts of burden. Lu Cheng, born in a rural setting, clearly does not belong to the fortunate few born in Rome. Therefore, he must start his journey of struggle from humble beginnings. Before graduating from university, he harbored numerous beautiful fantasies about society, always believing himself to be the exceptional one, destined for a bright future. However, the more splendid the ideals, the more stark the reality. After 3 to 4 years in the workforce post-graduation, Lu Cheng gradually came to recognize the nature of society and himself. He began to accept his ordinariness and started to strive diligently for a modest income and the dreams of owning a car and a house. The truth is, as long as one is willing to endure hardship, there's an unending supply of it. At 4:30 in the morning, having saved the meticulously organized documents, Lu Cheng exhaled deeply. After 2 sleepless nights, he could finally take a breather, uncertain if the revised proposal would garner approval. He shut down his computer, rubbed his face, stood up, and stretched. Just as he was about to turn around, darkness enveloped him, as if all strength had been instantly drained from his body, a heavy weight pressing down on his chest. He found himself uncontrollably collapsing back into his office chair, consciousness plunging into an abyss of endless darkness. In that very instant, everything around him seemed to freeze. The clock on the wall ceased its ticking, the branches outside no longer swayed, and all sounds came to a complete halt. Surrounded by darkness, Lu Cheng felt as though he had fallen into a bottomless chasm, struggling yet unable to muster even a modicum of strength. Beep, beep. A suitable host on the brink of death has been detected. System binding in progress. System binding complete. Cycle of reincarnation. Wish to change fate, traversing the heavens, reborn into a new life. The heavenly wish system is now officially activated. Host's current physical body is on the verge of death, consciousness in a state of coma, initiating the first cycle of reincarnation, automatically searching and accepting the first wish task. Search complete. First world for reincarnation selected, the ordinary world. Main task accepted, father's last wish. He Yaozong hopes that his second daughter, Xiulian, can endure less suffering, live a life of peace and joy, and enjoy good health and longevity. Task accepted. Initiating first reincarnation. Identity information being implanted, initial data being embedded. In the spring of 1975, on the Lus Plateau, the long winter was finally drawing to a close, and the warm embrace of spring was approaching. Huanyuan City, Yu County, Shaijai Commune, Shuangshui Village. When Lu Cheng opened his eyes once more, he found himself not in the familiar ceiling of a rented apartment, nor in the office where he toiled like a beast, but beneath an arched, earthy yellow roof. Sitting up, he surveyed the surrounding walls of the same hue and the earthen calm beneath him. The stark simplicity of the room left him momentarily bewildered. Just a moment ago, he had been a corporate drone in the provincial capital of Hunan, burning the midnight oil for a meager salary. Now, he had somehow been transported back decades to the unfamiliar Lus Plateau. Fortunately, prior to his transmigration, the system had prepared an appropriate identity for Lu Cheng, implanting relevant memories that clarified everything about his past and present. In his previous life, Lu Cheng had suffered from the long hours of work, irregular eating habits, and lack of exercise, leading to a decline in his physical health, ultimately resulting in a sudden death due to overwork. Yet, Lu Cheng was fortunate enough to have received the system's favor, being chosen as a host and granted the chance for a fresh start. With this thought, Lu Cheng willed forth, and a translucent blue system panel materialized in the void before him, displaying the system's introduction. The Heavenly Wish System. Within the myriad worlds, there exist countless regrets and unfulfilled desires. As the system's host, Lu Cheng could traverse these realms, accepting task after task to alter the fates of various individuals. The process of traversing the heavens not only allows him to change destinies, but also enables Lu Cheng to learn and grow, acquiring a wealth of knowledge and skills. Once Lu Cheng completes hundreds of main tasks over 100 reincarnations, he may return to his original world, earning a chance at rebirth. Moreover, this opportunity for rebirth allows for the freedom to select the time point. For example, Lu Cheng could choose to be reborn at the age of 18, embarking on a distinctly different life. With a thought, he closed the system introduction page and opened his attribute panel. Lu Cheng. Physicality, 11. Mentality, 14. Charisma, 15. Skills. Medical skills, level 198,200. Talent, none. Storage space, 1 cubic meter. The attributes of physicality, mentality, and charisma average around 10 for an adult male, and Lu Cheng's scores are quite commendable. The physicality attribute determines an individual's strength, speed, endurance, and resilience, serving as a comprehensive evaluation. Adults with the same physicality score may vary in preference for speed or strength. With a score of 11, Lu Cheng is slightly above average, yet significantly better than his previous state. Moreover, after his transmigration, Lu Cheng's age has reverted to 22, allowing for continued growth and development. If he maintains a balanced diet and exercises moderately, there is hope for further enhancement of his physicality. As for the mentality attribute, it dictates one's cognitive agility, comprehension abilities, and learning capacity. Typically, a normal person's mentality ranges from 9 to 11, permitting engagement in various general tasks. Between 11 and 14, through study, individuals can master specialized skills and perform complex intellectual labor. Scores above 14 signify a prodigy. In the context of college entrance examinations, this would ensure admission to prestigious institutions. In his previous life, Lu Cheng graduated from a 211 university with a mentality score of 14, which is quite normal. The charisma attribute reflects one's attractiveness, physique, temperament, and leadership qualities. With a charisma score of 15, Lu Cheng stands as an exceptionally rare individual. Although he may not rival the likes of Yan Zhu or Yu Yin, he is certainly not far behind. Overall, Lu Cheng was quite satisfied with his 3 foundational attributes. Merely in terms of appearance, he had reverted to his prime, a stark contrast to the ravaged state resulting from years of overtime and sleepless nights. At the very least, among the 10 miles surrounding Shuangshui village, Lu Cheng was renowned as a handsome young man. What surprised and delighted Lu Cheng was the initial medical skill granted by the system, along with the legendary storage space. The benefits of storage space need not be elaborated upon. While 1 cubic meter may not seem vast, it can prove exceptionally useful. Lu Cheng had read numerous web novels in his past life, fully aware of the advantages this storage space could offer. He promptly attempted to store his valuables within it. This storage space is quite unique, being elastic in nature, allowing for shape alteration within, as long as the total volume of stored items does not exceed 1 cubic meter. Even accommodating the famed Qingtian Yinyue Dao of Guan Air Yi poses no challenge. As for the medical skill bestowed upon him by the system, it is intrinsically linked to the identity the system assigned to Lu Cheng in this world. Lu Cheng, now 21, hails from Hunan province. His parents fled to northern Shaanxi during their early years, establishing their home on this lush plateau. His father had studied medicine for 3 years under an elder physician and later responded to a call to receive 4 months of training in the county, becoming a barefoot doctor in Shuangshui village. Years ago, Lu Cheng's parents perished in an accident, leaving him a high school sophomore to abandon his studies and return home, where he ultimately took over his father's position as the village doctor. Though this information is fabricated by the system, it is verifiable. There is even a grave for Lu Cheng's parents just outside the village. Having familiarized himself with the system and comprehended his current identity alongside the implanted memories, Lu Cheng felt a sense of relief. Since he was here, he might as well make himself comfortable. Now he needed to contemplate how to accomplish his first main task and navigate life in this new world. Opening the task interface, he gazed at the target of his current mission, He Shilian. Wasn't she the cherished wife of the renowned Northwest Hammer King? Once in a decade, Tian Rini once in a century, Tian Xiaoxia once in a millennium, He Shilian. Every viewer of the ordinary world cannot help but be captivated by He Shilian. This woman, who harbors no love for books and lacks formal education, epitomizes the virtues of diligence, kindness, simplicity, and capability inherent in Chinese women. No dowry, no disdain for poverty, hardworking, capable, and devoted. Generous and resilient, she can endure hardships, alleviate burdens, and bring prosperity to her husband. The Northwest Hammer King, Sun Shaoan, faced immense obstacles in his romance with the daughter of the village secretary, Tian Futong, and was compelled to let go, seeking a humble woman of similar circumstances who would not mind his poverty, yet unexpectedly found a treasure in He Shilian from the land of Shaanxi. Upon their first encounter, Sun Shaoan found himself irresistibly drawn to He Ziyulian's unpretentious character. He could not bear the thought of such a virtuous young woman enduring hardships alongside him, and thus candidly revealed the plight of his family, even mentioning that a fortune-teller had once predicted his early demise. Yet, He Shilian, with unwavering resolve, bit her finger, vowing to extend his life with her own blood. This ordinary yet extraordinary girl possessed a heart of remarkable purity. In the years that followed, she indeed devoted her life to supporting her husband, sharing in his poverty, residing in a livestock shed, and striving to improve their circumstances. Confronted with her husband's past affections, He Xiulian exhibited magnanimity, granting him the dignity he deserved. When Sun Shaoan aspired to start a business, He Xiulian tirelessly sought financial assistance. Despite Sun Shaoan's entrepreneurial setbacks and the mounting debts he incurred, He Xiulian silently supported him, borrowing money from her family to help him rise once more. Regrettably, just as Sun Shaoan began to turn his fortunes around and their living conditions improved, He Xiulian, having exhausted her own vitality, succumbed to cancer at the tender age of 30. As the youngest production team leader in the region, Sun Shaoan fulfilled his obligations to the collective, to his friends, and to his father and siblings, yet he could not extend the same consideration to his wife. Sun Shaoan cared for everyone around him, empathizing with their struggles, yet he neglected to show the same love and understanding to his wife, consistently dismissing her requests. He Xiulian's selflessness and resilience ultimately led her to endure a lifetime of suffering. Though marrying He Xiulian would have been a noble choice, which father would willingly subject his daughter to such a fate? Now, in the spring of 1975, the story was just beginning, as the renowned king of the Northwest, Sun Shaoan, remained blissfully unaware of He Xiulian's existence, engrossed in a passionate relationship with his childhood sweetheart, Tian Runyi. Lu Cheng contemplated the situation, realizing that for He Xiulian to attain peace, happiness, and longevity, it was imperative that she not marry Sun Shaoan. Given the circumstances of Sun Shaoan's life and his character, any woman who wed him would likely endure a lifetime of toil. As for the notion of He Xiulian marrying someone else, that too bore its risks. Who could guarantee she would find a worthy partner? Thus, Lu Cheng resolved to take matters into his own hands. In his previous life, Lu Cheng hailed from a rural background and faced financial hardship. Though he had experienced love during his university years, reality ultimately prevailed. Upon graduating, he focused solely on work, leaving little time for personal matters. Now, with the chance to live anew, finding a virtuous woman like He Xiulian to share his life with seemed an appealing prospect. While love may be a luxury, genuine affection can be cultivated over time, a sentiment Lu Cheng embraced. Having considered all this, Lu Cheng felt a sense of direction taking shape within him. Yet, the foremost priority remained to survive in this new world. Emerging from his warm bed, he donned his cotton clothing, layered with a patched gray-blue coat, and slipped into a pair of well-worn liberation shoes before stepping outside to survey his current abode. This humble dwelling, situated in the Lus Plateau, comprised 3 cave dwellings facing south. The central, slightly larger cave served as the living area, flanked by 2 smaller bedrooms. Each bedroom featured a clay kong, with one connected to the stove, serving as the cooking area. The furnishings in all 3 rooms were minimal, consisting only of essential household items and a few pieces of furniture. To the east of the courtyard stood a jujube tree, beneath which lay a stone mill, while a rudimentary toilet occupied the southwest corner of the yard. Near the eaves rested an old-fashioned bicycle, a primary means of transportation for Lu Cheng. After a brief inspection of his surroundings, Lu Cheng became familiar with his home. Although simple, it represented a space uniquely his own, which he did not resent. Moreover, since his arrival in this world, he no longer faced the pressures of an employer demanding revisions, nor did he receive late-night phone calls, nor sacrifice his health for meager wages. Of course, the current era was hardly prosperous. Poverty abounded, with many struggling to secure adequate food and clothing, and material resources were severely lacking. In some extremely impoverished households, multiple children shared a single set of clothes, wearing them in turns. This was still the era of rural communes, where land was collectively owned. Villages were organized into production teams, with daily labor coordinated by team leaders who calculated work points to allocate food and resources accordingly. An adult laborer could earn approximately 8 or 9 work points per day. Depending on the region and the harvest, the value of work points varied. Typically, 1 work point might be worth 3 or 5 cents, while in fertile areas with good yields, it could be slightly higher. On a clear day, working a full month, an adult could earn a monthly income of 7 or 8 yuan, which was considered commendable. By year-end, when food and resources were distributed according to work points, households with a higher ratio of able-bodied laborers and fewer elderly or children received a greater share of rations, leading to a more comfortable life. In Sun Shaoan's family, however, with both the elderly and children to support along with 2 students, life proved to be exceedingly difficult. Distribution was vital, the lifeblood of the common folk, and this painted a stark picture of rural life at the time. As for Lu Cheng, a solitary figure, his needs were modest, and as a robust laborer, he managed to live somewhat comfortably. Furthermore, he was the only barefoot doctor in Shuangshui village, which allowed him to earn labor points without engaging in excessive manual work. After covering his own rations, he could still save 50 or 60 yuan a year. While this may not compare to city salaries, it placed him in a relatively favorable position within Shuangshui village, just slightly behind the village head, Tian Futong. Returning to the main room, Lu Cheng opened the wooden medicine chest on the table, examining the rudimentary supplies within. The contents included an old stethoscope, thermometer, aluminum needle case, glass syringes, anti-inflammatory medication, painkillers, alcohol swabs, gauze, and some homemade herbal remedies. Additionally, beside the table lay a hefty oilcloth umbrella and an antiquated tin flashlight. Though the equipment was basic, the responsibility was considerable. Lu Cheng alone bore the weight of providing medical services for the entire village, addressing ailments ranging from minor headaches and digestive issues to disease prevention and sanitation management. During flu season, he would shoulder his medical kit and visit each household, dispensing medication and sharing knowledge on disease prevention. Chapter 3. Synthesis, the 5 Emperors Qi Induction Technique. As I departed from the marketplace, carrying a bulging package on his back, Qin Feng returned home, where the first order of business was to secure the door. He then unwrapped the parcel to reveal the 8 meticulously organized volumes of fundamental Qi refining techniques. By now, Qin Feng was quite adept at the process. After 3 rounds of synthesis, the 8 foundational manuals had successfully transformed into a slender tome titled 5 Emperors Qi Induction Technique. This technique, classified as a top-tier earth-grade Qi refining art, harmonizes the 5 elemental attributes and boasts a vast and formidable Qi reservoir. One could say that this technique is indeed extraordinary. Qin Feng did not fully comprehend the concept of a top-tier realm, yet through textual explanations, he could roughly grasp its implication of being extraordinarily formidable. Eager to embark on the path of immortality, Qin Feng settled beneath the window, engrossed in the study of his cultivation methods. The books were inscribed in traditional characters, yet the difficulty of reading them was not insurmountable. Around midday, Qin Yu returned, carrying several bags. Noticing Qin Feng absorbed in his reading beneath the eaves, her curiosity piqued, but she chose not to disturb him and proceeded directly into the kitchen. Moments later, the sound of the spatula echoed through the air. Cultivating immortality is indeed a formidable challenge. Qin Feng perused the martial arts manuscript for quite some time. While he could comprehend the individual characters, stringing them together into coherent meaning proved to be a formidable challenge. Moreover, the text was replete with numerous acupoints, rendering the entire matter utterly perplexing. It was indeed a daunting task. With a sigh, Qin Feng returned the martial arts manual to his room and hurriedly made his way to the market, where he purchased numerous books and autobiographies concerning acupoints and various aspects of cultivating immortality. Upon his return, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of the meal that Qin Yu had prepared from afar. The simple yet delectable spread consisted of stir-fried pork belly with greens, a tomato and egg drop soup, accompanied by rice, which made Qin Feng's mouth water in anticipation. Just as he was about to sit down for dinner, he was questioned about his earlier absence. Qin Yu shot an angry glare at Qin Feng, then pushed a large bowl of white rice in front of him. I am going out to purchase some items. Why do you need to buy so many books? Qin Yu did not inquire about why he had not gone to work today. She merely found Qin Feng's behavior over the past couple of days rather peculiar. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and, while eating, remarked, "Sister, I aspire to cultivate and become an immortal so that I may protect you." She replied, "Can you truly succeed with your reckless training? In due time, I shall take you to seek out Master Huang. We shall discuss it further then." Qin Feng neither accepted nor opposed the idea. After all, if he struggled to find a threshold, apprenticing to a master was essential. Even with a fifth-rate spiritual root, one must still harbor dreams, mustn't one? After finishing his meal, Qin Feng sat in the courtyard engrossed in his book, while Qin Yu occupied herself with needlework beside him. The sky gradually darkened. Qin Feng intended to put away the book and revisit it the following day when, unexpectedly, a flicker of pale yellow light illuminated the space beside him. In the past, during his school days, he had little fondness for reading, yet now, he finds himself captivated by it. Qin Yu placed the oil lamp on the adjacent shelf, affectionately squeezing Qin Feng's shoulder with a face full of tenderness. Qin Feng smiled silently, wholly engrossed in absorbing the contents of the book. The night was deep and tranquil. Qin Yu had long succumbed to slumber, while Qin Feng remained seated in the courtyard, engrossed in his reading, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. It was only when Taizhu appeared at the entrance of the courtyard that he finally set aside his book. "Brother Feng, you must treat me to a grand feast in the future," Taizhu declared, his face beaming with pride as he revealed a sizable bundle from the shadows. "Today, While tidying up the alchemy chamber, I meticulously swept through every corner, and it appears I unearthed a couple of slightly flawed elixirs. They will undoubtedly cleanse your household of any pests. Qin Feng took the package and weighed it in his hands. It contained at least 100 worthless pills. With a smile, he patted Tai Zhu on the shoulder and said, "You've worked hard." Tai Zhu, blushing with a shy smile, soon revealed an expression of indignation. "Brother Feng, let me tell you something, but please don't be angry." "What is it?" "Butler Zhao has heard about yesterday's events and asked me to inform you not to go." After speaking, Tai Zhu took out more than a dozen translucent items resembling grains of rice from his pocket. "However, they've settled your payment." "It's all right. In fact, I didn't want to go anyway." Qin Feng broke into a smile, retrieving half of the spirit crystal from Tai Zhu's grasp before gently pushing his hand back. Instantly, Tai Zhu grew anxious, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, this is your remuneration. Why would you give it back to me?" Despite his reluctance to part with the remaining spirit crystal, he ultimately acquiesced after Qin Feng concocted a tale about a celestial master requiring assistance in capturing mice. Reluctantly accepting the spirit crystal, Tai Zhu felt a twinge of embarrassment and patted his chest, repeatedly assuring, "Brother Feng, rest assured, I shall bring back discarded elixirs for you every day. Please, go home and take a rest." Qin Feng waved his hand at him and returned to the room. He replenished the oil in the lamp and then secured the door with a lock. With eager anticipation, Qin Feng finally opened the package brought back by Tai Zhu, revealing a collection of numerous black pills, numbering in the hundreds. Although these were inferior pills, each one was remarkably uniform in size. In no time, Qin Feng had meticulously categorized all the pills. In total, there were 4 distinct types. Upon synthesis, he acquired 3 low-grade foundation establishment pills, 6 low-grade spirit energy pills, 4 medium-grade beauty pills, and 3 body refinement pills. It is worth noting that the efficacy of the beauty pills does not promise eternal youth, but rather serves to delay the onset of aging. Qin Feng retrieved a solitary gem, intending for his sister to consume it, with the hope that he would eventually cultivate into an immortal and subsequently find a way to bestow her with spiritual roots. The texts state that upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one can grant spiritual roots to those who initially lack them, thus enabling them to embark on the path of immortality. Qin Feng sat silently on the edge of his bed, engrossed in familiarizing himself with the myriad aspects of cultivation. The dawn was just breaking. Outside, faint sounds could be heard. It was Qin Yu rising early to deliver goods to the clothing store. As Qin Feng continued to peruse his book, he suddenly caught a grumble from outside the window. "They don't even know to turn off the lights when they sleep. How frustrating." Qin Feng paid no heed, his attention solely fixated on the acupoint explanations in his hands, driven by an instinctive feeling. He believed that should he finish reading this book and then turn to the 5 Emperors Qi induction technique, he might just uncover the elusive path. As dawn broke, Qin Feng extinguished the oil lamp and unearthed the 5 Emperors Qi induction technique, taking a seat by the window to continue his exploration. After a night of diligent study, he finally discerned the elusive acupuncture points essential for cultivating immortality. With this newfound understanding, he was prepared to embark on the quest for the so-called sensation of qi. Qin Feng, following the guidance of the text, sat cross-legged and endeavored to sense the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. For cultivators, absorbing the essence of these celestial energies can grant longevity, while the energies expelled from their bodies can manifest myriad spells and transformations. However, for Qin Feng, these concepts felt distant and unattainable. He was yet to grasp even the rudiments of refining qi. In the days that followed, in the evening, Qin Feng sat in meditation within his room, while during the day he deceitfully claimed to be working outside, seeking secluded places to continue his pursuit of spiritual awareness. As time swiftly passed, 5 days elapsed without any discernible progress for Qin Feng. One evening, just after the brother and sister had finished their meal, an unexpected group of intruders burst into the courtyard. Leading them was a man clad in a black robe, appearing to be in his 30s, followed closely by 2 guards. The moment he laid eyes on the man, a look of panic suddenly appeared on Qin Yu's face, and Qin Feng furrowed his brows. The individual in question, Zhao Kong, possessed a cultivation level of the first layer of qi refinement. He was a petty functionary responsible for tax collection in Qingafang, and his cunning nature made him quite troublesome to deal with. Qin Feng pondered on how to prepare for potential threats, when Qin Yu inquired first, "Is the immortal master collecting taxes ahead of schedule today?" Zhao Kong, however, deviated from his usual demeanor, responding in a gentle tone, "There are still a few days until tax collection. I have come to present opportunities to both of you. Chapter 4. Qi Refinement Stage 1. Present Opportunities? Qin Feng squinted at Zhao Kong, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. This fellow had never been a virtuous man. How could he possibly bestow favors without ulterior motives? Qin Feng remained skeptical, yet Qin Yu found herself intrigued. Moments later, the siblings discovered the nature of the so-called opportunity. A prodigy had emerged from the prominent Wang family in the neighboring village, who had successfully joined the Changxing Sword sect the previous year, thereby elevating the Wang family's reputation in the vicinity. Now, old Master Wang sought to take a concubine, and Zhao Kong, eager to curry favor with the Wang family, had taken it upon himself to arrange suitable candidates, which was why he appeared at this gathering. Noticing the siblings' silence, Zhao Kong, with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, addressed Qin Yu. Sister Qin, your exquisite beauty is sure to catch old Master Wang's eye. Once you become part of the Wang family, wouldn't it be effortless for your brother to pursue the path of cultivation? Moreover, with Qin Feng's mixed elemental roots, no sect would willingly accept him, and the wandering cultivators of Qinghefang would hardly be able to impart much knowledge. If you were to consent, I would arrange for the betrothal gifts to be delivered tomorrow. Zhao Kang's excessive politeness, referring to her as sister and her brother as brother, momentarily swayed Qin Yu. She had not considered her own prospects but found Zhao Kang's assertions to be quite reasonable. If no sect was willing to take Qin Feng under their wing, could Master Huang truly guide him on the path of cultivation? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing the predicament at hand. Accepting this marriage proposal would be akin to leading his sister into a fiery abyss, while refusal would undoubtedly offend Zhao Kong, potentially incurring the wrath of the royal family. Just as he found himself caught between these two dilemmas, Qin Yu turned her gaze towards Qin Feng. Little Feng, she said, I believe that with the royal family as your backing, you will surely be able to pursue the path of cultivation. Qin Feng shook his head at her, then took out a spirit stone and handed it to Zhao Kong, saying, Master Zhao, my sister has already found someone she fancies. I would appreciate it if you could help Mr. Wang select a suitable match. Zhao Kong did not accept the spirit stone. The warmth on his face gradually faded as he replied sternly, if you choose to disregard this opportunity, then so be it. With that, Zhao Kong turned and left, never once glancing at the spirit stone. Once the group departed, a look of concern emerged on Qin Yu's face. Zhao Feng, if we do not agree to this marriage, we will offend many people. Do not worry, sister. I will find a way. Qin Feng comforted his sister and then retreated to his room, shutting the door behind him once more. He must expedite his cultivation of qi, otherwise he would not even be able to pass the trial set by Zhao Kong, let alone face the Wang family. At this moment, Qin Feng sat at the head of his bed, feeling a surge of agitation within him. Nearly 10 days had passed, yet he had not yet discovered the sensation of qi in his cultivation. In a fit of frustration, Qin Feng retrieved 5 low-grade spirit energy pills from beneath his bed. Although he had resigned from his position in the alchemy chamber during this period, he was still able to acquire a substantial amount of discarded pills daily through Taizhu. Faced with an urgent situation, Qin Feng resolved to experiment with the elixirs for a potential opportunity. However, he was hesitant to consume the fare typically reserved for cultivators, opting instead for a mere tentative lick. A chilling sensation immediately coursed through his mouth, followed by an icy wave that traversed down his throat, penetrating deep into his stomach, even reaching his internal organs with a profound coldness. Yet, this frigid feeling dissipated swiftly, leaving him with a sense of clarity and rejuvenation. Once more, he took another lick of the spirit energy pill and promptly settled into a meditative posture, beginning his cultivation practice in accordance with his technique. In the hazy depths of his perception, Qin Feng felt his body enveloped by a mist of pearlescent white, while outside this haze danced a myriad of colorful luminous points. These points, as fine as a strand of hair, were abundant in number, resembling the mist after rain, yet considerably more ethereal. As the milky vapor surrounding him gradually dissipated, the vibrant specks of light seemed drawn by an unseen force, gently approaching Qin Feng, penetrating through his pores and coursing through his veins. Gradually, Qin Feng's consciousness was immersed within his meridians, oblivious to the passage of time. It was not until Qin Yu outside the door knocked and called for dinner that he realized he had inadvertently cultivated throughout the night. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a thin layer of black grime on his body, and a surge of joy enveloped him. Success was finally within reach. He merely needed to cultivate a few more times to expel all impurities from his body before he could officially embark on the path of qi refinement. Qin Feng promptly exited the room to take a shower. Upon his return, Qin Yu had already arranged the meal. To avoid any complications, the small dining table was moved into the inner room, and the main door was securely locked. However, today's fare was rather sparse, consisting merely of a plate of dry pickled vegetables accompanied by thin rice porridge. During the meal, Qin Yu appeared somewhat distracted, and she said to Qin Feng, "Xiao Feng, please refrain from going out for a while. I fear that Zhao Kong may cause you some trouble." "Understood," he replied. Qin Feng, not inclined to venture outside, determined to seize the opportunity and master the nuances of his cultivation technique. During his meal, he cast a fleeting glance towards his sister's room by the entrance, where 2 or 3 large bags lay piled up, suggesting that she had taken on several days' worth of work and had no intention of leaving the house either. Qin Feng felt a sense of tranquility within himself and advised her not to call him for dinner. After hastily finishing his meal, he returned to his room to continue his seclusion. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On that particular evening, at the entrance of the Zhao family's alchemy workshop in Qingdafeng, Taizhu had just completed his tasks when he was intercepted by Zhao Kong. "Master Zhao?" Upon seeing this individual, Taizhu felt a wave of distaste, though he was compelled to muster a smile. "What is it that you require of me, Master Zhao?" With an icy demeanor, Zhao Kong inquired, "Has Qin Feng not reported for work these past few days?" In response, Taizhu relayed, "According to Master Zhao, Qin Ge has been unwell and has ceased coming." Zhao Kang's gaze fell upon the items in Taizhu's hands. "What do you carry there?" "They are merely discarded medicinal concoctions, unwanted by the esteemed alchemists, which I intend to take home for my family," Taizhu replied. After a few more inquiries, Zhao Kang allowed him to depart, and Taizhu hurriedly made his way home. Upon returning to the village, he rushed to Qin Feng's residence and knocked on the door. "Qin Ge, Yu Jie, it is I, Taizhu. What is it?" The door was opened by Qin Yu, who looked at Taizhu with a puzzled expression, unable to fathom what could be causing such urgency. "Where's Qin Ge?" Qin Yu knew her younger brother had been dabbling in cultivation lately, so she casually remarked, "He's asleep." Taizhu's face was etched with anxiety as he said, "Just now, Zhao Kong was asking about Feng in the alchemy room. Did he offend Zhao Kong somehow? It's probably nothing. Taizhu, you haven't eaten all day. Go home and have a meal." "All right then. When Feng wakes up, tell him to come find me." After sending Taizhu off, Qin Yu closed the door and wandered absent-mindedly toward the inner chamber. "Sis, are you worried about Zhao Kong?" The sudden voice startled Qin Yu, making her jump. She turned to see Qin Feng standing in the doorway, grinning with a mouthful of pearly white teeth. Instantly, irritation flared within her, and she swatted him lightly on the arm. "You little rascal, scaring your own sister like that. Let me show you a little trick." A mysterious expression appeared on Qin Feng's face as he extended his hand before Qin Yu, gradually exerting force. As the 5 Emperors Qi induction technique commenced, a diminutive orb of red light slowly materialized in the palm of his hand. Witnessing this scene, an expression of astonishment instantly flickered in Qin Yu's eyes. "You have?" Qin Yu's voice was quite loud. Had she not covered her mouth with her own hand, she might have alerted the entire neighborhood. After her initial excitement, she began to observe her brother's changes, pinching his cheeks and arms as if to confirm his authenticity. Once reassured that it was indeed her brother, she broke into a silly grin and embraced Qin Feng tightly. When Qin Yu finally calmed down, Qin Feng spoke. "Sister, I have only just begun. Please try not to let the news slip. I will find a way to resolve the situation with Zhao Kong." "All right, I will go prepare dinner." Qin Yu smiled and nodded, wiping her tearful eyes before turning to enter the kitchen. Today's meal was splendid, consisting of 3 dishes and a soup. Before dining, Qin Yu took care to prepare some food and fragrant incense to share the joyous news with her departed parents, though she was uncertain if they could perceive it. As the day drew to a close, the sky began to darken. Qin Feng did not continue his secluded cultivation. Instead, he took the remaining 2 spirit stones and 3 foundation building pills to Qinghe Square. Zhao Kong, also at the first level of Qi refinement, had an extensive background and thus required careful consideration. During this period of reading, Qin Feng had gleaned a considerable amount of knowledge. For instance, he learned that battles among cultivators involved not only a contest of spiritual power, but also a competition regarding the quantity and potency of their magical artifacts. After traversing through more than 10 days, he finally glimpsed the hope of cultivating immortality. Qin Feng ventured to Qingdafeng this time with the intention of acquiring more magical artifacts for self-defense. Chapter 5. This man has already invited his own doom. As dusk approached, the streets of Qingdafeng still bustled with passers-by, though the number of street vendors had dwindled. Among the crowd were ordinary folk and cultivators alike, each minding their own business without interaction. Many cultivators donned voluminous black robes or veiled their faces with gauze, and the others wisely kept their distance. Such individuals were notoriously wary. Any unwarranted approach would only provoke displeasure. Qin Feng felt as though enlightenment had struck him. He immediately stepped into an ordinary grocery store. Moments later, a figure clad in a black robe emerged from the shop, seamlessly blending into the throng of people. "I am truly a genius," Qin Feng thought as he donned the black robe, feeling an overwhelming sense of security, although his own strength was lacking. This attire was sufficient to deter the average person from harboring any ill intentions towards him. While searching for a shop, Qin Feng caught a glimpse of Tai Shu through the gap at the front of his robe. The latter appeared disheveled, his black clothing marred by numerous footprints. As he hurriedly passed by with a small package of dark items, it seemed he had encountered some trouble today. However, Qin Feng had no opportunity to greet him and resolved to inquire later. After Tai Shu departed, Qin Feng took the chance to enter a store that specialized in wares for cultivators. He chose this particular shop because it was devoid of other customers, significantly reducing the risk of being noticed. What would the esteemed cultivator like to purchase? A young maiden of about 15 or 16 greeted him as he entered, her purple robe subtly hinting at her youthful vitality. Though the girl was beautiful, Qin Feng was acutely aware of his purpose for being there. After popping 2 pieces of freshly bought beef jerky into his mouth, he chewed while mumbled, "Do you accept elixirs?" "Yes, we do." "What kind of elixir does the esteemed cultivator wish to sell?" The maiden leaned slightly forward, bowing her head in anticipation of his reply. "Foundation Establishment Pill." Upon concluding his words, Qin Feng extracted a low-grade Foundation Establishment Pill from his pocket and placed it upon the nearby counter. The moment the pill came into view, a flicker of surprise illuminated the young girl's eyes, swiftly followed by a sincere declaration of the price. "Is this indeed a low-grade one? If confirmed, our Qi Yuan Pavilion is willing to acquire it for 400 spirit stones." 400? Within the confines of his black robe, Qin Feng's expression radiated elation. It had taken him 50 arduous days of labor in the alchemy room to earn a single spirit stone. Now, the mere sale of 1 Foundation Establishment Pill could yield 400 spirit stones, equating to an astonishing 2,000 days' worth of wages. If the esteemed master finds the price unsatisfactory, Linger could offer an additional 50 spirit stones. An additional 50 spirit stones. Although Qin Feng was not well versed in the market trends, he sensed that the price was reasonable. "Very well, I shall procure some additional items." Qin Feng directly requested a low-grade yellow tier storage ring and 10 commonly used fire snake talismans for Qi refining practitioners. He had a rough understanding of their prices, having read about them in books. The storage ring alone cost 300 spirit stones, while the 10 fire snake talismans amounted to 50 spirit stones, leaving him with a remaining balance of 100 spirit stones. After completing his purchase, Qin Feng felt apprehensive about his ability to utilize the storage ring. But the young lady's attentive service alleviated his concerns. She retrieved a black pouch from the counter, extracted 100 spirit stones, and then, in Qin Feng's presence, carefully placed both the fire snake talismans and the spirit stones into the pristine storage ring. Finally, she handed the storage ring to Qin Feng. "Thank you." Qin Feng once again stuffed a piece of beef jerky into his mouth and, clutching the storage ring, turned to leave. Though he had yet to acquire the magical artifact, he dared not sell any further. From the glance cast by the young girl moments ago, he sensed that the Foundation Establishment Pills were a rare commodity in Qingdefeng. If he were to sell too many at once, he would not only attract the attention of thieves but also that of the shopkeepers. Qin Feng did not depart from the market immediately. Instead, he wandered aimlessly, simultaneously practicing the art of retrieving and storing items from his spatial ring within the confines of his dark cloak. After ensuring that no one was tailing him during his perambulation, he finally paused before a stall devoid of customers. The table was adorned with an array of minor spells and various martial techniques. The stall owner, a young man with dark skin, was engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others. Qin Feng paid him no mind and began selecting from the plethora of books available. Fireball Technique, Rolling Stone Technique, Water Dragon Technique, Withering Wood Spell, Sunfire Skill. Each spell, technique, and secret manual dazzled the eyes. If a cultivator practices a spell that aligns with the attributes of their cultivated spiritual energy, their progress will be significantly accelerated. Conversely, if the attributes differ, the outcome will be quite the opposite. Qin Feng possesses the 5-element spiritual root, and his cultivation of the 5 Emperor's Qi technique enables him to simultaneously harness the quintessence of 5 distinct spiritual energies, allowing him to master spells that embody the attributes of the 5 elements. After much deliberation, Qin Feng finally selected a thick tome from among the many books. Its cover inscribed with the formidable title The 18 Techniques of Qi Refinement. The name alone exudes an air of dominance. Qin Feng reached for a book, only to have his hand firmly pressed down by the stall owner with a slender bamboo stick. Despite its delicate appearance, the stick exerted considerable force. The stall owner cast a displeased glance at Qin Feng and disdainfully remarked, "How can you be so ignorant of the rules?" Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped the situation, inquiring, "How many spirit stones?" 30, he replied. He then retrieved 30 spirit stones and placed them on the stall. The vendor put away his bamboo stick, accepted the spirit stones, and resumed his reading. Qin Feng, disinterested in conversing with him, simply stowed the book into his storage ring and turned to leave. Upon returning to the village, he found that night had already fallen for quite some time. As Qin Feng passed by the home of Taizhu, he noticed that the lights were still aglow, and he could faintly hear the intermittent sobs of his mother. The front door was merely ajar, and the moment he pushed it open, the scent of medicinal broth wafted through the air. As Qin Feng stepped through the doorway, he was immediately met with the indifferent gazes of 4 or 5 men within. Meanwhile, Taizhu's father squatted at the entrance, his brow furrowed in distress as he smoked his dry tobacco. With a hint of impatience, Qin Feng inquired of Taizhu's father, "Uncle Han, what has transpired?" Han Tinyu, his face devoid of emotion, cast a fleeting glance at Qin Feng and replied coldly, "Taizhu was beaten by Zhao Kong." Qin Feng furrowed his brow and took a step inside. Standing at the threshold of the main room where he could glimpse the situation within, Taizhu's mother was crouched beside the bed, weeping inconsolably, obscuring any view of Taizhu's face. All that was discernible was a darkened patch on the azure pillow, tainted by some substance, alongside which lay a small packet of something black. Qin Feng's brows furrowed even deeper. What was Zhao Kong doing to Iron Pillar? And this family seemed to harbor a significant animosity towards him. To hell with it. Once he mastered the spells, he would eliminate them. Qin Feng's teeth clicked rhythmically as he turned and rushed back to retrieve some items. Although he had not been working in the alchemy room during this period, he had managed to concoct several treasures through Taizhu. Among these were body-refining pills suitable for mortals, blood-boosting elixirs, and even the life-saving golden ox gall pills favored by the wealthy. Moments later, Qin Feng returned, bringing with him 3 types of pills ground into powder and placed in 3 bowls. Upon his arrival, the men in the room seemed to have conspired, as they immediately blocked the doorway. Taizhu's mother, hearing the commotion, emerged with a furious expression, shouting at Qin Feng, "Disaster! Your entire family is a calamity." "What do you mean by that, Antonio?" Qin Feng feigned ignorance, but Taizhu's mother quickly pointed a finger at him, unleashing a torrent of insults. Qin Feng grasped the situation. Just moments ago, Zhao Kong had come here, silently inflicting grievous harm upon Taizhu and threatening that either Qin Feng's family must leave or Taizhu's must. In an instant, Qin Feng understood the wickedness of the manipulation at play. This man was indeed on a path of destruction. However, rescuing Taizhu was of utmost importance now. Without engaging in idle chatter, Qin Feng pressed directly into the overlapping bowls he held. Upon reaching the first level of Qi refinement, his physical prowess had significantly improved, rendering a mere handful of village men utterly incapable of impeding him. Upon arriving at the bedside, he found that Taizhu was already breathing more out than in. Qin Feng hurriedly grasped the nearby medicinal concoction as if it were water, and sequentially infused it with the powders of 3 different elixirs. In his urgency for the medicine to take effect swiftly, he paid little heed to its efficacy, channeling his spiritual energy into Taizhu's body through his grasp. After a brief moment, a pained expression emerged on Taizhu's face, his chest rising and falling violently. With evident distress, he rose and leaned over the bedside, coughing violently as thumb-sized blood clots began to emerge from his mouth. It was uncertain which part of the process had borne fruit, but thankfully, he had survived. Chapter 6. Han Taizhu's ambitious undertaking. As Taizhu regained consciousness, Qin Feng took his leave. Having hurried home to procure the medicine, he had neglected to inquire about Qin Yu's condition. Upon learning the circumstances, Qin Feng grew increasingly concerned for his sister, fearing she may have already faced a scolding from Taizhu's fierce mother. "Sister, are you awake?" Qin Feng approached the door of Qin Yu and gently knocked. There was no response from within. Straining his ears, he could faintly discern the rhythmic sound of breathing. It seemed she was asleep. Qin Feng did not linger excessively. He returned to his chamber and illuminated the oil lamp. He retrieved all the elixirs he had accumulated during this period from beneath his bed and carefully stored them in his spatial ring before resuming his practice of the Qi induction technique. Since the casting of spells emits a luminous glow, Qin Feng resolved to postpone this endeavor until daylight. The following day, just as dawn began to break, Qin Yu arose early, packed the garments she had sewn, and set out to deliver them. Qin Feng, engrossed in his cultivation, perceived her actions with clarity. Had it not been for the events of the previous night, he might have harbored concerns for his sister's safety. However, given Zhao Kang's employment of such underhanded tactics, it was unlikely he would resort to overt aggression in the immediate future. The Qi induction technique continued to circulate through 2 complete cycles. Qin Feng felt that it had not been long before a series of footsteps echoed from outside once more. He surmised that it must be his sister returning. She entered the room, and after a brief moment of silence, the soft rustling sounds resumed, as if she were searching for something. Qin Feng sensed something amiss and immediately ceased his cultivation, stepping out of the room. To his astonishment, he found that the ancestral tablets of his parents had vanished from the center of the room, and all other belongings had been gathered and placed into a brand new large burlap sack. Qin Yu is currently tidying up her belongings in her own room, continuously packing items into a sack. "Sister, what are you doing?" Qin Feng stood at the door and called out, "Brother, let us relocate. We shall no longer linger here." Qin Yu did not lift her head, engrossed in packing her belongings, until Qin Feng stepped forward to halt her, prompting her to stop with reddened eyes as she said, "We can move to another place. I can still support you, sister." In her profound sorrow, Qin Yu instinctively regarded Qin Feng as a child, momentarily forgetting that her brother was a cultivator. Witnessing his sister being bullied, Qin Feng felt equally distressed. He raised his chin and declared, "Sister, this matter has been resolved. Taizhu had me rescue him last night. I should be able to eliminate Zhao Kong within these next few days." The latter part of his statement was delivered in a low voice, yet it resonated with chilling intensity. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's garment slipped from her grasp to the floor as she anxiously fixed her gaze on Qin Feng and implored, "Brother, please do not engage in such foolishness. Taking a life demands a life in return." Ultimately, she remained a woman of tender sensibility. Qin Feng let out a sigh, wiped her tears, and forced a smile as she said, "Do not be saddened, nor should you weep." "Very well." Qin Yu readily agreed, and Qin Feng nodded in response, then proceeded to help tidy up the scattered items. Although he had verbally consented, Qin Feng resolved to venture into the mountains after their meal. He intended to first test the potency of a fire serpent talisman, followed by practicing other spells. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Kong must perish within these 2 days. Just as the siblings were engrossed in their tasks, a woman's slightly awkward voice echoed from the doorway. Qin Feng turned his head for a glance. Taizhu stood at the door, his face adorned with a silly grin, while Taizhu's mother stood helplessly behind him, her hands nervously clasping a basket filled with eggs. "Brother Feng, are you really considering moving as Zhao Kong suggested? If you leave, I don't know how I could go on." A look of anger flickered across Taizhu's face as he strode forward, opening the bag to assist in arranging the items. Qin Yu cast an awkward glance at Taizhu's mother. Although their unpleasant encounter yesterday stemmed from a misunderstanding, the words uttered by the rural woman were undeniably harsh. Qin Feng chuckled and said, "Sister, Annie has brought us some eggs. Please go and fetch them promptly. Xiaoya, Auntie's hens have been laying 2 eggs a day lately, so she has sent some over for you to help consume." Taizhu's mother displayed an awkward smile, while Qin Yu glanced at Qin Feng before retrieving a container for the eggs. "Xiaoya, regarding yesterday's incident, Annie was in the wrong, and I sincerely apologize. I am no longer upset, but you must ensure that you send a few eggs to my brother Feng tomorrow." "Certainly, certainly." The 2 women graciously provided each other a way out. Qin Yu entered the kitchen, cradling an egg, while Taizhu remained behind to assist Qin Feng in organizing the items. Once everything was tidied up and they settled down to rest, Taizhu gazed at Qin Feng with utmost seriousness. "Brother Feng," he began, "I wish to undertake a grand endeavor. I no longer desire to be an ordinary person." Taizhu's face was filled with melancholy, prompting Qin Feng to roll his eyes in response. "I would forsake my 5 spiritual roots for a celestial door, yet you, without any spiritual roots, aspire to soar to the heavens?" "Brother Feng, there is actually a secret I have yet to disclose to you." "You have a secret, young lad?" Qin Feng cast a surprised glance at Taizhu, who had been trailing behind him since childhood. He had not anticipated the depth of this young man's character. "Speak. What secret do you hold? Do you believe my strength is considerable? Just a few days ago, while delivering medicinal herbs to the alchemy chamber, I encountered an immortal master who remarked upon the remarkable nature of my bones." "What are you laughing at?" Qin Feng gently rubbed his cheeks. then solemnly patted Taiju's head, declaring, "You should focus on solidifying your foundation for the next 2 years. I assure you, I will ensure you lead a prosperous life." This statement emerged from the depths of Qin Feng's heart. With the ability to synthesize, he was confident that in 2 years, he would at least attain the status of a senior practitioner in the Qi refinement stage. Surely, offering Taiju a life of grandeur would not be a challenging endeavor. Brother Feng is not jesting. Taiju furrowed his brow, casting an irritated glance at Qin Feng as he continued. That immortal master mentioned that he too lacked a spiritual root in his youth, yet now he can recklessly slay practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. Upon hearing Taiju's account, Qin Feng discerned the truth. That individual was likely a malevolent cultivator, and an aged one at that. Whether his intent in taking Taiju as a disciple was to seize a new life, or to genuinely pass on his teachings remained uncertain. If he can kill without restraint in the Qi refinement stage, can he aid us in eliminating Zhao Kong? Taiju expressed. He is incapable, after refining the elixir. I had to support him to leave, he sighed, his lips curling in discontent before he rose and strode towards the door, with Qin Feng following him. Turning around, Taiju spoke with unwavering determination. Brother Feng, I understand that cultivators can be virtuous or wicked, but rest assured, regardless of my nature, I will never forget your life-saving grace. With that, Taiju departed for home, likely to bid farewell to his parents. Little Tai Dan, Qin Feng, dinner is ready. Qin Yu emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of dishes. Upon seeing Qin Feng standing alone at the entrance, she promptly inquired, "Why didn't you invite him to stay for dinner? He is preoccupied with his errands." This child, during the course of our meal, Qin Feng advised Qin Yu to refrain from venturing outside, claiming that he was soon to enter the mountains to assist Taiju in foraging for medicinal herbs. As he stepped out, he happened to spot Taiju also departing. The young boy, with his petite frame, bore a large bundle on his back, bidding farewell to his parents. Upon sensing Qin Feng's gaze, Taiju turned his head, flashing a bright smile that revealed his pearly whites, and then joyfully hopped towards Qin Feng. "Farewell, little iron egg, until we meet again." Qin Feng waved his hand towards the silhouette receding into the distance. A look of helplessness etched across his face. Although he possessed unique abilities, his current powers were limited. All he could do was dissuade. Yet, Taiju had resolutely set his heart on embarking on the path of cultivation. Without spiritual roots, the only avenue available to him was to become a malevolent practitioner. After watching Taiju's figure vanish from sight, Qin Feng turned and walked in the opposite direction. According to the calendar, Zhao Kong was due to arrive in the village to collect taxes within the next couple of days. Perhaps driven by avarice, he typically came alone during tax collection. It was imperative to quickly learn some techniques employed by cultivators. Chapter 7. Mastery of the Golden Blade Technique. Qinghefeng, nestled against the majestic Wulong Mountain, is representative of Qinghe village. Stepping out of the village, Qin Feng seized the opportunity of solitude and plunged into Wulong Mountain. The forest was dense with trees and thick underbrush. Occasionally, small creatures scampered across his path, yet Qin Feng paid them no heed, intent on his journey. While hunters occasionally roamed the outskirts of the mountain, Qin Feng was reluctant to reveal his identity, compelling him to venture deeper into the mountain. Upon reaching the first level of Qi refinement, Qin Feng's physique had surpassed that of ordinary individuals, enabling him to move with greater agility than seasoned hunters. However, utilizing spiritual energy to enhance his speed proved to be taxing, and after half an hour, he found his energy depleted. Fortunately, he had arrived at his destination. Before him stood a sheer cliff, with a cave suspended 2 to 3 meters above the ground, a vine hanging nearby that was just ample enough for climbing. During his earlier Qi refinement, Qin Feng had ascended this way. Returning to this familiar place, he skillfully grasped the vine like a nimble monkey and swiftly entered the cave. Inside, the space was vast, with an opening in the ceiling allowing light to filter through. A few wild monkeys, noticing the intrusion, promptly scampered away down the vine. Time was of the essence. It was now imperative to indulge in a moment of extravagance. Qin Feng, with a visage marked by pain, extracted a spirit pill from his storage ring. The moment the pill touched his lips, it transformed into a torrent of spiritual energy, swiftly replenishing his vital essence. At that moment, 5 radiant orbs of varying hues floated within his energy reservoir, corresponding to the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. While ordinary cultivators with mixed spiritual roots could typically cultivate only 2 types of energy simultaneously, Qin Feng's unique cultivation method granted him the ability to harness them all at once. Once his spiritual energy was restored, he began to contemplate the spells chronicled in the 18 Techniques of Rampancy. This tome was an autobiography penned by a peak-stage Qi refinement rogue cultivator. detailing the 18 formidable spells he had acquired throughout his life. According to the text, mastering these 18 spells would render one invincible among Qi refinement practitioners. The spells included Earth Wall Technique, Water Shield Technique, Metal Blade Technique, Fire Dragon Technique, and Tai Rejuvenation Technique. While these 18 spells were commonly employed by Qi refinement cultivators, the average practitioner lacked the capacity to dedicate themselves to such an extensive array of techniques. Qin Feng also felt a throbbing pain in his head. If he were to learn everything, it would take an eternity. Ultimately, Qin Feng chose the Golden Blade Technique and the Earth Wall Technique, one for offense and the other for defense, coupled with the Fire Serpent Talisman. He was resolute in his belief that he could vanquish that scoundrel Zhao Kong. A look of contentment flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he began reciting the incantations and hand seals of the Golden Blade Technique. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours slipped by. Only after committing the mantras and gestures to memory did Qin Feng compose himself to attempt the spell, channeling metallic spiritual energy into his hand, forming the seal. He could feel the golden essence growing increasingly volatile as he synchronized it with the chant. 2 breaths later, Qin Feng suddenly fixed his gaze upon the stone wall ahead and thrust forth his hand seal with force. Golden Blade Technique. Boom. For an instant, golden radiance blossomed in the air before the spell collapsed spectacularly. Damn it. Qin Feng, having adjusted his emotions, resumed his practice of the Golden Blade Technique with fervor. With each failed attempt, his excitement only grew. If success came too easily, it would cast doubt upon the authenticity of his cultivation. After an hour, the Golden Blade Technique failed. Half a day later, it failed again. As evening approached, however, he finally succeeded in casting the Golden Blade Technique. Before Qin Feng, a 3-foot-long golden dagger materialized from the void, swiftly slicing towards the stone wall ahead. A resounding thud echoed as the wall trembled slightly, with fragments cascading down. Upon closer inspection at the site of the strike, it appeared as though the golden dagger had effortlessly cleaved a gash, akin to cutting through tofu. The potency of this weapon was indeed formidable, yet it undeniably consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. The moment the Golden Dagger technique was successfully executed, Qin Feng felt as though all the spiritual energy within him had been instantaneously drained, his vision whitening as he nearly collapsed into unconsciousness. Were it not for the spirit-replenishing pill, he might well have spent the night right there on the spot. As his spiritual power gradually restored, he simultaneously reflected upon the intricacies of spellcasting techniques. After a brief respite, Qin Feng resumed consecutively invoking the Golden Blade Technique, succeeding 5 or 6 times in succession before finally pausing. By this time, Dusk's embrace had begun to gently cloak the world beyond the cavern's mouth. Qin Feng understood that there was little hope for the Earth Wall Technique today, yet before departing, he resolved to give the Fire Serpent Talisman a try. Suddenly, a blinding burst of crimson light erupted from within the cave. After a considerable time, Qin Feng emerged, his face smeared with dirt and ash. The power was commendable, though the area of effect was somewhat extensive. When Qin Feng returned home, the night had fully descended. The familiar glow of the fire pit illuminated the yard, where Qin Yu sat beside it, mending garments. "Brother, you're back," she exclaimed. "I'll prepare something for you to eat." Upon seeing Qin Feng enter through the door, Qin Yu promptly rose and made her way into the kitchen, where the dishes were warming in the pot, ready to be served. After finishing their meal, Qin Feng returned to his chamber, ignited the oil lamp, and commenced his practice of the breath-concealing technique. Techniques such as the turtle breathing method are merely for mortals masquerading as the deceased. Only the breath-concealing technique can genuinely suppress the spiritual energy within, rendering one's realm and vitality inscrutable. A night passed. Qin Feng managed to learn the art of breath control with great difficulty. As long as he maintained this state of restraint, he was certain to master it proficiently over time. The following morning, Qin Yu was in the kitchen preparing a meal, while Qin Feng sat at the door, lost in thought. During this period, he not only advanced to the first layer of the Qi refinement stage, but also mastered the Golden Blade technique and the breath concealment skill. Additionally, he acquired a storage ring along with various medicinal pills. Most importantly, he still had 9 fire snake talismans left. These talismans possessed considerable power. When he utilized one, Qin Feng felt that had he taken a few more steps forward at the moment of its detonation, he might have met his demise on the spot. He wondered if Zhao Kong would be able to withstand it. Qin Feng sat on a small stool, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, when unexpectedly, a smile graced his lips. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Moments later, several figures clad in black robes entered, led by Zhao Kong. Each individual held silks and packages, and 2 among them carried a crimson box. "Brother Qin," I trust you have come to a decision during this time? Zhao Kong inquired, wielding a folding fan, while a middle-aged man with a goatee stood beside him. It appeared that these individuals were indeed from the Wang family. From the kitchen, Qin Yu peeked out and promptly emerged. Master Zhao, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We have never consented to this marriage proposal. Qin Yu wore a troubled expression, while the man with the goatee gazed at her in surprise, chuckling as he remarked, Indeed, Madam Qin, you are as beautiful as the rumors suggest. My master genuinely wishes to marry you. Rest assured, you shall not be mistreated. Zhao Kong, with a stoic demeanor, interjected, The Wang family has already chosen an auspicious date. The first day of next month is deemed propitious. Prepare accordingly for their arrival. The group paid little heed to the attitudes of Qin Yu and her brother, setting down the betrothal gifts before departing. Among them, none was more pleased than Zhao Kong. He had been stagnating at the first level of the qi refinement stage for quite some time. By aligning himself with the Wang family, he anticipated that their prodigious disciple might offer him the guidance necessary to break through his cultivation bottleneck. Alas, what is to be done? Qin Yu anxiously paced around the courtyard, her gaze fixed upon the betrothal gifts, while Qin Feng, with drooping eyelids, remained silent. The Wang family merely boasted a single clan member who had entered the Changsheng sword sect. The rest were mere mortals. What was there to be so proud of? Their prowess was notable, yet her own fire serpent talisman was no less formidable. Chapter 8. Youth is wonderful, and sleep comes easily the following afternoon. Qin Feng sat in the courtyard, engrossed in his reading, while faintly perceiving the commotion of chickens and dogs throughout the village of Qinghe. Voices of lamentation echoed, Oh, esteemed immortal master, I am the only one in my household who can move. Might we delay this year's tax collection? If you refuse to pay, will the immortal master of Qinghe permit you to labor? Enough of this nonsense. Hand over your travel permit if you cannot provide spirit stones. Wasn't a labor badge given only upon payment of taxes in previous years? Why this year must we surrender our travel permits instead? These demands are the wishes of the immortal masters of Qinghe. Will you comply or not? The mundane folk, like fish on a cutting board, found themselves at the mercy of the cultivator Zhao Kong. Witnessing such occurrences from a young age, Qin Feng had long since grown accustomed to the spectacle. Brother, this is our family's tax. When the collector arrives, you shall hand it over to him. Qin Yu emerged from her room, discreetly placing a cloth pouch into Qin Feng's hands before retreating back inside. The pouch contained 8 egg-sized, milky white diamond-shaped stones, which were indeed the coveted spirit stones. Moments later, Zhao Kang leisurely strolled to the entrance of Qin Feng's home. After a mere glance, he promptly turned away and proceeded to the next house. What transpired? Qin Feng furrowed his brows and hurriedly approached Zhao Kong, inquiring, Master Immortal, why is it that you do not collect taxes from my family? Zhao Kang replied, You are quite fortunate. The Wang family has already taken care of your taxes. With that, he made his way towards the home of Taizhu. During this period, Taizhu's parents had been utterly preoccupied with their son's troubles, leaving them no inclination to work in the marketplace. It is highly likely that they would be unable to pay their taxes as well. Moments later, a cacophony of cries and chaos erupted from the neighboring courtyard. Qin Feng hurriedly rushed over to take a glance. Taizhu's mother lay on the ground, weeping and wailing, while his father stood at the doorway, brandishing a kitchen knife. Zhao Kong held an unusual talisman in his hand, invoking its powers. If he were to complete the incantation, it was likely that 2 lives would be lost in a gruesome manner right before their eyes. Master Zhao. Qin Feng rushed forward to block the way, simultaneously pressing the parcel into Zhao Kang's hands. Allow me to handle the taxes for your family. Zhao Kong glanced at the cloth bundle in Qin Feng's grasp. The murderous intent in his eyes considerably diminished. Very well. However, do remember to buy some fine delicacies for your sister during this time. Do not let down the Wang family's goodwill. Zhao Kong patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and proceeded to the next household. Zhao Feng, we will find a way to return your spirit stones. The expressions of Iron Pillar's parents were a mix of emotions as they looked at Qin Feng, ready to kneel before him. Uncle, Auntie, please refrain from such gestures. Iron Pillar and I are good brothers. I will certainly look after him in his absence. Qin Feng soothed the emotions of the 2 individuals before turning to leave. By the time the taxes were collected, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. The distance from Qinghe village to Qinghe Feng was approximately 4 miles. Zhao Kong walked the path back to Qinghe Feng, a smile illuminating his face. Today, I made over 100 spirit stones. Qinghe village truly is a land of fortune for me. Alas, taxes could only be collected once a year, if necessary. He would contemplate other forms of taxation. As Zhao Kong hurried along, he repeatedly tossed a small, heavy pouch the size of an egg in his hand. The surroundings were pitch black, and a sudden chill swept through, causing him to shiver. In such circumstances, ambushes were most likely. If someone were to attack him from the bushes, it would be perilous indeed. Casting a glance at the reeds beside him, a sense of dread washed over him, prompting him to swiftly stow the pouch and quicken his pace toward Chinga Fong. Why did today feel so peculiar? As Zhao Kong hastened his steps, an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. Zhao Xianchi. Suddenly, a voice called out from the towering reeds nearby. Zhao Kong turned his head, and an electric shock coursed through him. Good heavens! He caught sight of a 3-foot-long red snake lunging toward his chest, leaving him no time to react before it struck. Countless flames erupted in an instant, engulfing his vision with fiery serpents. A fire snake talisman? This was the last thought to cross Zhao Kang's mind. Almost immediately, his entire being was enveloped in flames, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to char and succumbed to slumber. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. Qin Feng leaped from the thicket, swiftly searching Zhao Kang's body. After seizing the Qian Kuan bag, he hastily fled into the distance. Although Zhao Kang was guilty of heinous crimes, Qin Feng still felt his heart race with anxiety, as it was his first time taking another's life. Qin Feng dared not return home immediately. He sought refuge in a thicket of reeds outside the village, hiding there for half the night, and only slipped back to his room when dawn approached. With Zhao Kang deceased, would anyone investigate this matter? Qin Feng reclined on his bed, lost in contemplation. The bustling streets of Qingafang were frequented by numerous cultivators, yet it was rare to witness them engage in conflict. It seemed there existed some unwritten code that restrained their actions. However, Qin Feng was disinclined to ponder such matters and instead commenced his cultivation practice, only emerging from his room when Qin Yu called for dinner. During the meal, a group of individuals clad in ornate attire, with blades sheathed at their waists, passed by in search of something. Among them was a burly middle-aged man, his temples prominently bulging, who approached Qin Feng's residence. With a single glance, Qin Feng discerned that he was not a cultivator, yet undoubtedly a formidable figure among ordinary people. The middle-aged man, his expression inscrutable, inquired, "Have you seen any suspicious individuals last night?" "Suspicious individuals? No, not at all," Qin Feng replied. Qin Feng wore a perplexed expression, while Qin Yu's face was etched with terror, fearing these people had come to cause trouble once more. "If you spot any suspicious individuals, report immediately to the Qingge precinct." The man tossed out the remark casually before departing. Though the Qingge precinct housed its own magistrate's office, its authority paled in comparison to that of the cultivators. "Report to the officials? Zhao Kang is dead, yet no cultivators are investigating. Only the local constables handling it?" Just as Qin Feng was lost in bewilderment, Taiju's mother rushed in, her face alight with gossip, and exclaimed to Qin Yu, "Something major happened last night." Qin Yueshin, lost in thought, inquired, "Aunt, what is the matter?" "It is said that last night in the neighboring village, the Wang family was exterminated." Qin Feng extended his chopsticks, poised to grasp a piece of meat, but with a slight tremor, it effortlessly slipped from his grasp. He hadn't even made a move yet. Who on earth had the audacity to annihilate the Wang family ahead of time? Qin Feng remained unresponsive, while Qin Yu, with a face full of astonishment, inquired, "Is it true?" Tai Junyang elaborately asserted, "It is undoubtedly true. The officials are currently investigating the murderer everywhere. I suspect that the Wang family has been bullying others, and a celestial master could no longer stand by, thus taking action against them." Tai Junyang reveled in her own satisfaction, while Qin Yu regarded Qin Feng with a perplexed expression, her gaze somewhat peculiar. Once Tai Junyang departed, Qin Feng immediately sought to clear his name. "Sister, it truly wasn't me. Who said it was you?" Qin Yu rolled her eyes and hummed as she headed to the kitchen to fry 2 more eggs for Qin Feng. Just as the siblings were joyfully enjoying their meal, another visitor arrived at the door. This time, it was a graceful young lady, adorned in a flowing purple gown, holding a delicate compass in one hand and a slender black incense stick in the other. Qin Feng immediately recognized the identity of the young girl. She, however, did not know him and approached the courtyard with a perplexed expression, eventually standing at the entrance of the house. The dense smoke produced by the burning black incense seemed to recognize people, drifting directly towards Qin Feng. Chapter 9, The Enchanted Pavilion. Upon seeing the beautiful young girl standing at his doorstep, Qin Yu instantly rose to his feet and, with a gentle tone, inquired, "My dear lady, what brings you to my humble abode?" The girl remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Qin Feng. With a swift motion, she revealed a delicate, 3-inch-long purple flying sword that appeared in her hand. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yu immediately realized that this enchanting young lady was indeed a celestial master. Qin Feng's countenance darkened, his vexation stemming from the inexplicable smoke of the black incense wafting towards him, despite the absence of any breeze. The young maiden, visibly irate, glared at Qin Feng, brandishing her flying sword menacingly at his forehead and declared, "Surrender the five spirits technique, and I, as your celestial guardian, shall grant you a swift demise. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding in this matter? I truly have no knowledge of what the five spirits technique is." Qin Feng gazed at the other party with a look of utter bewilderment, while skillfully raising his hands. "The divine incense has found you. And yet you still dare to argue?" Qin Feng cast a glance at the dark incense in her hand, the smoke continuously creeping towards him. How utterly infuriating. "I genuinely do not possess knowledge of the five-spirit technique." Qin Feng wore a gloomy expression, acutely aware that Zhao Kong might have left matters unresolved. And he had brazenly seized his Qian Kuan bag. "Humph. You may argue all you wish." The young girl's eyes glinted with disdain as she once again formed a gesture with her hands, causing the smoke from the spirit-seeking incense to swiftly change direction, wafting directly towards Qin Feng's room. Only at this moment did Qin Feng exhale in relief. He had long hidden the Qian Kuan bag in a corner outside. There was nothing within the room now. The girl slowly advanced into the chamber, with Qin Feng and Qin Yu following closely behind, their faces etched with confusion. Aside from a simple bed, the room contained only a large wardrobe. A few crumpled pieces of used paper lay discarded by the bedside, which the girl disdainfully kicked aside, then fixed her gaze upon the space beneath the pillow where the smoke from the spirit-seeking incense lingered. With a small flying sword aimed threateningly at Qin Feng, she commanded, "Go. Retrieve the item." Qin Feng approached the bedside with a look of disdain, reaching into the pillow to rummage around, while justifying himself with a furrowed brow. "Am I not aware of what's in my own room? There is indeed something in here." Qin Feng gently lifted the pillow, revealing what lay beneath it, a weathered tome bound in yellowed leather and a small porcelain vial. The book bore a desiccated bloodstain in the shape of a hand, while the vial was marred by several dark, dried marks. A moment of silence enveloped the room. "Do you still deny it? Let me enlighten you on the cost of deceit." The girl's voice rose sharply, her flying sword aimed directly at Qin Feng's forehead. "I swear it was not me." Qin Feng immediately pressed his hand against the bloody handprint on the book and explained, "Look, my hand is significantly larger than this one." As he compared them, he noticed the index finger of the bloody print was slightly crooked, and his eyes flickered with sudden realization. Let me try again." The young woman sheathed her sword and personally matched Qin Feng's hand to the bloody imprint. She then inspected the pills inside the porcelain vial. Only after confirming nothing was missing did she finally exhale in relief. "You're lucky. Probably someone thought they couldn't escape and hid these things in your house. Daring to steal what our Qi Yuan Pavilion has sold is nothing short of suicide." Muttering to herself, she glanced once more at the compass needle in her hand. Satisfied that the man before her hadn't lied, she gathered her belongings and departed. The entire encounter was as swift as it was abrupt, leaving the siblings without a chance to speak. "Zhao Feng, it really was to you who stole those things, was it?" Qin Yu gazed at Qin Feng with a face full of concern. Once again, today, there were officials from the magistrate and cultivators seeking something, which left her feeling rather unsettled. "I shall inquire about it." Qin Feng, filled with perplexity, immediately rushed out the door to inquire of the young lady, "Esteemed master, what on earth is happening?" Perhaps feeling that her earlier stance had been somewhat impolite, she turned casually and replied, "Last night, someone infiltrated the Wang family, committing murder and theft, thus violating the regulations of my Qi Yuan Pavilion." After the young lady departed, Qin Feng remained utterly bewildered. What are the regulations of Qi Yuan Pavilion? Furthermore, that handprint bore a striking resemblance to that of Taizhu, as his left index finger possessed a similar mark. But no matter, he decided to cast aside such thoughts for the moment. Qin Feng turned his head and walked back, seizing the moment when Qin Yu wasn't paying attention. He swiftly retrieved Zhao Kang's Qian Kuan bag from the corner of the wall and dashed straight toward the back mountain. After hiding the Qian Kuan bag, he rushed to the river and scrubbed himself vigorously. As dusk fell, at the entrance of Qingafeng, a black-robed cultivator stood before an herb vendor, pulling out a spirit stone and asking, "Madam, do you know the rules of Qi Yuan Pavilion?" "I don't know." "Brother, do you know the rules of Qi Yuan Pavilion? Isn't it just a shop that sells things?" After inquiring for quite some time, Qin Feng roughly understood the rules of Qi Yuan Pavilion. This shop seemed to have powerful backing. If someone was robbed or killed for their treasures after purchasing from them, Qi Yuan Pavilion would take responsibility for retrieving the items. In cases like the Wang family's extermination, they would even manage the assets temporarily until other surviving descendants came to claim them. "Taizhu, damn it. You could have just wiped out the Wang family. Why did you have to steal their belongings? For a moment, Qin Feng felt a throbbing headache. The handprint left in the book would become a crucial clue in tracking down the murderer. Taiju would undoubtedly face trouble in the future. Unfortunately, Qin Feng had no idea where he was now. Esteemed fellow cultivator, what would you like? Inside Qi Yuan Pavilion's shop. As Qin Feng stepped inside, a young girl clad in purple approached him, still managing the shop alone. I would like to purchase some items. I have heard that the Qi Yuan Pavilion offers after-sales service. Indeed, we do, she replied. Although the girl was not entirely familiar with the concept of after-sales service, she could surmise its general meaning. Qin Feng chewed on the beef jerky, feeling somewhat troubled. While this after-sales service offered a certain degree of security, it came at the cost of privacy. The ability to locate items inherently implied the potential to trace their purchasers in the future. Observing the hesitation of the cloaked figure, the young girl continued her explanation. Are you concerned about being tracked by the Qi Yuan Pavilion? We, the Qi Yuan Pavilion, are a branch of the Spirit Realm's Immortal Destiny Tower, and we would never engage in such unscrupulous activities. Very well, I wish to sell a Foundation Establishment pill. Qin Feng deftly retrieved 2 Foundation Establishment pills from his storage ring and placed them upon the table. Are these low-grade Foundation Establishment pills? If all is well, our Qi Yuan Pavilion would be pleased to acquire them for 400 Spirit Stones. He had inquired beforehand. Discovering that the market price for Foundation Establishment pills in other shops reached 1,000 Spirit Stones. The ruse having been unveiled, the young girl maintained her composure and replied, how about 850 for each? Should other shops be capable of meeting this purchase price, I shall compensate you double. With a selling price of 1,000 and a purchasing price of 850, Qin Feng found this offer quite reasonable. Though he regretted being tricked by her previously, this girl, seemingly petite and charming, truly had a knack for deception. What items are you interested in purchasing? Do you have formations? Indeed. Do you possess any beginner flying swords? Yes. The 2 Foundation Establishment pills were sold for a total of 1,700 Spirit Stones, leaving Qin Feng with a comfortable sum. With newfound wealth, he naturally contemplated enhancing his cultivation. Amid the girl's puzzled expression, Qin Feng opted for 2 beginner Misty Array formations and 4 beginner Spirit Gathering formations. After synthesizing these at home, he would acquire 1 intermediate Misty Array and 1 advanced Spirit Gathering formation. If he were to purchase them here directly, the price difference between beginner and intermediate would exceed tenfold. Is this all you require? Yes. That will amount to 6,850 Spirit Stones. Is it truly so expensive? Qin Feng, his face marred by gloom, was about to retrieve the last 8 Foundation Establishment pills from his storage ring when a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He inquired, how many Spirit Stones can you offer for the purchase of high-grade Foundation Establishment pills? In Chapter 10, the premium Foundation Establishment pills promise the realization of financial freedom. The acquisition price for medium-grade Foundation Establishment pills stands at 2,000 Spirit Stones each, while the high-grade ones are valued at 5,000 Spirit Stones apiece. Qin Feng remained uncertain whether the girl had continued to deceive him, yet regardless, selling the superior Foundation Establishment pills proved to be a more lucrative endeavor. Beneath his black robe, Qin Feng deftly produced 4 inferior Foundation Establishment pills. Inferior Foundation Establishment pill. Consuming it at the peak of the Qi refinement stage enhances one's physique and grants a 10 chance of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage. It can be synthesized into a medium-quality Foundation Establishment pill. After synthesizing 2 medium-quality pills, Qin Feng proceeded to create a superior one. At that moment, a delightful fragrance unique to elixirs wafted from beneath his robe. Superior Foundation Establishment pill. Consuming it at the peak of the Qi refinement stage enhances one's physique and provides a 70 chance of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage. It has reached the pinnacle and cannot be further synthesized. Had 2 medium pills truly combined to form a superior one? As he inhaled the aromatic scent, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, mirrored by the curious gaze of the young woman before him. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng inquired, what if I wish to sell the superior Foundation Establishment pill? How much would it fetch? The girl, with an expression of intrigue, pondered for a moment before responding. A superior Foundation Establishment pill can be sold for no less than 10,000 Spirit Stones. 1,200. Very well. As he departed from the Qi Yuan Pavilion, Qin Feng's storage ring brimmed with several sets of elementary formations for inferior-grade yellow flying swords and over 6,000 Spirit Stones. This transaction was indeed advantageous for him. The only regret lingered regarding the five spirits technique left behind in the Qi Yuan Pavilion. Qin Feng dared not inquire about it, fearing it might lead her to deduce his intentions. Although the Qi Yuan Pavilion harbored no ill will, Qin Feng was acutely aware of his current vulnerability. Any risk could potentially shatter the fragile existence he shared with his sister. By now, night had fallen, and the market was considerably less bustling. Qin Feng found an alley to shed his black cloak before quietly retracing his steps along the narrow path. Midway through his journey, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. Qin Feng turned his head and beheld a diminutive figure clad in dark robes trailing behind him. Even when discovered, the figure showed no reaction. Standing motionless with an eerie stillness that lacked any semblance of vitality, instead exuding a putrid stench, Qin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine and, summoning his courage, inquired, "Do you have business with me, my lord?" "It's me, Brother Feng," came a hoarse voice from beneath the black robe, reminiscent of iron sand scraping against a pot, sending chills throughout his body. Qin Feng had an inkling of the situation, yet he remained silent, simply observing the figure before him. The man in the black robe ceased his words, stiffly raising his hand to extract a heavy parcel from his bosom, which he tossed before Qin Feng. "Deliver this home for me. I am presently unable to meet them." The exasperating tone resounded once more, causing Qin Feng's brow to furrow deeply. He had surmised it was Tai Zhu, yet he harbored concerns that Tai Zhu's deceased master might have taken possession of him. Remembering his parents, he reasoned that possession was unlikely. Qin Feng then inquired, "Tai Zhu, what has befallen you to appear in such a wretched state? Have you been deceived by that damned immortal? Without him, I was practicing the Yin Corpse technique, which he has now passed on to me." Qin Feng could not comprehend the essence of the Yin Corpse technique, yet from its literal interpretation, he could surmise that it either involved the manipulation of another's corpse or the transformation of oneself into a corpse. Judging by the state of Tai Zhu, it appeared to belong to the latter category. After Qin Feng confirmed that the package on the ground was unharmed, he picked it up and placed it into his storage bag. Upon witnessing the package vanish in an instant, the figure clad in black robes, Tai Zhu, was momentarily taken aback, as was Qin Feng. "Have you become a cultivator?" The sound of friction revealed neither sorrow nor joy, yet it unmistakably conveyed astonishment. Qin Feng nodded slightly, and then inquired, "Was it you who was responsible for the affairs of the Wang family? They aspire to marry Sister Yu, and yet they have met their demise. And what of the five-spirit formula that I had beneath my pillow? Did you steal that as well?" Tai Zhu remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. A warm current coursed through Qin Feng's heart, and he felt a surge of emotion welling up within him. Forcing a smile, he remarked, "Even in your current state, you still think of me. This sentiment, Brother Feng shall remember. Once you regain your normal self, I will treat you to drinks and a hearty meal, and then perhaps indulge in a night of revelry." Tai Zhu nodded in agreement before turning to slowly prostrate himself on the ground. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng noticed the thick black fur sprouting from his exposed ankles, reminiscent of some wild beast. There was no time to scrutinize further as Tai Zhu departed. With his hands pressed to the ground, he exerted his strength in his hind limbs and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Upon returning home, Qin Feng observed that the lights in Tai Zhu's house had already been extinguished. To alleviate his parents' concerns regarding Tai Zhu, he boldly entered their yard and knocked on the door. When a large bag of spirit stones was placed into Tai Zhu's father's hands, and he was informed that Tai Zhu had become a disciple of a minor cultivation sect, the middle-aged man's eyes instantly welled with tears. Following the sorrow was a wave of joy. He promptly retrieved 10 spirit stones to repay Qin Feng for the taxes he had helped pay just days prior. But Qin Feng insisted that Tai Zhu had already compensated him, and so he declined the offer. After leaving Tai Zhu's home, Qin Feng leisurely made his way back to his own abode. Zhao Kong had perished, and the Wang family had been eradicated. In the courtyard, a small brazier flickered to life, where Qin Yu sat beside it, busily stitching garments. "Brother, what were you doing at Uncle Han's house?" As Qin Yu busied herself with her needlework, she inquired. "Tai Zhu entrusted me with the task of delivering spirit stones to them and conveyed a few messages. The rice in the pot is still warm. Are you hungry?" "I am indeed hungry." Qin Feng smiled broadly, while Qin Yu set aside the items in her hands and playfully pinched Qin Feng's cheek before rising to head to the kitchen to serve the meal. A generous bowl of steamed white rice was presented, adorned with remnants of vegetables and 2 perfectly fried eggs atop. Qin Feng quietly consumed his meal while observing his sister engage in her needlework. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Sister, why not cease your labor from now on? The spirit stones I possess are more than sufficient for us to live comfortably for a lifetime. What meaning does life hold if one remains idle? Only pigs spend their days eating and sleeping. Qin Yu curled her lips, showing no concern for how many spirit stones Qin Feng possessed. Very well, but do take it easy and refrain from overexerting yourself. After finishing the meal, Qin Feng pulled Qin Yu back to their abode, insisting upon her 20 spiritual stones along with a beauty-enhancing pill. After attending to these matters, he retreated to his own chamber, igniting the oil lamp and retrieving all the items he had procured that day. 2 sets of the basic illusory array, 4 sets of the basic spirit gathering array, and 4 flying swords. The basic illusory array, once activated, could confound cultivators at the 3rd level of Qi refinement or lower, lacking any offensive capability. It could be synthesized into a medium illusory array. The medium illusory array, when deployed, would bewilder Qi refinement cultivators, preventing them from entering its confines. The distinction between the basic and medium versions is starkly simple. One merely obscures vision, while the other outright bars entry. Upon storing the illusory arrays in his spatial ring, Qin Feng proceeded to synthesize the spirit-gathering arrays and flying swords. Moments later, he successfully crafted a set of the advanced spirit-gathering array and a superior-grade yellow-tier flying sword. The advanced spirit-gathering array concentrates the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within its confines, with a concentration 5 times greater than the external environment. The superior-grade flame sword possesses immense power while conserving spiritual energy, capable of unleashing fiery infernos upon foes during combat. Flying swords and magical artifacts are fundamentally similar. In battle, victory often hinges on durability and superiority. Only in the throes of actual combat can their true efficacy be discerned. However, the spirit-gathering array left Qin Feng profoundly astonished. With a 5-fold enhancement to spiritual energy, a day of cultivation within the array equates to 5 days in the outside world. With this spirit-gathering array, even with 5 spiritual roots, I should be able to swiftly elevate my prowess. Qin Feng, pleased, stored his belongings in the storage ring, intending to immediately embark on a journey to the cave in the back mountain for cultivation. As he stepped outside, a fleeting shadow caught his peripheral vision, darting from his courtyard into a nearby alley, accompanied by a robust surge of spiritual energy. A cultivator, and one of considerable rank, no less. Qin Feng felt a profound shock within, feigning a yawn as he stepped into the outhouse to relieve himself, then returned to his chamber to rest. Once back in bed, however, he found no respite, his eyes fixated on the window. After a brief moment, the shadow re-emerged, standing motionless in the courtyard, seemingly observing something intently. Chapter 11. Breakthrough to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Creak. Hearing the sound of Qin Yu opening the door, Qin Feng sighed, lamenting that the young lad had once again neglected to lock it. After voicing her complaint, she stifled a yawn and leisurely made her way towards the outdoor restroom. Qin Feng discreetly clutched a small flying sword, his heart racing with trepidation. Should that shadow dare to make any unusual move, he was prepared to fight to the death. The moment Qin Yu stepped outside, the shadow vanished once more. After a brief interval, Qin Yu returned, quietly securing the door before retreating to her own chamber. It was only then that Qin Feng exhaled in relief. Yet, on the window paper, the dark silhouette reappeared, elongated under the moonlight. Uncertain of the shadow's intentions, Qin Feng refrained from acting hastily, though he surmised that this figure might be investigating the cause of Zhao Kang's demise, or perhaps was a relative of the Wang family. As the night wore on, the shadow ultimately dissipated just before dawn. Qin Feng rose early, seated beneath the eaves, engrossed in his reading. After finishing his meal, he gathered his belongings and hastened towards the mountains behind the village. Bang! Inside the cave, Qin Feng attempted to wield his flying sword against the stone wall, instantly sending the wild monkeys fleeing in terror. This strike consumed nearly 1/3 of his spiritual energy. The flying sword expended far more energy than activating talismans. I am still too weak. Qin Feng let out a sigh and then retrieved the misty array from his storage ring to set it up around the cave. This array comprises 36 small flags and 18 large flags. Once all were positioned according to the designated spots, the entrance to the cave vanished in an instant, leaving only a stone wall ahead. In his hand, Qin Feng held a stone the size of an egg, channeling his spiritual energy into it, causing the formation to instantaneously reveal the entrance to the cave. Upon entering the cavern, Qin Feng proceeded to set up a gathering formation, a task that consumed a full half-hour. The moment the gathering formation took shape, Qin Feng distinctly felt the spiritual energy within the cave intensify significantly. Furthermore, an unceasing influx of additional spiritual energy swiftly converged from all directions. Fivefold spiritual power truly is exhilarating. Qin Feng sat cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array, practicing the Five Emperors Qi induction technique. In an instant, a dense and rich spiritual energy began to permeate his body through his pores. Threads of spiritual power flowed into him, cleansing his physical form of impurities until they ultimately converged in his Qi Si. At this moment, within Qin Feng's Qi Si, 5 strands of varying colors of spiritual energy swirled gently, growing ever stronger as they absorbed more spiritual essence. Typically, a cultivator at the first layer of Qi refinement would possess insufficient spiritual power to wield a flying sword, yet Qin Feng, endowed with 5 strands of spiritual energy, required only a third of his power to perform such a feat. This reality brought him both joy and concern. While cultivating 5 types of spiritual energy would eventually grant him quintuple the strength of an ordinary individual, he could not dare to ponder the implications for his foundation establishment or nascent soul. For now, his sole desire was to elevate his strength with urgency. Enhanced by the spirit-gathering array, Qin Feng's cultivation progressed rapidly, and before he realized it, an entire day had elapsed. Evening approached. Qin Feng returned home punctually for dinner. Qin Yu, now aware of Qin Feng's current circumstances, refrained from inquiring about his affairs and quietly prepared the meal. That night, the shadow reappeared, remaining as silent as the previous evening, merely standing in the courtyard. The figure exhibited no unusual behavior, and Qin Feng had no intention of alarming it. Thus, this continued for over 10 days. One afternoon, Qin Feng sat cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array, fervently absorbing the ethereal energy of the heavens and earth. At this moment, each strand of spiritual power within him surged with immense magnitude, subtly teetering on the brink of fragmentation. A breakthrough is imminent. Qin Feng's heart swelled with elation as he channeled all his focus into circulating his cultivation technique, voraciously absorbing spiritual energy. Boom! Within his dantian, 5 strands of spiritual energy detonated like fiery projectiles, the formidable shockwave causing his qi and blood to churn turbulently. After stabilizing himself once more, each spiritual strand had bifurcated. Now 10 potent currents of spiritual energy coursed through Qin Feng's meridians. The second layer of qi refining stage finally breached. Qin Feng's complexion was flushed with excitement as he clenched his fist, testing the changes in his body. His senses and awareness felt remarkably lighter, and his physical response speed and strength had significantly improved. After approximately a month of cultivation, he had broken through to the second layer of qi refinement, making him far superior to the likes of Zhao Kong. Qin Feng stood up with excitement and then dashed down the mountain, breaking free from the formation. After another breakthrough in his cultivation, his speed now rivaled that of ordinary wild beasts, becoming a mere shadow amidst the dense forest. Without returning home immediately, Qin Feng made a beeline for the place where Zhao Kang's Qiankuan bag was concealed. The bag bore Zhao Kang's residual consciousness, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders. However, with his recent breakthrough in cultivation, Qin Feng was now capable of forcefully refining the consciousness and claiming the Qiankuan bag as his own. A gray squirrel, burrowing beneath a tree, sensed the approach of a bipedal creature, humans. With a swift motion, it scampered up to the treetop, warily observing the humans below. It relaxed only when it realized they were merely digging at the base of the tree. As the leaves were cleared away and soil unearthed, a dark red Qiankuan bag suddenly came into view. Qin Feng, filled with delight, tucked the bag into his chest. In an instant, as he turned, Qin Feng abruptly bent down. Bang! A golden flying sword's phantom pierced through the massive tree, creating a gaping hole the width of a man's waist. I detest ambushers the most. Qin Feng spat out the remnants of wood in his mouth, his hand firmly grasping the blazing fire sword. Not far away, a figure gradually emerged from the grass on the slope. It was a woman, approximately 30 years of age, clutching a golden talisman. Her expression was one of fury, her face radiating murderous intent as she glared at Qin Feng. "You've already dared to harm my junior brother Zhao. Today, I shall capture you and bring you back to the sect for judgment." Zhao Kong, a mere rogue cultivator, had a sect? In that instant, Qin Feng discerned the unfolding narrative. It seemed this female cultivator had discovered the location of his concealed Qiankuan bag and was now lying in wait. Through the recent surge of spiritual energy, Qin Feng sensed that her cultivation level surpassed his own, rendering him unable to contend. Zhao Kong had met a deserved fate. With a blank expression, Qin Feng uttered a single phrase before swiftly ascending the mountain. The woman, her face adorned with a look of disdain. Slapped a cerulean talisman onto her legs, causing her speed to surge dramatically as she closely pursued Qin Feng. Do you think you can escape? If you were to surrender willingly, we might still consider granting you a swift end, she threatened as she chased after him. Although the golden talisman possessed immense power, for reasons unknown, she refrained from utilizing it again, opting instead to remain hot on his heels. Qin Feng initially intended to dash towards the Mizing array, but upon further contemplation, he decided against it. This woman could perish anywhere, but not in close proximity to his own lair. With this thought, Qin Feng altered his course, hastening towards another peak. The chase unfolded with both parties exhibiting remarkable speed. The woman trailing behind grew increasingly alarmed. How could a mere second-tier Qi refinement cultivator sustain such a frantic sprint with the aid of spiritual energy for so long? Moments passed. Qin Feng hurried to a massive boulder, upon which the words Wangjia Town were inscribed in large characters. Bang! With a powerful thrust of his legs, Qin Feng propelled himself behind the massive rock like a startled rabbit. Is this all you can do, employing such petty tricks? The woman abruptly halted, casting a scornful gaze toward the opposite side of the boulder. Here I am. The voice of Qin Feng resonated from the other side of the colossal rock, as two dark red serpents darted swiftly towards the woman. You scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack? The woman, feeling the formidable energy fluctuations of the fiery serpents, turned pale with fury and hastily enveloped herself in a radiant golden light for protection. Behind the massive boulder, Qin Feng, concerned that he might not be able to eliminate his opponent, gritted his teeth and activated two fire serpent talismans, one to the left and one to the right, surrounding the woman as he charged towards her. Chapter 12. The second kill of the cultivator. The power of the fire serpent talismans was sufficient to pose a threat to practitioners at the fourth level of Qi refinement. Qin Feng was unable to ascertain the opponent's realm, so he swiftly activated 4 talismans in succession. Boom! The first 2 fire serpent talismans violently collided with the woman's luminous shield, instantly fracturing it with several cracks. Yet, that was still insufficient. Qin Feng decisively unleashed 2 fiery serpent talismans towards the woman, simultaneously channeling spiritual energy into the blazing flying sword. In an instant, the radiant sword surged with intensity, its entire body glowing a deep crimson, akin to a searing iron brand. At the same time, Qin Feng began to form intricate hand seals, preparing to employ the golden blade technique. I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you. Despite his unwavering confidence, a sense of uncertainty lingered within Qin Feng's heart. Inside the luminous shield, the woman, now at a disadvantage, observed Qin Feng's relentless barrage of spells with ashen visage. Swiftly, she retrieved a golden sword talisman and executed her own hand seals, retaliating towards Qin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 fiery serpents struck the shield from either side, shattering it in an instant. The golden sword talisman she activated collided with the last 2 fiery serpents. In that moment, flames erupted into the sky. The talisman consumed by the serpents, and the ensuing explosion hurled her several feet away. At that moment, the woman beheld a crimson flying sword and a golden long knife hurtling towards her. Spare me, fellow cultivator. I can feign ignorance regarding Zhao Kang's affairs. Qin Feng remained silent, quietly channeling an immense amount of spiritual energy into the fire-flying sword and the golden blade technique once again. Observing the woman's growing panic, she attempted to conjure a light shield to defend herself. Crack! The golden blade technique, with its formidable momentum, struck the light shield fiercely, instantly creating countless fissures. Following that, the fire-flying sword surged forth. The already compromised light shield was swiftly pierced by the flying sword, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist in her body. Blood oozing forth. Who on earth are you? The woman trembled uncontrollably, her face awash with terror as she stared at the bloody wound in her chest. Qin Feng remained silent, merely observing. After 2 breaths, the woman kicked her legs and fell to the ground, motionless thereafter. Qin Feng cast a glance at her lifeless body, recognizing that her realm exceeded his own by a slight margin, making the process of refining her storage bag rather cumbersome. Even if he were to seize her storage bag, it would prove to be a hot potato. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng resolved to conceal her storage bag within a hollow of a tree. Having completed this task, he swiftly departed. On the way, Qin Feng sought out a secluded valley to commence the refinement of Zhao Kang's Qinkuan bag. In a scenario where their cultivations were equal, the remnants of a deceased individual's consciousness were no match for Qin Feng. Within half a stick of incense, he thoroughly refined Zhao Kang's Qinkuan bag, which contained 1,386 spirit stones and a diamond-shaped stone the size of a blue egg. By assessing the density of spiritual energy, Qin Feng deduced that this was indeed the so-called medium-grade spirit stone. Furthermore, there was a low-grade inferior flying sword, 3 tomes of low-grade yellow-tier spells, several primary items such as Qingling Dan and Xinqing talismans. 1 medium-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Feng never anticipated that Zhao Kong could be so affluent, gathering all his belongings into his storage ring before hastily making his way home. In the darkness of night, the familiar small brazier still flickered in the courtyard, and the aroma of delicious dishes lingered in the air. However, Qin Feng found himself devoid of the previous sense of security. As his strength grew, so too did the multitude of crises that loomed before him. The nature of the shadow lurking in the courtyard remained unclear, and it was certain that the Wang family's kin who had joined the Chongqing sword sect would return seeking vengeance. Moreover, what was the true realm of Zhao Kang's master? That night, Qin Feng spent his hours gazing out the window. The shadow outside continued to linger in the courtyard, but it would vanish whenever someone passed by or when Qin Yu awoke during the night. Time swiftly passed, and half a month slipped away. Qin Feng's strength has finally advanced to the 3rd level of qi refinement. On this particular day, as he was returning home, he encountered a figure cloaked in black robes blocking his path. Taizhu, Brother Feng, yesterday I secretly returned to the village to see my parents, and I noticed that Sister Yu seems to be acting strangely. After a long absence, Taizhu's voice had returned to normal, though his body remained somewhat stiff, with countless dark hairs visible beneath the black robe. My sister? What happened to her? Every time you leave, a person dressed in black comes to your house. Then, Sister Yu will close the door, and that person only departs when you are about to return. I thought it was just a coincidence at first, but last night, that figure was also lurking in your yard. Did you not notice? Taizhu's tone conveyed a mix of complexity, tinged with helplessness and suspicion. For a moment, Qin Feng was taken aback. A person in black? Male or female? Could it be that my sister has a boyfriend? But this progression seems a bit too swift. Brother Feng, what should we do now? Taizhu's voice was filled with concern, evidently sharing the same apprehensions as Qin Feng. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Feng asked, Taizhu, what is your current strength like? I should have no problem dealing with someone at the 4th level of qi refinement. Then tonight, let us join forces and uncover the true identity of this person. I came to find you for this very reason. We must ensure that Sister Yu is not deceived. Upon returning home, Qin Feng did not immediately enter the room to read. Instead, he sat nearby, silently observing Qin Yu as she engaged in her needlework. Her breathing was steady, and an enchanting fragrance surrounded her. Unwilling to give up, Qin Feng employed the gazing technique he had practiced over the past 2 days. Yet, no matter how he looked at his sister, she still appeared untouched, her expression and gaze devoid of the sweetness characteristic of romantic love. Brother, what is the matter with you today? Sensing Qin Feng's gaze lingering on her, Qin Yu assumed her face had become flushed and quickly reached up to touch it. Sister, has anyone troubled us during this time? No, not at all. Qin Yu engaged in conversation with remarkable fluency, while Qin Feng observed her aura through the art of divination. However, a multitude of factors collectively indicated that she was not deceiving him. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Qin Feng retired to his chamber for the night, while Qin Yu continued her tasks, only returning to her room to rest when the glow of the brazier had dimmed considerably. As night fell, a fierce wind began to howl outside. Even within the confines of the room, the rustling of branches and underbrush could be distinctly heard. The moonlight shone brightly, and Qin Feng lay in bed, intently gazing at the window. Beside him were arranged a flying sword, a fire serpent talisman, and 3 spirit energy pills. Every potential tool he might require was meticulously laid out. In his heart, Qin Feng silently resolved that once the time came to act, he would unleash his full force without hesitation. With Taizhu by his side, even if they could not vanquish their opponent, they would certainly create a considerable uproar. The proximity to Qingdefeng meant that any disturbance would inevitably attract the attention of those responsible for its management. Once he confirmed that his preparations were complete, Qin Feng redirected his gaze. On the window, a dark silhouette had appeared at some point, remaining utterly still despite the ferocious winds. Damn it, this was sheer audacity. Qin Feng bit down on 3 qi nourishing pills, then seized his flying sword and thrust it through the narrow window. In the darkness of night, the blazing sword emanated a crimson glow as it soared directly towards the shadow. To prevent the foe from fleeing, Qin Feng opened the window and leaped out in one swift motion. Bang! just as the flying sword was about to pierce the shadow. It was suddenly met with an overwhelming force that sent it hurtling away. The essence of Qin Feng intertwined with the flying sword, both sustaining injuries almost simultaneously. At that moment, a shadow resembling a wild beast suddenly surged forth from the thicket, its sharp claws glinting ominously under the moonlight. Die! Iron Pillar's cold voice resonated as Qin Feng instinctively unleashed two fire serpent talismans towards the shadow. Just then, Qin Yu hurried into the courtyard, her expression fraught with urgency. Everyone halt. Chapter 13. Has my elder sister become a half-sister? With a resounding crash, the shadow remained motionless, yet Iron Pillar was hurled away by an immense force. This spectacle left Qin Feng utterly astonished. Despite his and Iron Pillar's full-throttle assault, they had barely grazed the surface of their opponent's strength. How formidable must this adversary be? Although the atmosphere brimmed with tension, Qin Yu's arrival gradually diffused the situation. The shadow stood still, allowing Qin Feng the opportunity to scrutinize her more closely. The black robe and hood did little to conceal her features. He could discern that she was a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, with striking beauty, and she regarded him with an appreciative gaze. Most intriguingly, she bore a resemblance to Qin Yu. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Feng swiftly turned to Qin Yu and inquired, "Sister, who is she?" Qin Yu smiled and gently pulled Qin Feng behind her, whispering softly, "This is all a misunderstanding. I was still contemplating when to tell you, never expecting you'd discover it so soon." "Xiaoyu, what's going on?" The light in the neighboring Tai Yu's house flickered on, and soon a shadowy figure appeared in the courtyard, peering curiously in their direction. Tai Yu cast a deep, lingering glance toward the figure before vanishing completely into the tall grass like a wisp of darkness. Meanwhile, the woman in the black robe had already slipped silently into the house. Qin Yu called out to the neighbor, "Aunt, there's nothing to worry about." Xiao Feng accidentally knocked over the rice bowl. "I thought something was wrong. Get some rest. We have to go to the market to collect the meat tomorrow." After returning indoors, she lit the oil lamp, and the room gradually filled with light. The woman sat quietly on the stool, her face alight with curiosity as she observed Qin Feng. Qin Yu brought a glass of water and placed it gently before the woman, speaking softly, "Mother, please have some water." The term mother made Qin Feng's eyes widen in astonishment as he turned to the woman and inquired, "Are you my mother?" The woman took a sip of water, then smiled and shook her head, saying, 24 years ago, I gave birth to Xiaoyu. But I had some matters to attend to, so I entrusted her care to your parents. Little did I expect that after more than 20 years apart, both your elder brother and sister are no longer with us. If you wish, you may also call me mother alongside Xiaoyu. My sister is not my biological sibling." Qin Feng was profoundly shocked, unsure of how to articulate his emotions. However, Qin Yu approached him without a care, wrapping her arms around him gently and reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, little Feng, your sister will not abandon you. From now on, we shall remain as we always were." With a flushed face, Qin Feng extricated himself from Qin Yu's embrace, awkwardly scratching his head. As the woman gazed at Qin Feng, a fleeting glimmer of purple light shimmered in her pupils, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "To possess 5 innate spiritual roots and yet attain the 3rd level of qi refinement is truly a remarkable talent." Qin Feng felt a sense of melancholy. After diligently practicing the breath-concealing technique for so long, it had been effortlessly seen through by another, rendering his effort seemingly in vain. Sensing Qin Feng's thoughts, the woman smiled and said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. As Xiaoyu's mother, I certainly mean you no harm. May I inquire, esteemed one, to what level have you attained in your cultivation?" "You have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement in merely a month and possess the means to acquire advanced spirit-gathering arrays and flying swords, undoubtedly. Your journey has been filled with extraordinary encounters. However, to discern my cultivation, you must strive diligently on your own. Moreover, your friend's practice is somewhat peculiar, and it is likely that they will attract the attention of righteous cultivators in the future. The day is growing late. You two siblings should rest early. I shall take my leave now." With that, the woman rose to depart, prompting Qin Yu to hastily follow her. "Mother, please sit for a while longer." Qin Feng felt as though his mind was on the brink of explosion. He had meticulously concealed his dwelling for so long, even going so far as to craft an intermediate-level illusion array to hide it. Yet, to his astonishment, she saw through it with a mere glance. Indeed, the world of cultivation is teeming with prodigious talents. It took a considerable amount of time for Qin Feng to regain his composure. Ultimately, he realized that he was simply too weak. Had his strength been a touch greater, he would have been the one to see through her. Fortunately, she bore no ill intentions, and even offered a timely warning regarding the matter of the iron pillar. Little Feng, Qin Yu dashed in with a beaming smile, instinctively pinching his cheek as she joyfully exclaimed, "Tomorrow, I shall commence my work at the Misty Rain Pavilion in the marketplace. They provide meals and lodging for a mere 3 spirit stones a month, allowing you the peace of mind to attend to your affairs." Misty Rain Pavilion? I have never heard of such a place before. What exactly does it entail? I'm not quite sure either. Mother mentioned that it is a shop owned by an old friend of hers and encouraged me to go without hesitation. If you find yourself missing me, simply visit the Misty Rain Pavilion. What is your mother's name? I do not know. The other day, I heard someone call her, and it seemed her surname was Li. Qin Feng meticulously questioned for an extended period, gradually unraveling the intricacies of the situation. The shadow he initially discovered was likely in pursuit of Qin Yu, as cultivators possess numerous methods to locate their own bloodlines. Subsequently, that woman began to frequently appear in Qin Yu's life, accompanying her on shopping excursions by day. And after becoming familiar through shared crafts, she employed a bloodletting ritual to affirm their bond. Qin Feng had just seen it as well. The relationship between the mother and daughter was most likely genuine. The transformation of a biological sister into one of different parentage was quite a shock for him. Fortunately, the other party held a distinguished status, thus not tarnishing the image of his sister. After a brief conversation and advising her to rest early, Qin Feng stepped outside. The wind howled fiercely, while the grass and foliage rustled intermittently, creating a symphony of sounds. Qin Feng strode directly into the grass outside his home, his expression impassive as he delivered a kick to the shadowy figure beneath him. "There's no need to hide. They've already seen our undergarments." Taizhu rubbed his backside, turning to sit on the grass, his tone laced with confusion. "Brother Feng, what on earth is going on?" Without offering an explanation, Qin Feng directly reached for the black hood of Taizhu. Although Taizhu attempted to evade him, he could not outpace Qin Feng. Under the moonlight, Taizhu's eyes glowed crimson, his face as pale as parchment, with a web-like black substance spreading across his skin. From his neck to his entire body, he bore a grotesque appearance resembling that of a monster. "Brother Feng, I must look frightful like this," Taizhu exclaimed, trying to don the hood, only to have his hand thwarted by Qin Feng. "What a fright. I have watched you grow up. You now merely have a few more hairs." Qin Feng spoke nonchalantly. Yet within his heart, he felt a profound shock. For Iron Pillar, devoid of a heartbeat and flowing blood, the only distinction from the lifeless was his ability to move and possess awareness. Sensing that Qin Feng's attitude remained unchanged, Iron Pillar's eyes suddenly glistened with moisture. What a pity for a man of stature to weep so inconsolably. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and inquired, "I am about to return to my cave for cultivation. Where have you been residing these days?" Taizhu fell silent, a rigid and awkward expression creeping onto his face. "Do you have nowhere to go?" Chapter 14. The grand opening of King Feng's Misty Rain Tower. The two traveled at an astonishing pace. One sprinted with all his might, while the other moved on all fours, resembling a wild beast. In but a brief moment, Qin Feng brought Taizhu to his cave. The cave was sparsely furnished, with nothing but a spirit-gathering array within. A glimmer of envy flickered in Taizhu's eyes as he remarked, "Brother Feng, I never anticipated you managed to acquire a spirit-gathering array. Your cultivation speed will undoubtedly accelerate significantly." Qin Feng, devoid of arrogance, spoke earnestly to Taizhu. "I cannot exhaust it alone. If you can make use of it, then by all means, share it." He continued, "The path I tread differs from yours. I do not require spiritual energy." A wry smile crept across Taizhu's face as he sought a clean spot to prepare for a long slumber. Qin Feng, filled with curiosity, turned to Taizhu and inquired, "What cultivation technique do you practice? Show me if you will. Do you wish to practice it as well? I would advise against it. For Sister Yu still requires your care." Though reluctant, Taizhu retrieved a crumpled tome from his pocket, the Corpse Refinement Technique. The Corpse Refinement Technique promises resurrection from the brink of death, transforming the practitioner into an indomitable corpse, navigating the path through the essence of the deceased. However, its progression is painstakingly slow, necessitating the consumption of copious amounts of fresh blood. It appears that this method bears resemblance to that of a vampire. Having long been curious about Taizhu's cultivation principles, Qin Feng finally grasped the essence of it. Qin Feng was not concerned about Taizhu indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent, but rather worried that his cultivation was too feeble, making him an easy prey for those so-called righteous path pursuers in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng spoke to him. "I know a master who can refine cultivation techniques. Your current corpse refining art is far too rudimentary. Once it's improved, I shall pass it on to you. How does that sound? Whatever. I've already memorized it anyway, Taiju replied with nonchalance, waving his hand dismissively before sprawling on the ground and promptly falling into a deep slumber. Qin Feng said nothing further and immediately began his intense cultivation. The moment the five sovereigns' Qi technique activated, the spirit-gathering array sensed the depletion of spiritual energy within, promptly commencing the absorption of the celestial energies to maintain a quintuple potency of spiritual power within the formation. After several hours, Taiju rose from the ground in an exceedingly peculiar manner. The dark patterns on his face had multiplied, now extending to his lips, which were entirely black. I am so hungry, Brother Feng. I shall go find something to eat, Taiju mumbled, then strode out of the cave. It was only after his figure had completely vanished that Qin Feng opened his eyes, quietly stowing away 2 fire serpent talismans into his storage ring before resuming his cultivation. At dawn, Taiju returned. His complexion had returned to normal, his belly round and full, exuding a strong scent of blood, though not that of human origin. Upon his return, Taiju also sat cross-legged in a corner of the cave to cultivate, without disturbing anyone throughout the entire process. Taiju, I will make a trip to the market. Qin Feng addressed Taiju with a single utterance before swiftly departing the cave to head towards the bustling marketplace. After a brief moment, Taiju opened his eyes and retrieved a pair of sharp claws, dark and gleaming with a metallic luster, from his bosom. Gazing at the claws for an extended period, he raised his hand and struck himself fiercely across the face, lamenting, "How could I, treated so by Brother Feng, still harbor suspicions against him? I am truly wretched." The early morning at Qingefeng was remarkably lively. Vendors had already set up their stalls along the streets, eagerly awaiting potential customers, while the shops lining the thoroughfare had also opened their doors, though few patrons graced them with their presence. Ultimately, Qingefeng was rather secluded. In terms of spiritual energy and geographical positioning, it was the least favorable, and thus, it was hardly a gathering place for numerous cultivators. Qin Feng donned a black robe, enveloping himself completely, while leisurely chewing on dried beef, trailing behind Qin Yu at a languid pace. As she walked, she also scanned her surroundings. After navigating through 2 bustling streets, she finally spotted their destination at a secluded corner. It was a 3-story building, resplendent in crimson, with a sturdy sign emblazoned above, boldly proclaiming the name Yanyu Tower in grand characters. At the entrance, an array of rice, flour, and meat was displayed, with countless common folk patiently queuing to receive their share. This was indeed the place. A look of delight illuminated Qin Yu's face as she excitedly clutched a sword-shaped jade pendant and ventured further inside. The young servant at the entrance initially intended to obstruct her, but upon glimpsing the jade pendant in her hand, he immediately altered his demeanor. "My lady, what brings you here?" This scene was clearly observed by Qin Feng, who stood in the background, and he quietly began to form his own conjectures. It seemed that this Yanyu Tower was likely not a place of friendship but was probably related to Qin Yu's mother. Esteemed guest, today marks the grand opening of our Yanyu Tower at Qingefeng, and we are offering a special discount of 20% on swords purchased today. Buying a sword? For what purpose? Should you have adversaries and find it inconvenient to confront them personally, you may procure a sword from our Yanyu Tower to assist you in resolving such matters. The price of the sword is determined by the strength of the target. Qin Feng, fully aware of the implications, discerned that the Misty Rain Tower was likely a publicly recognized assassin organization. To gauge the other party's capabilities, he casually inquired, "Is it possible to kill a cultivator at the nascent soul stage?" The attendant's expression shifted momentarily, revealing dissatisfaction as he replied, "If this esteemed guest is willing to pay the price, we would even sell a sword capable of slaying a nascent soul cultivator. However, if you are merely jesting, I suggest you seek amusement elsewhere." Qin Feng nodded slightly, then turned and departed, his peculiar behavior prompting the servant to mutter a few complaints about his ill fortune. The inhabitants of the Misty Rain Pavilion are truly extraordinary. Though not cultivators, they possess a strange aura. Indeed, the world of cultivation is a vibrant tapestry of diversity. With a sigh of contemplation, Qin Feng proceeded directly to the largest cultivator's shop in Qingefeng. The obscure technique of corpse refining practiced by Taiju piqued his interest, prompting him to seek out similar texts with the hope of amalgamating them into a superior cultivation method. While solitary strength is commendable, having a reliable ally can prove to be equally advantageous. "I apologize, esteemed guest, but we do not possess the items you seek," responded a middle-aged man who received Qin Feng. Upon merely glancing at the corpse refining technique, his expression immediately darkened. If we do not have it, then so be it. Qin Feng, unwilling to stir up further trouble, promptly turned to the next establishment. I apologize, but we do not carry such items in our shop. How bold of the sinister cultivator to venture out in broad daylight to make a purchase. After encountering repeated setbacks, Qin Feng was on the verge of giving up when, quite unexpectedly, he spotted the Qi Yuan pavilion before him. Though modest in size, this shop was familiar to him. Qin Feng adjusted his black robe and strode in nonchalantly while chewing on some beef jerky. The young woman inside recognized him at once, her eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. My esteemed friend, you have returned. What might you wish to purchase this time? Without uttering a word, Qin Feng silently placed the Corpse Refinement Sutra on the table. The book's cover was soiled and tattered, exuding an unpleasant, rancid odor. The young girl frowned, and Qin Feng awkwardly covered his nose with his hand. That wretched Taiju shows no regard for hygiene. My friend, you hardly appear to be a sinister cultivator. How is it that you possess such an item? Furthermore, this kind of technique is not accepted by our Qi Yuan pavilion. I dare say no one in the entire Qingdefang would welcome it. Qin Feng chewed on the beef jerky. Unconcernedly inquiring, I wish to purchase it. Is it possible? Acquiring it is rather challenging, although this is the most fundamental technique among the heretical cultivators. It is seldom available for sale. 500 spirit stones for 1 volume. Deal. The girl's expression brightened, and she proudly proclaimed, I, Zilinger, conduct more business than everyone combined in the entirety of Qingdefang. Should you have any other transactions in the future, do remember to seek me out. Although the other party agreed so readily, Qin Feng felt no elation. Instead, he secretly regretted his decision. He had offered too high a price. Qin Feng acquired 3 identical volumes of the Corpse Refinement Technique, spending a total of 1,500 spirit stones. With great enthusiasm, Zilinger hurried back to her chamber, rummaging through her belongings. In mere moments, she produced 3 identical manuals of the Corpse Refinement Technique. After gathering all 4 volumes of the technique, Qin Feng shifted his focus back to Zilinger. Is there anything else you desire? She inquired. A Dan furnace, the formula for foundational elixirs, true fire charcoal, and medicinal herbs, he replied. Chapter 15. Cultivating immortality is not merely about combat. The Dan furnace and the foundational elixir formula are quite valuable, among all the items. Only the true fire charcoal and the crafted medicinal herbs are somewhat more affordable. Qin Feng procured 30 sets of materials for refining foundation establishment pills, along with 20 fire serpent talismans, and exchanged them for a slightly larger yellow-grade storage ring of medium quality. In total, his expenditures amounted to over 36,000 spirit stones. Not only had he depleted his savings, but he had also exhausted the pills synthesized from the waste elixirs that Taiju had previously pilfered. As he departed from Qingdefang, with a contented hum, Qin Feng reveled in his modest circumstances, although he appeared destitute. The prospect of refining 30 sets of foundational elixirs promised at least 100 inferior pills. With his remarkable skills in synthesis, he foresaw a substantial fortune on the horizon. With his sister absent from home, Qin Feng decided against returning, opting instead to head directly to his cave dwelling. Upon arrival, however, he was taken aback. A new opening had been carved into the stone wall beside his cave, suggesting the beginnings of a 3-room layout. At that moment, Taiju was crouched at the entrance, engrossed in examining an object. Upon noticing Qin Feng's return, he hurried over, clutching what appeared to be a piece of parchment. As he drew nearer, Qin Feng discerned that it was a piece of sheepskin, adorned with a pattern reminiscent of pinpricks. Brother Feng, could you help me ascertain the authenticity of this map? Taiju inquired, his face a mask of confusion. During his time at private school, he had often been distracted by the pursuit of bird eggs, and the only characters he recognized were those taught to him by Qin Feng. The map bore the inscription Jinming Mountain, Shuntian Prefecture, along with a multitude of bizarre symbols that Qin Feng could not decipher. It is likely genuine, Qin Feng mused. But what kind of map is this? My late master mentioned that it marks the resting place of a malevolent cultivator from the Golden Elixir stage, rumored to conceal numerous treasures. Should we consider venturing there in the near future? Given our current cultivation levels, we could easily fall victim to a mere trap, let alone contend with other dangers. Perhaps it is best to postpone such an expedition for now. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and then gestured towards the adjacent 3-bedroom apartment, inquiring, Are you planning to reside here permanently? Taiju grinned, revealing his sharp fangs, and replied with a smile, Aside from this place, I have no other destination. Should you ever decide to move, be sure to call me. I intend to follow you for the rest of my life. They then returned to the cave dwelling. Qin Feng skillfully combined the 4 volumes of the corpse refining art into 2, and subsequently into 1, resulting in the Extreme Polar Corpse Sovereign technique. This technique harnesses the essence of corpses, allowing for remarkably swift cultivation. It requires the absorption of malevolent, yin, turbid, and miasmic energies, which must be concentrated within the body to counteract all forms of yin entities. Upon synthesis, the Extreme Polar Corpse Sovereign technique proved to be vastly superior to the Yin Corpse technique, both in its methodology and its malevolent nature. Most importantly, its cultivation speed rivals that of Qin Feng's current 5 Emperors Qi induction technique. After entrusting the newly merged technique to Taizhu, Qin Feng retreated to his cave dwelling to resume his intensive training. The inherent speed of the 5 Emperors Qi induction technique, further enhanced by an advanced spirit gathering array, allowed Qin Feng to progress at an astonishing rate. To address the issue of spirit stone consumption, he would occasionally set up a pill furnace in his spare time to experiment with alchemy. However, in the initial stages, lacking experience, he reduced all the medicinal materials to ashes, failing to produce even a single waste pill. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng's cultivation has finally ascended to the 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Within a sea of Qi, 5 distinct colors of spiritual energy swirl gently, abundant and vibrant. As he stretches his body, the sound of cracking bones resonates throughout, and Qin Feng feels an exhilarating clarity wash over him. With his breakthrough in cultivation, his physique has also strengthened. He senses that he could effortlessly dispatch a bull with a single punch. Just as Qin Feng intends to exit his cave dwelling for a breath of fresh air, a sudden explosive sound erupts from outside the cave of the Iron Pillar. Following the explosion, a cacophony of furious shouts ensues. "You vermin! You have harmed my senior brothers and sisters, and yet dare to construct your cave here. Come forth and face your demise. If you do not show yourselves within 3 breaths, do not blame us for collapsing your wretched lair." As Qin Feng approached the entrance of the cave, he peered through the intricate illusion array outside. He beheld a group of young cultivators, each adorned in diverse attire, exuding an aura of hostility as they blocked the entrance to the Iron Pillar's cave. At the rear stood an elderly man, his hair as white as snow and sporting a goatee, commanding the scene. The old man's gaze was somber, emanating an extraordinarily potent presence. Qin Feng immediately discerned the exceptional prowess of this elder, estimating him to possess at least the strength of the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Sensing an unseen observer, the white-haired elder turned abruptly, yet his eyes were met only by a stone wall, prompting him to voice his confusion. Despite the apparent emptiness, an unsettling feeling of being watched lingered. Before he could ponder further, the cave erupted in a billowing cloud of black smoke. "You dare trespass into my sanctum? Seek death." The figure of the Iron Pillar materialized at the cave's entrance, his eyes radiating a violet glow and revealing elongated fangs that seemed to emerge and retract. His inky hair cascaded behind him like a living entity, merely standing at the entrance. The dark energy surrounding him began to spread as if it possessed a will of its own. The young cultivators, witnessing this spectacle, were instantly stricken with terror, retreating hastily behind the white-haired elder. "You are a malevolent cultivator. Your fate is sealed. My master will not spare you," they clamored. The elder's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the Iron Pillar, stating, "Fellow Taoist Qin Feng, I trust you are well. What did you call me? Fellow Taoist Qin? Qin Zun?" The elder's face was a mask of bewilderment, while the Iron Pillar remained silent, his brow furrowed. Suppressing a laugh from within the illusion array, Qin Feng observed the scene unfold. It was highly likely that this group belonged to Zhao Kang's sect, having already lost 2 disciples and now seeking retribution. They had indeed found the right place, yet they were lamenting at the wrong grave. Noticing that his master showed no intent to act, the young cultivators grew increasingly anxious. "Master, he is a malevolent cultivator. The forces of righteousness and evil cannot coexist. You must eliminate this fiend." The white-haired elder cast a stern glance at them before turning back to the Iron Pillar with a forced smile, saying, "My disciples are young and impetuous. Please do not take offense. I have come today to inquire whether you have seen my rebellious disciple Zhao Kang and Chenling." "I have seen them. I killed them." "What of it?" The Iron Pillar's gaze darkened, his voice gravelly as if echoing the wails of 1,000 spirits. "These 2 have long oppressed the common folk in Qingefeng, committing countless atrocities. Fellow Taoist Qin, your actions in eliminating them have indeed cleared the way for me, and I am profoundly grateful." The elder bowed once more and, without a backward glance, turned to depart. Only after everyone had left did the Iron Pillar retract the black smoke, sitting at the entrance of the cave. His expression clouded as he gazed toward Qin Feng's location. Brother Feng, why did you not reveal yourself? Together, we could have captured them all. Qin Feng, clutching his belly and smiling, emerged from the maze, mimicking the gestures of the elder by cupping his fist in salute. Why are you so agitated, Daoist Qin? Alas, I could shoulder this burden for you. Truly unfortunate. Taizhu sighed helplessly, then retrieved a dark red Qiankuan bag from his bosom and tossed it into Qin Feng's hands. A few days prior, while hunting in the mountains, he had encountered a female corpse, ravaged beyond recognition by wild wolves. At the time, he found it peculiar that a murderer would leave behind the belongings of the deceased. Now, however, the reason had become clear. Nevertheless, Taizhu remained troubled by the earlier group of people, the proverbial duck that had flown away from his grasp. Taizhu, remember this. While cultivating immortality may not revolve around the complexities of human relationships, it certainly is not merely about conflict and bloodshed. Everyone's path of cultivation is arduous, and sometimes it is unnecessary to fight to the death. Yet, one must remain vigilant against treachery. Later, I shall assist you in devising a couple of formations. With that, Qin Feng made his way towards Qingafeng Market, leaving Taizhu deep in contemplation at the cave's entrance. Isn't cultivation about conflict and bloodshed? What, then, is it? Taizhu pondered, resting his chin on his hand, repeatedly reflecting on the meaning of those words. Chapter 16, by Wang Daoist, deceased. As Qin Feng passed through Qinghe village, he cast a glance at his home. The remnants of collapsed eaves and walls lay charred and gray, the aftermath of a fire leaving a desolate scene, with what remained reduced to ruins. At the spot where the courtyard gate once stood, a man in his 30s, bearing a flying sword, stood motionless, seemingly waiting for something. Qin Feng squinted at the middle-aged man, who exuded a palpable aura of menace. Once he confirmed that his sister's presence was absent, Qin Feng solemnly inquired, "Brother, was this your doing?" The man, initially poised to respond with indignation, found himself silenced by the formidable surge of spiritual energy emanating from Qin Feng. He quickly clarified, "This is a misunderstanding. My master, the White Elder, has commanded me to remain here, awaiting the return of the esteemed Qin Shenzhen, to compensate him with 1,000 spirit stones. I am Qin Feng," he interjected. "Return to your master and inform him that within this place reside the spirit tablets of my parents, along with 3,000 spirit stones. If he wishes to avoid demise, he must promptly bring 5,000 spirit stones, otherwise there shall be no end to this conflict. Are you not a malevolent practitioner?" The middle-aged man gazed at Qin Feng in sheer horror, his feet betraying him as they began to move involuntarily to the side, before he hastily fled towards the direction of Qingafeng. Qin Feng, disinclined to elaborate, leisurely followed the middle-aged man, intending to personally demand the spirit stones. However, midway through their journey, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Every few steps along the path lay the lifeless bodies of cultivators, a stark contrast to the usual scene. Could it be that some significant calamity had transpired? In his heart, Qin Feng harbored a sense of doubt as he followed the individuals ahead into the bustling marketplace. After traversing several narrow alleyways, he ultimately found himself within an opulent courtyard. "Master, someone has come." A middle-aged man rushed into the courtyard in a state of panic, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Immediately, 5 or 6 agile figures emerged in response. The air was thick with the fragrance of incense, and shortly thereafter, an elderly man, distinguished by his white hair, appeared from the main hall. Upon seeing Qin Feng, whose aura radiated fury, he did not display anger but instead performed a respectful bow, completing the customary greetings before inquiring, "Might I ask, are you the esteemed Qin Feng? You have burned down my home, yet you remain unaware of my identity?" At this moment, Qin Feng set aside all notions of decorum and directly employed his divination technique to discern the true nature of the elderly man. Bai Wang, a 6th-level Qi refining practitioner of the wood element, he was not as easy to dispatch as one might slay a mere dog. Yet overcoming him within 5 exchanges posed no challenge. Upon feeling Qin Feng's gaze, which seemed hauntingly familiar, Bai Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. He had encountered such a penetrating gaze before, in front of that demonic cultivator's lair. Realizing he had chosen the wrong sect, Bai Wang quickly recognized that this figure might prove to be even more formidable than the fiend himself. Regaining his composure, Bai Wang hastily offered a series of ingratiating smiles, exclaiming, "Dear Daoist Qin, please do not take offense. This is indeed a misunderstanding. I shall compensate you with 5,000 spirit stones at once." With that, he swiftly retrieved a Qiankuan bag from his waist, filled it with spirit stones, and tossed it towards Qin Feng. The sound of the stones landing echoed in the air. Qin Feng did not reach out to catch it. Instead, he He allowed the spirit stone pouch to fall to the ground and then pointed towards a nearby young woman. Retrieve the spirit stones from within. All right. The young woman shivered slightly and promptly picked up the pouch, extracting a total of 5,000 stones, neither more nor less. It seems I have indeed overreacted. Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the woman suddenly began to tremble violently, foaming at the mouth. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, as Qin Feng and the Taoist exchanged bewildered glances. After a brief pause, Qin Feng effortlessly lifted the blazing sword with one hand while skillfully wielding the golden knife technique with the other. His initial move was nothing short of extraordinary, causing the elderly Bai Wang to change his expression dramatically as he exclaimed, "Fellow cultivator, we are within the confines of Qingdefeng Market. It is forbidden for practitioners to engage in combat here." Qin Feng reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall not cause a significant disturbance." Qin Feng's expression turned icy as the fiery sword and the golden blade technique surged toward his opponent. The white-clad Taoist revealed a glimmer of fear in his eyes and promptly summoned an earthen wall to shield himself, while simultaneously slapping a swift movement talisman onto his body. Intending to make his escape, "You shall not evade me." Qin Feng fixed his cold gaze upon him. The hand that had once held the flying sword, now forming a precise gesture unbeknownst to him. The white elder Taoist, with steely determination in his eyes, retrieved a talisman that was entirely waxen yellow, radiating waves of golden light, and infused it with spiritual energy. In an instant, a colossal transparent golden bell enveloped the white elder Taoist, effectively shielding him from the onslaught of the fiery flying sword and the golden blade. A golden bell talisman? If only you would willingly compensate me with spiritual stones, I would not resort to depleting such a valuable treasure. A look of regret flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he once again unleashed his golden blade technique upon the golden bell, while the fiery flying sword relentlessly struck the bell above. Even a foundational stage cultivator would find it impossible to breach my golden bell talisman. Perhaps you should conserve your strength, Taoist Qin. The disdainful expression of Taoist Bai Wang indicated his intent to depart. Suddenly, his countenance shifted as he realized that his feet had been ensnared by resilient vines. This was Qin Feng's newly acquired vine technique. "Master." Observing Taoist Bai Wang at a disadvantage, over a dozen disciples nearby became incensed, brandishing their flying swords and talismans, poised to attack Qin Feng. At that moment, a thick black mist enveloped the courtyard, accompanied by an imperious voice that resounded, "Make a move, and I shall drain your essence." Iron Pillar's eyes glimmered with a violet hue, his disheveled appearance striking terror into the hearts of the already fearful young disciples, rendering them immobile. "You are all in cahoots." Upon the arrival of Iron Pillar, fear was palpable in Taoist Bai Wang's gaze. Iron Pillar glanced at the golden bell barrier, then at the incessantly assaulting fiery flying sword. "Brother Feng, allow me to assist. Your method is rather sluggish," he declared, and with that, Iron Pillar dropped to all fours, lunging at Taoist Bai Wang like a wild wolf. Bang! 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 The black mist swirled around the golden bell barrier, and the sound of incessant pounding echoed, as if countless claws were scratching at an iron pot. In but a moment, a fissure appeared on the surface of the golden bell barrier. To Taoist Bai Wang, it felt as though the crack was not merely in the barrier but in his very heart. He shouted desperately, "Taoist friends, shall we cease hostilities here?" Iron Pillar offered no reply, intensifying his assault, while Qin Feng silently guided the flying sword to augment its force. Crack! The golden bell barrier shattered, reverting to its talismanic form. Taoist Bai Wang's complexion paled dramatically as he hastily gestured to cast a spell in defense, only to be pierced through the chest by the fiery flying sword. "Run!" A voice cried out from the crowd, and in that instant, they disregarded Iron Pillar's intimidation, fleeing with increasing speed. Qin Feng approached with familiarity, beginning to examine the corpse, while Taizhu entered the house to scavenge. After sweeping away all valuable items, Taizhu anxiously inquired, "Brother Feng, are you aware of what has transpired at your home?" "I've settled matters with that old fellow." With a grave expression, Taizhu continued, "While descending the mountain earlier, I stopped to find something to eat and witnessed numerous cultivators dead in the mountains. I am uncertain about the events that have unfolded recently. You should return for now. I will investigate what has occurred." "Understood." After leaving the alley, Qin Feng promptly made his way toward the Misty Rain Tower. The recent chaos in the vicinity of Qingdefeng signified that something significant had happened. The Misty Rain Tower would undoubtedly hold the key to the truth. The author would like to express a note regarding the rules for additional updates. Chapter 17. Why is it so difficult to live a peaceful life? Emerging from the alley, I walked along the street, Qin Feng then realized that the number of street vendors had significantly diminished, and even the people on the streets had become scarce. Whether common folk or cultivators, everyone seemed to be in a hurry, with a heavy atmosphere lingering in the air. It appeared that withdrawing into seclusion for too long was not advisable after all. Qin Feng felt a profound sense of confusion, as if he were disconnected from society. The entrance of the Misty Rain Tower was eerily deserted. Countless servants busily packed and organized belongings, oblivious to anyone who might have entered. Upon stepping into the grand hall of the Misty Rain Tower, he found that all the items that needed to be moved had already been relocated. Qin Yu sat behind the counter, her expression tinged with sorrow, and the aura surrounding her had markedly changed from before. As if she had embarked on a unique path of cultivation. Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback, and then exclaimed, "Sister, what on earth are you all doing?" Qin Yu raised her head and cast a glance, a smile gracing her features as she promptly emerged from behind the counter. "Brother, where have you been during this time? I have searched for you several times, but could not find you." Qin Yu held Qin Feng tightly in her embrace, her hands roaming over him, as if fearing he might be missing an arm or a leg. "Sister, I merely secluded myself for a period of cultivation, and upon my return. The atmosphere feels rather off. What exactly has transpired?" Qin Yu turned and poured a cup of tea, offering it to Qin Feng. Then sighed as she spoke. "I have been seeking you out to share this matter. Until recently, everything was well. However, half a month ago, my mother received alarming news. The Emperor of the Jin Kingdom, in a bid to defy fate and alter his destiny, has allied with the Howren sect to establish the Tai Grand Formation within the borders of the Jin territory. This formation is said to have the power to siphon the essence of celestial beings. Once activated, it will render the area devoid of spiritual energy, subjecting the common people to various calamities and disasters. Those who have caught wind of this news have been migrating in droves. It is clear that we cannot remain in the Jin Kingdom any longer." Qin Yu spoke with confidence regarding the intricate formations and spiritual energies, evidently having acquired considerable knowledge during her time at the Misty Rain Tower. "Where do you intend to go?" she inquired. "The headquarters of the Misty Rain Tower is in the Zhao Kingdom, but I wish to accompany you. Wherever you go, I shall follow." She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and smiled at Qin Feng. A wry smile flickered across Qin Feng's face as he silently sipped his tea. He had originally intended to procure more supplies and settle permanently in the mountain cave dwelling, perhaps cultivating medicinal fields once his cultivation advanced. Never did he anticipate the despicable maneuver from the Golden Empire's emperor. The so-called Howren sect, or the Golden Emperor, mattered little to Qin Feng. His sole concern was his sister's safety. After all, she remained his only kin in this vast world. Finishing his tea, Qin Feng acquired a meticulously drawn map detailing various kingdoms, sects, and cultivation clans. The Qinghe quarter happened to be situated in northern Golden Empire, marking the southernmost edge of the cultivation realm on the map. 300 li northward lay Zhao Kingdom's territory, where spiritual energy grew increasingly abundant the further north one traveled. Surveying the map, Qin Feng couldn't suppress a heavy sigh. How arduous it proved to simply establish a peaceful home and live undisturbed. Qin Yu stood beside the counter, resting her chin on one hand, her expression one of bewilderment as she remarked, "If you do not intend to go to Zhao, you must at least depart from Jin. The path my sister is currently treading diverges from yours. Following you would only render me a burden, no matter where you choose to venture. You must not stray too far from Zhao. Should you contemplate a long journey, you must inform me." Qin Yu turned her head, an expression of subtle pleading in her eyes. Over the past 2 to 3 months, her life had undergone a profound transformation. Although she had not suffered at the Misty Rain Tower and her mother had treated her well, Qin Yu found herself longing for the days spent in the thatched cottage. "Sister, rest assured, I will not stray too far from you." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng resolved to migrate towards the Zhao Kingdom. This choice was twofold. It would keep him close to his sister, and it would also facilitate Iron Pillar, who would undoubtedly wish to bring his parents along, making Zhao a suitable destination. After a leisurely chat, the siblings parted ways following a meal at a nearby tavern. The Tai Great Formation was set to activate within half a month at the latest. While it would not immediately bring about death, the Misty Rain Tower, being a business, needed to evacuate without delay. To ease Qin Feng's anxiety, Qin Yu shared numerous details about the Misty Rain Tower. She spoke of her cultivation path, which involved the Tao of Killing, akin to Iron Pillar's Corpse Tao, as well as the Ghost Tao, Gu Tao, and the Tao of Incense Spirits, among others. The master of the Misty Rain Tower, named Li Qingqing, had once assassinated 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, among other feats. Upon learning this information, Qin Feng felt a surge of happiness. The stronger Li Qingqing was, the safer his sister would be. Only then could he devote himself wholeheartedly to his own cultivation. As for where he would practice, it mattered little to Qin Feng. He returned to his cave dwelling. Qin Feng originally intended to share this news with Taizhu first. However, he found that the latter was not at home. Inside the cave, there lay a disarray of straw, resembling that of a wild boar's den. Qin Feng returned to his cave for cultivation, and it was not until dusk that Taizhu leisurely returned, carrying half a wild boar. With a thud, he tossed the meat onto the ground, then produced a variety of seasonings from his pocket. He called out to Qin Feng's cave, "Brother Feng, come out. Let us feast on roasted meat together." As Qin Feng stepped out of the cave dwelling, he had already kindled a fire, wielding an inexplicably procured kitchen knife. He was slicing meat with practiced ease. Only when the sizzling roast began exuding its tantalizing aroma did Qin Feng retrieve 2 jars of wine from his storage ring. "Brother Feng, I cannot hold my liquor. You should drink alone," Taizhu mumbled indistinctly between voracious bites of wild boar leg. His words nearly lost amidst his carnivorous feasting. Qin Feng nodded, simultaneously consuming food while recounting the tales of the Jin Kingdom and the Howren sect to Taizhu. Upon learning that the Tai Grand Formation sought to absorb the essence of the celestial beings, resulting in widespread suffering among the populace, Taizhu felt an immediate loss of appetite for the meat in his hand. That wretched emperor, why must he bring ruin upon my parents while pursuing his own path to immortality? And what nonsense is this Howren sect? I shall surely bring them to ruin one day. As Taizhu chewed on the meat, a fierce glimmer ignited in his eyes. Any onlooker witnessing this scene would likely be struck with terror. Noticing Taizhu's defiance, Qin Feng offered solace. "We are currently too weak to confront them directly. You must focus on your cultivation. In the future, should you ascend to become a celestial or demonic sovereign, it would be trivial to sacrifice an entire realm, let alone a mere nation. Time is of the essence, for I must venture to Jinming Mountain in search of my destiny." Taizhu, with a look of urgency, turned to Qin Feng and said, "Brother Feng, I will return home shortly to inform my parents to gather their belongings and await us. Let us head to Jinming Mountain tonight, shall we?" Jinming Mountain in Shuntian Prefecture lies approximately 100 miles from Qingafeng. If all goes well, a round trip could be completed in a single day. The resting place of a Jiadan period cultivator likely harbors many treasures. As a practitioner of the dark arts, Taizhu need not worry about any disputes over spoils. "Shall we set off this evening?" "Excellent. The sooner, the better." Taizhu's face brightened, and he promptly discarded the roasted meat. Sprinting towards Qinghe village, Qin Feng ventured to Qingafeng, procuring some fire snake talismans, swift movement talismans, and various other charms. Chapter 18. The night raid on Jinming Mountain. Under the cloak of night, 2 shadowy figures swiftly navigated through the dense forest on the rear mountain of Qinghe village. One figure moved with the grace of a predator, propelling itself from the ground with astonishing force, leaping several zhang with each bound. The other shadow, maintaining a more conventional pace, exhibited a light-footedness that allowed it to effortlessly cover 8 or 9 feet with each stride, surpassing even the speed of a galloping horse. Amidst the dark thicket where visibility was near zero, the only sound was the crisp crackle of dry leaves beneath their feet. The distance of 100 li was but a fleeting moment for the duo, akin to the burning of a single incense stick. Ahead loomed Jinming Mountain, its silhouette reminiscent of a rooster. Standing atop a massive boulder, Taizhu excitedly pointed towards the mountain's rooster-like shape. Jinming Mountain lay in a remote area, desolate for miles around, and with the cover of night, it presented the perfect opportunity for treasure hunting. "Let us proceed, Brother Feng," he urged. "But do keep your voice down. It would be troublesome should there be anyone meditating nearby." Upon hearing this, Taizhu instantly became vigilant, scrutinizing their surroundings. They slowed their pace, cautiously approaching the direction of Jinming Mountain. Upon arrival, Taizhu pulled out a map for a brief inspection, then retrieved a small white porcelain vial from his robes, extracting some powder to apply to his nose. He then began to sniff around intently, his simplistic method leaving Qin Feng astonished. "Is this method reliable?" Qin Feng inquired. "Of course. It's a technique taught by my late master." Taizhu replied with a proud grin, continuing his olfactory search for the resting place of the Golden Core practitioner. As time passed, Taizhu made 2 more applications of the powder before pausing. "Found it. It's right at the chicken's rear," he exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a large slope that indeed resembled the rear of a rooster. Just as he was about to advance with eager anticipation, Qin Feng's expression suddenly shifted, and he grabbed Taizhu tightly. "Brother Feng, what is it?" Qin Feng remained silent, casting an anxious glance at the surrounding environment before swiftly tugging Taizhu towards a nearby ravine. The ravine was shallow, encircled by scattered rocks, making it an ideal hiding spot. Once they took refuge in the ravine, Taiju sensed something amiss and, in frustration, remarked, after all the effort to seek treasure, "I never anticipated others would arrive as well. They are likely just passers-by. Let us wait and see." Qin Feng concealed himself within the crevice of a massive rock, intently gazing outside through the narrow gap. Both he and Taiju held their breath, employing their skills to minimize their presence to the utmost degree. Before long, a series of piercing sounds resonated from beyond the mountain gorge. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Feng exchanged a glance with Taiju, both of them furrowing their brows. The ability to fly indicated a strength of at least the foundation establishment stage. Crack! A woman clad in black swiftly descended beside the gorge, her footsteps resonating heavily. She scanned her surroundings and, without hesitation, advanced towards the depths of the gorge. Although her spiritual energy was in disarray, it surpassed that of an average Qi refinement practitioner by a significant margin. It was evident at a glance that she was a foundation establishment cultivator. However, her current injuries had left her at her wit's end, which was why she sought refuge in this location. Qin Feng felt his heart racing wildly, yearning to rush out and deliver a sharp slap to inform her of their presence. However, he was also apprehensive of the pursuing enemies. Suddenly, the woman paused after taking just a couple of steps. She cast a puzzled glance toward the direction of Qin Feng and Taiju, then decisively chose another crevice between the massive rocks, evidently having detected their presence. "Brother Feng, what should we do now?" Taiju asked, his face contorted with anxiety, clutching a pair of black claws tightly in his hands. Had it not been for Qin Feng restraining him, he would have charged out. "Let us wait and see. If it comes to that, we shall make our escape from that side." Qin Feng pointed towards the gap beside him, suggesting that slipping through would grant him the freedom to soar high like a bird. Noticing that the other party had already realized his intentions, Qin Feng decided to drop the pretense. He flipped his hand and retrieved 5 fire serpent talismans from his storage ring, while simultaneously affixing 2 swift movement talismans to his legs. The movements of Qin Feng were so subtle that they were nearly inaudible. In stark contrast, Taiju was incessantly rummaging through his storage ring, his 2 black-clawed weapons clanking noisily beneath him. "If you wish to avoid death, quiet down." A cold voice echoed from the opposite side of the mountain, prompting Taiju to restrain himself and grasp the claws once more. At that moment, a sound resembling a piercing wind filled the air. Soon, a vessel akin to a wooden boat, measuring approximately 30 feet in length, floated into view above the mountain gorge. Standing upon it were 5 or 6 young men and women clad in azure robes, wielding flying swords. Although the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from them were not as formidable as those of the woman encountered earlier, their numbers compensated for it. They were at least at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Qin Feng concealed himself behind a stone, his grip tightening around the fire serpent talisman. At that moment, voices emerged from outside. "The enchantress just vanished from this very spot. She must be hiding nearby." One of them urged, "Do not panic. To capture that sorceress, I have brought my master's heavenly inquiry disc. This time, she shall not escape." Before them stood a man wielding a palm-sized purple compass. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the needle began to spin immediately. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed from the mountain gorge, and the scene fell into an immediate silence. Qin Feng furrowed his brow at Taiju, who immediately shook his head to indicate that the noise had not originated from him. At that moment, the 5 figures outside had leapt down from their flying vessel, weapons drawn, vigilantly scanning the ravine for any signs of concealed individuals. The leader, his expression impassive, called out, "Enchantress, surrender the coveted longevity grass, and we, the longevity sword sect, may consider sparing your life." Silence enveloped the ravine, a stillness so profound it seemed lifeless. Prior to this, Qin Feng had conferred with Taiju, agreeing that as long as the adversaries refrained from attacking, they, too, would hold their ground. Though somewhat timid, the tortoise lived long after all. Thus, an awkward atmosphere pervaded the ravine. "Brother, why waste words with her? Let us engage. Since you choose to reject our offer, we shall take your head as our prize." A flicker of anger crossed the man's face as he produced a pair of throwing rings, launching them towards the ravine. The other 4 simultaneously unleashed their assault, causing the giant boulders within to fracture under the onslaught. "Do you truly believe I, Ding, am an easy target?" Just as the stone seemed on the verge of yielding, she made her move. Rising slowly, she first cast a protective shield upon herself, followed by summoning her flying sword to counter the incoming attacks. The disparity in their realms was vast. Even in her weakened state, she could easily manage the onslaught. In her spare moments, she hurled a couple of egg-sized, round, dark projectiles at her assailants. With a soft thud, the spheres struck the ground, erupting into a cloud of thick black smoke. Be cautious, that is soul-devouring smoke. Upon seeing the smoke, the faces of the Longevity Sword sect members turned pale, and they instinctively retreated. At that moment, she turned her gaze towards the hiding place of Qin Feng and Taizhu. I nearly forgot about you two little mice. With another soft thud, yet another dark projectile was launched. Qin Feng forcefully pushed the iron pillar through the narrow opening leading outside, then unleashed a fire serpent talisman towards the demoness. After completing this sequence of actions, he leaped into the gap and began his escape. Senior brother, could those two escaping be her accomplices? Never mind, let us first eliminate this demoness. Chapter 19. Betrayal among kin at the foot of Jiming Mountain. The dark-clad woman was engaged in a fierce battle with the members of the Chongqing Sword sect. After Qin Feng and Taizhu escaped from the ravine, they did not venture far, but instead made their way to the peak of the opposite mountain. Seated upon the lush grass at the summit, the two quietly observed the commotion at the foot of the mountain across from them. With great enthusiasm, Taizhu exclaimed, Brother Feng, shall we launch a counterattack and eliminate them all? Once they depart, we can search for treasure. To prolong our lives, we must remain inconspicuous. Although the thrill of killing and plundering is enticing, Qin Feng had grander aspirations. The Zhao Kingdom lay within the domain of the Chongqing Sword sect. Should they entangle themselves in conflict, future tranquility would be elusive. Moreover, the Wang family had yet to resolve their own issues under such circumstances. It was imperative to avoid unnecessary strife. Currently, being only at the 5th level of Qi refinement, his power was insufficient. As a transmigrator, Qin Feng preferred to cultivate discreetly. After a short while, the skirmish on the opposite peak reached its conclusion. Though distanced, both Qin Feng and Taizhu could clearly discern the aftermath. The Chongqing Sword sect suffered significant losses, with only 2 individuals managing to escape via flying vessels. The woman in black, already injured, appeared even more fragile after the battle. Like a candle flickering in the wind, had there been even a hint of malevolence from Qin Feng or Taizhu, she would not have escaped. Taizhu, clutching his chest in anguish, lamented, I feel such pain. That woman must possess numerous valuable items, and we let her slip away. Taizhu's expression of loss rendered Qin Feng speechless. Cultivating immortality was about enduring, not constant bloodshed, a concept that unfortunately eluded Taizhu. As the figure of the woman in black faded into the horizon, Qin Feng silently turned to depart in another direction. Brother Feng, you're going the wrong way. We need to head to Jiming Mountain. Taizhu protested. Let us come back tomorrow. Today we shall simply pass through here. Why? Taizhu queried with a puzzled expression. Yet he swiftly followed Qin Feng away. Half an hour later, from the grass atop Jiming Mountain emerged the woman in black. The same individual who had battled the disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect. It seemed those two were merely passing through. Perhaps I was overly concerned, she thought. Glancing curiously at the opposite peak before stepping onto her flying sword, gliding low through the night until she vanished from sight. 3 hours later, as dawn broke upon the horizon, illuminating the world, on the mountain peak, Taizhu remained in a concealed state, munching on beef jerky, while Qin Feng intently focused on the opposing mountain. After finishing his 3rd piece of jerky, Taizhu, unable to contain his impatience, urged, Brother Feng, she has truly departed. Let us make haste before the Tai Grand Array activates. Very well, Qin Feng replied. Qin Feng withdrew the elusive formation before he and Taizhu proceeded towards Jiming Mountain. As the saying goes, what an uncle can tolerate, an aunt cannot endure. If that woman were to be lurking nearby, it would be imperative to deal with her decisively. He was not one to seek trouble, but neither was he one to shy away from it. The mountains were thick with moisture, dewdrops clung to the underbrush, and the branches of the trees dripped incessantly. As the sun cast its rays, a dense mist began to envelop the mountainous terrain. Upon reaching the location scouted the previous day, Taizhu produced a small, dark red flag adorned with numerous vividly depicted spirits. After planting the flag firmly into the ground, he encircled it with a pattern drawn in blood. Reciting incantations, when the heavenly gate does not open, the ghostly door shall come. May the myriad souls assist me in ascending the divine platform, as the boundless spirits wither. As the spell took effect, the spirits on the flag began to contort and writhe grotesquely, emitting chilling howls as if they had come to life, sending shivers down Qin Feng's spine. It was truly terrifying. No wonder evil cultivators were looked down upon. Who would not feel a sense of dread upon witnessing such a spectacle? Moments later, over 30 black misty orbs erupted from the flag, swirling around the mountain in search. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Taizhu, beaming with excitement, brandished the flag before Qin Feng. "Look, Brother Feng, and my magical artifact. What is this?" "This is the legendary 10,000 Souls banner. Few possess the ability to craft such a thing. I count myself among the fortunate minority." Taiju laughed as he waved the 10,000 Souls banner, unleashing a torrent of black mist, swirling like a tempest as malevolent spirits danced wildly. Qin Feng furrowed his brows and stepped back a few paces, unabashedly displaying his disdain. Taiju felt his pride wounded and hastily offered an explanation. "Do not be deceived by its terrifying appearance. It possesses numerous advantages." "What advantages?" "In the future, should you acquire any enemies, simply inform me, and I shall ensnare their souls within the soul banner, bound to my command for eternity, never to be reborn." "Is this truly what you call an advantage?" Qin Feng, disinterested in idle chatter, attempted to discern the truth using his divination skills. Unfortunately, his limited abilities rendered him unable to perceive any clues. At that moment, a sudden explosion of black mist erupted from the nearby underbrush, revealing a crude stone slab that emerged from the ground. Upon it were etched numerous dark crevices resembling a form of symbols. At last, he had discovered something significant. Taiju swiftly summoned the Wand of Souls to gather the spirits, his excitement palpable as he approached the slab. As 2 gourds of wild boar's blood were poured upon the stone, the ground began to tremble violently. Immediately, a faint, ethereal light illuminated the adjacent stone wall, clearly marking the entrance. It was only then that Qin Feng realized the intricate pattern on the slab was a formation. Taiju's actions had essentially been akin to a thief unlocking another's door. Beyond the stone wall lay an unfathomably deep passageway. Oil lamps adorned the walls, and as light flooded in, they flickered to life, casting a far brighter glow yet still imbued with a sense of foreboding. Surely, nothing untoward would occur, would it? Qin Feng felt a twinge of apprehension. With his ability to synthesize, there was truly no need for him to risk himself in pursuit of any treasures. Rest assured, Brother Feng, Iron Pillar confidently proclaimed, while this place may seem daunting to practitioners of the righteous path, I am here. The spirits within are akin to me. What is there to fear? To demonstrate his unwavering reliability, Iron Pillar boldly took the lead, forging a path ahead. Qin Feng trailed behind at a distance of 2 or 3 zhang, gripping the golden bell talisman he had received from the White Elder, poised to activate it at a moment's notice. As they approached the end of the passage, 3 arrows imbued with spiritual power suddenly shot forth from the stone wall beside the Iron Pillar. Bang, bang, bang. The arrowheads, as thick as a thumb, pierced into his shoulder, abdomen, and neck. A pang of anxiety gripped Qin Feng as he rushed forward. Is everything all right? Damn it, fortunately, I'm already dead. Taiju cursed vehemently as he yanked the arrowhead from his body, hurling it fiercely to the ground. He spat contemptuously at the wall, then, despite the 3 gaping wounds on his body, he pressed on. Bang, bang, bang. After just a few steps, more arrows were loosed, and Taiju managed to fend off 2, yet one still found its mark in his chest. Curse your lineage. When I get in there, if I don't shatter your corpse into 1,000 pieces, may I be cursed to bear your name. Taiju's forehead throbbed with rage as he pointed angrily into the passage, while Qin Feng wore a look of utter disbelief. Is this what you call family? If it were a slightly weaker evil cultivator, they'd likely be skewered like a pincushion by now. With trepidation, Qin Feng descended the last few steps, while Taiju, aflame with fury, charged down without hesitation. At the end of the passage lay a vast, artificially hewn cavern. The ground was strewn with decayed white bones, and stone tables and benches were plentiful. In the distance, a skeletal figure, draped in tattered garments, sat cross-legged upon a stone bed. Taiju extracted a black claw from his pocket and spat. That dead thing shot me 4 arrows. If I don't smash you to bits today, I'll take your name. Is that so? The skeleton emitted a series of crackling sounds, and as it turned to face them, Qin Feng was horrified to see blue flames dancing within its eye sockets. In that instant, a chill ran down his spine. This was no mere resting place. It was evidently an ancient being in seclusion, awaiting a fated encounter. Chapter 20. Unleashing one's skills. The skeletal figure sat eerily still, resembling a living soul. Its gaze fixed intently ahead, the flames in its eye sockets flickering restlessly. Qin Feng sought to discern the true strength of his opponent, yet found himself utterly confounded. Be cautious, Brother Feng. I shall confront him. Taiju's gaze was fixed intently on the skeletal figure, the violet light in his eyes suddenly radiating outward. It appeared that Taiju was determined to engage in a fierce struggle, quite reckless indeed. I may be aged, but I am not yet deceased. I am curious to know who informed you that I have already passed into the void. The skeletal figure remained motionless, yet an ancient voice resonated through the cavern, echoing ominously. Taiju remained silent, a dark mist enveloping his form as he produced the Wandering Souls banner, a cold smirk adorning his face. Since you are not dead, then let us make you the primary flag of my Wandering Souls banner. The mention of the Wandering Souls banner intrigued the skeletal figure, who showed no sign of fear. The ghostly flames flickered within its eye sockets, and soon a soul materialized before the stone bed. Cloaked in dark mist, its visage remained obscured. Yet Taiju could ascertain its considerable power. Although devoid of any discernible spiritual energy fluctuations, it emanated an undeniable strength. Taiju's breath quickened as he wielded the Wandering Souls banner with fervor. Kill. Dozens of souls erupted from the banner, shrouded in the same dark mist. Howling as they surged toward the elder. Taiju, hold on for a moment. Qin Feng issued a quiet reminder before donning his black robe in one swift motion. From his storage ring, he retrieved 8 Fire Serpent Talismans. Basic Fire Serpent Talisman. Upon striking its target, it inflicts substantial damage, posing a genuine threat to cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement. These can be synthesized into intermediate Fire Serpent Talismans. After merging all 8, Qin Feng obtained 4 intermediate Fire Serpent Talismans, which he then further refined into 2 advanced Fire Serpent Talismans. Advanced Fire Serpent Talisman. Upon impact, it unleashes a soul-shaking strike, capable of endangering even early-stage core formation cultivators. These can be synthesized into Peerless Fire Serpent Talismans. Still synthesizable? Qin Feng squinted at the 2 advanced Fire Snake Talismans in his hand. The inscriptions had turned to gold, and the paper was entirely crimson, as if they had been plucked from the depths of the inferno. Merely holding them, one could sense the terrifying heat contained within, potent enough to threaten an early-stage core formation cultivator. Qin Feng hesitated. Should he fuse them once more, he would lose the opportunity for an attack. Brother Feng, quickly strike at his skeleton. At that moment, Taiju turned to Qin Feng and shouted, then charged at the old man with bare hands. A dark mist enveloped Taiju, and black veins emerged on his face. Every punch he threw was shrouded in this ominous fog. Yet, the old man faced him with calm composure. Youngster, lend me your body for a year, and I shall take you as my disciple. How does that sound? The old man's voice was hoarse, prompting Taiju to unleash a flurry of blows with even greater ferocity, his punches falling like a torrential rain. Truly, how audacious. Qin Feng forcefully hurled the blazing flying sword towards the elderly man. The flaming blade pierced directly toward his chest. However, the old man neither dodged nor evaded. The sword struck him, yet it passed through his body without causing the slightest effect. It seemed that the old man was currently in a spirit state. Qin Feng was taken aback and hastily redirected his flying sword to strike at its skeletal form. You, a mere 5th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, dare to challenge me? How presumptuous. The old man cast a scornful glance at Qin Feng before resuming his struggle with the iron pillar, seemingly indifferent to Qin Feng's presence. What utter disdain for others! Qin Feng felt a surge of frustration rising within him as the blazing fire sword struck fiercely against the skeletal structure. A resounding clang echoed through the air, and the fiery blade was abruptly deflected. Brother Feng, unleash your full prowess. If we can just shatter his skeleton, victory will be ours. Iron Pillar offered a brief reminder, then delivered a powerful punch to the old man's nose, though he too bore the brunt of the encounter. I shall employ my techniques at once. Qin Feng took a deep breath and activated the advanced Fire Serpent Talisman in his hand. The old man beside him attempted to intervene but was swiftly pulled back by Taiju. A low hum echoed through the void as the Fire Serpent Talisman seemed to come to life, transforming into a 3-foot-long crimson serpent, its body radiating an ominous heat that locked onto its target with chilling precision. The initiation methods for advanced talismans are indeed distinct. Qin Feng sensed that the situation was now under control. The elder, who had initially worn a disdainful expression, was suddenly thrown into disarray. He hastily proposed, "Dear young friends, what if you cease your actions? I can offer you a chance. You worthless creature, even if we end your life, that opportunity remains ours." Before anyone else could speak, Taiju responded first, his strikes becoming even more ferocious, as if a relentless specter were engaged in a fierce struggle. Without further hesitation, Qin Feng commanded the fire serpent to violently collide with the skeletal remains upon the stone bed. The moment the fire serpent surged forth, he immediately retreated into the corridor behind him. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the passage, with debris cascading from the stone walls intermittently. Coughing, the iron pillar emitted a distressed sound, while the old man fell silent. Once tranquility returned, Qin Feng ventured back. The stone wall had been blasted into a large hole, the remains reduced to powder, leaving only a few fragments of bones and a dark storage ring as evidence of past presence. Brother Feng, your actions were excessively ruthless. You nearly obliterated me as well. The iron pillar, adorned in tattered robes and with his face charred black and hair singed, sputtered as he expelled the stone dust from his mouth. What of the old man? He has already been absorbed into the Wanhun banner. The iron pillar grinned widely, excitement illuminating his features as he retrieved the Wanhun banner, giving it a gentle flick, which immediately released a wisp of black mist. Such audacity! You are utterly shameless. The old man's eyes blazed with fury, yet he was rendered incapable of mounting any form of resistance. Now under the control of the Wanhun banner, he could only succumb to being a puppet, no matter how unwilling he felt. Quickly open your storage bag. Your master has become formidable. Henceforth, I shall ensure your rise to ghostly emperor status. The iron pillar kicked him towards the shattered stone bed. The old man's soul flickered with murderous intent. Yet his body moved against his will to retrieve the storage bag and lift the mental restrictions upon it. Silence enveloped the chamber once more. The old man gradually extracted a plethora of scrolls, books, and an array of magical artifacts, talismans, spiritual herbs, and elixirs from the storage ring. Among these, the most astonishing was a small black flag, its intricate design identical to that of the iron pillar's Wanhun banner, yet the gathered ghostly energy was far denser, lingering in the air. This Wanhun banner is remarkable. Fusing the spirits within it with my power will undoubtedly enhance my strength. Brother Feng, feel free to choose whatever you desire. This Wanhun banner is of no use to you, so it shall belong to me for now. The iron pillar clutched the Wanhun banner with great fondness, while Qin Feng's attention shifted to the elixirs and scrolls before him. Without hesitation, Qin Feng selected 3 items from the multitude available: a Tome of the Thousand Dawn, a manual on the Xian beginner's Thunderbolt sword technique, and a set of intermediate Thousand Bird formation tactics. Observing Qin Feng's modest choice, Taizhu became irate, exclaiming with frustration, "If we are to share equally, it must indeed be equal. You take all the items meant for righteous cultivators, while I will claim those for the malevolent. I do not engage in duels of magic, and many of these items are of no use to me." Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of indifference, before turning to make his way towards the exit of the passage. Taizhu, ever the loyal friend, inspired Qin Feng's genuine regard, which is why he selected only 3 items. He could only hope that Taizhu's future path would stretch ever longer. Upon returning to Jinming Mountain, he found that it was already midday, with the sun blazing fiercely and mosquitoes swarming relentlessly. Qin Feng turned to glance at the stone wall behind him, which had returned to its original state, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. This was undoubtedly a sophisticated formation, yet regrettably, the current means at his disposal were utterly insufficient to take it away. Taizhu emerged from the formation with great enthusiasm, casually handing Qin Feng a flying sword. This was a primary-level mystical artifact, the Thunder Sword, which belonged to the same lineage as the Thunder Sword technique. I didn't notice it just now. It was right there. And you intentionally overlooked it, didn't you? All right, enough of that. Let us hasten back. Taizhu grinned and then, with a serious expression, said to Qin Feng, I previously lied to my mother, claiming I had joined the Wild Wolf Gang of Shuntian Prefecture to learn martial arts and earn spirit stones. If she inquires about you, Brother Feng, please do not let the truth slip. Yes, I will assure Auntie that Taizhu is no coward. After a brief moment of adjustment, the two transformed into shadows, swiftly darting towards the distant Qingafang, over 100 miles away. Chapter 21. The Mountain Lord's Decree during the day. The forest was bustling with people. It was not uncommon to encounter small groups of cultivators on their journey, occasionally sighting hunters with long bows accompanied by their hounds, or herbalists carrying medicine boxes in search of herbs. As they neared Qingafang, Qin Feng and Taizhu removed their black cloaks, donning their ordinary attire once more. Just before reaching the rear mountain of Qinghe village, they encountered an elderly man and a young girl approaching through the dense woods. The elder was clad in a brown cloth robe, topped with a felt hat, while the girl wore a purple long skirt, exuding the spirited essence of youth. Qin Feng instantly recognized the identity of the young girl. Not wishing to engage with her, he decided to retreat into the nearby bushes, feigning a need for privacy. Halt. Just as Qin Feng was about to step fully into the thicket, the young girl recognized him as well. What are you two up to sneaking around? Zilingao inquired, her face displaying an expression of scrutiny as she swiftly approached to assess Qin Feng and Taizhu. Is even urination under your watch? Qin Feng looked at him with an utterly speechless expression while shielding Iron Pillar's left shoulder. Zilingao's cheeks flushed slightly before she retorted in a threatening tone. Last time you pretended to be an ordinary person, but now you can't keep up the act. Can you? Qin Feng rolled his eyes in disdain, choosing to ignore her. Meanwhile, Taizhu continuously cast curious glances between Qin Feng and Zilingao. Noticing Qin Feng's apparent reluctance to engage with her, Zi Ling'o shifted the topic, saying, "All the cultivators in Qinghe Feng have fled. Aren't you two planning to leave as well?" Qin Feng said softly, "Didn't you obstruct me? If you wish to travel to the nearest Zhao Kingdom, I possess a set of Mountain Lord tokens from the Eternal Life Sword sect. I can part with them for merely 10,000 spirit stones each. What say you? Mountain Lord tokens?" With a look of perplexity, Qin Feng listened attentively as Zi Ling'o, noticing his interest, promptly elucidated the origins of the Mountain Lord's decree. Recently, news of the Haoran sect's deployment of the Tai Grand Array in the Kingdom of Jin has spread throughout the entire realm of cultivation, prompting a significant migration of numerous cultivators. An influx of practitioners signifies an increase in the complexity of managing the sects, leading to widespread resistance among the major sects towards both cultivators and wandering populace. The Chongqing Sword sect has taken further measures by issuing the Mountain Lord's decree, mandating the enumeration and sale of ownership for every peak under their jurisdiction. Possession of a token grants recognition from the sect, while those lacking such a token, should they engage in misconduct and be apprehended, will face severe repercussions. Qin Feng found himself unable to produce the requisite 10,000 spirit stones and thus had no choice but to abandon his aspirations. He could hardly believe that in this vast world, he would be unable to find a place to call home. Meanwhile, Taizhu, standing nearby, was stirred with curiosity and inquired, "With the Mountain Lord's decree, can one bring their family along? As long as they are cultivators, is that not sufficient?" Observing that the two showed no inclination to make a purchase, Zi Ling'o chose not to linger and departed without further ado. The Zhao Kingdom's cultivation community was reluctant to accept cultivators, nor did they welcome the displaced populace, complicating matters significantly. Taizhu, however, remained in a state of discontent. Qin Feng sensed that the situation was rather precarious. Although embarking on the path of cultivation signified a separation from the mortal realm henceforth, the thought of forsaking his parents was an insurmountable task for anyone. Upon returning to Qinghefeng, Taizhu went back to the village, while Qin Feng proceeded to the Misty Rain Tower, regrettably failing to locate Qin Yu. Upon returning to the village, he found his home reduced to ashes. Apart from his sister, he had no other ties. Next door, Taizhu conversed with his parents inside their dwelling. Qin Feng chose not to intrude and silently made his way towards the cave dwelling on the back mountain. At that moment, outside the cave, a woman clad in a form-fitting black attire sat upon a stone at the base of the rocky wall. A long sword was sheathed at her waist, and a lengthy wooden box was strapped to her back. Upon spotting Qin Feng, she beamed with a smile. "Sister, you haven't tea left?" Qin Feng rushed forward in a swift motion, taking 2 steps at once, and then rubbed his hands together as he settled beside Qin Yu. She was no longer the timid woman she once was. An indescribable aura now enveloped her, an enigmatic presence that was hard to articulate. Qin Feng merely felt that his sister had grown even more beautiful. Qin Yu cast him a feigned angry glare, and then lamented, "Where have you been? I have been waiting here for you for over half a day, yet you have not appeared. And that cave of yours resembles a dwelling of savages." Qin Feng chuckled softly as he casually wrapped his arm around his neck, then remarked, "I just visited the Misty Rain Pavilion in search of you, but found no one. They left ahead, and I came to see you before pursuing them." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu suddenly recalled something and retrieved 2 jade tokens from her bosom, presenting them to Qin Feng. "These are the Mountain Lord tokens of the Eternal Life Sword sect, one for you and one for Taizhu. Sister Yu, you should give them all to Brother Feng, for he is your own brother." A melodious voice chimed in from behind the two, causing Qin Yu to smile. It appeared that Taizhu had been present for quite some time. However, his silence had gone unnoticed. Qin Feng lightly tapped his head, admonishing, "You have always had a penchant for this mischief since childhood. Next time, I shall give you a proper bump on your noggin." With a grin, Taizhu reached into his pocket and produced an oiled paper wrap, revealing a steaming meat pie emanating an enticing aroma. "As soon as my mother mentioned that Sister Yu was looking for you, I knew you would all be here, so I brought it fresh from the stove." The savory meat pie, still steaming, was irresistibly fragrant. Without hesitation, Qin Feng seized one and began to eat, followed by Taizhu. He then offered the remaining pie to Qin Yu. "Sister Yu, you should have some too. Our lives are looking up now." "All right," she replied. Qin Yu's face blossomed with a joyful smile as she extended the remaining Mountain Lord's token towards Taizhu, yet he resolutely pushed it back. Has he truly become so resolute as to decline Sister Yu's offering? "I cannot accompany my parents to Zhao, so I intend to journey to Zhou." Taizhu, with his head bowed, voraciously devoured the oil cakes, obscuring his expression, leaving me to discern his mood solely from the tone of his voice, which indicated he was not in a particularly good state of mind. I had thought it was something of significance. Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief and continued. Uncle Han and Andy can follow us to the Misty Rain Pavilion. With my care, there will surely be no problems. Sister Yu and Brother Feng, you have always looked after me, and this time, I do not wish to be a burden. I intend to take them to the state of Zhou. This continent is home to numerous dynasties and nations, yet wherever there are practitioners, it is part of the realm of cultivation. Among the many realms of cultivation, the state of Zhou stands as an exception. It is a haven for evil cultivators, and the prominent sects there are steeped in malevolent practices. Iron Pillar, being an evil cultivator himself, would find it a fitting environment, yet the path ahead may very well lead him further astray. As Qin Feng was about to offer his counsel, Taizhu suddenly rose to his feet. He wiped the grease from his face, his expression grave, and spoke earnestly, Brother Feng, I shall never forget the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me. Moreover, Sister Yu has treated me like a true brother since childhood. Today, I, Taizhu, assure you all, even if I were to become a wretched villain in the future, marked by the deepest of sins, as long as you are here, I shall remain the same Taizhu. After uttering these words, Taizhu wiped his eyes and turned to leave without hesitation. Qin Yu's eyes glistened with tears as she called out to his departing figure, Taizhu, take good care of yourself. Qin Feng also called out to him, from now on, be more prudent in your actions and refrain from coveting other storage bags. Taizhu walked at a leisurely pace. But upon hearing these words, his steps became erratic, prompting him to dash down the mountain in a flurry. Alas, Qin Yu sighed. Producing a handkerchief to wipe Qin Feng's hands clean before speaking, you should follow us at Yanyu Tower. I can manage on my own. Can you really protect me for a lifetime? Silly brother, what does it matter if I safeguard you for eternity, as long as you remain safe and sound? After parting ways successively, Qin Feng silently sat in place, lost in thought. He could sense that his sister's strength had surged dramatically in recent times. Perhaps she too had her own path to traverse. Why does it feel as though he's reluctant to let go? Qin Feng gently rubbed his cheek, regaining his composure before retrieving the Mountain Lord's token from his embrace. Crafted from exquisite jade and inscribed with runes, this item was worth a staggering 10,000 spirit stones. It surely could not be so simple. Chapter 22, Wonium Mountain, Senior Sisterding as the spiritual energy surged forth. The Mountain Lord's token immediately transmitted the location information of Wonium Mountain, at the end of the Qingyan Mountain range, 300 miles to the west, resembling a reclining bull. Abundant in spiritual energy and valued at 100,000 spirit stones. With the possession of this token, one could claim ownership of Wonium Mountain. Upon receiving this information, Qin Feng realized that the Mountain Lord's token could not be bound to a master. This implied that as long as one's strength was sufficient, one could obtain the ownership of Wonium Mountain without spending any spirit stones. Such a trivial object valued at 100,000 spirit stones. With a visage etched in pain, Qin Feng reluctantly stowed the Mountain Lord's order into his storage ring, a token he had little desire for, had it not already been in his possession. It was exorbitantly expensive. He returned to his cave dwelling to resume his cultivation. At dawn the following day, he hurried down the mountain to catch a glimpse of Taizhu's home, only to find it had already been vacated. The villagers, upon seeing Qin Feng, wore expressions tinged with schadenfreude. In their eyes, the calamity that befell Qin Feng's family, culminating in a fire, had also ensnared Taizhu's family, prompting their departure, a clear case of misfortune. I am a righteous cultivator. Understanding the villagers' gazes, Qin Feng inhaled deeply to steady his emotions before departing. Had Taizhu witnessed such looks, those villagers would surely find themselves ensnared in the 10,000 souls banner to aid him in his cultivation. The streets of Qingafang lay desolate, devoid of life. Only a handful of ordinary folk and government-run shops remained open, while the presence of cultivators had all but vanished. Where had these practitioners gone? It seemed that the scarcity of cultivators in the area had rendered business unprofitable, prompting their exodus. As Qin Feng strolled through the streets, he overheard numerous townspeople engaged in discussions about the recent changes in Qingafang. Among them, some were aware of the matters concerning the Taiyi Great Formation. However, the thought of migrating hundreds of miles proved daunting for mere mortals. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Qin Feng commenced the task of packing away the spirit-gathering array and the Mistral array. Aside from these two sets of formations and the remnants of alchemical concoctions strewn about, the cave contained no other possessions. After a brief interval, several monkeys descended from the vines above the cave, chattering incessantly, their faces adorned with expressions of grievance as they fixated their gazes upon Qin Feng. This place is returned to you. With a smile, Qin Feng waved at a few monkeys and then stepped out of the cave. He affixed 2 talismans of swift travel to his legs and consulted a map to ascertain his direction, before setting off with unwavering determination. Though the kingdom of Zhao was near, the Chongqing Sword Sect was a distant prospect. The location of Woniya Mountain remained unknown, necessitating the discovery of the Qingyan Mountain Range first. Despite possessing the cultivation of the fifth layer of qi refinement, the long journey left Qin Feng's legs aching. He could only progress by alternating between walking and resting. Half a month later, Qin Feng, guided by the Qingyan Mountain Range, has finally discovered a mountain peak that belongs to him. Standing atop this elevation and gazing down, he observes Woniya Mountain, which rises over 100 zhang. Its contours gently undulating, with the summit as flat as the back of an ox. It is an ideal location for constructing a cave dwelling and cultivating medicinal fields. Most importantly, the spiritual essence here is far more abundant than that of King Defang, allowing for swifter progress in cultivation. The surrounding area is remote, encircled by mountains and rivers, devoid of any presence of other practitioners. Qin Feng felt perplexed. Logically speaking, since the Qingyan Sword Sect had publicly sold the Mountain Master tokens, there should have been numerous talents present. Yet, the atmosphere was unexpectedly desolate. As nightfall approached, Qin Feng, disregarding everything else, affixed 2 spirit movement talismans to his legs, preparing to flee towards Woniya Mountain. At that moment, an array of spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly emanated from the grassy slope behind him. Moments later, a woman clad in white emerged from within. She possessed an exquisite beauty, her figure slender, adorned with several small green vials at her waist, exuding an aura that seemed untouched by the mortal realm. It was evident she was a cultivator, and her cultivation surpassed his own. To prevent any misunderstanding, Qin Feng promptly halted, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, "Fairy, please do not take offense. I am merely passing through and intend to leave." The woman glanced at the spirit movement talismans on his legs and smiled, inquiring, "Have you also acquired the Mountain Lord's token from the Qingyan sect?" Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully and then pointed towards the distant Woniya Mountain, 100 zhang away. "Do you know the origin of the Mountain Lord's decree? Please enlighten me." Celestial Maiden. The woman's eyes sparkled with appreciation before she began recounting the tale of the Mountain Lord's decree, while Qin Feng listened, increasingly disheartened. It turned out that the decree had been passed down for over a century. Those in possession of the token could claim dominion over the mountain marked by the decree. However, the Chongqing Sword Sect dispatched individuals monthly to collect a management fee. The fee's amount was determined by the avarice of the patrolling disciples. Should one fail to pay the required spirit stones, they would forfeit the protection of the Chongqing Sword Sect and face numerous disruptions from rogue cultivators. Qin Feng was utterly speechless, as he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with this approach. After finishing her words, the woman turned to Qin Feng and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Qin Feng, a junior. My cultivation is not significantly higher than yours, so you may call me Sister Ding in the future." Having said this, she turned and vanished up the slope, clearly indicating that this mountain peak was shrouded in an illusionary array designed to obscure vision. Sister Ding? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his mind involuntarily drifting to the enchanting demoness he encountered one fateful night on Jiming Mountain, who also bore the surname Ding. As the dusk deepened, Qin Feng dismissed his thoughts and swiftly turned to run towards Woniya Mountain. The terrain atop the mountain was gentle, and near the edge of the hillside stood a peak towering over 10 zhang, perfectly suited for the establishment of a cave dwelling. Qin Feng retrieved the fire sword, poised to commence his task, but suddenly switched to the thunder sword. With a series of resounding strikes, the thunder sword, empowered by spiritual energy, exhibited remarkable sharpness, slicing through the hard earth and rock with the ease of cutting through tofu. In mere moments, he had carved out a rudimentary cave dwelling. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky. Qin Feng swiftly retrieved the Mising Formation, diligently placing flags around the Sleeping Bull Mountain. Although merely a mid-level formation, its range effortlessly encompassed the entirety of the mountain. While Qin Feng busied himself with this task, a flying vessel emitting a cerulean glow sliced through the night, heading straight for Sleeping Bull Mountain. When it was still 100 feet away, the occupants aboard began to announce their identities. Zhang Shun, an inner disciple of the Eternal Life Sword Sect, has come to congratulate you on becoming the master of Sleeping Bull Mountain. 2 individuals were present. The speaker, clad in white robes and standing with hands clasped, bore a silver-white flying sword on his back, accompanied by a slightly weaker figure in a black robe standing behind him. Their strengths varied considerably, yet either could easily overpower Qin Feng, who was at the 5th level of qi refinement. The flying vessel hovered before Qin Feng. While it made no aggressive moves, its formidable aura left him feeling uneasy. The arrival of the 2 celestial masters brought joy to Qin Feng. Yet he lamented the crude state of his cave dwelling, which was utterly unfit to host such esteemed guests. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, deliberately displaying a look of confusion. The man in black on the flying vessel spoke in a nonchalant tone. Since you have taken residence at Wonia Mountain, you must adhere to the rules of our Chongqing Sword Sect. A monthly tribute of 2,000 spirit stones will grant you the protection of the sect. Failure to comply absolves us of any responsibility should an incident occur. Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but mentally curse the man's lineage. He had anticipated the avarice of these sect disciples, yet he had not expected their greed to surpass even that of Zhao Kong. If you are unwilling to pay, we shall not press the matter, the man in black said, his face betraying a menacing demeanor as his gaze shifted to the adjacent peak. Following his line of sight, one could see more than a dozen figures clad in black standing atop the nearby mountain, each radiating the formidable aura of the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement. Even from a distance, friend, if you choose not to pay now, should you wish to reconsider in the future, you will have to wait until next month to make your contribution, the man in black stated coolly, preparing to steer the vessel away. Wait, esteemed masters. Qin Feng immediately called out to them and obediently retrieved spirit stones from his storage ring. He was all too familiar with this routine. If he did not pay the so-called management fee, the nearby group of loose cultivators would instantly rush over. Upon seeing Qin Feng take out the spirit stones, the man in black revealed a smile and praised, "Indeed, you are a person of integrity, my friend. I am Wang Teng, and this entire mountain range falls under my jurisdiction. Should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to mention my name." After accepting the spirit stones, Wang Teng's demeanor shifted dramatically. He congratulated Qin Feng a few more times before departing on his flying vessel. As for the man in white, he had remained disdainfully silent since announcing his sect. "Let them prance about for now. I shall find a way to eliminate you later." Once the two departed, Qin Feng continued to set up the illusory mist array, secretly condemning the two to their doom. The array was swiftly completed. Qin Feng did not hasten to construct the spirit-gathering array. Instead, he spent a simple night in the cave dwelling. At dawn the following day, he hunted a spotted deer in the mountains and then proceeded directly to the neighboring peak. Is Senior Sister Ding available? If so, let us come together to enjoy some roasted meat. Qin Feng arrived at the slope of the mountain and cast the slain deer upon the ground. Simultaneously, he retrieved a carefully gathered pile of firewood from his storage ring. Moments later, a series of spiritual energy fluctuations emanated from the slope. Ding Shuli emerged from his cave dwelling, a smile gracing his face as he turned to Qin Feng and inquired, "How many spirit stones did they take from you last night?" 2,000, Qin Feng replied. "Their hearts are truly malicious." Qin Feng unabashedly uttered a curse, prompting Ding Shuli to stifle a laugh, offering consolation. "Your current prowess is rather meager. Here, anyone can easily trample upon you. Once you break through to the foundation establishment stage, they will think twice before acting recklessly. How much does Senior Sister Ding contribute each month?" They can only bully you nascent Qi cultivators. When faced with formidable opponents, they would hastily retreat. When mentioning Wang Ting and the others, Ding Shuli's expression turned disdainful. Qin Feng understood that the realm of cultivation also adhered to the principle of preying on the weak while fearing the strong. Sister Ding's prowess was at least at the foundation establishment stage. Such an individual was someone even the Eternal Sword Sect would strive to befriend. For every additional ally diminishes the number of adversaries. As for Qi refinement stage cultivators, they were seldom regarded with any significance. Qin Feng silently prepared the venison, while Ding Shuli, upon catching a whiff of the sanguine aroma, wrinkled his brow and remarked, "Not long ago, the situation was quite manageable. For low-tier cultivators like yourselves, the monthly fee was merely 500 spirit stones. However, in the last 2 months, the requirements have escalated. If you are unwilling to remain here, you may easily sell your Mountain Master S token." He expressed his disinterest in the venison, stating that he intended to enter secluded meditation for a period, advising Qin Feng to refrain from disturbing him unless there were pressing matters. With that, Ding Shuli departed, leaving Qin Feng in an awkward solitude. Yet, it did not take long for Qin Feng to gain clarity. Ding Shuli was a foundational stage cultivator, while he himself was merely a nascent Qi practitioner. Under such circumstances, it was commendable that he had not been further belittled. It was hardly fitting for someone of Ding Shuli's caliber to partake in such rudimentary fare. Quietly stowing away his belongings, Qin Feng retrieved a map from his storage ring, affixed 2 swift travel talismans to his legs, and vanished into the dense forest. 500 miles to the north of Wonida Mountain lies a bustling marketplace teeming with cultivators, known as Iron Mountain Market. It scaled dwarfs that of Qinghe Market by several folds, and it is thronged with practitioners of the mystical arts. Qin Feng enveloped his body in a voluminous black robe, silently searching for suitable items. During this period, he had not engaged in the synthesis of, and his previous stock, along with the resources of the White Elder, had been nearly exhausted. Now, he could only devise a way to procure spirit stones. Regrettably, the synthesis of spirit stones was not an option, otherwise such arduous efforts would be unnecessary. Qin Feng sighed and spent 1,000 spirit stones at a stall located at the entrance of the marketplace, purchasing 8 stalks of longevity grass. In this realm of cultivation, longevity grass serves as a valuable currency. It is not only a fundamental ingredient for crafting various rare elixirs but also, when consumed directly, promotes longevity and enhances physical vitality. The older the longevity grass, the greater its worth. Qin Feng, armed with the longevity herb, sought a secluded corner to commence his operations. His proficiency in synthesis had become second nature, allowing him to execute the process with ease merely by holding the materials. The decade-old longevity herb, a relatively rare medicinal plant, had the potential to extend one's lifespan. Yet it was otherwise unremarkable. However, it could be synthesized into a century-old longevity herb. He initiated the synthesis, and then repeated the process, after 3 rounds of fusion. For decade-old longevity herbs transformed into a singular millennium-old longevity herb. Upon repeating the procedure, he acquired 2 millennium-old longevity herbs. The roots and stems of the millennium-old longevity herb were luminous, exuding a gentle green radiance, while its leaves resembled orchids, significantly broader and adorned with countless golden veins, emanating a delightful fragrance. Just a whiff of its aroma invigorated the spirit. Indeed, it was a remarkable treasure, though its true value remained unknown. Qin Feng, captivated by the object in his hand, played with it for a while before stowing it away in his storage ring and stepping outside. On the bustling street, vendors peddled their wares, repeatedly demonstrating their spells. The stall selling flying swords was filled with an aura of sharpness. Here we have Master Chen's latest high-grade foundation establishment pills, available for just 20,000 spirit stones each, boasted another vendor. And don't miss the premium yellow-grade flying artifacts, suitable for chi refining practitioners, now at a discounted price. A cry for spirit beasts echoed through the air, advertising creatures infused with the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts. The street was alive with the din of merchants hawking everything necessary for cultivators, from the most basic daily necessities to advanced artifacts, magical treasures, humanoid puppets, and beautiful slave companions, all available in abundance. It was Qin Feng's first venture into Taizan Square. Qin Feng found everything to be remarkably novel and ultimately could not resist pausing beside a stall that sold books. Qin Feng was acutely aware that without a sect or mentor, there were numerous aspects of the world of cultivation that he would never comprehend. Reading was the sole pathway to understanding the realm of immortality. The books displayed on the stall were unremarkable, exuding a faint aroma of ink, with some still bearing the freshness of recently dried ink. The stall owner, an elderly man with white hair, was engrossed in writing with a brush, his cultivation at the 8th level of the chi refinement stage. Without lifting his gaze, he spoke as he wrote, "I have been practicing cultivation since the age of 8, and I am now 128 years old. Every book on this stall is a culmination of my lifelong experiences and insights. If any of them are found to be false, I shall compensate tenfold." Qin Feng remained silent, quietly observing. These books encompassed a wide array of topics, ranging from common knowledge and the classification of martial techniques to the differentiation of medicinal herbs, as well as the art of alchemy, artifact creation, array formation, and talisman drawing. Qin Feng inquired, "May I take a look first?" Go ahead. What the old man has pinned are genuine treasures. Each book is priced at 5 spirit stones. Feel free to choose at your leisure." Qin Feng casually flipped through a few pages and then remarked nonchalantly, "I shall take them all." The old man was momentarily taken aback, then raised his gaze to Qin Feng, his complexion rapidly transforming into a deep shade of crimson. Following this, he burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, my friend, you possess a discerning eye. Many claim that my writings are of little worth, mere fabrications. Yet here stands one who appreciates their true value. If you truly wish to acquire them all, I shall charge you but 3 spirit stones per volume." Displayed on the stall were approximately 20 books, their cumulative cost not amounting to much, for it is no easy task to pen such works. It takes a century of cultivation merely to reach the 8th layer of chi refining. Qin Feng, unwilling to exploit the old man's generosity, produced 100 spirit stones before he began to collect the books from the stall. "You are truly a good person, and good deeds are rewarded." Upon seeing the 100 spirit stones piled before him, the elderly man instantly broke into a broad smile. Qin Feng inquired, "Esteemed elder, is there a Qi Yuan pavilion in this marketplace?" "Qi Yuan pavilion? Presently, there are 2 Qi Yuan pavilions in Taizan Feng. Would you prefer to visit the established one or the newly opened? Chapter 24. The Perils of Ignorance. After navigating through 3 bustling streets, he finally arrived at the entrance of the newly opened Qi Yuan Pavilion. Inside, several maidens clad in white were attending to customers, while an elderly gentleman in a long black robe occupied a seat at the counter. He was none other than the individual who had accompanied Xilinger on their journey that day. Recognizing his destination, Qin Feng adjusted his black robe and stepped inside. Immediately, a maiden approached him, asking, "Honorable Master, may I inquire if you wish to purchase or sell something?" Qin Feng glanced to the side and noticed that the elderly man showed no intention of rising. He leaned closer to the maid and whispered, "I possess a millennia-old longevity herb. Please summon your master. The celestial master shall accompany me to the private room." A broader smile spread across the maid's face as she led Qin Feng down the corridor within the establishment. The passage contained but a single chamber. Upon reaching the door, the maid gently knocked and announced, "Miss, a distinguished guest has arrived." "Come in," came the cool voice from within. Upon entering the private room, Qin Feng beheld a young woman clad in a flowing purple gown, idly toying with a small black wooden box. Her countenance bore a hint of melancholy, lending her an air of profound complexity. Recognizing her as Xilinger, Qin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Those in the realm of cultivation often engaged in treachery, and it was prudent to conduct business only with those known to be trustworthy. "Miss, this esteemed master claims to possess a millennia-old longevity herb." Xilinger lifted her gaze to the figure cloaked in black before her, a peculiar expression crossing her face as she inquired, "Does this friend truly possess such a rarity? What price are you willing to offer?" With a smile, she continued, "If it indeed is genuine, a millennia-old longevity herb would be worth no less than 100,000 spirit stones." Another attempt to swindle me. Qin Feng, upon hearing the quoted price, turned to leave. Prior to visiting Qi Yuan Pavilion, he had ascertained the market price. Genuine millennia-old longevity herbs started at 150,000. This girl may appear youthful, yet she certainly had a knack for extorting customers. Just as Qin Feng reached the door, a melodious peal of laughter echoed from behind him. All right, I was merely jesting. 16,000 spirit stones. If you possess the herb, at the very least, you ought to allow me a glimpse. Your approach to commerce is indeed quite rare." Qin Feng spoke in a nonchalant manner, then directly retrieved a millennium-old longevity herb from his storage ring, placing it on the small table beside Xilinger. Upon realizing it was indeed a millennium-old longevity herb, a look of astonishment flickered in Xilinger's eyes as she picked it up to examine it closely. With the shop recently opened, she had been troubled by the lack of intriguing items to attract cultivators. Although millennium-old longevity herbs are not exceedingly rare, those of such age are indeed a treasure of remarkable scarcity. Once she confirmed the authenticity of the item, Xilinger promptly produced a storage bag and handed it to Qin Feng. Inside were 165,000 spirit stones. Please verify the amount. It is insufficient. Qin Feng spoke softly, retrieving another 1,000-year longevity herb from his storage ring and placing it once more upon the table. The previously fuming Xilinger was instantly captivated upon sighting the second herb. The simultaneous appearance of 2 such rare herbs was an irresistible temptation for certain ancient alchemists. "Please, my friend, hold on." To demonstrate the grandeur of the Qi Yuan Pavilion, Xilinger retracted her earlier storage bag and produced a delicate pink pouch from her bosom. Inside lay 350,000 spirit stones, a gesture of friendship from Qi Yuan Pavilion to you. The faint fragrance lingering on the pink pouch caused a blush to rise on Xilinger's cheeks. This was indeed her private stash. Had it not been for the urgency of needing such a substantial sum of spirit stones, she would never have parted with her cherished storage bag. Ensuring the amount of spirit stones in the pouch was accurate, Qin Feng then addressed her, "I wish to acquire a few more items. I hope the shopkeeper will attend to me personally." Very well. Considering we are old acquaintances, I shall personally see to your needs," Xilinger replied joyfully, accepting the 2 longevity herbs before rising to her feet with a clap of her hands. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. An old acquaintance? Xilinger's expression stiffened for a moment. Realizing she had let something slip, she decided to abandon her pretense and smiled as she said, "Has no one informed you that such a lowly black robe cannot conceal one's visage under the art of divination?" Qin Feng felt on the verge of fainting. What did his frequent cloaked wanderings through streets and alleys amount to? In the eyes of other cultivators, he must have appeared a complete fool. Truly, ignorance had been his downfall. Qin Feng let out a sigh and decided to abandon the pretense, turning directly towards the grand hall. To prevent such occurrences from happening again, He promptly purchased 16 sets of the lowest-grade black robes of the yellow tier and requested 8 sets of the basic Mistral formation. Now that he had established his own stronghold, it was only natural for him to implement adequate defensive measures. And the Mistral formation was merely one of the many formations he wished to deploy. Qin Feng inquired once more to Zilinger, asking if there were any offensive formations available. She responded that there were a mid-level flying sword formation and a high-level golden light formation, while other formations would likely take some time to acquire. He then asked how many flying sword formations were in stock. 2 sets, she replied. I'll take them all. Zilinger nodded silently, jotting down the items Qin Feng desired in her small notebook, perhaps feeling a bit lightheaded from the rapid influx of wealth. She realized that selling the millennium-long life grass would yield her a substantial profit, and now, with Qin Feng making significant purchases in her store, she stood to gain even more. Qin Feng meticulously selected numerous items, opting to return to the previous private room to evade unwanted attention. After organizing her findings, Zilinger promptly handed him the storage bag. Inside were 16 sets of beginner-level black cloaks from the yellow tier, 8 sets of beginner-level illusion arrays, 2 sets of intermediate flying sword arrays, 50 beginner-level fire serpent talismans, 100 low-grade spirit recovery pills, and 8 volumes of beginner-level body refinement techniques. Although the variety of items was limited, the quantity of each was substantial, causing Zilinger's cheeks to flush with excitement as she exclaimed, "Your total expenditure amounts to 365,000 spirit stones. Simply return the storage bag to me, and consider it a gesture of friendship. The price is fair. It's merely the large quantity I purchased." After handing over the pink storage bag, Qin Feng changed into a new black cloak within the private room. Before leaving the Qiyuan pavilion, Zilinger conveyed a few additional details to him. As evening descended, upon returning to Mount Wonyu, Qin Feng discovered a figure standing atop a massive boulder. It was Wang Ting, whom he had encountered the previous night, now wearing a warm and inviting smile. "Brother Qin, you truly are meticulous. Upon your arrival, you have already set up a maze formation. Had it not been for my inquiry to Sister Ding, I would have thought you were upset and avoiding me," Wang Ting remarked with a chuckle as he approached, draping an arm around Qin Feng's shoulder. From his storage ring, he retrieved 2 lively fish. "These are the unique spirit fish of my Changxing sword sect, brought specifically for you to savor." The 2 fish, bound together by straw at their heads and tails, flapped their gills rhythmically, emanating waves of spiritual energy. "You are too kind, Brother Wang." With a smile, Qin Feng accepted the spiritual fish and waved his hand to dispel the illusionary formation, leading Wang Ting up the mountain. The entire mountaintop was still overgrown with weeds, save for a rudimentary cave that had been established atop a small peak. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Wang Ting found himself devoid of further curiosity and simply gazed into Qin Feng's eyes, inquiring, "I have heard that you hail from the direction of the Golden Kingdom. Have you ever heard of the Qinghe workshop within its realm of cultivation?" Chapter 25. Wang Ting begins to harbor doubts upon hearing Wang Teng's inquiry. Qin Feng's heart instantly filled with vigilance. The attempt by the Wang family to forcibly wed Qin Yu was nearly common knowledge. Should he acknowledge his affiliation with the Qinghe workshop, it would be akin to being smeared with yellow mud in his trousers, whether it was excrement or not. It would certainly be perceived as such. Qin Feng decided to feign ignorance, expressing a false sense of regret as he said, "As a wandering cultivator, I have traveled far and wide, yet I have never heard of a place called Qingefeng. Are you from Qingefeng, Brother Wang?" "Alas, since joining the sect last year, I have had no opportunity to return. I have heard that there have been significant events in the cultivation world of the Jin Kingdom recently. A few days ago, I returned to take a glance, and alas." Wang Ting's smile gradually faded, his gaze still fixed intently on Qin Feng's eyes. In the late stage of qi refinement, every level presents a considerable disparity. Now, with his cultivation at the 8th level of qi refinement, Wang Ting's mere glance could intimidate many lower-tier cultivators. Qin Feng gazed at him, his expression one of utter bewilderment, before his eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. He promptly retrieved 200 spirit stones from his storage ring and handed them over, saying, "Brother Wang, please keep these for me. When I return home, purchase some gifts for your esteemed mother and father." "Excellent," Wang Ting exclaimed with a hearty laugh, accepting the spirit stones. He surveyed the surroundings atop the mountain before producing a flying vessel and soaring into the void. Aboard the vessel, Wang Ting clutched a tome, his countenance gradually transforming into one of ferocity, culminating in clenched teeth. The book bore numerous dark, mottled stains, accompanied by a faint blood handprint. "Curse it! Should I uncover the perpetrator responsible for the demise of my Wang family, I shall ensure he suffers eternally." Wang Ting bellowed with venomous rage, the weight of his resentment intensifying. He had been resolute during the interrogation, prepared to act the moment the individual confessed to having visited King Defang. I would rather err in judgment than allow a guilty party to escape. Unfortunately, the individual had not been to King Defang and even offered spirit stones as a bribe. Such a coward could hardly be capable of murder while wandering the territory of the Eternal Life Sword sect. As night descended, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Qin Feng sat at the entrance of the cave, tending to a fire to roast fish. The flickering flames illuminated his face, yet a wave of vexation stirred within him. How infuriating. Has he truly discovered the truth? Just moments ago, he had been fixated on my hands. Could it be that he has returned from the Qi Yuan Pavilion with that book? Qin Feng absent-mindedly turned the grilled fish. His mind entangled in the dilemma of whether to summon Taizhu from the Zhou Kingdom. Residing in Wenyou Mountain had rendered many matters inconvenient. However, Taizhu was a different story. He was a practitioner of the dark arts. The dichotomy between righteousness and malevolence was inherently irreconcilable, and the elimination of a few righteous cultivators seemed entirely justifiable. The tantalizing aroma of the grilled fish wafted through the air, and after sprinkling some seasoning, Qin Feng indulged in a hearty feast. Although it was dubbed a spiritual fish, consuming it did little to enhance his spiritual energy. It merely offered a slightly more pleasing flavor. Clearly, that scoundrel Wang Tung had dismissed him as a beggar, casually tossing the remaining portion of the grilled fish aside. Qin Feng reclined on the ground. Alas, the pursuit of a tranquil existence proves to be quite arduous. After resting for a moment, Qin Feng rose and began dashing tirelessly around the ox-lying mountain, busily arranging the flying sword formation in a new maze array. To prevent detection by Senior Sister Ding across the way, he had taken the opportunity during his return journey to refine both formations. After merging two intermediate-level flying sword formations, they transformed into an advanced formation capable of effortlessly slaying Foundation Establishment cultivators and even posing a threat to early-stage Golden Core cultivators. With such an array installed atop the mountain, unless they provoked a Golden Core expert, they would be virtually invincible. Meanwhile, after synthesizing 8 basic-level maze arrays 3 times, they evolved directly into a top-grade mortal tier formation. Qin Feng was unaware of the precise elevation of this level. However, the intricacies of the maze formation at this rank were considerably formidable, capable of withstanding the spiritual probing of late-stage nascent soul cultivators, thus providing an overwhelming sense of security. Clang, clang, clang. Qin Feng commenced his labor with fervor. When laying down the formation flags, he encountered stones or hard soil, prompting him to swiftly draw forth his flying sword and utilize it as a chisel, puncturing small holes before embedding the formation flags. In an instant, the surroundings of Wenyou Mountain were filled with a cacophony of metallic sounds, and Qin Feng found himself entranced, unable to extricate himself from the experience. The more advanced the formation, the greater the number of flags required, each needing to be positioned with precise orientation. After a night of tireless effort, only a third of the flags for 2 formations had been arranged. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of metal striking metal echoed intermittently around Wenyou Mountain over the next 2 days. On a nearby hill, though it appeared overrun with weeds and desolation, within it lay a world of wonders. Centrally located was an exceedingly opulent courtyard, replete with fish ponds, spiritual flora, and medicinal herbs in abundance. At this moment, Ding Shuli, clad in a flowing black gown, was seated at a stone table, grinding medicinal ingredients. The table was strewn with numerous bottles and jars, alongside the remains of 5 poisonous creatures and other toxic substances. She cast all the toxic vapors into a black jar, which instantly belched forth a substantial amount of dark smoke. With deftness, Ding Shuli channeled her true energy to seal the jar, subsequently placing it into her storage pouch. Her movements were swift, yet the weeds adjacent to the stone table were visibly affected, wilting into a parched yellow. It was only at this juncture that Ding Shuli turned her head, her visage marred by frustration as she gazed at the incessantly busy figure near Wenyou Mountain. What formation takes 3 days and nights to complete? The clanging is unbearable. The mysterious displacement formation was originally designed to muffle sound. Ding Shuli was hardly concerned about the presence of another person on the nearby hill. Ever since the disciples of the Eternal Life Sword sect inquired about Qin Feng, she had sensed that he harbored secrets. Consequently, after 3 days of observing his formation work, she felt on the brink of collapse. Just then, she noticed Qin Feng suddenly glance in her direction. Could he have discovered me? Ding Shuli furrowed her brow and surveyed her surroundings. Her intermediate mysterious displacement formation continued to function normally. Everything appeared to be in order. Qin Feng stood at the entrance of the cavern atop the mountain, his face alight with excitement, hands placed triumphantly on his hips. At last, the formation is complete. From now on, I can frolic about the mountain in the nude without a soul to witness. Qin Feng cast a sly smile towards the direction of Ding Shuli's cave dwelling, then directly unleashed two streams of spiritual energy to activate the mysterious maze array and the flying sword array. With the formation in place, the Woniya mountain truly belonged to him. Every movement within the array would remain hidden from prying eyes, and it was utterly improbable for a late-stage nascent soul cultivator to venture into such a desolate locale. Once the protective mountain array was established, Qin Feng commenced the earnest task of constructing his cave dwelling. The alchemy chamber, training room, and living area were all meticulously arranged. And under the sharp edge of the Thunderbolt flying sword, the creation of the cave dwelling took merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. After setting up a spirit gathering array in the training room, Qin Feng synthesized 100 low-grade spirit continuation pills into a mid-grade version. The mid-grade spirit continuation pill, when consumed, it enhances the internal spiritual energy and accelerates the elevation of cultivation level, effective only during the qi refinement stage. It can be further synthesized into a high-grade spirit continuation pill. Finally, the time for cultivation had arrived. The prolonged stagnation in his advancement had been quite vexing. With the cave dwelling and arrays fully constructed, and the assistance of the spirit continuation pills for cultivation, Qin Feng felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. After ensuring that all arrays were functioning properly, he swallowed a spirit continuation pill, seated himself within the spirit gathering array, and entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, outside Woniya Mountain, Wang Tung held a black incense stick, commanding his flying vessel to hover in midair, his expression dark as he surveyed the desolate mountain before him. The entire mountain peak was eerily devoid of life, overgrown with weeds, clearly indicating that someone had set up an array. He forced a smile and began to shout, "Qin, my friend, please open the array. Wang has matters to discuss with you. Are you not present?" After several calls, Wang Ting tossed in 5 or 6 more transmission talismans. A full half-hour passed without any response. Wang Ting's expression grew increasingly grim, and he shifted his gaze to the nearby mountain peak. Sister Ding is a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Surely, for the sake of her senior brother, she would assist me in breaking this fool's array. Is Sister Ding here? Wang Tung called out from another mountaintop, and soon a cool, ethereal figure appeared in the clearing, witnessing the entirety of the scene. Ding Shuli was intrigued by Qin Feng's formidable array, prompting her swift appearance at Wang Tung's call. Her beauty, tinged with an air of aloofness, left him momentarily entranced. The disparity in their strengths made him cautious, and he quickly lowered his head, saying, "Sister Ding, if you would assist me in dismantling his array, I would be willing to present you with a longevity pill." He then retrieved a small green vial, no larger than a thumb, and offered it with both hands. The longevity pill, exclusive to the Changxing Sword Sect, extends life by 3 years, and each outer sect disciple is permitted to receive only 1 per year, rendering it exceedingly rare. Ding Shuli inquired with a hint of indifference, "Do you harbor a grudge against that young man? The more he avoids me, the more likely it is he has enmity towards me." Wang Ting refrained from elaborate explanations, yet the animosity in his gaze was almost palpable. "Let me give it a try," Ding Shuli said, her eyes glimmering with curiosity as she soared towards Woniya Mountain. Before making her move, she produced a transmission talisman and sent it into the grand array. "Junior brother Qin, if you do not open the mountain gate array, I shall be forced to intrude." The transmission talisman, crafted from special materials, possessed only the ability to transmit sound, and any array would unconditionally permit its passage. After waiting in vain for a response, both felt that Qin Feng was deliberately ignoring them. A chill flickered in Ding Shuli's eyes as she drew forth a purple flying sword, channeling spiritual energy into it. "Go." With a graceful gesture, the purple sword expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal blade 3 zhang long, aimed directly at the array surrounding Woniya Mountain. Buzz! In the void, a white flash intercepted the flying sword, and an abundance of mist materialized abruptly. In mere moments, the entirety of Woniya Mountain was enveloped in fog, obscuring its interior. This mysterious maze array is even more formidable than mine. It must be at least an advanced version. Having unleashed her initial strike, Ding Shuli realized that she could not breach Qin Feng's protective mountain array alone. Simultaneously, her curiosity intensified. How could a mere 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator possess such a valuable high-level mysterious maze array? As a foundation establishment cultivator struggled to breach Qin Feng's array, Wang Tung's frustration grew. The avoidance displayed by Qin Feng surely concealed some ulterior motive. Within the confines of Woniya Mountain's array, seated upon the steps of the cave, Qin Feng supported his chin with one hand while the other grasped a high-grade fire serpent talisman, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Just as he was preparing to enter a state of meditation, an incessant barrage of sound transmission talismans erupted from outside. with some even audaciously attempting to force their way through the mountain gate formation. Such brazen insolence! Once he had composed himself, Qin Feng concealed 2 high-grade fire serpent talismans within his sleeve and then feigned a look of bewilderment as he stepped out of the illusion array. Sister Ding, Brother Wang. I was just about to enter seclusion for cultivation when I opened my eyes to find 7 or 8 sound transmission talismans. What urgent matter requires my attention? With a countenance full of curiosity, Qin Feng gazed at Ding Shuli and Wang Ting, his face adorned with the ingratiating smile befitting a cultivator at the 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Ding Shuli silently took a step back, then regarded Qin Feng with intrigue. Wang Ting, forthright in his approach, produced a blood-stained book and inquired, I would like to know if you have ever encountered this book before? The blood handprint on the manual of the 5 spirits technique was familiar to Qin Feng. Having now seen it for the 2nd time, Qin Feng remained perplexed, shaking his head in confusion. Even in the face of impending doom, he remained defiant. Wang Teng's expression suddenly twisted into a grotesque mask of fury. He made a swift motion as if to retrieve something, causing Qin Feng to shudder and retreat several paces, simultaneously clasping the fire serpent talisman tightly in both hands. Why so anxious? Wang Ting sneered, raising the object in his hand, a long black incense stick, emitting thick plumes of smoke. Qin Feng recognized this item all too well. It was the very object that had led Zi Lingo to his home not long ago. This was the Soul Pursuit incense, capable of tracking anyone who had ever come into contact with it, ensuring they could not escape within 1,000 miles. Wang Ting's grin grew increasingly sinister as he advanced the Soul Pursuit incense towards Qin Feng. The lines had been irrevocably drawn. All that remained was to prove that Qin Feng had indeed touched the 5 spirits technique. As time passed, the smoke from the incense thickened, swirling ominously in Qin Feng's direction. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Qin Feng's heart raced to his throat. A few days ago, when he visited the Qi Yuan Pavilion, Zi Lingo mentioned matters concerning Wang Ting, and then cast some spell upon herself. Surely, it wouldn't he have expired by now? Qin Feng fixed his gaze intently on the drifting black smoke, while Wang Ting squinted, his hand gripping his flying sword, ever ready for action. Just as the ominous smoke was about to make contact with Qin Feng's body, it unexpectedly veered off, drifting away to a distant point. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. With a scowling expression, Wang Ting extinguished the soul-chasing incense, forcing a semblance of a smile as he addressed Qin Feng. It appears this is a misunderstanding. Why are you so anxious, Brother Qin? Your realm surpassed mine by a considerable margin. What could possibly go awry? Qin Feng hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts fully, yet the intended meaning was unmistakable. Brother Qin. You jest, he replied. I merely sought to ascertain whether you were being truthful. After Wang Teng put away his belongings, he exchanged a few pleasantries with Qin Feng before retrieving his flying vessel and departing with Ding Shuli. What a ridiculous test! Qin Feng cast a disdainful glance at the figures of the 2 individuals before turning and retreating to his secluded dwelling, where he commenced his rigorous cultivation. The spiritual energy of Wonia Mountain was exceptionally abundant, and with the assistance of a 5-fold spirit gathering array and the sustaining spirit pills, Qin Feng's power ascended rapidly. In moments of tedium during his seclusion, he would occasionally descend the mountain to hunt for sustenance, and at other times, he would peruse books or practice his martial arts. As the days slipped by, significant transformations occurred within Qin Feng's physique, alongside an ever-deepening understanding of this world. Time flowed like the stars shifting in the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed, allowing his cultivation to reach the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Within the confines of his dwelling, Qin Feng sat cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array, his exterior seemingly shrouded in a veil of mist. The robust spiritual energy coursing through his meridians surged like an unrelenting river, ultimately converging in his Qi Sea. The spiritual power beyond the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage no longer appeared as slender wisps. Instead, it manifested as vast expanses resembling thick fog, floating within the Qi Sea. Progressing 3 minor realms in just 3 months is indeed a remarkable feat upon ceasing his cultivation. Qin Feng opened his eyes and savored the boundless spiritual energy coursing within him, feeling an immense sense of contentment. For the past 2 to 3 months, apart from Wang Ting's monthly visit, he had been undisturbed by anyone else. With no interruptions, Qin Feng relished the tranquility. Just then, a sound transmission talisman flew in from outside the formation, accompanied by Wang Teng's voice. Brother Qin, it's time to settle this month's management fee. It's 2,000 each month, and if this continues, even without seeking trouble, we may be perceived as easy prey. Qin Feng felt an urgent need to take action. He stepped out of his cave dwelling and noticed Wang Teng commanding a flying vessel, hovering just outside the formation. Alongside him was Ding Shuli. "Brother Wang," he began. "The spirit stones from last month were all saved through my frugality and the liquidation of my assets. Might it be possible to economize on this month's expenses?" Qin Feng directly began to lament his misfortunes. Wang Ting, however, chuckled and explained, "I have come to present you with an opportunity." "What opportunity?" A look of perplexity flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, while his heart was engulfed in profound frustration. Why did people incessantly attempt to offer him opportunities? The sect was recently seeking to recruit a new batch of outer disciples, each of whom would receive a monthly stipend of 100 spirit stones. If Brother Qin were willing to join the sect, they would become one family, and the management fee for Wonia Mountain would naturally be waived. Unfortunately, Qin possessed a naturally mixed spiritual root and had already paid a visit to the gates of the Everlasting Sword sect in the past. Qin Feng spoke no falsehood. Back in the day, when the Eternal Sword sect publicly accepted disciples in King Gefeng, his physique, possessing a mixed elemental root, was deemed unworthy, leaving him without even the opportunity to join as an outer disciple. Observing the confusion etched upon his face, Wang Ting chuckled and reassured him, "Rest easy, Brother Qin. I hold a respectable position within the sect. While I cannot promise much, I can at least ensure you a place as an outer disciple of the Divine Elixir Peak." The name itself suggests that this is the location where the Eternal Sword sect conducts its alchemical practices, a realm that, to ordinary cultivators, resembles a forsaken palace. In such a place, not only is there little to learn in terms of spells, but one is also burdened with endless tasks and an unceasing supply of medicinal herbs to tend to. The prospect of attaining immortality seems distant, and those of lower rank among the outer disciples risk being overwhelmed by the sheer labor. Yet, for Qin Feng, the Divine Elixir Peak appeared as a vast repository of elixirs, precisely what he sought in his quest for discarded pills. "Brother Qin, have you made your decision?" Wang Ting inquired, his eyes narrowing, revealing a hint of menace as the silence lingered. Qin Feng's heart was blossoming with joy. Yet he feigned a demeanor of hesitation as he pondered aloud. "Does my brother Wang wish for me to go?" "Naturally," he replied. "Ah, then I shall proceed." Indeed. He was a coward. Upon hearing Qin Feng's agreement, Wang Ting's eyes gleamed with a triumphant smile, and he led Qin Feng and Ding Shuli towards the direction of the Eternal Life Sword sect. Chapter 27. Leverage in the vast expanse of the void. Mist swirled around. Looking down, the majestic 10,000 great mountains loomed, their peaks resembling colossal dragons that undulated with grace. This marked Qin Feng's first experience aboard a flying magical vessel, and his face betrayed a look of astonishment. Moments later, as the flying boat slowed its pace, grandiose edifices emerged before him, cranes danced in the air, and ethereal birds flitted about. The Eternal Life Sword sect sprawled over a vast area, with array formations atop the peaks emanating a dazzling brilliance akin to a celestial realm. Upon reaching the first structure, Wang Ting descended directly to the ground and began to walk. Apart from Wang Ting, other disciples of the Eternal Life Sword sect also trickled in, forming small groups as they made their way inside. "Senior Sister Ding. Senior Brother Zhang has already made the arrangements for you. When you arrive, simply seek him out," Wang Ting said with a face full of flattery. Ding Shuli merely acknowledged him with a faint hum. Entering the mountain gate, they traversed a winding stone path for several hundred yards until a flat expanse came into view, where over 100 individuals had gathered. As they drew closer, Qin Feng realized that these were all scattered cultivators from outside, comprising men and women of various ages. Their strengths varied, yet each bore expressions of excitement intertwined with nervousness. At the forefront stood a bald elder clad in a blue robe, who was turning a string of black prayer beads while reciting scriptures with his eyes closed. Even without the use of foresight techniques, one could feel an overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from him. After a moment, the elder opened his eyes and cast a calm glance over the crowd before inquiring, "How many from the refining peak have arrived?" Immediately, someone in the crowd responded, "A total of 28 from the refining room." "And how many from the Divine Pill Peak?" The elder continued. A figure dressed in white, bearing a flying sword on his back, responded in a clear voice, 7 servants, along with 1 guest elder." "Good." The bald elder nodded, proceeding to inquire about the numbers of others. Wang Ting shot a glance at Qin Feng and said, "You should follow Senior Brother Zhang. He will make arrangements for you at the Divine Pill Peak." Zhang Shun and Ding Shuli exchanged laughter and turned to leave. 6 scattered cultivators from the crowd promptly followed suit, and though Qin Feng felt puzzled, he quickened his pace to blend into the group. Along the journey, Zhang Shun took the initiative to converse with Ding Shuli, inquiring after her well-being and introducing the sect's rules with utmost consideration, completely disregarding the scattered cultivators behind him. A sycophant meets a grim fate. In his heart, Qin Feng silently cursed, then began to observe his surroundings. The architecture within the sect was scattered, evidently indicating that each mountain peak served a distinct purpose. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of a mountain resembling a triangular tripod, where a stone tablet stood at the entrance, inscribed with the name Shin'an Peak. The mountain was dotted with medicinal fields. Some individuals were fetching water and fertilizing. Others were tilling the land with tools, while yet others wielded hoes to harvest spiritual herbs. Upon reaching the summit, Zhang Shun led several individuals to collect 2 sets of miscellaneous servant attire, distributed identity tokens with the requirement of blood oath for recognition, and then assigned daily tasks and accommodations. After completing these arrangements, he expressionlessly announced the rules to the group. You are now disciples of Shin'an Peak's miscellaneous servants. The specifics of your duties will be determined by the overseer, and you are forbidden from damaging sect property. Most importantly, you must show respect to fellow disciples. Violations will result in the light punishment of forfeit of cultivation, or in severe cases, the annihilation of your entire clan. Having said this, Zhang Shun departed, leaving several scattered cultivators gazing at one another in bewilderment. Moments later, a middle-aged man erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What the hell?" To put it nicely, we are here as miscellaneous servants, but bluntly, we are clearly being treated as laborers. Had I known it would be like this, I would never have come. The group soon realized they had been deceived by the disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect, yet the identity tokens had already bound them to this place, making exit far more challenging than entry. Anger surged within them. Qin Feng feigned a few curses, then resumed surveying his surroundings. Shin'an Peak was the sect's hub for alchemy, where even the elders and certain inner disciples opted to refine their elixirs. If he could devise a way to secure tasks related to cleaning the alchemy chambers, he could gather discarded pills in abundance. With this thought, Qin Feng's heart brimmed with joy. On the following day, before dawn, a sudden clamor of gongs echoed outside the quarters of the miscellaneous servant disciples. Inside the shared dormitory, Qin Feng rose alongside the seasoned disciples responsible for menial tasks, then stepped outside to await the steward's assignment for the day's duties. Qin Feng stood amidst the crowd, his face etched with perplexity. These individuals were undoubtedly cultivators, the weakest among them being at the second level of qi refinement, yet they appeared utterly lifeless. Moments later, Qin Feng followed a man to the riverbank, where they filled buckets with water for the medicinal herb garden. The wooden buckets were specially crafted tools, and Qin Feng was uncertain about their exact capacity. But he knew it took a considerable time for them to fill when submerged in the river. Crucially, the overseer had stipulated that these water-filled buckets could not be placed into storage rings, for doing so would cause them to lose their vitality and jeopardize the herbs. After filling 2 buckets, Qin Feng crouched down, resting his shoulders on the yoke, and exerted his physical strength, yet the buckets remained utterly still. Even when his feet sank into the muddy ground, the buckets showed no sign of lifting. Ultimately, he had no choice but to channel his spiritual energy, and only then did the buckets wobble and barely rise from the ground. How incredibly heavy they were! In his heart, Qin Feng silently cursed, instantly comprehending the reason behind the lethargy of the menial workers. As evening approached, the laborers returned to their quarters one after another, gathering in small groups to engage in games of stone tiles or to practice in silence within the confines of soundproof barriers. It was during this time that Qin Feng sensed a flicker of vitality among them. "Brother, let us wager a few rounds," exclaimed the man who had led Qin Feng in fetching water during the day. Qin Feng responded with a smile and a shake of his head. They placed bets on spirit stones and minor spells, though these were merely low-level incantations, lacking any significant merit. Moments later, the individual who had won the most, wearing a frown, cursed, "You scoundrels, all of you are relying on the breath concealment technique. I've had enough of this for a year, even to use it for wiping." To the average wanderer, the breath concealment technique might hold value, yet in a gathering of such cultivators, it appeared rather inferior. Before him lay a pile of over 10 identical copies of the technique. Once the games concluded, Qin Feng promptly purchased 16 copies of the breath concealment technique at the price of 2 spirit stones each, and then hurried to the restroom. The Dao One technique. By employing this method, one can obscure their own aura, capable of withstanding the scrutiny of beings 4 major realms above. When mastered, it allows for the concealment of one's physical form, classified as a top-tier technique of the heavenly level. It cannot be further synthesized. From its literal meaning, Qin Feng could surmise that the Dao One technique might very well be the pinnacle of concealment arts in this realm. In the days that followed, aside from his water-fetching duties, Qin Feng also took turns with tasks such as planting spirit herbs, gathering medicinal plants, and cleaning the herbs. While the more leisurely task of tidying the alchemy room remained elusive, monopolized by favored individuals. As cultivators, everyone adhered to the sect's rule forbidding private duels, allowing them to practice openly during the day, and Qin Feng secretly advanced his training in the Dao One technique to the entry level. On this particular day, Qin Feng was once again assigned the task of fetching water. Accompanying him was an elderly man at the third layer of the qi refining stage. As they made their second trip, the old man's spiritual energy was depleted, and he was tragically crushed by the burden of the shoulder pole, dying a painful death. Another life lost. Damn Wang Ting, you have truly bestowed upon me a remarkable opportunity. Witnessing the grim scene before him, Qin Feng's desire for vengeance against Wang Ting intensified. Though his companion had perished, the work still required completion. Such circumstances were not new to Qin Feng, who had long since grown numb to them. As anticipated, after finishing the task of watering the medicinal herbs, night had already fallen. Qin Feng quickened his pace towards his resting place, channeling his energy in hopes of swiftly mastering the ultimate realm of his cultivation. As he passed through a grove of bamboo, he caught a glimpse of two white figures through the scattered bamboo leaves. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he slowed his pace and stealthily approached. Amidst the rustling of bamboo leaves, the faint sound of a conversation reached his ears. Ding Shimi, I can agree to everything else, but this matter is truly unacceptable. Stealing sect medicinal herbs is a grave offense. The speaker's tone was humble, unmistakably belonging to Zhang Shun, the devoted sycophant. A smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth as he retrieved a recording stone from his storage ring. This remarkable artifact not only captured images but also preserved sounds, thus providing a means to hold leverage over the two individuals. The absence of a few medicinal herbs was of little consequence in the grand scheme of things. The standoff had reached a boiling point, and it was evident that Ding Shuli was becoming increasingly irate. Zhang, anxious, hastily explained, every single herb has been meticulously accounted for. Even if some are withered, they must be submitted for the elders to handle personally. Please, junior sister, show me mercy. I do not require much. Simply find a lowly servant to take the blame. After all, those servants are mere low-level cultivators. Who would dare to steal? After a brief silence, Ding Shuli finally spoke. There is an individual named Qin Feng whose prowess is commendable. I sense he is not to be underestimated. The two engaged in a brief discussion before concluding that they would pilfer the herbs and frame Qin Feng for the theft, all the while planning to transform him into a puppet to seize control of his sect and its formations. Outside the bamboo grove, upon hearing the plans of the two, Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Had it not been for the recent use of the recording stone, he would likely be facing calamity by tomorrow. What a venomous and despicable woman. Qin Feng squinted, pondering how to address the situation at hand. With an abundance of magical artifacts at his disposal, he believed that even if they confronted him directly, they would find it futile. It would be far better to confront them head-on. If they were to succeed in stealing the medicinal herbs, he would be unable to absolve himself, regardless of the depths he might plunge into the Yellow River. Just as he was about to step outside, he noticed Zhang Shun soaring away on a flying sword. It appeared he intended to make a hasty escape, leaving behind an alibi while simultaneously granting Ding Shuli the opportunity to pilfer the herbs. He could not allow her to steal the medicinal materials. Qin Feng extracted the golden bell talisman, holding it firmly in one hand while raising the reflection stone with the other as he strode forward. Who goes there? Ding Shuli drew her flying sword in an instant, yet Qin Feng was quicker to reveal the golden bell talisman and the reflection stone. A sardonic smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Sister Ding, surely you would not wish for the secrets just unveiled to become public knowledge, would you? Chapter 28. Tidying up the alchemy chamber, a dreadful task. Is it you? The moment she recognized the person before her, Ding Shuli visibly exhaled with relief. Maneuvering her flying sword to carve lines in the air, then coldly threatened, throw me the reflection stone, or I shall take your life. Observing the disdainful glint in her eyes, Qin Feng felt a surge of indignation. She had consistently maintained an air of superiority, and even now, in this precarious situation, she continued to look down upon others. Qin Feng could not help but feel a surge of anger, sneering, if you're unconvinced, you may as well take the first strike and see if you can shatter my golden bell talisman. In that instant, he infused his spiritual energy into the talisman, causing a golden bell to materialize from thin air, enveloping Qin Feng within its protective embrace. To be on the safe side, he simultaneously cast several earthen spells beneath his feet and drew forth a fire serpent talisman. The golden bell talisman? Upon witnessing Qin Feng encased within the golden bell, Ding Shuli's eyes reflected a grave concern. The golden bell talisman could withstand attacks from practitioners in the core formation stage, although it could be worn down over time. Such a strategy bore significant risks. Should a confrontation ensue, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of others. Ding Shuli sighed, sheathing her flying sword before inquiring. What do you intend to do? Strip off your clothes? Absolutely not. Ding Shuli's face turned pale with anger as she gripped her flying sword tightly. Just moments ago, you conspired with Brother Zhang to take my life. I have no intention of harming you, but is it unreasonable to request a glimpse of your form? A faint, icy smile crept across Qin Feng's face as he brandished the advanced Fire Serpent Talisman in his hand, threateningly declaring, "This is a high-grade Fire Serpent Talisman. If Senior Sister Ding is unwilling, I shall risk my life to present the recording stone to the elders of our sect." At that moment, it would not only be you but also Brother Zhang who would find themselves in dire straits, wouldn't it? Ding Shuli remained silent, the only sound in the dark night being the rustling leaves of the nearby bamboo grove. After a considerable pause for contemplation, she finally lifted her gaze and coldly inquired, "If I were to show you my body, what assurance do I have that you would give me the recording stone? Surely, Senior Sister understands the hardships we laborers endure. Had it not been for the restrictions placed upon us, I would have fled long ago. I will have you escort me beyond the confines of the Chongqing Sword sect, and only then will I return the recording stone to you." Agreed. Ding Shuli instantly sheathed her flying sword, slowly placing her hand at the neckline of her robe to untie the fastening, all the while secretly mocking him. After all, he is merely a child of 17 or 18. Once outside the Chongqing Sword sect, even the most precious treasures would be unable to protect you. As each article of clothing slipped away, the flush upon Ding Shuli's face grew increasingly apparent. Is this satisfactory now? I've even removed my undergarments. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes, yet she found herself compelled to comply with Qin Feng's demands. Moments later, she stood completely bare. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, then retrieved an activated memory stone from the nearby bushes, which captured the scene at that very moment. "Do you see what this is?" he exclaimed. "You. Shameless." Ding Shuli's face turned pale as she immediately waved her hand to drape a black robe over herself. Enveloped in the robe, Ding Shuli trembled with rage. Were it not for the protective talisman, she would have been tempted to strike her adversary down with a single sword stroke. If Senior Sister Ding were to pilfer medicinal herbs and harm me tonight, these two memory stones would surely spread the news throughout the Chongqing Sword sect by dawn. With that, Qin Feng turned on his heel, adorned with the protective talisman, and departed, leaving Ding Shuli seething with fury in his wake. Upon returning to his quarters, he found the numerous attendants still engrossed in their games of cards or drinking, the scene a chaotic disarray. Qin Feng stood silently at the doorway, accompanying anyone who ventured to the restroom. After half an hour, the card players ceased their game, the drinkers laid down their cups, and curiosity began to envelop the group regarding Qin Feng's actions. "Xiao Wang, what did Qin Feng say to you?" He said nothing of consequence. "Zhang Lizi, you are the most honest among us. What did Xiao Qin communicate to you? What could he possibly have said? He merely mentioned escorting me to the restroom." Qin Feng smiled broadly at the crowd, offering no explanations. For indeed, what they said was true. He had said nothing. In the days that followed, Ding Shuli seemed to vanish without a trace, and Qin Feng could hardly be bothered to acknowledge her. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a month had elapsed. During this period, although his cultivation had seen little advancement, Qin Feng had gleaned considerable insights into the affairs of the Chongqing Sword sect. Zhang Shun was an inner disciple of the Divine Alchemy Peak, possessing formidable strength and a basic proficiency in alchemy, which granted him significant prestige within the peak, making it quite challenging to deal with him. As for Wang Ting, he had not garnered the attention of the various peak masters, being merely an outer disciple. He was always vulnerable to being eliminated at any moment. One morning, during the allocation of duties, it was unprecedented for Qin Feng to be assigned to the team responsible for cleaning the alchemy chambers. Apart from Qin Feng, the others were all well-connected individuals. Although puzzled, Qin Feng followed them to the place of labor. The Divine Alchemy Peak was divided into 12 major alchemy zones, designated A through L, with the intensity of the earth fire increasing as one moved closer to the forefront. Qin Feng was tasked with the responsibility of cleaning the 9 alchemy rooms in Area B. Upon his arrival, he discovered that he was the sole individual assigned to this duty, which immediately raised his suspicions. An elderly handyman, carrying a bucket of water as he exited, revealed a look of regret upon seeing that the successor was merely a lad of 17 or 18 years. Qin Feng hastily produced 2 spirit stones and handed them over, inquiring, "Esteemed senior, as this is my first time working in the alchemy chamber, are there any taboos I should be aware of?" Upon seeing the spirit stones, the old servant's face immediately brightened, and he patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, saying, "Recently, a guest elder has frequently come to refine pills. Each time an explosion occurs, he becomes furious. He then made a gesture across his throat, conveying a look of self-preservation to Qin Feng before swiftly departing. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, his resentment towards Wang Ting and the steward intensifying. When the tasks were manageable, they dispatched their trusted associates, but when the situation turned dire, they sent others to face certain death. If his suspicions were correct, the alchemy chamber in Area B likely bore witness to several tragic casualties. Damn Wang Ting. Qin Feng silently cursed under his breath and then quietly walked to the passage leading to the alchemy room, where he awaited patiently. At that moment, only 2 alchemy rooms were in use, while the others had been thoroughly cleaned. All he needed to do was wait here until the occupants emerged, so he could proceed to tidy up. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the furthest alchemy room, the deep sound reverberating in his ears. Following that, an elderly man's hoarse voice pierced through the air, shouting in desperation, "Someone, hurry and clean this alchemy room." Qin Feng responded with a nod and promptly pushed open the heavy stone door of the alchemy chamber. Before him stood an elderly man with snow-white hair, his expression contorted and teetering on the brink of madness. Inside, the alchemical furnace was belching forth thick plumes of black smoke, while the stone walls bore the splattered remnants of medicinal mud that resembled excrement. As Qin Feng passed by the old man, he could sense a formidable aura emanating from him. Qin Feng silently began his work, simultaneously praying that the other party would not cause him any trouble. He had finally landed a lucrative job, and he desperately hoped that nothing would go awry. As Qin Feng meticulously cleaned the alchemical furnace, an elderly man approached with a beaming smile, inquiring gently, "Young man, do you believe that my next batch of elixirs will be successful?" Chapter 29, The Master of the Divine Pill Peak, Guguten. Qin Feng, holding a cloth, felt drenched in sweat. At the same time, he understood how those menial workers had met their demise. It was merely a matter of life and death, was it not? "Fear not, for I merely wish to seek a stroke of good fortune through your words." Qin Feng cast a glance towards the alchemical furnace, where an array of discarded pills lay buried within the ashes. He promptly declared, "Senior, your next batch of elixirs is destined for success." "Excellent." The elder's spirit soared, and he immediately bestowed a spirit stone upon Qin Feng as a token of gratitude, before resuming his preparations for the next batch of medicinal ingredients. Once the area was sufficiently tidied, Qin Feng departed from the alchemy chamber, resuming his vigil in the corridor outside. During this time, other alchemists arrived one after another to occupy the vacant alchemical rooms. Bang! Not long after, a resounding explosion erupted from the elder's alchemical chamber. The stone door of the chamber swung open with a loud crash, and the elder stormed towards Qin Feng, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. Clearly on the brink of madness. "Please wait, Senior. I shall assist you in examining the situation." Qin Feng took the initiative, intending to stride towards the alchemy chamber, when the elder suddenly reached out to stop him, presenting a flying sword along with a storage pouch. "Senior, what is your intention?" the young man inquired. "Young one, I beseech you to assist me. My storage pouch shall belong to you," the elder replied, pain evident in his eyes. He continued, "Help me sever my head." Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Feng instinctively stepped back several paces. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet he had never anticipated such a cunning ploy from the old man. It seemed likely that before he could even grasp the flying sword, he would be met with a swift retaliation. Did someone of such caliber truly require an excuse to take a life? "I implore you, please, behead me." Seeing Qin Feng remain motionless, the elder suddenly knelt down with a thud. Qin Feng promptly turned and approached the entrance of the alchemy chamber, attempting to soothe the elder in a haphazard manner. "Senior, do not fret. Even if the furnace explodes, there remains a chance of producing a refined elixir. I shall go and investigate." With that, Qin Feng swiftly entered the alchemy chamber. His words were not entirely unfounded. Such occurrences had been documented in ancient texts, though the odds were akin to searching for a needle in the ocean. The stone chamber was in disarray, with ash and black smoke rendering the air suffocating. Beneath the ashes of the alchemical furnace lay numerous discarded elixirs, all reduced to char. He picked up a failed elixir, and a line of small text immediately materialized before his eyes. "Abandoned function pill. A low-grade human tier discarded elixir. Consuming it yields no effect and may result in diarrhea. Can be synthesized. 3 pattern function pill. High-tier elixirs are categorized into 3 realms: heaven, earth, and humanity, with each realm further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The quality of high-tier elixirs is distinguished by their patterns, with anything below 3 patterns considered inferior. To avoid raising the elder's suspicions, Qin Feng only collected 2 discarded Fengshen pills for synthesis. The 3-pattern Fengshen pill gleamed with a golden radiance reminiscent of crystal, yet it possessed a certain translucence. 3-pattern Fengshen pill. After consumption, spiritual power surges dramatically, allowing for a temporary elevation of one major realm. Following this effect, one will experience weakness for half a month. This elixir proved to be quite formidable. Indeed, it was worthy of being classified as a human-tier elixir. Qin Feng was struck with astonishment as he unhesitatingly rolled the elixir in the ashes a few times, then hurriedly ran out of the alchemy room, cradling the potion in his hands. Elder, is this the elixir you concocted? The old man, at that moment, was slumped on the ground, weeping profusely. As he saw Qin Feng rush in, a flicker of murderous intent crossed his face. I commanded you to kill me, since you have not. Then noticing the item in Qin Feng's hands, the old man's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. He seized it, scrutinizing it closely, and after a brief moment, he burst into hearty laughter. It's done. I have finally succeeded. Grasping the divine ascension pill, he wildly danced through the passage of the alchemy chamber, his hair in disarray. The alchemist from the surrounding chambers, feeling discontent, peeked out to glance at the old man before promptly retreating. After quite some time, he finally calmed down, tidied his unkempt hair, and turned his gaze to Qin Feng, asking, You are my savior. What is your name? I am but a junior. Qin Feng, but this elixir is entirely your accomplishment, senior. The old man waved his hand dismissively and then earnestly assessed Qin Feng's aura. 5 spiritual roots. 8th level of qi refining. Your talent is somewhat inferior to mine, yet you are my savior. I hereby declare that you shall be my sole disciple, Gogoden. Bang. Bang bang. The sound of exploding furnaces echoed simultaneously from 5 or 6 nearby alchemy rooms, followed by an eerie silence, with no one calling to clean up the mess. Humph. A bunch of useless fools. The old man glared disdainfully at the surrounding alchemy rooms, then turned to Qin Feng, handing him a token. This is the token of the master of the divine pill peak. I must take my leave now and shall return to seek you out later. With that, he hurried away, leaving Qin Feng standing there, utterly bewildered. The token of the master of the divine pill peak. Hadn't he that old servant mentioned the elder of the guest Qin? At that moment, several individuals began to emerge from the surrounding alchemy rooms. They were all clad in garments adorned with the insignia of the Eternal Life Sword sect, exuding formidable auras. Upon seeing Qin Feng, they all greeted him with warm smiles. Junior brother Qin, oh no, congratulations, Master Uncle Qin, on becoming the closed-door disciple of Master Ge. We hope you will look after us in the future. The speaker was a man closest to Qin Feng, dressed in brown, appearing to be around 30 years old, yet already had reached the late foundation establishment stage. The others, though wearing the unified attire of inner disciples, also chimed in with their congratulations. Such an unusual treatment left Qin Feng somewhat perplexed, prompting him to furrow his brows and inquire, Are you saying that Gogoden is the master of the divine pill peak? Indeed, Master Uncle, replied the man, named Qin Shaoan, one of the true disciples of the divine pill peak. The master of the divine pill peak is indeed Master Ge, your master and our grandmaster. However, apart from our masters, everyone else can only refer to him as Master Ge. After asking numerous questions, Qin Feng gradually grasped the situation. It turned out that Gogoden had been stuck at the master alchemist level for many years, unable to break through to concoct human-grade elixirs, and by chance, their meeting led to Qin Feng becoming his closed-door disciple. Qin Feng gazed intently at the token in his hand, a lingering sense of disbelief settling within him. As an insignificant servant, he had unexpectedly ascended to become the closed-door disciple of the master of the divine elixir peak, one of the 12 great peaks of the Eternal Life Sword sect. Moreover, the name Gogoden seemed rather frivolous, did it not? Noticing Qin Feng's unease, Qin Shaoan immediately bowed and said, Uncle Qin, do not fret. Master Ji's willingness to accept you as his closed-door disciple is no jest. Simply await with peace of mind. I shall arrange for others to handle the tasks here. No need. With a decisive wave of his hand, Qin Feng halted any attempts to summon assistance. Qin Shaohan's eyes widened in surprise, and he could only clasp his hands together and say, If my esteemed master has any matters to attend to, please feel free to send someone to inform me at Yuling Cave. I shall take my leave now. After the other party departed, excitement finally illuminated Qin Feng's face. Given his current status, he could openly gather the discarded pills from the entire Shindan Peak. However, this could only be formalized once he officially became the closed-door disciple of Gogoden. Moments later, all the discarded pills from several alchemy rooms had been collected, and Qin Feng then proceeded to exit the alchemy corridor, making his way toward the overseer in the distance. The overseer in charge of the menial tasks was a portly middle-aged man, known as Wang Bapi, with a rather unattractive visage. Upon noticing someone leaving the alchemy area before the shift change, his eyes widened in disbelief. "You little rascal! Are you disregarding your duties?" As Wang scolded, his large, foul-smelling foot lifted momentarily, then gently descended. This was prompted by Qin Feng revealing a waxy yellow wooden token inscribed with the words Peak Master Order. As a terrifying pressure emanated from the token, Wang could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to the ground with a thud. "How do you possess the Peak Master Order?" Even kneeling, Wang's face was still filled with disbelief, as just that morning, Qin Feng had been a timid menial worker. A sharp sound of a slap echoed, leaving a vivid red mark across Wang's plump face. "What do you intend to do?" It was only then that Wang realized the gravity of the situation, his expression shifting to one of grievance as his corpulent form trembled. "Send someone to tidy up my alchemy area. I wish to return and rest." With a decisive kick, Qin Feng sent him sprawling to the ground. Then tucked away the Peak Master's token, clapped his hands, and strode away with purpose. Although the divine elixir peak sprawled over a vast expanse, news traveled with remarkable swiftness. As Qin Feng made his way toward the disciples' rest area, numerous inner disciples who passed by greeted him with enthusiasm. Unmoved by the flattery that enveloped him, Qin Feng felt no stirrings of emotion within. The distinction of being part of a sect merely translated to a difference in resources. Ultimately, the path of cultivation relied on one's own efforts, rendering any cause for celebration rather trivial. Moreover, that Gugudin appeared quite deranged, necessitating preparation for any potential capriciousness on his part. After a brief walk, Qin Feng settled onto a massive rock by the roadside to rest while admiring the picturesque scenery below. From this vantage point, he could behold a significant portion of the Chongqing Sword Sect's landscape. At that moment, the other peaks were bustling with activity, as countless disciples, both inner and outer, seemed to be converging in a singular direction. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from behind, prompting Qin Feng to glance over his shoulder. He beheld a throng of white-clad figures hastily descending the mountain, among whom were several young men and women dressed in casual attire, including Chen Shaoan. Upon spotting Qin Feng perched upon the boulder, Chen Shaoan promptly halted and initiated a conversation. "Qin Shishu, are you here enjoying the scenery?" Chen Shaohan's demeanor was respectful, while the others regarded Qin Feng with furrowed brows, remaining silent. Qin Feng remained unfazed by their demeanor and inquired, "What transpired?" "Recently, the Ghost Gate sect has aimed to conduct a blood sacrifice in a city within my Zhao Kingdom. Although we previously repelled their advance, they have unexpectedly returned. The elders of the sect are currently mobilizing personnel to swiftly eradicate the malevolent practitioners. Then you must hasten on your way." Qin Feng waved his hand at the several individuals before turning away to gaze at the scenic landscape below. At present, he was merely a handyman, devoid of any obligation to partake in the battle, nor had he received any notification to engage in the conflict. Thus, he felt no need to be concerned about the impending war. Once the group had distanced themselves, a look of worry emerged on Qin Feng's face. His apprehension stemmed from the fact that the Ghost Gate sect, the largest cultivation sect within the territory of the Zhou Kingdom, posed a potential threat. He feared that Taizhu might be tempted to take a shortcut by joining the sect. Adjacent to the rest area for the handyman disciples stood a secluded little courtyard, designated solely for the use of Manager Wang. Qin Feng pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room contained only a bed, a table, and daily necessities. The bed was in disarray, scattered with brownish-white stains, and the floor was littered with strands of hair and other belongings left behind by female servants, which elicited a frown from onlookers. Qin Feng made no movement towards other objects. He simply found a clean patch of ground to sit upon, employing a soundproof barrier before commencing his cultivation. As dusk settled, a corpulent figure entered, embracing a woman. Upon glimpsing the figure within the room, he was instantly seized by terror, trembling uncontrollably, and hurriedly exited with the woman in tow. In the days that followed, Qin Feng remained seated in his chamber, engrossed in his practice, summoning food from the plump Wang whenever hunger struck. Without the enhancement of a spirit-gathering array, Qin Feng felt his progress in cultivation was sluggish. Yet he could only bide his time through meditation, as that old rascal Gugudin had yet to return. 5 days later, Wang, trembling with trepidation, cautiously pushed open the door to convey a message, stating that the esteemed Gufeng had summoned him to the grand hall of the Divine Elixir Peak. Qin Feng ceased his cultivation and allowed Wang Fatty to lead the way. Atop the mountain stood a majestic violet palace, with a meticulously paved stone plaza before its grand entrance. Near the edge of this area was an imposing black cauldron, towering 3 zhang high. Upon entering the hall, Qin Feng was met with the gaze of more than a dozen individuals, some of whom bore an intensely aggressive demeanor, causing him considerable discomfort, yet, feeling outnumbered, he chose to endure it in silence. Within the grand hall sat an elderly man clad in white robes, none other than Gogodon, whom Qin Feng had encountered previously. Flanking him were 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman. Near the entrance stood a group of over 10 young people, among them Chen Xiaoan, clearly indicating that they were disciples of Gogodon. Observing Qin Feng standing there in a daze, Gogodon felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Promptly adopting a stern expression as he inquired, "Upon seeing your master, why do you not kneel in reverence?" Disciple Qin Feng pays his respects to master. Qin Feng immediately performed a formal apprenticeship by Gogodon. As he rose, a storage bag came hurtling towards him. "This contains everything you need to learn. I must be away for a while, so let your 5th senior sister arrange the rest of the matters for you." With that, Gogodon removed his feet from the chair, donned his shoes, and vanished from the spot. Qin Feng appeared utterly bewildered, gripping the storage bag in his hand, sensing that this apprenticeship ceremony bore an air of frivolity. However, the others seemed unfazed, their expressions betraying little reaction. Among the 5, a notably youthful woman stepped forward, first offering Qin Feng a smile before beginning to elucidate the circumstances of the gathering. There were 4 senior brothers, 1 senior sister, and a total of 18 junior disciples, all of whom were core members of the Divine Elixir Peak. In addition, there were over 100 inner disciples, several guest elders, and numerous outer disciples and miscellaneous workers. After exchanging greetings with the senior brothers and receiving the bows of the junior disciples, Qin Feng followed the 5th senior sister to select a cave dwelling. Throughout the journey, the 5th senior sister inquired about various matters while explaining the intricacies of alchemical techniques. Yet, Qin Feng felt as if he were in a dream, absorbing nothing of what was being said. The Divine Elixir Peak boasted 33 cave dwellings, although the spiritual energy within was rather mediocre, after all. Those who ascended the peak were primarily focused on advancing their path through alchemy rather than cultivation, choosing a cave dwelling at random. Qin Feng bid farewell to the 5th senior sister and closed the stone door behind him. Inside the dwelling, several spaces had been created, furnished with stone beds and tables. And at the innermost section, a hot spring enveloped in mist awaited. Adjacent to this was an alchemical room containing earth fire. While not as fierce as that of the specialized alchemical chambers on the mountainside, it sufficed for the creation of common elixirs. On the other side was a training room equipped with a double-layered spirit-gathering formation. Observing the furnishings of the cave, Qin Feng felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, setting aside other amenities. The presence of an earth-fire alchemical chamber was something that cultivators from the outside world could only dream of obtaining. The contents of the storage bag were even more extravagant: 20,000 spirit stones, a high-grade yellow-tier alchemical furnace, a low-grade mysterious-tier wooden spirit boat, materials for foundational cultivation elixirs, spiritual energy elixirs, and over 30 varieties of common elixir formulas. Even though Qin Feng had never lacked spirit stones, the sheer abundance of treasures made his heart race with excitement. It seemed that Gogodon's intention to take him as a close disciple was indeed serious. Qin Feng sighed, then gathered all his belongings and departed from the cave dwelling, making his way down the mountain. Having been at the Chongqing Sword Sect for 2 or 3 months without an opportunity to venture out, he now, having obtained his official status, wished to attend to some matters and, if possible, visit the Misty Rain Tower in hopes of seeing his sister, Qin Yu, dressed in his own attire. Qin Feng strode confidently out of the gates of the Chongqing Sword Sect, swiftly taking to the skies aboard the wooden spirit vessel, heading towards the direction of Wonia Mountain. Was that not Qin Feng himself? At this moment, Wang Ting, Ding Shuli, and Zhang Shun had just returned from a mission and, upon entering the sect's gates, beheld Qin Feng propelling his flying vessel into the distance. "Please return first. I have some matters to attend to," Ding Shuli hastily instructed upon recognizing Qin Feng, immediately leaping onto her flying sword to follow him, leaving Wang Ting and Zhang Shun exchanging puzzled glances. "Senior brother, does Ding Shiji hold a grudge against Qin Feng? I am uncertain, but she is more than capable of handling that little servant. Let us not complicate matters." Chapter 31. I wish to see my senior sister gazing down upon the mountains and rivers from the void. A profound sense of grandeur welled up within. Qin Feng merely glanced for a moment before losing interest and hastening his pace towards Wonia Mountain. In but a brief instant, he sensed someone closing in behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Could it be Ding Shuli? Qin Feng glanced back, a surge of anxiety gripping his heart, and immediately propelled the wooden spirit boat to its utmost speed. The two pursued one another, swiftly arriving near Wonia Mountain. Without hesitation, Qin Feng plunged into the maze array, then turned to regard her with an indifferent gaze. You with the surname Qin possess the audacity to hide in there for a lifetime. Ding Shuli, having witnessed the formidable power of Qin Feng's formations, made no effort to assault the array, instead standing quietly on the opposite mountain, calling out to them. Do you truly believe I fear you? After giving her a disdainful glance, Qin Feng activated the Misty formation to obscure their vision. Within the cave, remnants of fire serpent talismans and other items remained. Qin Feng collected all the fire serpent talismans into his storage ring, and after synthesizing the discarded elixirs he had scavenged from the alchemy chamber, he resolved to venture out and teach that arrogant woman a lesson. If he did not show her a bit of authority, she might truly pursue him relentlessly in the future. Upon catching sight of Qin Feng, Ding Shuli immediately appeared on the neighboring peak, exuding a fierce aura, and coldly remarked, Do you truly dare to show yourself? What insights do you have for me? Senior Sister Ding? Qin Feng stood atop a hill outside the formation, one hand grasping a golden bell talisman, while the other held 3 advanced fire snake talismans. Now that you have emerged, I shall send you to your demise. Ding Shuli glared darkly as he soared through the air, producing a small black porcelain vial that he hurled ferociously towards Qin Feng. Bang! A thunderous flying sword materialized instantaneously, shattering the vial upon impact. As the porcelain fragmented, a thick cloud of black smoke billowed forth. At this juncture, Qin Feng was nearly certain that Ding Shuli was the enigmatic woman in black from that fateful night on Jiming Mountain. The black smoke seemed to possess a will of its own, drifting directly towards him. Without hesitation, Qin Feng unleashed a fireball technique aimed at the smoke. Bang! The fireball pierced through the black mist, crashing into the stones behind, yet the smoke remained unaffected, continuing its advance towards him. Are you toying with poison? With narrowed eyes, Qin Feng cast a glance at the noxious mist, once again invoking the earth wall technique in an attempt to shield himself. However, at that moment, a violet flying sword descended upon him with fierce intensity. Buzz! The golden bell talisman was instantly activated, while Qin Feng simultaneously unleashed a fire serpent talisman towards Ding Shuli. Clang! The violet sword struck the golden bell talisman, instantly creating a minute crack, as the encroaching poisonous mist relentlessly corroded the talisman's radiant glow. The adversary was a Foundation establishment cultivator. If he did not unleash his full power, the golden bell talisman might shatter, leaving him with no opportunity to escape. Realizing the toxic mist could diminish the golden bell's strength, Qin Feng grit his teeth and procured 20 advanced fire serpent talismans. Meanwhile, Ding Shuli, witnessing the formidable fire serpents, displayed an expression of astonishment as she swiftly retrieved a small blue shield talisman. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, the blue shield expanded several times its original size, enveloping her completely. Boom! As the fire serpent collided with the blue shield, a violent explosion ensued. Though she emerged unscathed, her countenance darkened, revealing her discomfort. Truly, my esteemed senior sister is remarkable, capable of withstanding even the advanced fire serpent talismans. A look of admiration appeared on Qin Feng's face. I wonder how much you can endure. With that, he hurled 2 high-level fire serpent talismans. Ding Shuli's expression changed dramatically as she swiftly sidestepped, yet the fiery serpents relentlessly pursued her. Left with no choice, she once again raised her shield in defense. Boom! Boom! 2 resounding impacts erupted, and several fine cracks began to form on the surface of the blue shield. Qin Feng did not cease his actions, relentlessly urging forth the fiery serpent talisman, for he possessed an abundance of these artifacts. As a mere attendant, how could one possibly wield such a plethora of high-grade fiery serpent talismans? Upon witnessing yet another fiery serpent surging towards him, Ding Shuli's countenance immediately darkened, and he swiftly retreated, standing upon his flying sword. Sister Ding, do not flee. Qin Feng grasped the golden bell talisman in his hand and swiftly retrieved the wooden spirit boat, pursuing Ding Shuli with determination. How infuriating! Sensing Qin Feng's approach, Ding Shuli immediately turned to unleash a water dragon technique in retaliation. However, Qin Feng deftly blocked it with the golden bell talisman and countered with a fire serpent talisman. In the blink of an eye, Ding Shuli had escaped back to her Lilac Mountain, relying on the mountain's formation to contain Qin Feng. Upon returning to her cave abode, Ding Shuli felt as if her lungs were on the verge of bursting with rage. How could it be that a dignified Foundation establishment cultivator was being pursued by a mere Qi refinement stage disciple? The thought of such a disgrace spreading was enough to incite laughter. Just then, she felt her concealment formation being attacked, accompanied by Qin Feng's mocking voice. Senior Sister Ding, why hide away for eternity? Bang! 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 The fire serpent talismans rained down upon the concealment formation of Lilac Mountain, relentless, and seemingly costless. The potency of the advanced Fire Serpent talismans was formidable enough to rival a core formation cultivator, rendering a mere intermediate concealment formation utterly inadequate. After 3 consecutive explosions of Fire Serpent talismans, the mist within the formation dissipated significantly, indicating its imminent collapse. Ding Shuli's expression shifted dramatically, prompting her to dispel the formation's mist and confront Qin Feng from across the barrier. What is it that you desire? Though there was a vast disparity in their strengths, Qin Feng understood that it was only through the Fire Serpent talismans that he could stand against her. In a true struggle, neither would prevail over the other. Observing her disheveled hair and haggard appearance, curiosity sparked in Qin Feng's eyes as he remarked, "I wish to see, senior sister." Though he left the specifics unsaid, Ding Shuli could infer his intentions. Her hands clenched into fists, her silver teeth grinding in frustration. She longed to rush out and tear him apart. Yet she was acutely aware of his possession of the Golden Bell Talisman and a multitude of Fire Serpent talismans. The menace in Qin Feng's gaze grew increasingly palpable as he spoke. "Senior sister Ding, I am merely taking a look. Surely that is permissible?" Ding Shuli felt an overwhelming surge of anger, as if she might sputter blood in response. Though she wished to depart, Qin Feng would not allow it. And the Datura cave, into which she had invested considerable effort, could not be so easily relinquished. Moreover, it was not as though he had not seen it before. Contemplating this, a faint blush crept onto Ding Shuli's cheeks, and with a frigid tone, she declared, "You may have a look, but from this moment forth, we shall owe each other nothing." It appeared that senior sister Ding was prepared to sever all ties. Qin Feng grasped a fiery talisman in each hand, ready to unleash their power. Ding Shuli, startled, retreated a few steps and hastily fumbled to unfasten the ties of her garment. Cloak, long skirt, undergarment. Behind the veil of the transparent illusory array, one stood in silent admiration while the other, blushing, bared her soul. The air seemed to thicken with heat at that moment. Qin Feng's face flushed crimson, while Ding Shuli, eyes shut, appeared as if she were a lamb awaiting sacrifice. After a prolonged gaze, Qin Feng turned and steered the wooden spirit vessel away, leaving behind a parting remark. "For today, I shall spare you. Perhaps, when my disciple's mood improves, I shall return." Humiliated, Ding Shuli quickly draped herself in a black robe and called out to his retreating figure, "I will surely kill you. I shall await that day." Qin Feng responded casually, hastening his departure. As he journeyed towards Taishanfang, he could feel his heart racing, and he began to question whether he was perhaps a bit too twisted. The sight of a cold, menacing woman yielding to his pressure brought him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Yet, he quickly readjusted his mindset. While he might not be a virtuous person, Ding Shuli was undoubtedly a villain. The moment she made her fateful decision on Shinan Peak, she sealed her fate to face his wrath. In the realm of cultivation, notions of righteousness and evil are mere illusions. The truth lies solely in the survival of the fittest. At this moment, the wooden spirit vessel had already reached the vicinity of Taishanfang. Qin Feng chose a secluded spot to descend, then donned his self-forged black robe of superior quality, before leisurely making his way into Iron Mountain Square to inquire about matters. "Friend, is there a misty rain tower nearby?" "Indeed, there is, but the location." Observing the hesitation in his interlocutor's voice, Qin Feng promptly slipped 2 spirit stones into his hand, successfully obtaining the precise coordinates of the Misty Rain Tower. Chapter 32. The Artifacts That Can Ensnare Others. Upon entering Iron Mountain Square, a cacophony of sounds immediately enveloped him, the surroundings vibrant with blooming flowers and throngs of passers-by. After traversing several streets, he finally located the Misty Rain Tower with ease. As Qin Feng stepped through the entrance, a young attendant promptly approached him, inquiring, "Immortal Master, are you here to purchase a sword?" "I seek to find your young master, Qin Yu." "And you are?" "I am Qin Feng." "Ah, it is indeed young Master Qin. Please follow me." Upon hearing Qin Feng's name, the attendant's face lit up with enthusiasm as he led Qin Feng to the 3rd floor of the Misty Rain Tower. The 3rd floor was a vast open space adorned with numerous scrolls, while over a dozen spiritual birds were feasting nearby. A woman clad in black sat quietly by the window, her features obscured by a veil. After exchanging a few hurried words with the young woman, the attendant departed swiftly. Qin Feng, however, felt a twinge of confusion. While it was not surprising for them to address him as young Master Qin, this young woman was clearly not Qin Yu. The woman removed her veil, revealing a delicate countenance, and knelt before Qin Feng, respectfully inquiring, "Young Master Qin has come to see the miss, has he not? Is she here?" "The miss has instructed all branches of the Misty Rain Tower to report immediately upon receiving any news of you." "Oh, and by the way, there are items sent by your friends being held here, but they will take a few days to arrive." How long will it take? If young master does not mind, I can notify the miss right away. She will arrive within 3 days at the latest with the items. The woman cast a beseeching glance as she approached a small azure spiritual bird resting nearby. Qin Feng recognized this bird from ancient texts. It was the Qi Feng bird. Known for its swiftness and discretion, capable of traversing vast distances, often employed in the realm of cultivation for delivering messages. Then please notify her. I wish to see her. 3 days may seem lengthy to a mortal, yet for a cultivator, it is but the blink of an eye. After departing from the Misty Rain Tower, Qin Feng casually sought out a shop, purchasing 20 spiritual fruits and 40 stalks of purple ginseng flowers for 600 spirit stones. He then rented a room at a nearby inn. During his recent duel with Ding Shuli, Qin Feng had become acutely aware of the limitations of his abilities. His supply of gold bell talismans was insufficient, and the fire serpent talismans offered a rather monotonous assault. He needed to acquire more magical artifacts to secure a decisive victory. In his room, 16 reddish-brown fruits and 32 purple ginseng-like stalks lay upon the table. After casting a soundproof barrier and establishing a mental restriction, Qin Feng curiously picked up a brown spiritual fruit, eager to discover its potential for synthesis. Ordinary spiritual fruit, produced by a fire spiritual tree. Consuming it invigorates the mind and calms the spirit. Synthesis successful. After 3 rounds of combining 16 spiritual fruits, he obtained 2 fire spiritual fruits. Fire spiritual fruit, produced by the fire spiritual tree, consuming it enhances one's fire root and accelerates cultivation speed. Synthesis successful. Century-old fire spiritual fruit, improves fire root. Increases cultivation speed, and has a chance to shatter bottlenecks, aiding in breakthrough to higher realms. Qin Feng was uncertain about the price of the century-old fire spirit fruit. Yet the exchange of 16 ordinary spirit fruits for a single genuine spirit fruit was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. With each successive attempt at synthesis, Qin Feng had become increasingly adept at the process. After synthesizing 32 purple ginseng 4 times, he successfully transformed them into 2 eternal purple ginseng. Eternal purple ginseng, an exceedingly rare herb, its consumption can enhance one's constitution, augment spirit energy absorption, and potentially improve one's bloodline. In fact, further synthesis was still possible, as long as the necessary materials were available. However, Qin Feng hesitated to proceed. Herbs of such ancient growth were already exceptionally rare. Should he inadvertently produce a sentient ginseng that summoned celestial phenomena, the situation would spiral beyond his control. A small measure of satisfaction in life surpasses complete fulfillment. If he lacked sufficient spirit stones, he could simply engage in a few more operations. It was time to procure the necessary supplies. Qin Feng stored the medicinal herbs within a storage ring, donned his black cloak, and then proceeded directly toward the direction of Qi Yuan Pavilion. The street was lined with numerous shops, grander and more imposing than Qi Yuan Pavilion. However, the proprietors within exuded a sense of unreliability that paled in comparison to that of Xilinger. As Qin Feng entered the Qi Yuan Pavilion, Xilinger was guiding a middle-aged female cultivator clad in a gray robe in her shopping endeavors. A maid promptly approached, saying, "Esteemed guest, would you prefer to explore on your own?" Qin Feng abruptly interrupted her introduction, casting his gaze around the shop. Although this establishment was newly opened, it appeared to be thriving recently, with a continuous stream of cultivators coming and going. The shelves surrounding the shop were adorned with a plethora of fine goods, herbs, elixirs, and a myriad of magical artifacts in abundant supply. After a while, Xilinger, having completed her tasks, wearily made her way towards the dimly lit passage within. Qin Feng waved at her, and although Xilinger appeared perplexed, she swiftly approached him. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? I am here to offer my wares." With a piece of beef jerky in his mouth, Qin Feng emitted a muffled sound. A cunning smile graced Xilingo's face as she stuck her tongue out at him before turning around to lead him down the secret passage. Upon entering the room, Xilingo collapsed wearily into a chair and inquired, "What treasures do you bring this time?" "The century-old fire spirit fruit. The millennium purple ginseng. Does your Qi Yuan Pavilion have sufficient funds for these?" Qin Feng spoke softly and then took a seat opposite, showing no haste to retrieve his belongings. "Do you truly possess these 2 items?" Upon hearing the goods Qin Feng intended to sell, Xilinger immediately displayed an expression of excitement. Rising to her feet as she spoke, "Coincidentally, there are individuals seeking these exact items from the Qi Yuan Pavilion. If you indeed have them, I shall offer you 300,000 spirit stones for the 100-year-old fire spirit fruit and 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones for the 10,000-year-old purple ginseng. 1 medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, Thus a single purple ginseng could fetch a price of 1 million. Both items are documented in ancient texts, and their value is quite comparable. In the room, Zilingo fixed her gaze intently on Qin Feng, her demeanor suggesting a desire to seize the items at once. Qin Feng inquired, "Can you produce 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones now? Do you perhaps possess 2 ancient purple ginseng plants? You may doubt the financial capacity of my companion, Zilingo, but you must never question the resources of our Qi Yuan pavilion." Zilingo rolled her eyes and walked over to a black stone cabinet. After performing several intricate hand gestures, she retrieved a purple storage pouch and tossed it to Qin Feng. "Inside are the 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Take a look." The medium-grade spirit stones exuded a richer essence and glimmered with a blue luminescence, reminiscent of exquisite crystal gems. Upon confirming their authenticity, Qin Feng directly produced a century-old fire spirit fruit and 2 ancient purple ginseng plants from his storage ring. The moment these 3 spirit items appeared in the room, the air was instantly filled with the aromatic fragrance of the purple ginseng and the sweetness of the spirit fruit. As soon as she laid eyes on the spirit items, Zilingo displayed a gleeful expression, eagerly grasping them to inspect. After a moment, curiosity sparkled in her eyes. "Where did you acquire such marvelous treasures?" "It was unintentional. I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives." Seeing Qin Feng's silence, Zilingo playfully stuck out her tongue and, with a mischievous demeanor, produced a storage pouch containing 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, offering it to him. However, Qin Feng declined, stating, "I wish to purchase some additional items. I had anticipated you would seek to buy more." Zilingo's face lit up with a sly smile as she produced an account book and inquired, "What do you wish to acquire this time?" "I require some enchanted artifacts capable of restraining or trapping others, in addition to defensive artifacts. I would also like some talismans and flying artifacts, preferably identical ones. The more, the better." The rest of the request seemed quite standard. Yet Zilingo focused intently on the artifacts meant for binding others. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed her face as she confirmed, "You seek artifacts that can bind others?" "Indeed. Ones that render the target incapable of resistance?" Is there a distinction?" "Just wait. I shall see what we have available." Zilingo displayed a look of disdain before swiftly exiting the room, leaving Qin Feng in a state of confusion. Is it truly shameful to use artifacts that can ensnare enemies? Chapter 33, A Letter from Han Taiju of the Ghost Gate Sect. Zilingo soon returned, commencing her recommendations for the high-end artifacts currently available at Qi Yuan Pavilion. The 9 Dragons Binding Sky Rope, a top-tier Xian-grade artifact, transforms into 9 dragons upon activation to assail foes. Once a target is touched, the remaining 8 dragons swiftly converge to ensnare the target's limbs, sealing the spiritual power of cultivators below the core formation stage. The Yin-Yang Mother and Sun Shields, a mid-tier Xian-grade artifact, consist of a large and a small shield. When activated, one shines brightly while the other remains dim, capable of defending against both physical and mental attacks. The Advanced Golden Light Talisman, which can withstand assaults from cultivators at the late core formation stage. Perhaps aware of Qin Feng's abundant resources, Zilingo presented her shop's prized possession, the 9 Dragons Binding Sky Rope. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Mother and Sun Shields also hold significant value. Together, these 2 artifacts are worth over 600,000 spirit stones. Qin Feng held the 9 Dragons Binding Sky Rope and the Yin-Yang Mother and Child Shield in his hands, examining them closely. Even without infusing spiritual power, he could discern the uniqueness of their materials. He felt immense satisfaction with these 2 items. It was rare for even core formation cultivators and transformation stage masters to possess profound-grade artifacts. Those of higher tiers were not only scarce but also priceless. Only someone with substantial wealth could truly afford them. For an ordinary Qi refining stage cultivator, merely acquiring a couple of yellow-grade artifacts would be considered a mark of affluence. Qin Feng quietly contemplated whether there were any omissions in the pairing of the 2 magical artifacts. Inside the room, on the opposite chair, Zilingo observed Qin Feng's infatuation with the Tianquan rope, her disdainful gaze intensifying. She had begun to suspect that this fellow might indeed be planning to use these treasures for nefarious purposes. Qin Feng paid no heed to Zilingo's expression and, in a state of exuberance, proceeded to pack away the 9 Dragons Binding Heaven Rope and the Yin-Yang Mother and Child Shield. He then inquired, "How many gold light talisman treasures do you have in your shop?" "Only 5, came the reply. "If you find that insufficient, we have other defensive magical artifacts." "What is the flying apparatus with the largest stock in your store?" "The low-grade yellow tier wind-chasing boat, priced at 5,000 spirit stones each." "How many would you like?" Thus, he gathered the 9 Dragons Binding Heaven Rope, the Yin-Yang Mother and Child Shield, 5 gold light talisman treasures, and 32 low-grade wind-chasing boats. Qin Feng, with an audacious demeanor, persuaded Zilinger to part with 200 primary fire serpent talismans. Given that each talisman could be sold individually for a mere 5 spirit stones, she had little reason to deny such a significant patron. Ultimately, his expenditures amounted to a staggering 860,000 spirit stones. He provided 26,000 inferior spirit stones and supplemented with 600 medium-grade spirit stones before striding confidently away from the Qi Yuan pavilion. Upon returning to the inn, Qin Feng promptly retrieved his junior fire serpent talismans, golden light talismans, and wind-chasing boats. The 200 fire serpent talismans could be synthesized into 50 advanced fire serpent talismans, whose explosive power posed a significant threat to early-stage core formation cultivators. In addition to those he had previously, Qin Feng now possessed a total of 72 advanced fire serpent talismans. Subsequently, he synthesized 2 exquisite golden light talismans and, after 5 syntheses of 32 low-level wind-chasing boats, transformed them into a superior grade divine wind boat of the Xian rank. The exquisite golden light talismans emanate a golden radiance based on the user's physique, making it difficult for spirits and demons to approach within 10 feet, while suppressing all malevolent entities. They can withstand attacks from late-stage core formation cultivators. The superior grade divine wind boat of the Xian rank consumes little spiritual energy, possesses a streamlined form, can traverse the void, and reaches speeds comparable to those of late-stage nascent soul cultivators. He then stored these items within his storage ring. Qin Feng finally felt a semblance of security. Possessing such treasures allowed him to face even the most formidable golden core cultivators and retreat unscathed. Once all matters were settled, Qin Feng occupied himself in his chamber, engaging in cultivation to pass the time. Meanwhile, outside the Dingtian Mountains, in a clearing, Zhang Shun held a long jade box in his hands, persistently releasing sound transmission talismans towards the protective mountain array. Junior sister Ding, I have brought the longevity herb I promised you some time ago, and I have arranged for you to become a guest elder. Shouldn't you fulfill your side of the agreement? Zhang Shun implored from outside the formation. But all his talismans fell silent, as though cast into an abyss, receiving no replies. As time dragged on, impatience flickered in Zhang Shun's eyes. He produced another sound transmission talisman and declared, everyone in the sect is now aware that Qin Feng is the closed-door disciple of sect leader Go. I witnessed you pursuing Qin Feng that day. Surely, you wouldn't want the secret to be revealed, would you? If you agree to be with me, I assure you this matter will remain buried. Before he could finish, a figure clad in a flowing black dress appeared beside him in an instant. Ding Shuli's gaze was frigid as she drew forth her purple flying sword, pointing it menacingly at Zhang Shun, her teeth clenched. You dare threaten me? Junior sister, I genuinely care for you. If you agree, I promise to keep this matter to myself. Zhang Shun retorted, his voice desperate. I may not be able to kill him, but surely, I can deal with you. Ding Shuli felt the weight of his threat ignite her fury, and in an instant, she was seething with rage. 3 small white porcelain vials flew forth, encircling Zhang Shun, while her purple flying sword expanded, transforming into a massive Tinjong sword that surged toward him. Junior sister, are you truly willing to turn against me? Do you not fear that I shall inform sect leader Go? Go ahead and tell my mother. Ding Shuli's eyes burned with intense hatred as she executed hand seals, unleashing a fiery serpent technique aimed at him. Zhang Shun was momentarily taken aback. He could not comprehend why Ding Shuli was so enraged, but as various attacks rained down upon him, he hastily retrieved his magical artifacts for defense. As an inner disciple of the Chongqing Sword sect, Zhang Shun had already attained late-stage foundation establishment, allowing him to respond with composure even when at a disadvantage. Moments later, Zhang Shun managed to gain the upper hand. Ding Shuli's expression darkened, forcing her to retreat into the Mizing Grand Array to fend off Zhang Shun's onslaught. Junior sister, are you injured? Concern flickered in Zhang Shun's eyes, though internally he was elated, desperately contemplating a method to break the formation. But realizing he could only gradually deplete its spiritual power. 3 days later, within the Yinyu building of Taizan Square, dressed in a black robe, Qin Feng ascended to the 3rd floor, where Qin Yu sat quietly on the edge of the window, silently observing the figure that had just emerged from the staircase. It had been several months since the siblings had parted ways at Qingdafeng, and with excitement, Qin Feng removed his hooded cloak and called out, Sister, brother. Qin Yu rushed forward with excitement, enveloping him in a warm embrace, and then instinctively began to check for any injuries, her voice laced with concern. Are you hurt? No, he replied. Qin Feng grinned widely, skillfully extricating himself from his sister's embrace. His complexion was darker than before, and he had grown sturdier, standing a tad taller than I. Qin Yu spoke to herself, and upon noticing Qin Feng's flushed ears, she playfully chided, "Oh, have you learned to feel shy in front of your sister?" Qin Feng shook his head, struggling to articulate the differences between men and women, unsure of how to begin. After all, it was his sister who had raised him, and voicing such thoughts might wound her heart. "Look at your foolishness." Qin Yu rolled her eyes and turned to pick up an iron cage from the nearby table. Inside was a palm-sized blackbird, resembling a crow, its eyes glimmering with an eerie red light. "This was the netherbird sent to you by Taizhu from the Smoke Rain Tower. Henceforth, you two can communicate through this bird." Subsequently, Qin Yu retrieved an envelope wrapped in cowhide paper from her storage bag and said, "This is a letter Taizhu wrote for you." After handing over the two items to Qin Feng, she settled into a chair beside him, patiently waiting. The letter contained only a few brief sentences. "Brother Feng, long time no see. Since our parting at Qingdafeng, my cultivation has greatly improved, and I have successfully become an inner disciple of the Ghost Gate sect. Recently, I have been embroiled in conflicts with those scoundrels from the Eternal Life Sword sect. I must seize the opportunity to earn merits and become a true disciple. If you receive the netherbird, do right back." Setting the letter down, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the bird in the cage as he pondered whether he could be considered a member of the Eternal Life Sword sect. Was Taizhu doing well? Upon seeing Qin Feng finish reading the letter, Qin Yu approached him immediately. "That rascal is doing quite well. He has even become an inner disciple of the Ghost Gate sect." The Ghost Gate sect seemed to belong to the sinister path, but it mattered little. He remained himself. Qin Yu displayed an indifferent expression, and Qin Feng felt similarly unconcerned. Having just joined the sect, he held no particular regard for anyone other than his benevolent master and his fifth senior sister. Qin Feng extended his finger, drawing a drop of blood for the netherbird to swallow. He then procured paper and a pen to compose a reply for Taizhu, ultimately placing the letter into the bird's beak before releasing it into the sky. After consuming the blood of two individuals, even the netherbird, regardless of distance, could unfailingly deliver messages, thus Qin Feng harbored no concerns about its ability to find him in the future. In the ensuing hours, Qin Feng accompanied Qin Yu as they wandered through the marketplace, indulging in shopping. It was not until the following evening that he set sail on the Divine Wind boat, hastily making his way toward Wonia Mountain. Upon his arrival at Wonia Mountain, the night had already fallen. Qin Feng maneuvered the Divine Wind vessel to hover outside the mountain gate, casting a curious glance towards the adjacent peak of Ding Shuli. There, he beheld two individuals vehemently assailing the protective formation of the mountain. One was Zhang Shun, while the other was Wang Ting. At that moment, both men noticed Qin Feng, and a look of astonishment flickered in Zhang Shun's eyes. "You are not dead?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow and cast a puzzled glance at the two, inquiring, "Why must I die?" After several days of futile attempts to breach Ding Shuli's protective mountain formation, Zhang Shun was already consumed by anxiety. Upon seeing Qin Feng in such lively spirits, an ingenious plan sparked in his mind, and he sneered, "Since you are not dead, I shall take it upon myself to kill you on behalf of junior sister Ding." Chapter 34. Annihilate Zhang Shun. Slay Wang Ting. Noticing the malevolent expressions on Zhang Shun and Wang Ting's faces, Qin Feng felt a twinge of discontent. Why is it that those in the realm of cultivation are all of the same ilk, quick to resort to violence, rather than displaying the simplicity of the folk from Qinghafang? As Qin Feng pondered, Zhang Shun had already drawn a flying sword, advancing through the air with menacing intent. In his eyes, Qin Feng was merely a worthless, menial disciple, easily dispatched. Observing the relentless approach of his adversary, Qin Feng's expression revealed a flicker of terror, prompting him to pivot the flying vessel and flee, albeit at a significantly reduced speed compared to his arrival. Still harboring thoughts of escape, Zhang Shun's gaze brimmed with disdain, and channeling his spiritual power, he surged forward with remarkable swiftness. In mere moments, Zhang Shun had closed the distance to Qin Feng. Just then, Qin Feng abruptly turned, eyes wide with fear, and shouted, "Sister Ding, do not kill him." "What?" Zhang Shun's brow furrowed, and a wave of malevolence washed over him as he glanced back, only to find nothing but emptiness behind him. Realizing he had been deceived, Zhang Shun quickly formed a water shield with a hand gesture. As the shield materialized, two 3-foot-long fire serpents swiftly approached. One serpent collided with the water shield, resulting in a violent explosion, while the other penetrated directly into Zhang Shun's chest. "Is that a high-grade fire serpent talisman?" Witnessing his water shield shatter instantaneously, astonishment flickered in Zhang Shun's eyes. Before he could react, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and he promptly lost consciousness. Boom! A fierce explosion erupted in the night sky, and as the blinding light faded, Zhang Shun's presence had vanished, leaving no trace behind. Not even a storage bag. Alas, if only Taiju were present, he could have added a foundational soul to the 10,000 souls banner. With a sigh, Qin Feng steered the divine wind vessel towards Mount Dingxiang, where Wang Ting awaited. Zhang Shun, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, might have escaped without employing some trickery, which was precisely why Qin Feng had resorted to a ruse. He had not anticipated such an effortless success. On the opposite peak, upon seeing Qin Feng turn back, Wang Ting was instantly struck with terror, his soul nearly escaping him. Fearing a more gruesome fate if he fled, he could only force a smile and say, "Brother Qin Feng, this is all a misunderstanding. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them." Qin Feng gazed expressionlessly at his counterpart, retrieving the thunder sword from his storage ring, and calmly remarked, "The misunderstanding lies solely between me and Brother Zhang. It does not concern you. We bear no profound enmity, and the path of cultivation is arduous enough without resorting to conflict." Wang Ting's face displayed a wry smile as he raised his hands in a gesture of complete non-aggression. Yet, the roots of a problem, if left unaddressed, tend to sprout anew. Even so, Qin Feng was reluctant to let him off the hook. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly, "Brother Wang, would you care to hear a tale?" "What tale?" "In truth, I hail from King Gefeng. My sister, blessed with exceptional beauty, caught the eye of a wealthy family from Wangjia village, who insisted that she become a concubine. By chance, I found myself on the path to immortality, and I took it upon myself to eliminate that entire family." Having concluded his brief narrative, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Wang Ting's eyes. Yet he maintained a smile, echoing Qin Feng's words with indignation. That affluent family sought to forcibly marry a common girl. "Brother Qin, your actions were indeed commendable." A look of regret crossed Qin Feng's face as he shook his head and sighed. "What a pity. What is so regrettable?" Wang Ting, puzzled, looked up at Qin Feng only to discover a small crimson serpent had already reached his face. "You dare to launch a sneak attack?" Upon seeing the fiery serpent, Wang Teng's expression changed drastically, and before he could react, he was engulfed by the flames in an instant. Now, it is no longer a pity. Observing the remnants of bones scattered on the ground, Qin Feng spoke softly, then turned his gaze towards the grand formation of senior sister Ding Shuli's mountain gate. With Zhang Shun and Wang Ting both perished, only senior sister Ding remained. In the darkness of the night, Dinging Mountain lay enveloped in silence. Qin Feng stood silently, gazing at the mist shrouding the mountains ahead, calculating how many fire serpent talismans would be required to breach the formation. At that moment, the fog on the mountain began to dissipate, gradually revealing a slender figure. Ding Shuli appeared haggard, and though she was reluctant to confront Qin Feng, she had no choice but to emerge. Having witnessed Qin Feng's prowess, Ding Shuli understood that his abilities far surpassed those of the inept Zhang Shun. If she did not reveal herself, the mountain defense formation would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by an incessant barrage of fire serpent talismans. Standing within the formation, Ding Shuli, with an impassive expression, explained, "They intended to kill you and frame me. It was never my desire to take your life." Qin Feng held the fire serpent talisman in his hand and inquired nonchalantly, "So, you no longer wish to kill me?" Upon meeting his indifferent gaze, Ding Shuli felt a sudden wave of unease wash over her. Yet, the intent to kill could not be concealed behind one's eyes. She merely fixed her cold stare upon Qin Feng without uttering a word. It seemed she had encountered someone unafraid of death. Qin Feng comprehended the situation and retrieved 5 advanced fire serpent talismans, ready to infuse them with spiritual energy. At that moment, Ding Shuli voluntarily activated the formation. She stood still, gradually closing her eyes, and then lifted her alabaster neck, seemingly resigned to her fate. Yet, to allow her to perish so easily would indeed be to afford her an undeserved mercy. Qin Feng stood still for a moment, then retrieved the 9 dragons binding rope from his storage ring. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the 9-foot-long rope immediately began to extend, radiating streams of azure light as it surged directly towards Ding Shuli. In an instant, it ensnared Ding Shuli from shoulder to foot, nearly wrapping him up like a rice dumpling. Ding Shuli suddenly opened his eyes, only to find his entire spiritual energy suppressed by an inexplicable force, causing his expression to turn frantic. "What do you intend to do?" Qin Feng remained silent, standing still as he utilized his spiritual observation technique to assess the situation. Once he ascertained that the opponent's spiritual power had been subdued, he slowly approached. Ding Shuli struggled fiercely to break free from her restraints, while Qin Feng simply gazed at her in silence. During their previous encounters, Qin Feng had felt a surge of passion within him, and this close-up view only intensified those feelings. Ding Shuli was strikingly beautiful, a quintessential beauty, exuding an air of detachment from the mundane world, as if untouched by earthly troubles. Bound by the 9 dragons binding rope, her flawless figure was fully revealed. Sensing the wickedness in Qin Fang's gaze, Ding Shuli shouted defiantly, "If you dare to lay a finger on me, I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit." Since Sister Ding was unafraid of death, it seemed he must resort to an alternative means of punishment. Qin Feng hoisted Ding Shuli onto his shoulder and then turned to steer the divine wind vessel back to the cave abode of Wonia Mountain. After unceremoniously depositing her on the ground, he began to rummage through numerous ancient tomes retrieved from his storage ring, seeking what he required. Female cultivators who have attained a certain level of mastery place immense importance on chastity. Now, Ding Shuli was genuinely frightened. She vented her fury, exclaiming, "You vile scoundrel! May you meet a wretched end. Do you not fear that someone might treat your sister in the same manner?" A resounding slap echoed through the cave, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints etched upon Ding Shuli's cheek, plunging the room into an immediate silence. Qin Feng squinted at her, his tone icy as he declared, "You are unworthy to be compared to my sister. Do you understand?" Ding Shuli's expression turned aggrieved. After a brief nod, she immediately burst into tears. Her wailing, akin to the mournful cries at a funeral, was utterly disruptive. Qin Feng tossed the book before her, instructing her to read it herself. Upon noticing the words puppet refinement method inscribed within the pages, terror flickered in Ding Shuli's eyes. Chapter 35, The Origins of Ding Shuli with a trembling voice. Ding Shuli inquired, "Do you intend to turn me into a puppet? Otherwise, do you think I covet your body?" A look of disdain flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he picked up the puppet crafting technique from the ground, beginning to search for the necessary materials. Leaning against the stone wall, Ding Shuli grew increasingly anxious and immediately burst into tears. Qin Feng, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Will you please be quiet?" However, the other party paid him no heed and instead cried even louder. With a sense of helplessness, he turned her over and delivered a resounding slap to her backside. The sound echoed through the cave, momentarily silencing the atmosphere. A faint flush appeared on Ding Shuli's face as she immediately shouted in anger, "Scoundrel, I shall kill you." The response was yet another merciless slap, and this time she refrained from cursing, merely casting him a resentful glare. Qin Feng chose to ignore her, swiftly flipping through the pages of the books before him. In truth, the methods of puppet crafting were not as daunting as they seemed. They merely involved placing controllable restrictions within the target's heart and consciousness. To employ the art of puppet crafting, one must navigate a labyrinth of intricate processes and expend considerable resources. After only a brief perusal, Qin Feng contemplated abandoning the endeavor, deeming it too cumbersome and a waste of time better spent on cultivation. Gradually, silence enveloped the cave. As the oil lamp flickered, Ding Shuli cautiously inquired, "What must I do to prevent you from turning me into a puppet?" Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at her figure and inquired, "How old are you? Where do you hail from?" "I am 20, from the snowy plains," she replied. "At such a tender age. You ventured from the snowy plains to Zhao just to pilfer a few sprigs of longevity grass?" A flicker of sorrow glimmered in Ding Shuli's eyes, and she fell silent, as if this exchange had stirred memories of her past. Qin Feng felt disinclined to inquire further. Yet it was a fact that the other had once intended to harm her, and a price must be paid for such treachery. Thus, she politely asked, "Are you willing to entrust your body to me?" As the words escaped her lips, a flush crept across her face. Having lived 2 lives as a maiden, she harbored an intense curiosity about such matters, yet lacked experience. Ding Shuli remained silent. It seemed as though the other party was attempting to force her into a semblance of consent. "I have a condition," Ding Shuli said with her eyes closed. "I will agree, but let us part ways cleanly afterward. 3 days will suffice. This is merely the first." It was not until the red plum blossoms unfurled that Qin Feng realized she was equally inexperienced. This night was destined to be sleepless. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight illuminated Wonia Mountain, and Qin Feng, her face etched with fatigue, hoisted Ding Shuli from the cave. After escorting her to Lingxiang Mountain, Qin Feng took a few steps back to maintain a safe distance before casting her spell to retract the 9 dragons binding. Ding Shuli glanced at her expressionlessly, then limped into the midst of the mountain gate formation. Qin Feng awkwardly touched his nose, secretly lamenting whether he had been too aggressive. However, the deed was done, and regret seemed futile. He returned to Wonia Mountain. Qin Feng directly swallowed a spirit continuation pill and then settled into the quintuple spirit gathering array to commence his seclusion for cultivation. Bolstered by the array and the effects of the pill, he diligently practiced for 7 consecutive days. Yet, his strength remained stagnant at the 8th level of qi refinement. Qin Feng could not help but feel a sense of exasperation, sighing, "This must be what they refer to as a bottleneck." Encountering such a plateau in cultivation is a common plight for every practitioner, requiring a measure of introspection to discover the opportunity for breakthrough. However, Qin Feng remained unperturbed. After all, a mere bottleneck was nothing to fret over. If necessary, he could always venture back to Iron Mountain Workshop to procure some century-old spirit fruits. For now, he would treat this as a respite. He walked directly to the entrance of his cave and sat on the steps to begin studying the Flying Thunder Sword technique. This technique is characterized by its swiftness, dominance, and lethality. While ordinary cultivators can wield swords to slay, such actions pale in comparison to the prowess of the Flying Thunder Sword technique. Akin to a commoner wielding a long sword against a master swordsman, there is no need to compare their strengths. Moreover, the Flying Thunder Sword technique is not exclusive to those of the lightning attribute. Even water attribute cultivators can master it to the point where they can generate thunder from water, with the complete attributes of the 5 elements. Qin Feng faced no hindrances in his practice. Realizing the potential of this remarkable tool, he immediately commenced his cultivation. In the void above Mount Wonyu, a dark-hued flying sword darted back and forth, crackling with the sound of electricity, though it did not unleash any thunder. The Thunderbolt sword technique consumed spiritual energy at a far greater rate than ordinary flying sword techniques, and within less than half an hour. The spiritual energy in his sea of qi was utterly depleted, compelling him to return to his cave abode to replenish his energy. By night, he practiced the 5 Emperor's Qi induction technique, and by day, he immersed himself in the Thunderbolt sword technique. Qin Feng found this routine to be immensely fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. On this particular night, while immersed in his cultivation, Qin Feng suddenly sensed a series of vibrations emanating from the identity token within his storage ring. Upon retrieving the identity token of Shinan Peak, a fragment of information surged into his mind. There is a matter concerning the sect. Return swiftly. What trivial issue could this possibly be? With a furrowed brow, Qin Feng stowed away his token and gathered all his belongings into his storage ring. He then steered his divine wind vessel out of the Wonyu mountain formation, soaring towards the direction of the Changxing Sword sect. Simultaneously, on the opposite peak, a figure radiating an air of cool detachment rose on her sword. Evidently having received the same summons from her sect, Ding Shuli cast a fleeting glance at Qin Feng, said nothing, and accelerated her departure without further ado. Qin Feng paid her no heed, merely ambling along behind until they were unobserved, then swiftly ascended to the lofty altitude of 10,000 meters. Screech! A hoarse avian cry pierced the void. Extending his arm and opening his palm, Qin Feng watched as a shadowy figure darted from the clouds and alighted upon his hand. The netherworld bird steadied itself before promptly disgorging a letter from its beak. The missive read, "The Grand Elder of the Eternal Sword Sect has seized the Ghost Witch Maiden of our Ghost King sect. A bloody battle is inevitable in 3 days. Brother Feng, you must not go. I am already grievously wounded, recuperating within the sect." Heh. The words exuded an unmistakable air of roguishness, coaxing an involuntary smirk from Qin Feng's lips. Iron Pillar, this kid, he is finally catching on. A conflict of this magnitude would only reduce low-level cultivators to mere cannon fodder. As a disciple of the Divine Alchemy Peak, surely I want to be required to participate. Right? No sooner had his concern for Iron Pillar subsided than Qin Feng began fretting over his own fate. After all, during the last great battle, the Divine Alchemy Peak had dispatched no small number of its members. Retrieving paper and brush, he swiftly penned a few lines and entrusted them to the netherworld bird for delivery. Qin Feng then continued his journey towards the sect. Upon reaching the Divine Pill Peak, he found a considerable crowd gathered in the open space before the main hall. Something seemed amiss. Qin Feng furrowed his brow as he surveyed the crowd gathered ahead. Among them were many capable auxiliaries, outer disciples, and guest elders, yet genuine inner disciples were scarce, and not a single true disciple was present. At the forefront, an unfamiliar elder clad in black was rallying the spirits of the assembly. Recently, the Ghost King sect has been frequently invading the cities of Zhao, mercilessly sacrificing hundreds of thousands of innocent lives. Throughout history, righteousness and evil have never coexisted. As practitioners of Zhao, we cannot turn a blind eye. He proclaimed that for every enemy slain, a reward of 1,000 spirit stones would be granted, and for 10 slain, a chance to ascend to inner disciple status would be bestowed. Under the elder's fervent encouragement, the crowd of cultivators was stirred into a fervor. Their faces flushed with excitement at the prospect of rising from auxiliaries or outer disciples to inner disciples, a leap that promised unparalleled resources and prestige. However, Qin Feng found these fiery proclamations deeply ironic. The notion of city invasions was mere pretense. The true elder had seized what belonged to others, and now they sought manpower for a brawl. In the distance, at the entrance of the Grand Hall, he could faintly discern several true disciples entering. Qin Feng's curiosity was instantly piqued. Clearly, they were summoning mere cannon fodder. Why, then, were even the true disciples called forth? Moreover, he held a position, albeit modest, within the upper echelons of the divine elixir peak. Qin Feng felt a sense of perplexity in his heart, yet he still proceeded discreetly towards the Grand Hall. As he passed by the camp of the guest elders, he took a turn and walked directly up to Ding Shuli. A look of panic instantly appeared in Ding Shuli's eyes, and he admonished in a hushed tone, "There are so many people here. What do you intend to do?" Qin Feng remained silent as he pressed 5 rolled-up advanced fire serpent talismans into the hands of the other party. After a moment's hesitation, he also placed a divine sealing pill into her other hand. Upon realizing Qin Feng's intentions, Ding Shuli's expression instantly became complex. "Remember, you still owe me too." After speaking, Qin Feng turned and walked towards the Grand Hall, leaving Ding Shuli fuming, her silver teeth clenched in frustration yet feeling powerless. Upon recognizing the advanced fire serpent talismans and the pill adorned with 3 unique patterns in her hands, a blush crept onto Ding Shuli's face. Is he concerned for me? Chapter 36. The senior brothers visit. As Qin Feng entered the Grand Hall of the Divine Pill Peak, most of the core members were already assembled. Master. 5 senior brothers and sisters, along with 18 junior disciples. Master, senior brothers and sisters, greetings. Qin Feng clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards the figures at the front of the Grand Hall. Guguten waved his hand dismissively, while the 5th senior sister returned Qin Feng's greeting with a nod. The other 4 senior brothers stood expressionless, either fixating their gaze upon their master or completely disregarding those around them. Qin Feng observed the attitudes of those around him and quietly took his place beside the 5th senior sister, who stood at the edge. She smiled at Qin Feng and said, "Junior brother, you may not be familiar with our customs upon your arrival. Here at the Divine Pill Peak, we do not adhere to such rigid rules. In the future, feel free to enter boldly, without the need to force warmth upon indifference. Thank you for your guidance." Senior sister. Qin Feng understood clearly that 5th senior sister was standing up for him, and his fondness for her grew even more. At that moment, Guguten, seated in his chair, casually tossed a few peanuts into his mouth, unhurriedly chewing before occasionally sipping from the tea beside him. He showed not the slightest intention of speaking. Qin Feng could not help but feel perplexed. With the impending war between the 2 sects, should not a master inspire their disciples with grandiloquent words to bolster morale? Observing Qin Feng's expression, the 5th senior sister softly elucidated, "Do not dwell on it. We are merely putting on a fade. Once those outside have departed, we shall disperse. Are we not to engage in battle with the Ghost King sect? Your unfamiliarity with the customs, as a newcomer to our sect, is understandable. However, remember this, as long as core forces are not mobilized, it is essentially all a pretense. As you encounter such matters more frequently, you will come to comprehend." Qin Feng nodded slightly, retracting his gaze and standing still, observing with a composed demeanor. After the 5th senior sister's remarks, Qin Feng began to grasp the situation. Essentially, it was a matter of expendables being thrust into battle, while others merely feigned involvement, ostensibly to bolster the morale of the expendables. Such tactics are frequently employed by sovereigns in the secular realm. However, he was taken aback to discover that the world of cultivation also conformed to this scheme. Moments later, the gathered cultivators outside the Grand Hall began their descent down the mountain, evidently on their way to engage in a confrontation with the Ghost King sect. It was only at this juncture that Gugodan finally set down his teacup, raising his gaze towards those within the hall, and spoke. "The sect's demand for elixirs has surged recently. If you do not have pressing matters, I urge you to undertake more tasks at the Alchemy Pavilion. Such opportunities are rare." He spoke in a fragmented manner, yet Qin Feng found himself enveloped in confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. As the gathering dispersed, Gugodan retained Qin Feng, who bowed respectfully once more. "Master, do you know why I chose to take you as my closed-door disciple?" Gugodan inquired leisurely, sipping his tea while his gaze fixated on the dark residue beneath his fingernails. Qin Feng shook his head, perplexed as to why he had been accepted as a disciple. The old man had been stagnating at the 3rd-tier alchemist level for quite some time. Had he not encountered Qin Feng that day, he would have likely succumbed to the demons of his own mind. Thus, Qin Feng was regarded as a benefactor by the old man, who assured him that as long as he remained at the Divine Pill Peak, he would receive the utmost treatment. However, Qin Feng felt a profound chill in his heart. Although he harbored no particular feelings for the Eternal Life Sword sect, he had come to regard the people of Divine Pill Peak as kin. He even entertained aspirations of helping the peak flourish, only to discover that he was merely viewed as a good luck charm. Qin Feng gazed quizzically at Gugo Dan and inquired, "What does master imply I should do?" "You need not attend such meetings in the future. Arrange your own affairs as you see fit," Gugo Dan replied, his meaning unmistakable. Essentially, it indicated that on that fateful day, a fortunate coincidence had granted Qin Feng a favor, allowing him to be bestowed with the title of an inner disciple, thereby enabling him to lead a more leisurely existence. After departing from the Grand Hall, Qin Feng deliberately sought out Manager Wang, requesting his assistance in gathering discarded elixirs. He also procured some unregulated medicinal herb seeds and tools for cultivation before finally leaving the sect to return to Inyo Mountain. Upon his return to the cave dwelling, Qin Feng ignited the oil lamp and retrieved several herbal seeds from his storage ring. He possessed dozens of seeds for various medicinal herbs, including bloodgrass, lion's mane flower, tranquil three-leaf flower, and snow spirit herb. Qin Feng yearned to experiment with synthesizing seeds. Alas, synthesis proved futile. Subsequently, he endeavored to combine numerous items, including handwritten techniques and spirit stones, yet none yielded success. It appeared that shortcuts were not an option. With a deep sigh, Qin Feng stepped out of his cave dwelling at dawn, tools in hand. Weeding and tilling the soil, he navigated each task with ease. A proficiency honed from his time as a laborer at the Chongqing Sword Sect. The flat land atop Wonia Mountain spanned approximately 10 acres, a task that proved remarkably effortless for a cultivator like Qin Feng. Utilizing his flying sword to clear the grass and channeling his spiritual energy to operate the tools for plowing, he meticulously carved out ditches and ridges to delineate various medicinal herb zones. In a mere 2 days, the landscape of Wonia Mountain underwent a remarkable transformation, yielding 10 acres of fertile land teeming with herbs. Each type of herb was cultivated across half an acre, resulting in a total of 20 rare herbs planted throughout the fields. Truly, the path of cultivation demands considerable physical exertion. It was midday on this day. Qin Feng swiftly traversed the dense forest, bearing a heavy load of water on his shoulders. The water buckets and the shoulder pole were specially crafted at Shindan Peak, boasting a considerable capacity. Despite Qin Feng's cultivation level being at the 8th layer of qi refinement, he still felt as though the burden on his shoulders weighed 1,000 pounds. Fortunately, the water he carried back to Wonia Mountain was just sufficient to irrigate 10 acres of land. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Qin Feng was obstructed in his path by a man. The man had well-defined features, skin as pale as snow, and appeared to be in his 30s, emanating the aloof aura commonly associated with cultivators. This individual was none other than Ling Tian, the eldest disciple of Gu Guden and Qin Feng's senior brother, though they had never engaged in any form of communication. Noticing the purple compass in the man's hand and the indifferent gaze directed at him, Qin Feng surmised the purpose of his visit and inquired, "Senior brother, is there something you need?" Ling Tian, with a blank expression, replied, "Recently, an inner sect disciple met with an unfortunate demise in this vicinity. Given the proximity to your cave dwelling, you must possess some knowledge regarding this matter." Qin Feng set down the water bucket and inquired, "What does my senior brother wish to ask?" While it may be permissible to casually take the lives of outer disciples, inner disciples are nurtured through the sect's considerable effort and resources, thus their deaths will not be in vain. Ling Tian spoke to himself, then raised the compass in his hand, stating nonchalantly, "This is the Earth-level artifact, the Asking Heaven Compass. It not only locates the position of the corpse but also identifies the perpetrator." Upon finishing, Ling Tian infused the compass with spiritual energy, causing the needle to spin rapidly. After a brief moment, the needle came to a halt, pointing directly at Qin Feng's direction, even if the position were to change. The needle remained steadfastly aimed in that same direction. Qin Feng could not help but feel somewhat vexed. Zhang Shun was merely an ordinary inner disciple. What merit or capability did he possess to warrant the senior brother's personal investigation, accompanied by the sect's Earth-tier artifact, the Heavenly Inquiry Compass? Furthermore, knowing full well that he was the culprit, why did the senior brother remain motionless? Initially, he was nothing more than a lowly errand boy, with no significant connection to him. Had the other party been committed to impartial enforcement of the law, he would not have wasted so many words. Qin Feng swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation. It seemed he was on the verge of being extorted. His senior brother was well prepared, evidently targeting him this time. Chapter 37. Eliminate him. I have heard that you possess a remarkably swift flying artifact. Just when Qin Feng was at a loss for what to do, Ling Tian, standing opposite him, spoke first. A warm smile graced his face, as if he were merely making a casual inquiry. At last, the truth was laid bare. Qin Feng's countenance was devoid of emotion, yet in his heart, he had already extended his greetings to the elder of his counterpart in every possible manner. Ling Tian shook the compass in his hand and infused it once more with spiritual energy, causing the needle to spin rapidly, this time pointing towards a nearby stone. He chuckled and remarked, "In truth, this is not the Asking Heaven compass at all. Such formidable artifacts do not exist in this world." Qin Feng wore a bitter smile as he inquired, "Why does my senior brother firmly believe that Zhang Shun was slain by my hand?" That night, as I passed by, I chanced upon a duel and, out of curiosity, stole a glance. Only to witness you employing a fire snake talisman to eliminate Zhang Shun along with an outer sect disciple. Allow me to demonstrate my flying artifact to you, with the assurance that the secret shall remain buried within. Ling Tian's gaze grew increasingly fervent, the underlying threat unmistakable. Since my senior brother wishes to see, I shall indeed oblige. Qin Feng retrieved the divine wind boat from his storage ring and presented it. The unactivated vessel, no larger than the palm of a hand, shimmered in a delicate azure hue, resembling a slender bamboo leaf. It was adorned with intricate runes that enhanced speed, revealing its extraordinary nature. Indeed, it was a premium artifact of the mysterious grade. My junior brother is truly remarkable. The moment Ling Tian received the divine wind boat, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes as he began to manipulate it with fascination. After a brief moment, he turned his gaze back to Qin Feng and said, "I kindly ask you to retract your spiritual consciousness from my divine wind boat, lest my refining process inadvertently cause you harm. How presumptuous to consider it yours after merely holding it." Qin Feng's heart seethed with fury as he cast a discreet glance at the individual before him, who exhibited no effort to conceal their cultivation level. The aura they emanated indicated they were at least at the late foundation establishment stage. The existence of such a caliber posed a significant threat, even if the Fire Serpent Talisman were to succeed in a surprise attack. The Chongqing Sword Sect would undoubtedly retaliate ferociously. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng ultimately decided to retract his consciousness from the Divine Wind Vessel, only for the other party to revert to their prior indifference. Consider yourself fortunate, for the matter concerning Zhang Shun shall be left in the past. Upon securing the Divine Wind Vessel, Ling Tian departed without a moment's hesitation. Upon returning to Wonia Mountain and activating the array, a look of indignation finally crossed Qin Feng's face. "How dare you, Ling Tian? Of all things to steal, why mine? You have sealed your own doom." In a fit of anger, Qin Feng found himself disinclined to tend to the fields any longer. He plopped down on the ridge, contemplating how he might discreetly eliminate Ling Tian. Given Ling Tian's likely cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage, it would not be particularly challenging to end his life. However, the real difficulty lay in the fact that, due to Ling Tian's remarkable alchemical talent and prowess, he was under significant scrutiny from the sect. Should he meet an untimely demise, it was quite possible that the Eternal Life Sword sect would mobilize their resources to hunt down the perpetrator. After much deliberation, Qin Feng's thoughts turned to the Misty Rain Tower. How dare a mere foundation establishment cultivator attempt to seize what rightfully belonged to me? As Qin Feng pondered deeper, an unsettling sensation gripped his heart, prompting him to hurl the water ladle onto the ground. He swiftly retrieved 2 swift travel talismans and pressed them against his legs, propelling himself towards Iron Mountain Square. Without the Divine Wind Vessel, he found himself devoid of any flying artifacts. Although he possessed the ability to soar on a sword, he was reluctant to do so. The fear of attracting unwanted attention lingered. Should he become a target once more, even the Thunderbolt Sword might be wrested from him. The rugged and winding mountain path proved challenging, and as he ran, his legs began to ache and swell. His resentment towards Ling Tian intensified with each passing moment. "You despicable scoundrel, tonight I shall bring about your demise." Just as he was about to enter Iron Mountain Square, Qin Feng initially contemplated donning a black robe. But upon further reflection, he decided against it. His cultivation level was insufficient. What if Ling Tian were to secretly trail him? Wealth should not be flaunted. Should the adversary become aware that his storage ring housed over 100,000 spirit stones, it was likely that he would entertain murderous and thieving intentions. Traversing a grove of bamboo, he soon approached the entrance to Iron Mountain Square. As Qin Feng stepped into the bustling market, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the bamboo grove behind him. This lad is indeed a wealthy individual, having just lost the chiffon boat. He now finds himself at Taizan Market, seemingly intent on acquiring another. Ling Tian, shrouded entirely in his black robe, was filled with an inexplicable excitement, sensing that a monumental shift in his destiny was imminent. After employing a secret technique to lock onto Qin Feng's aura, Ling Tian promptly followed in pursuit. At this moment, within the streets of Taizan Market, as Qin Feng meandered through the crowd, a sense of unease enveloped him on his way to the Misty Rain Tower. Passing by the Qi Yuan Pavilion, he decided to step inside and sought out Zilinger. "Oh, you've changed your style today?" she exclaimed with a smile upon noticing Qin Feng's absence of the customary black robe. She then inquired, "Was the rope you purchased last time satisfactory? If not, I have others available." Qin Feng wore a solemn expression and remained silent for a moment before addressing her. "I may be in trouble. I need your assistance." "Could you truly be in trouble?" Zilingo raised an eyebrow, her expression gradually shifting to one of seriousness. Qin Feng remained silent, directly retrieving paper and pen from his storage ring to compose a brief letter. He turned to Zilinger and inquired, "Could you possibly send someone to Yinyu Tower to deliver this message for me?" Moments later, under the attentive hospitality of the maidens outside, Qin Feng acquired 2 premium fire serpent talismans, which he held in his hands, and then swaggered away from Taizan Square. This fellow hastily made his exit after merely purchasing 2 talismans? Ling Tian, who was mingling among the crowd, felt a twinge of disappointment upon witnessing this scene. After leaving Taizan Square, he sought a less populated spot to retrieve his divine wind vessel, soaring into the sky amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. Why does it feel as though the anxiety is dissipated? After several hours of rapid travel as he neared Wonia Mountain, Qin Feng suddenly experienced a profound sense of tranquility within, completely devoid of the earlier turmoil. Never mind. My sister will surely arrange something for me once she receives the news. For now, I shall return. Upon arriving at Wonia Mountain, Qin Feng placed all his spiritual stones, magical artifacts, and cultivation techniques into his seldom-used storage bag, subsequently digging a hole within his cave abode to bury them. His storage ring contained only the Yin-Yang Mother and Child Shield, the fiery flying sword, a few swift travel talismans, a god-sealing pill, and 10 fire serpent talismans. To Qin Feng, these items seemed exceedingly meager, yet they represented the pinnacle of what an ordinary qi refinement practitioner could possess. As evening approached, Qin Feng departed from Wonia Mountain, preparing to return to his sect under the cover of night. After all, Ling Tian was on the brink of death, and given his unique status, his demise would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the Chongqing Sword sect. It was imperative for him to fabricate an alibi. As Qin Feng had just departed from the cave dwelling and made his way to the mountainside, a figure clad in white robes soared through the air on a sword, stumbling and ultimately landing on the adjacent Lilac Mountain, clearly indicating the return of Ding Shuli. Qin Feng immediately exclaimed, "Senior Sister Ding, what has happened?" Receiving no response, he hastened towards Dixiang Mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he discovered that the formation had already been sealed. Perhaps sensing his arrival, a small aperture in the formation promptly opened, allowing Qin Feng to enter before it sealed shut once more. The interior was remarkably different from the exterior, adorned with houses, a quaint courtyard, a spiritual spring, and an abundance of medicinal herbs, all suffused with an enigmatic ambience. This ethereal aura emanated from the considerable quantity of spiritual objects present. At that moment, Ding Shuli wore a ghastly expression, seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, incessantly stuffing pills into his mouth. Chapter 38. Return to the Chongqing Sword sect. After consuming the pills, Ding Shuli turned and retreated into the house within the courtyard to tend to his injuries. Remaining silent throughout, Qin Feng stood in the courtyard, feeling an acute sense of torment. He contemplated taking a stroll, yet he feared that she had laid a trap. He wished to express his concern, but she offered no acknowledgement. "Sister Ding, I shall step out to attend to some matters and return shortly." After a moment of hesitation, Qin Feng resolved that it would be best to leave for now, calling out to the room. As he approached the formation, it automatically opened a gap for him. Night descended upon the world. The stars above scattered their brilliance freely across the sky, and Qin Feng, his legs aligned with the spirit movement talisman, swiftly raced towards the Chongqing Sword sect. However, he had not traveled far when he spotted 2 figures clad in black appearing in his line of sight. They stood upon a black flying vessel, hovering in the air as they observed him intently. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Upon sensing the unusual intensity in the other person's gaze, he immediately realized that it was his sister who had arrived. "Sister?" Qin Feng tentatively called out. And Qin Yu immediately leapt from the flying vessel to stand before him, her eyes brimming with concern. "Brother, are you all right?" she inquired, and without hesitation, she began her habitual examination to ensure that he was not missing any bodily parts. Overwhelmed by his sister's tender care, Qin Feng felt a surge of emotion. After all, he had merely sent a letter requesting assistance from the Misty Rain building, yet she had led the organization's finest warriors to rush to his side. Had she not found him here, it was likely that Ling Tian would have met a dire fate that very night. "Sister, I am fine." Qin Feng, blushing, uttered a greeting before bowing respectfully towards the figure aboard the flying vessel, saying, I am Qin Feng, the junior, and it is an honor to meet you, esteemed predecessor. Li Qingqing descended gracefully beside him, smiling as she nodded in acknowledgement. Her gaze held a hint of admiration as she remarked, "It has been quite a while. Your cultivation has indeed advanced." "It is merely luck," he replied modestly. Qin Feng humbly replied before turning his gaze to Qin Yu, saying, "Sister, the other party is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. How could we possibly trouble the esteemed senior to take action personally? We are here to carry out a mission and happen to encounter you." Qin Yu grinned widely, casually pinching the sinewy flesh on Qin Feng's arm. As if this simple act would bring her immense joy, Li Qingqing remarked lightly, "Indeed, we are on a mission. But it seems we have taken an unnecessary detour of at least 1,000 miles. My goodness." Qin Yuejiao let out a soft huff, her radiant face illuminated by the moonlight taking on a slight blush. Soon, she inquired about the matters concerning Qin Feng and Ling Tian. Upon learning that Ling Tian had seized Qin Feng's divine vessel, a flicker of malevolence crossed her features, and her once gentle and tender hands turned notably cold. As her time in the Misty Rain Tower extended, her temperament underwent considerable transformation. What was once pure gentleness evolved into a blend of softness and strength. Still reminiscent of her childhood days when she would comfort Qin Feng, she assured him, "Do not worry, little Feng, in a few days I shall personally take care of him for you." A glimmer of astonishment appeared in Qin Feng's eyes as he inquired with confusion, "Are you capable of dealing with foundation establishment cultivators? For us martial practitioners, eliminating lower-tier cultivators is as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Rest assured." Qin Yu, with a radiant smile, gently patted her chest, and after exchanging a few more words with her brother, they finally parted ways. Before leaving, she playfully pinched Qin Feng's nose. On the flying vessel, Li Qingqing, with a face full of concern, patted Qin Yu's back and spoke in a conflicted tone, "Xiao Yu, he already has a partner. You still have the chance to cultivate anew if you disperse your energy now. Please heed your mother's advice and refrain from pursuing this any further. All right?" Qin Yu stood at the rear of the flying vessel, her entire being emanating an aura as frigid as ancient ice, with a faint silvery light flickering in her pupils. "Mother, how did you discern that he has a partner?" Li Qingqing fell silent. With her level of cultivation, it was effortless to perceive that Qin Feng was no longer a virgin, yet revealing such matters would render them devoid of significance. "I do not regret it. I promise to protect him for a lifetime." A gentle smile adorned Qin Yu's face, and her eyes shimmered with happiness. As if she had been transported back to the time in Qingdefeng, Li Qingqing let out a sigh, saying nothing further, simply feeling that her daughter was destined for hardship. From the very first day of their reunion, her sole request had been to ensure Qin Feng's safety. On the first day of her martial arts training, when asked what she wished to learn, her answer remained the same. She yearned to acquire formidable skills to protect Qin Feng. Although Qin Yu has made remarkable progress in her martial arts journey, the price she pays is a relentless race against time. Should she fail to reach that pinnacle within a decade, she would face the dire consequences of lethal intent rebounding upon her. Curse that wretched Ling Tian. When Qin Feng arrived at the sect, the dawn had already broken. After a night of relentless travel, his legs were now aching unbearably. Yet, he felt that every bit of hardship and spirit stones expended was worthwhile, for what was at stake for Ling Tian was nothing less than his life. To avoid drawing suspicion, Qin Feng swaggered through the gate of Chongqing Sword Sect and proceeded directly to Shinan Peak. This time, Qin Feng intended to remain at the sect for an extended period, not only to linger longer but also to attract the attention of others. By the time Ling Tian met his demise, he would possess an undeniable alibi, leaving him free of any suspicion. As Qin traversed the alchemical region at the foothills of Shinan Peak, Steward Wang hurriedly approached him. "Master Qin, what brings you here in person?" "I have already prepared everything and was about to send it to you in due course." Wang's face contorted into an oily, sycophantic smile as he swiftly retrieved a small silver iron vial from his storage ring. "Everything is contained within this vial, as per your request. I have collected both round and flat items, though I must admit that the quantity is not substantial as it has only been a few days since I began." The small iron vial, imbued with an expansive essence, held a considerable capacity, and upon a mental scan, one could immediately sense the presence of numerous discarded elixirs within, at least 1,000 in total. A satisfied smile graced Qin Feng's face as he weighed the small vial in his hand. "You have done remarkably well. Once I have thoroughly studied the intricacies of alchemy and successfully concocted the foundation establishment pill, you shall undoubtedly reap the benefits, my dear Wang." He added, "There is no rush. I am only at the 6th layer of qi refinement. A true master takes their time, for only through patience can one produce exquisite work." Wang, his countenance flushed with excitement, declared, "No hurry at all. Yet, The gleam of joy in his eyes betrayed his eagerness. After transferring the entirety of the elixirs from the vial into his storage ring and returning the vial to Wang, Qin Feng instructed, during this period, I shall reside in the Immortal Demon Cave. Please deliver the elixirs I collect to me each day at your convenience. Absolutely, Qin Skinsher. You can count on me. Wang, now utterly exhilarated, felt as though his very limbs were innervated with delight. He would gladly deliver them not just once a day, but even 10 times if necessary. For the promise of the Foundation Establishment Pill was a treasure that ordinary cultivators might only encounter once in a lifetime. As he departed from the alchemy area and walked half a mile up the mountain, a stone pathway encircling the entire Divine Pill Peak came into view. Flanked by a total of 33 constructed caves, the abode of Qin Feng is situated at the 17th position, where the stone tablet at the entrance bears the inscription Immortal Demon Cave. This name, which Qin Feng had chosen upon taking residence in the cave, has been marked sooner than he anticipated, with a resounding rumble. The heavy obsidian door at the cave's entrance gradually creaks open as spiritual energy and divine consciousness are infused into it. Qin Feng had no time to admire the ostentatious scenery outside. He directly entered the cave and closed the door, subsequently commencing the fusion of the discarded elixirs. At that moment, a disciple clad in white approached the entrance of the foremost cave among the 33, known as the Pill King's Cave. He tossed a communication talisman inside and swiftly departed. Within the cave, Ling Tian sat upon a triple-layered glazed jade lotus mat, his expression impassive as he regarded the communication talisman before him. At this juncture, Ling Tian was already aware of Qin Feng's return to the sect, and even the matter concerning the collection of discarded elixirs by Manager Wang was known to him. Yet, he could not fathom Qin Feng's intentions for these useless elixirs. Could it be that he sought to glean alchemical techniques from them? Contemplating this, a hint of a cold smirk emerged in Ling Tian's gaze as he promptly rose and departed the cave, making his way towards the Grand Hall of Divine Elixirs. Chapter 39. Undertaking sect missions. Having seized a top-tier mystic-grade magical artifact from Qin Feng, Ling Tian felt a surge of delight. However, for reasons unknown, he sensed a lingering unease within himself, as if he harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Qin Feng. Cultivators possess unique insights into their own emotions. At this moment, Ling Tian had devised a plan, either to find a way to expel Qin Feng from the Eternal Life Sword sect or to eliminate him altogether. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall of Divine Elixirs, he immediately addressed Gugo Dan with a respectful gesture. Master, the demand for elixirs within the sect has surged tremendously. Yet we find ourselves overwhelmed. To my knowledge, 5th junior brother Qin Feng has made some progress in alchemy. It may be prudent to assign him some simple tasks to quell the murmurs of others. Gugo Dan furrowed his brow, contemplating the rationale behind his eldest disciple's words. Many within the Eternal Life Sword sect were aware of his taking in a reclusive disciple, and should the supply of elixirs lag significantly, the Grand Peak of Divine Elixirs might inevitably provoke the sect leader's displeasure. Gugo Dan inquired. He should have returned to Inyo Mountain by now, correct? The junior brother has deep ties to the sect and returned early this morning. Then go ahead and make the arrangements. With a casual wave of his hand, Gugo Dan returned to his meticulous study of the alchemical compendium in hand. With his master's consent, a glimmer of joy illuminated Ling Tian's eyes as he turned and exited the hall, pondering what tasks to assign to Qin Feng. Meanwhile, within the Immortal Demon Cave, a wooden box lay upon a stone table, containing dozens of elixirs, while the ground bore remnants of a few unrefined, discarded elixirs, with both hands transforming into mere shadows. Qin Feng swiftly engaged in the synthesis process. Each time he grasped 2 of the same attribute, he would yield a slightly superior. This cycle continued, leading to a rapid decrease in and a gradual increase in the within the box. After half an hour, all had been completely synthesized. Qin Feng cast a cursory glance and noted that the box contained approximately 12 varieties of, including foundational, continuation, beauty, and potency, essentially encompassing all the essentials required by cultivators, with each type exceeding 10 pieces. Although these did not rival the rarity of, their collective worth would amount to several million if sold. By monopolizing, I could ensure an inexhaustible supply for my future endeavors. Gazing at the densely packed in the box, Qin Feng felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. No matter how exceptional one's spiritual roots or innate, they paled in comparison to his synthesis prowess. Should this trend continue, he could, if he so desired, effortlessly break through to realms beyond through the consumption of and the guidance of experts. However, Qin Feng had no such intentions at present. The 5 Emperor's Qi induction technique, a top-tier earth grade, was specifically tailored for those with 5 spiritual roots, requiring a gradual approach to cultivation. The cave dwelling was equipped with all essential living supplies, and a bronze mirror hung on the wall. Approaching the mirror, his reflection immediately manifested before him. With a wheatish complexion, he was not necessarily as handsome as Pandon, yet possessed a certain charm, exuding a mature allure overall. Qin Feng placed all the elixirs into his storage ring, then popped a youth-enhancing pill into his mouth. This single pill was sufficient to grant eternal youth, its value surpassing that of the Foundation Establishment pill by a considerable margin. At that moment, a dark yellow talisman drifted into the cave, followed by the voice of a woman. "Junior brother, are you free at the moment? I am your fifth senior sister." As he opened the stone door of the cave, a figure clad in a light yellow gauze dress, exuding grace and charm, appeared at the entrance. It was indeed his fifth senior sister. Upon seeing Qin Feng open the cave door, a look of concern immediately crossed her face as she asked, "Have you offended the senior brother?" "Fifth senior sister, what do you mean by that?" "Currently, there is an urgent need for elixirs within the sect, and all the alchemists of the Divine Elixir Peak are working tirelessly to produce them. Master has also agreed to allow you to undertake the sect's alchemical tasks. However, the assignments given to you by the senior brother are the Foundation Establishment pill and the Tranquil Spirit pill. These two types of elixirs can only be concocted by at least a late-stage alchemist, and he is well aware that you have only recently joined the sect." Fifth senior sister was pacing anxiously, adding, "Once a sect task is accepted, failing it will result in punishment. The Foundation Establishment pill and the Tranquil Spirit pill, you say?" Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing as he surmised the intentions of his senior brother, who seemed intent on leaving no room for mercy. Not only had he seized his precious divine windboat, but he also sought to expel him from the sect? The audacity was utterly outrageous. After a brief contemplation, the fifth senior sister spoke up. "Sixth junior brother, why not have the medicinal herbs delivered to me once they arrive? I shall assist you in refining them." Qin Feng awkwardly rubbed his hands together, his face flushed with embarrassment as he said, "Senior sister, I would like to attempt this on my own first. However, in my haste to leave, I forgot to bring my alchemy furnace." "How could you forget such an essential item and still hope to accomplish your task?" The fifth senior sister paused for a moment, but ultimately retrieved a small pink furnace from her storage ring. "This is the 1,000-flower furnace I used last year. If you do not mind, you may try it out." "Of course, I don't mind at all." Qin Feng hastily stowed away the Qianhua furnace, then turned and ventured into the cave dwelling, where he rummaged for a while before retrieving a youth elixir, which he presented to her. "Junior sister, what is this?" "It is a youth elixir. Consider it my exchange for your alchemical furnace." "This is a youth elixir?" The fifth senior sister's eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment's hesitation, she accepted it. The value of the youth elixir far exceeded that of the alchemical furnace. Perhaps feeling somewhat embarrassed, the fifth senior sister produced numerous tomes on alchemy from her storage ring and handed them to Qin Feng, admonishing him, "If you find yourself unable to complete your task, do not force it. Remember to seek your senior sister." "Understood." After bidding farewell to the fifth senior sister, Qin Feng sat silently at the entrance of his cave, perusing several alchemical manuscripts authored by other alchemists. After approximately an hour, two outer disciples arrived at the threshold of Qin Feng's cave. "Elder Qin, we have brought you the medicinal materials." He responded. Qin Feng nodded slightly and then gestured towards the open space within the cave, indicating for them to place the medicinal herbs there. The ingredients for various elixirs were all neatly contained in matching fabric bags, and as the number of herbs extracted increased, they gradually formed a small hill upon the ground. Qin Feng was taken aback, for his task was to procure merely two types of elixirs. Yet, the array of herbs scattered upon the ground seemed to constitute at least 200 sets. Observing that the two individuals showed no signs of halting their efforts, Qin Feng, with a darkened expression, approached them and inquired, "How many more do you have?" In response to Elder Qin's words, the materials for the Foundation Establishment pill and the Tranquil Spirit pill amounted to 200 sets each. The Grand Elder had stated that in 20 days, he would only need to submit 300 pills. Qin Feng nodded, choosing to remain silent. The average success rate for each furnace was 3 pills, making the demand of 300 pills ostensibly reasonable. However, the time frame was exceedingly short. To produce 300 pills in such a brief period would be a formidable task, even for someone as skilled as Gugo Dan. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was not overly concerned. With his ability to synthesize, it was inconceivable that he could not produce even inferior pills, let alone the quality ones. With 400 sets of medicinal materials at his disposal, completing the task would be all but effortless. After the two departed, Qin Feng promptly shut the stone door of the cave dwelling and began to survey the medicinal herbs within, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his gaze. Upon completing the task with 400 sets of herbs, he anticipated a substantial profit. Chapter 40. Ling Tian, Parish. The Qianhua furnace, resplendent in a pink hue, was adorned with intricate carvings of vibrant blossoms, clearly intended for feminine use. However, at this moment, Qin Feng had no time to dwell on such details. He swiftly placed the Qianhua furnace atop the refining chamber's hearth and set aside several sets of foundational elixirs. As spiritual energy surged into the furnace, its form expanded noticeably, and the underlying flames responded to the influx of energy, gradually emanating warmth. In mere moments, the temperature within the cave began to rise. Following a systematic approach, he cast the herbs into the furnace, his consciousness intensely focused on the transformations occurring within, thereby determining the requisite intensity of the flames. Qin Feng harbored grand ambitions, planning to refine at least 8 pills from this batch. Bang! Moments later, a muffled sound emanated from the Qianhua furnace, causing the lid to tremble slightly. As the furnace erupted, Qin Feng swiftly extinguished the ground fire and proceeded to empty the remnants from the pill furnace. Among the ashes, a mingling scent of medicinal fragrance and charred essence wafted through the air. After a brief search through the dust, Qin Feng joyfully uncovered 8 dark, completely carbonized pills, an expression of exhilaration illuminating his features. It worked. I truly am a genius. These 8 discarded pills could be combined to form 2 lower-grade Foundation Establishment pills, effectively yielding 2 Foundation Establishment pills from this batch. With such efficiency, only 150 sets of medicinal materials for both the Foundation Establishment and Tranquil Spirit pills would suffice to complete the task. The remainder would naturally enrich his own coffers. Having tasted success, he immediately dedicated himself to the art of pill refinement, continuing diligently until the materials were fully exhausted. As Qin Feng emerged from the alchemy chamber to procure medicinal herbs, he noticed several sound transmission talismans hovering by the stone bed within the cave dwelling. These talismans originated from his 5th senior sister, 2 other senior brothers, and several unfamiliar individuals. Each of them conveyed a singular message: to urgently summon Qin Feng to the Grand Hall of the Divine Pill Peak. What could have transpired to necessitate such haste? With a visage marked by confusion, Qin Feng stepped out of the cave dwelling and glanced around, only to find that the night had deepened. At that moment, a disciple clad in black rushed towards him, visibly relieved upon spotting Qin Feng. Breathing heavily, he exclaimed, "Master Qin, you have finally emerged." Sect leader Gu is in a furious rage. What has transpired? You must hurry to the Hall of Divine Elixirs at Shinden Peak without delay. The disciple's face was flushed, and he leaned heavily on his knees, desperately gasping for breath, indicating that he had run at great speed. Very well, I shall go at once. Qin Feng brushed off the dust from his clothes, closed the door of the cave, and swiftly applied 2 movement talismans to his legs, hastening towards the Divine Elixir Peak's main hall. Meanwhile, his mind was filled with unease. It had been clearly stated that he should refrain from visiting the hall unless necessary. Yet now he was being summoned in such a hurry. It was evident that something significant had transpired. As he made his way, a smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips, which he could not suppress. Upon arriving at the hall, he noticed that nearly all the key members of Divine Elixir Peak were present, save for the absence of Ling Tian. Gugo Dan sat in the center of the hall, his expression one of deep sorrow, as he drowned his worries in drink. The surrounding tables and chairs lay in disarray, having been thrown about in a fit of rage. The others stood silently, heads bowed, not uttering a word. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Qin Feng cautiously slipped in through the side entrance and stealthily made his way to 5th senior sister's side. Pretending ignorance, he whispered, "Senior sister, what has transpired?" 5th senior sister cautiously glanced at their master before leaning closer to Qin Feng and whispering, "Something has happened to the senior brother. But we have yet to uncover who is responsible." "Ah?" Qin Feng deliberately displayed an expression of astonishment and quietly inquired, "When did this occur? Is not the strength of the senior brother quite formidable? It has been less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense since the incident. And it is said that the sect has already dispatched personnel for a thorough investigation. Given the expertise of the Misty Rain Tower, it would indeed be remarkable if they were able to uncover the truth." Qin Feng felt a surge of delight within, though he maintained an impassive demeanor as he discreetly observed the reactions of those around him. While the 5th senior sister's spirits were low, she did not appear deeply saddened. Perhaps it was merely the bond of camaraderie that weighed on her heart. The other 3 senior brothers also kept their heads bowed in silence, some even displaying expressions of concern, likely troubled by the alchemical task at hand. The most heartbroken among them were undoubtedly Gugudin and a few of Ling Tian's disciples. At that moment, within the ranks of the true disciples, two fairly attractive female cultivators were softly weeping, their tears resembling rain-soaked pear blossoms, evoking sympathy. Gugudin lifted his head, his gloomy gaze sweeping over the crowd, and in a hoarse voice, commanded, "Everyone is here, follow me." With that, he strode out of the grand hall and retrieved a palm-sized flying artifact resembling a black canopy boat. Once activated, everyone instinctively boarded. And although they were uncertain of the circumstances, Qin Feng joined them, standing closely beside the fifth senior sister. A moment later, Gugudin led the numerous disciples, brimming with fury, to the main peak of the Chongqing Sword Sect, Xinjian Peak. Before the flying artifact had even landed, someone below called out, their tone filled with difficulty. "Peak Master Gu, the use of flying artifacts is prohibited within the sect. To hell with that. I demand to see the sect master." Gugudin retorted with a string of curses, steering the artifact directly toward the palace atop Xinjian Peak. At this time, the peak was ablaze with light. Through the spacious entrance, one could see that at least 50 individuals were gathered inside, their auras formidable, with the weakest among them possessing late-stage foundation establishment strength. While the might of the strongest was beyond Qin Feng's discernment, Gugudin and the disciples of Xinjian Peak barged into the hall, instantly drawing countless gazes. Among the crowd, an elderly man clad in white spotted Gugudin's entrance and immediately approached with a wry smile. This elder was Qin Kuan, the Grand Elder of the Chongqing Sword Sect, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of core formation, just a step away from the nascent soul stage. Despite his formidable prowess, he was reluctant to offend a high-ranking alchemist like Gugudin and could only manage a bitter smile as he said, "Peak Master Gu, we are already investigating this matter with all our might. What brings you here at such an hour?" With a solemn expression, Gugudin clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Grand Elder, you are aware of my dedication to the sect over the years, while I may not have earned merit. My efforts have not been in vain. I implore the sect master to emerge from seclusion and utilize the Winiang Luopan to seek out the culprit and avenge my disciple." Qin Kuan's face reflected concern as he reassured, "We recognize your contributions, Peak Master, but the sect master is currently in seclusion, collaborating with the Supreme Elder to forge the Divine Sword. This matter is of utmost importance and cannot be interrupted so easily. Would you be willing to wait another 2 months?" Gugudin's expression darkened, his voice laced with anger as he declared, "If you refuse to assist me in finding the murderer, then starting today, all personnel of Xinjian Peak shall cease alchemical operations. We shall not resume until the true culprit is found." Qin Kuan's countenance displayed difficulty, and he shifted his gaze to the others present. The crowd understood and immediately began to persuade him. "Peak Master, we share in your sorrow over this incident. Please do not act impulsively. The priority now is to maintain the normal operations of the sect. We have already dispatched individuals to investigate, and we trust that results will emerge soon." Gugudin's face tightened, and he scoffed at them. "Among those present, the weakest possesses late-stage foundation establishment strength. Can your dispatched personnel possibly investigate as swiftly as you can? I now demand that all of you go out to search. If by dawn there are still no leads, we shall simply wait for the sect master to emerge from seclusion." By the end of his statement, Gugudin's tone softened considerably. He understood that a life lost could not be restored, and the sect still required normalcy. Noticing Gugudin's concession, Qin Kuan let out a sigh of relief and promptly assured, "We shall act according to Peak Master Ji's wishes. I will personally go out to investigate as well." With a consensus reached among the crowd, numerous high-level cultivators soon appeared around the Chongqing Sword Sect, traversing the void and employing various artifacts to seek clues regarding Ling Tian. The senior brothers and sisters of Xinjian Peak, along with the true disciples, joined in the search, except for Qin Feng, who remained behind due to his low cultivation level, being merely at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Returning to the Xianma cave, he closed the stone door behind him. Qin Feng lay upon his bed, a joyful smile illuminating his face, for when he pinned a letter to the Misty Rain Pavilion, he had expressly requested financial resources. As expected, Ling Tian's storage bag had now arrived at the Misty Rain Pavilion. The identity of the one who intervened remained a mystery. If it were his elder sister, would she be detected by the heavenly compass? After reveling in his happiness, Qin Feng found himself questioning their professionalism once more. After resting on the bed for a while, he rose and entered the alchemy chamber to continue his potion crafting. As the night passed, he successfully forged over 40 low-grade foundation establishment pills from the waste materials, an efficiency that surpassed that of countless other alchemists. With the arrival of dawn, Qin Feng sensed the presence of the spectral bird responsible for delivering messages nearby. Thus, he departed from the sect and sought a secluded spot, guiding his flying sword towards the direction of Iron Mountain Square. Chapter 41. The Disciples' Lack of Greed. Qin Feng stood upon the blazing sword, deftly maneuvering it through the vast expanse of the void. As he approached the Chongqing sword sect, situated several dozen kilometers away, a black bird emerged from the clouds, gracefully alighting on Qin Feng's shoulder. "Have you been waiting anxiously?" Qin Feng chuckled as he gently patted the head of the spectral bird, then extended his hand to prompt it to regurgitate what it had been holding in its beak. In the letter, Iron Pillar wrote, "Brother Feng, the Grand Tai formation arranged by the Howren sect in the Jin Kingdom has been tampered with, resulting in the death of nearly 80% of all living beings in the kingdom. Now, a strange calamity has befallen Jin, with corpses strewn across the land and malevolent spirits filling the air. Countless low-level evil cultivators are gathering, and soon, this land will become a fertile ground for nurturing their dark practices. I desire both the wicked cultivators and the souls they possess. Let us meet at King of Fang in a month's time. Brother Feng, I implore your assistance." After perusing the letter, Qin Feng inscribed an exquisite character upon a leaf using a stone, and then instructed the Yuming bird to carry the leaf back to report. As he journeyed towards Taishanfang, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the Jin Kingdom. The sheer scale of devastation, with 80% of its populace perished, was staggering. A nation may boast a population ranging from several million to tens of millions, and to claim that 8/10 of its beings had succumbed could indeed lead to mountains of corpses. Most perplexing was the fact that Howren sect, as its name suggests, should be a righteous sect, yet it had committed such a heinous act. Qin Feng felt grateful for his timely departure with his sister, otherwise they might not have evaded the formidable Tai formation. 2 hours later, Qin Feng successfully arrived at Taishanfang, this time without the threat of Ling Tian. He sought a secluded spot to land, then confidently made his way towards Yanyu Tower. Upon reaching Yanyu Tower, he found Qin Yu seated at the counter, idly perusing an ancient tome. The siblings exchanged a knowing smile and seamlessly entered a private room on the first floor. Qin Yu retrieved a dark purple storage bag and handed it to Qin Feng, her tone gentle as she spoke. This was taken from him. The contents within should be intact. Qin Feng took the storage bag and glanced inside. It contained elixirs, a Dan furnace, various herbs, and surprisingly, a considerable amount of intimate apparel belonging to women, including the Shifeng boat. Although it was a return of lost items, Qin Feng felt averse to keeping it. The Shifeng boat had been used by Ling Tian, and if he were to use it again, it might invite trouble. After much contemplation, he decided to tuck the storage bag into his bosom, planning to dispose of it directly at the Qi Yuan Pavilion later. At this moment, Qin Feng's foremost concern was whether his sister might encounter any trouble, so he spoke up. "Sister, this fellow has a significant identity within the Eternal Life Sword sect. It is said that the sect leader will assist in an investigation soon. Should we prepare ourselves?" "Prepare for what?" she inquired. "I have heard that the sect leader possesses a formidable Winton compass, capable of locating both bodies and perpetrators." Qin Yu smiled nonchalantly, then reached out to pinch Qin Feng's cheek, confidently proclaiming, "We are merely conducting business for remuneration. Should the leader of the Eternal Life Sword sect become excessively verbose, we possess the means to silence him." Her tone was gentle, yet imbued with an inexplicable assurance. This confidence might stem from Li Qingxing or perhaps from the other formidable figures of the Misty Rain Pavilion. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between the siblings, Qin Feng produced a rejuvenating elixir and handed it over. She held it in her hand for a moment, then inquired, "What is this?" "It is a rejuvenating elixir, capable of preserving your youth and ensuring that you remain as beautiful as ever." "You are quite the flatterer." Qin Yu blushed and shot him a glare. Yet she elegantly placed it in her mouth and consumed it, murmuring that she felt nothing noteworthy. Qin Feng smiled and inquired, "Sister, during your cultivation, do you require the consumption of elixirs or similar substances?" A glimmer of light flickered in Qin Yu's eyes as she asked with a smile, "What is it? Have you mastered the art of alchemy?" "Just a little," came the response. "Shall we go for a meal? I'm feeling a bit hungry." Qin Yu gently rubbed her flat abdomen, rising to pull Qin Feng outside the Misty Rain Tower, clearly reluctant to address the question. After dining, Qin Feng accompanied Qin Yu back to the Misty Rain Tower, and as she ascended the stairs, he stealthily approached the counter to settle Ling Tian's account. The price for assassinating a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator while retaining their possessions was 30,000 spirit stones, and Qin Feng directly offered 3 Foundation establishment pills as compensation. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Qin Yu as she descended the stairs. Her expression darkened, and she promptly seized Qin Feng by the ear, leading him back to the counter, demanding the attendant to return the items. "If you do not reclaim the items, I shall ignore you from now on." In Qin Yu's eyes glimmered a hint of moisture, as if she were on the verge of tears. Qin Feng awkwardly gestured to the person inside, indicating that there was no need for a refund. He then took Qin Yu by the hand and led her to the doorway, whispering, "Sister, this time I took the initiative to seek work at the Misty Rain Pavilion, so this bill must be settled. If I were to ask you for help, I certainly wouldn't offer any payment. I might even request financial assistance from you instead. Is that truly the case?" she inquired. "Indeed," he affirmed. "So, if you have any matters to attend to next time, just call upon me directly. I'm currently in charge of the business at the Misty Rain Pavilion in Iron Mountain Alley." In an effort to lift Qin Yu's spirits, Qin Feng took her out into the streets, indulging in purchases of jewelry, candied hawthorns, and scallion pancakes. They only began their return home once they had both eaten their fill. After bidding farewell to Qin Yu, he continued on his way. Qin Feng visited the Qi Yuan Pavilion to purchase 32 inferior wooden spirit boats and sought assistance from Xilinger to handle Ling Tian's bag of holding. After all, this girl was audacious enough to sell even the techniques of malevolent cultivators. The belongings of a mere deceased were trivial in comparison. The entirety of the contents within the bag was converted into spirit stones, amounting to an approximate value of 160,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 1,600 mid-grade spirit stones. Notably, the most valuable item was the Xiantir Supreme Flying Artifact, the Divine Windboat, which alone was worth 700,000 spirit stones, combined with the spirit stones from the Wonia Mountain Cave dwelling. Qin Feng estimated that he now possessed around 3 million spirit stones. His wealth was nearing that of some minor sects within the realm of cultivation. Upon returning to Wonia Mountain, the night had fully enveloped the land. Qin Feng first returned to his own cave dwelling before proceeding to Ding Shuli's abode. Standing at the mountain's edge, he called out, "Sister Ding, are you available? I have a matter to discuss with you." After waiting for a considerable time without a response, Qin Feng tossed a sound transmission talisman inside. Moments later, a plume of white smoke rose around him, and the air gradually twisted to reveal the true environment within. Ding Shuli, clad in a flowing white gown, stood at the doorway, her expression inscrutable as she inquired, "What is it?" "I simply wish to pay a visit to my esteemed sister," he replied. Qin Feng grinned widely, then extracted the 9 dragons binding rope from his storage ring, infusing it with spiritual energy. Anger flickered across Ding Shuli's face as she promptly produced a small shield to shield herself, rebuking Qin Feng. "What do you take me for?" At her inquiry, Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Yet, as the saying goes, once the sword is drawn, it cannot be sheathed easily. Having revealed the rope, he could not retract it without consequence. With a bold demeanor, Qin Feng replied, "We had agreed on 3 tries." Following his declaration, he manipulated the 9 dragons binding rope, sending it surging towards Ding Shuli. In an instant, a purple flying sword shot forth from Ding Shuli's palm, striking fiercely against the 9 dragons binding rope. Such a top-tier mystical artifact was far from fragile. With a swift motion of his right hand, Qin Feng divided the rope into 9 segments, each launching towards Ding Shuli from different directions. Simultaneously, he formed a hand seal to cast the Woodvine technique. A glimmer of murderous intent ignited in Ding Shuli's eyes as she drew forth a pale golden talisman. Upon seeing this talisman, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the fire serpent talisman he had given her? With a furrowed brow, Qin Feng inquired, "Sister Ding, are you certain you wish to employ this against me?" Ding Shuli momentarily paused, only to be swiftly ensnared by Qin Feng, who seized the opportunity to tightly bind her with the 9 dragons binding rope. "You scoundrel!" Upon regaining her composure, Ding Shuli immediately erupted in a tirade of invectives. Qin Feng, however, remained unfazed, employing his divination technique to ascertain that there were no traps in the vicinity before proceeding forward. "Sister Ding, I beg your pardon." Qin Feng swept her up into his arms and strode through the doorway behind her without hesitation. The chamber was permeated with an exotic fragrance identical to the scent clinging to Ding Shuli's form. Merely inhaling this intoxicating aroma caused Qin Feng's mind to grow feverish as he advanced purposefully toward the bed at the room's heart. Ding Shuli, her eyes blazing with fury, spat out a venomous warning. "Qin, you despicable scoundrel. Even if you claim my body, you'll never possess my heart." With roguish charm, he countered, "Fear not, dear senior sister. Your junior brother is not greedy. Your person alone shall suffice." Wretched knave. Lest the night slipped away unnoticed. The following dawn arrived. When Qin Feng awoke, it was already noon. As he turned to check on Ding Shuli, he realized that she had been awake for quite some time, yet was ensnared by the 9 dragons binding rope, rendering her completely immobile. Although he longed to assist her in untangling the cords for a heartfelt conversation, he remained apprehensive about her razor-sharp flying sword. Sensing the lingering intensity of someone's gaze, Ding Shuli, in exasperation, averted her head to the other side. Qin Feng wore an awkward smile on his face and tentatively inquired, "Sister Ding, do you know what martial artists cultivate?" "I don't know." "Huh? I truly do not know. Are you familiar with the Misty Rain Pavilion?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's prompt, Ding Shuli immediately turned her head, furrowing her brows as she asked, "Have you been in contact with the people from the Misty Rain Pavilion?" Chapter 42. The Path of Qin Yu. Upon hearing the name Misty Rain Pavilion, Ding Shuli's reaction was quite pronounced, even causing her to momentarily forget the anger she felt the previous night. Qin Feng gazed at her with curiosity and inquired, "Is there something particularly unique about the Misty Rain Tower?" "Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. Although the Misty Rain Tower appears to be an assassin organization, it is, in fact, quite similar to a sect. Furthermore, its scale is vast, and their cultivation does not revolve around celestial arts, but rather a form of sorcery akin to dark magic." Ding Shuli's tone bore a hint of trepidation, as if the Misty Rain Tower was more formidable than ordinary malevolent cultivators. Qin Feng inquired, "What is it that they cultivate?" "It is a path defined by the essence of slaying. Upon reaching a profound level of mastery, practitioners, devoid of any magical artifacts, can soar through the skies and traverse the earth much like cultivators. However, those who pursue this path typically have fleeting lifespans." Qin Feng was immediately filled with concern. It is the way of humanity to sacrifice the insufficient in order to support the abundant. The ascension of Qin Yu's strength may indeed be correlated with longevity, however. The individuals from the Misty Rain Tower are certainly not foolish. Perhaps they seek to attain a higher realm through such means. The room fell into silence for a brief moment, and the atmosphere gradually descended into awkwardness. Ding Shuli then inquired, "Your combat prowess seems rather unusual. Could it be that you are affiliated with the Misty Rain Tower?" Qin Feng did not respond to the question. Instead, he deliberately displayed a hint of curiosity and inquired, "If the people of the Misty Rain Tower are somewhat akin to malevolent cultivators, do they not have to consume human flesh during their cultivation?" "Perhaps so. It is said that they combine the malevolent energies of heaven and earth, miasmas, and various toxic vapors with souls to concoct a substance known as the Rakshasa Pill." "Rakshasa Pill?" Qin Feng silently committed this name to memory, resolving to test it when the opportunity arose. The ordinary Rashadan might possess some side effects. Yet the Rashadan he concocted through synthesis would undoubtedly be devoid of any adverse reactions. Ding Shuli opened her mouth as if to speak, but upon witnessing the fervent glimmer in Qin Feng's eyes, she hesitated. "What else do you desire?" "Senior sister, I must return to the sect shortly. It will be a long time before I can visit you again." Qin Feng smiled broadly and directly covered her eyes with his clothing. "You are being too much." Ding Shuli attempted to intervene, but soon fell silent. In the afternoon, Qin Feng steered the wooden spirit boat away from Dandelion Mountain, making a direct course toward the sect. The Eternal Life Sword sect had returned to its usual routine. The disciples had spent an entire night searching for clues regarding Ling Tian. But with no leads to speak of, they had to conclude their efforts hastily. However, the sect was now investigating the individuals Ling Tian had interacted with during his lifetime. Upon arriving at the Immortal Demon Cave, several disciples from the law enforcement hall approached Qin Feng to inquire about his whereabouts during this period. Aside from 2 visits to Iron Mountain Square, Qin Feng had primarily occupied himself with alchemy within the sect. Once the law enforcement disciples departed, he pushed open the door to his cave residence, entering with a contented expression. Though the world of cultivation was rife with deceit and treachery, most practitioners preferred to eliminate their enemies personally or resort to other means, rarely enlisting the help of the Misty Rain Tower. More than a decade ago, the Misty Rain Tower primarily served the mundane world, only recently venturing into the realm of cultivation, leaving no one to suspect its involvement. Upon returning to his dwelling, Qin Feng adjusted his state of mind and gathered the materials for refining foundation establishment pills. He entered the alchemy chamber, humming a tune while he diligently worked, relishing the moment. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Divine Pill Peak, Gugo Dan was briefing his 5th disciple, Sun Yulan, on the day-to-day affairs of the peak, handing over various tokens, sect tasks, and the storeroom ledger. Previously, Ling Tian had managed these responsibilities, but with his demise, someone had to fill his role. Although Gugo Dan was the peak master, he was more enamored with alchemy and sharing drinks with old friends, hardly inclined to manage these trivial matters. After detailing everything, he sighed and remarked, "Yulan, your 3 senior brothers are disinterested in the affairs of Divine Pill Peak. You must take this to heart." Sun Yulan nodded and replied with concern, "Rest assured, Master, I will manage everything diligently. However, it seems that 6th junior brother may be facing trouble." "What trouble?" The sixth junior brother has a stubborn disposition. Recently, the eldest senior brother assigned him tasks involving the refining of Foundation Establishment pills and Tranquil Spirit pills, which he accepted. His lofty ambitions led him to blindly accept these responsibilities, and naturally, he must face the consequences. Do not worry about that. Focus on your own duties. Guo Dan's expression darkened, clearly displeased with Qin Feng's audacity in taking on sect alchemy tasks as a mere novice. He even felt a twinge of regret for having accepted him as a disciple. Master, I shall take my leave now. Sun Yulan sighed, bowed respectfully, and turned to exit the grand hall, making her way directly to Qin Feng's cave. After sending 2 sound transmission talismans inside, the heavy stone door slowly creaked open after a brief moment. Qin Feng was covered in dust, his face resembling a patchwork of black soot. One could easily infer from his appearance that he had been engaged in alchemical practices. However, the frequency of his explosive mishaps seemed rather excessive, did it not? Qin Feng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and inquired, "Fifth senior sister, is there something amiss? How many times have you blown up the furnace?" Sun Yulan frowned as she cast a glance towards the cave dwelling behind Qin Feng, where swirling smoke and rising dust created a scene reminiscent of a kitchen stove. Dark and chaotic. Qin Feng smiled as he explained, "It is quite normal for a furnace to explode when one first begins alchemy. However, you seem to be mistaken." Sun Yulan's eyes glimmered with a hint of confusion. She then inhaled the surrounding aroma and, with surprise, inquired, "Have you managed to concoct a Foundation Establishment pill? How does the fifth senior sister know? Despite the pervasive scent of burnt concoctions, I can still detect a fragrance uniquely characteristic of the Foundation Establishment pill." Hee. "It is merely a stroke of luck." Qin Feng awkwardly shrugged, intending to offer a justification, but he noticed that the fifth senior sister had already departed in haste. It appeared she was eager to convey this delightful news to their master. Qin Feng was well aware within his heart that any cultivator capable of refining a Foundation Establishment pill would be held in high regard by any sect. After all, Foundation Establishment cultivators represent the true backbone of any sect, and thus, the Foundation Establishment pill is of paramount significance. Unable to deter his fifth senior sister, Qin Feng allowed her to proceed and turned his attention back to the art of refining the Foundation Establishment pill. Each detonation of the furnace yielded 8 inferior pills, which was precisely sufficient to synthesize 2 lower-grade Foundation Establishment pills. Such efficiency is undeniably a remarkable phenomenon in any context. Qin Feng was engrossed in the pleasures of the furnace, and within the confines of the cave, a series of muffled explosions reverberated at intervals. Over time, the stone walls surrounding the alchemy chamber began to show signs of wear, with fragments peeling away. By the time evening descended, the battered Qianhua furnace emitted a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs, prompting Qin Feng to realize that he might have truly succeeded. Should he risk another explosion? A conflicted expression flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. His objective was to refine the elixir, and prior to this, every time the medicinal pill began to take shape, he would abruptly intensify the flames, resulting in explosions of the furnace. Occasionally, if he became distracted and neglected to raise the temperature, Qin Feng would chastise himself, feeling he had squandered precious time. Now, as he observed the elixir nearing completion, a surge of excitement welled up within him. They say alchemy is a formidable challenge, yet I have only caused the furnace to explode 60 or 70 times, and here I stand, on the verge of success. A look of joy appeared in Qin Feng's eyes as he began to attempt the alchemical process in earnest. Suddenly, a muffled bang resonated from the Qianhua furnace, causing a crack to erupt along its body. Qin Feng, consumed by a silent vow to never engage in ordinary alchemy again, proceeded to concoct 2 more inferior Foundation Establishment pills. He then approached a nearby stone table to assess his recent gains. The quantity of Foundation Establishment pills had reached over 160. Although they were all of inferior quality, it was sufficient to meet the requirements. There remained more than 30 sets of medicinal herbs, all belonging to him. After placing the remaining herbs for the Foundation Establishment pills into his storage ring, Qin Feng commenced the preparation of tranquility pills. These pills were adept at preventing the emergence of inner demons, providing cultivators with serenity and calmness. Hence their crafting difficulty and value were comparable to that of Foundation Establishment pills. However, for Qin Feng, the distinction was inconsequential. It merely depended on the severity of any potential explosions. Extracting his alchemical furnace from the storage ring, he initiated the process of crafting once more. The prescribed duration for pill refinement was 20 days, yet Qin Feng accomplished this feat in merely 4. To avoid arousing suspicion, he tidied his abode after completing the pills and then engaged in his cultivation practices, the 5 Emperors Qi drawing technique, the Dao One technique, and the Thunderbolt Sword technique. Before long, the designated day for Qin Feng to hand over his tasks arrived. At the entrance of the warehouse atop the Divine Pill Peak, Sun Yulon anxiously paced back and forth, observing the dimming sky. In recent days, she had sought out Qin Feng at the Immortal Demon Cave, hoping to inquire if he required assistance, but all her communication attempts had fallen silent. The urgency surrounding this batch of pills was palpable, as representatives from the various peaks would soon arrive to collect them. Failure to produce the pills would result in dire consequences. Perspiration beaded on Sun Yulon's forehead, as figures began to accumulate in the open space outside the warehouse, eagerly awaiting the pills. Elder Sun, we have been dispatched to collect Foundation Establishment pills and Tranquility pills. A newly arrived disciple respectfully greeted Sun Yulon with a bow, followed by the others. Please wait a moment. The supplier has yet to arrive, Sun Yulon instructed the group, her gaze drifting toward the distant path. The disparity in status left the pill-seeking disciples with no choice but to remain and wait. Moments later, a figure emerged from the thicket beside the warehouse. Upon sighting him, Sun Yulon rushed forward, her urgency palpable as she inquired of Qin Feng, junior brother. Have you completed the pills? Chapter 43, Longevity Pill and Rakshasa Pill. All eyes were upon them. Qin Feng produced 2 silvery small iron vials and handed them over, saying, Senior sister, I possess only these 2 vials. You must return them to me. Sun Yulon shot him a glance and took the vials, probing them with her spiritual sense. Upon discovering that the combined quantity of elixirs within the vials amounted to exactly 300, her eyes widened in astonishment. She found it challenging to believe that in merely 20 days, he had managed to concoct over 100 foundational and calming elixirs. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, Junior brother, did you truly refine all of these? Indeed. Qin Feng nodded, casting a glance around the people before directing his gaze towards the loft beside the storeroom. A plaque hung on the grand door of the loft, inscribed with the 3 prominent characters Wandan Gu, seemingly indicating a place for alchemical formulas. However, Qin Feng was uncertain, and thus inquired of Sun Yulon, Senior sister, what is Wandan Gu used for? It houses all the materials and formulas related to alchemy. May I take a look? Upon hearing the term formulas, Qin Feng's excitement surged. Sun Yulon smiled, confidently producing a black token as she approached the entrance of Wandan Gu. After using the token to unlock the loft's restrictions, she cheerfully replied, You have come to the right person. I currently oversee all matters of the sect, and with your status, you are permitted to view everything inside. Please, step in. I will call for you once I finish my tasks. With that, Sun Yulon gently pushed Qin Feng inside and resecured the restrictions. Wandan Gu was the most rigorously guarded place on the Divine Elixir Peak, apart from the storeroom. In addition to the disciples stationed around, the entire loft was protected by powerful sect elders, and any unauthorized intrusion would be promptly detected. Upon entering Wandan Gu, Qin Feng observed that the entire loft had been hollowed out, filled with dense shelves, each laden with countless tomes pertaining to alchemy. A cursory glance revealed that the contents could be categorized into 3 groups: the techniques of alchemy, which did not pique Qin Feng's interest, and the other 2 categories comprised commonly used formulas and some exotic elixirs. As he swept his spiritual awareness throughout the loft, confirming the absence of any other presence, Qin Feng began to explore the numerous shelves with great enthusiasm. Longevity Pill? Just as he was about to enter the section of exotic elixirs, he spotted a tome on an inconspicuous shelf. Unlike the other formulas, which were merely pages of yellowed paper, the formula for the Longevity Pill was bound into a book, impressively thick, akin to the size of a thumb. The cover of the book was wrinkled, indicating it had been frequently perused. Curiosity piqued, Qin Feng picked up the book on the Longevity Pill and glanced at its contents, the origin of the formula, its effects, the ingredients, and the process of refinement. At first, everything seemed ordinary, but as he delved into the specifics of concocting the Longevity Pill, a frown creased his brow, prompting him to immediately return it to the shelf. To his dismay, the refinement process required the infusion of a cultivator's essence blood into the cauldron, alongside the nurturing of the elixir with one's soul. Was this not sorcery? The longevity herb was a unique medicinal ingredient of the Longevity Sword sect, and combined with the term Longevity Pill, it was evident that this was a creation of the sect. Coupled with what the Iron Pillar had mentioned regarding the sect's elder seizing the Ghost King's sect's Ghost Witch Maiden, Qin Feng could not help but ponder, would righteous cultivators resort to such means? Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding whether the menial disciples dispatched that night truly engaged in battle with the Ghost King's sect. Qin Feng's expression was taut with tension as he carefully repositioned the book exactly as it had been before, then turned toward the arcane elixirs section. This area housed mostly potions favored by practitioners of dark arts, lust powder, berserker pills, soul-dazing elixirs, though sinister in nature. These were but pale shadows compared to the sheer malevolence of the longevity elixir, their wickedness dwarfed by an immeasurable gulf. After wandering fruitlessly for what felt like an eternity, Qin Feng was about to call for his fifth senior sister to open the door when his gaze caught on a crimson-hued recipe tucked away at the very bottom of the farthest shelf. Scrawled across it in stark characters, Rakshasa Elixir. At last, found. Excitement gleamed in Qin Feng's eyes. The formula for the Rakshasa pill lay in the most inconspicuous corner, shrouded in a fine layer of dust. To avoid detection of any tampering, Qin Feng lowered himself to the ground to examine it closely. The Rakshasa pill, classified as a human-grade elixir, caused Qin Feng's brows to furrow upon seeing the ingredients. The primary components for concocting the Rakshasa pill were not herbs, but rather the sinister energies of slaughter, darkness, and miasma, supplemented by some rare medicinal materials. Upon consuming the Rakshasa pill, one could enhance their physical constitution and cultivate malevolent and murderous energies. However, the side effect was a profound sense of melancholy, rendering one as cold as ice. Why do all these elixir recipes possess such malevolent qualities? Qin Feng let out a sigh, firmly etching the recipe for the Rakshasa Dan into his memory before taking a seat at the entrance of the wand and pavilion. At this moment, he began to speculate why his sister had refrained from mentioning the Rakshasa Dan. Perhaps she wished to spare him from worry. Or maybe she herself was equally discontented with her current state of existence. In his heart, Qin Feng silently resolved to attempt to assist his sister in concocting some Rakshasa pills in a few days. Coincidentally, the date he had agreed upon with Taiju was swiftly approaching. The kingdom of Jin was presently undergoing a transformation into a veritable hell on earth, with an abundance of malevolent and ominous energies. The miasma, a substance that could often be encountered in the mountains, posed no challenge in terms of sourcing materials. Contemplating this, a smile unconsciously graced Qin Feng's face. After all, they were merely human-grade elixirs, as long as the ingredients were sufficient. The worst that could happen would be the destruction of a few alchemical furnaces. Upon departing from the Wandan Pavilion, Qin Feng steered his wooden spirit vessel directly towards the direction of Wenyou Mountain, shrouded in darkness. Qin Feng stood upon the wooden spirit vessel, feeling the fierce winds lash against his face, yet his heart remained tranquil as water. Cultivation is the pursuit of immortality. Whether the Eternal Life Sword sect is righteous or malevolent holds little significance. He merely seeks temporary refuge, although he has received the sect's benevolence. He toils both as a servant and an alchemist, and thus, no one is indebted to anyone. As he approached the imminent arrival at Wenyou Mountain, Qin Feng suddenly noticed that, 20 miles away, on the mountain peak, individuals were engaged in a fierce duel of magic, with various lights flickering, suggesting an intense battle. Disinterested in the commotion and unwilling to play the role of a mere bystander, Qin Feng steered his wooden spirit vessel directly towards the mountain summit. At that moment, a brilliant burst of crimson light erupted from the side of the duel. A high-level fire serpent talisman? Qin Feng squinted as he cast a glance at Ding Shuli's cave, ultimately deciding to investigate further. The flight speed of the wooden spirit vessel was not swift, yet traversing the 20 miles took merely a few breaths. Upon arrival, he beheld 4 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators wielding flying swords to assail Ding Shuli. Perched atop a nearby stone was a young man clad in white, possessing a handsome visage. The aura of spiritual power emanating from him was significantly stronger than that of the Qi refinement stage, indicating he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. Surrounding them was a haze of toxic smoke, with several loose cultivators simultaneously engaging in combat while hastily consuming detoxification pills. It appeared to be a stalemate, however. As time progressed, the numerical advantage would inevitably sway the outcome. Noticing someone piloting a flying vessel to observe the conflict, the young man in white immediately rose, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Qin Feng, and declared, "I am Feng Ping, a disciple of the Blissful Sect. Today, in a moment of carelessness, this woman has seized the Foundation establishment elixir from my grasp. I kindly implore you not to interfere." Chapter 44, Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. A disciple of the Blissful Sect? A moment of carelessness leading to the theft of an elixir? While one might believe that Ding Shuli pilfered herbs from someone's field, the notion of stealing a Foundation establishment elixir seems implausible. After all, those who have reached the Foundation establishment stage would have little need to covet such an item. It was evidently a mere pretext to justify the coercive abduction of a woman, particularly one that belonged to him. Qin Feng, maintaining an air of composure, gently descended the wooden spirit vessel to the ground. Only then did he smile radiantly at Feng Ping, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and cheerfully remarked, "I sincerely apologize. In truth, I am her partner. How do you believe we should resolve this matter?" In the midst of their duel, Ding Shuli momentarily paused upon hearing these words, his purple flying sword striking with even greater ferocity, advancing like a relentless tide, forcing the 4-Chi refinement stage cultivators to retreat step by step. Feng Ping, typically genteel and refined, now bore a countenance dark with fury, his eyes glinting with malice as he coldly regarded Qin Feng, seemingly calculating how he might dispose of him. After a brief contemplation, he sneered and inquired, "What resolution do you propose?" As Qin Feng was about to speak, he suddenly turned his gaze behind him and shouted, "Senior sister, seize this moment to eliminate him." Feng Ping remained motionless, clearly using his spiritual sense to assess the situation behind him. With a tone of disdain, he remarked, "Is this all you are capable of?" After his ambush failed, Qin Feng decided to abandon any pretense and directly retrieved a stack of golden-hued items from his storage ring. Feng Ping squinted for quite some time, but the sheer quantity of items, at least over 50, made it impossible to discern what they were as they were piled together. Come. Now let me showcase to you my greatest reliance in traversing the martial world." Qin Feng casually drew a fire serpent talisman, infusing it with spiritual power to activate it. In an instant, a slender fire serpent materialized above his palm. The moment Feng Ping laid eyes on the fire serpent, his expression shifted drastically, prompting him to immediately produce a dark wooden plaque and hold it before him, followed swiftly by another talisman. The fire serpent itself was not particularly fearsome. What truly instilled dread was the stack of fire serpent talismans. The black wooden plaque expanded several-fold under the influence of spiritual energy, effectively shielding him from behind. Upon activation, the talisman transformed into a golden bell, enveloping Feng Ping within its protective embrace. The golden bell talisman, akin to the golden bell treasure, served a defensive purpose, albeit its strength paled in comparison to the latter, and it was only usable once. With remarkable speed, Feng Ping arranged his defensive measures in the blink of an eye. Just as the fire serpent reached him, boom! The moment the fire serpent made contact with the black wooden plaque, it erupted violently, causing several cracks to form on the surface of the plaque, which was singed and partially charred. Even if it remained intact, it was rendered useless. How could a mere rogue cultivator possess a high-grade fire serpent talisman? Witnessing his artifact obliterated before his eyes, Feng Ping's gaze was instantly filled with terror. While the loss of a single artifact was not catastrophic, the presence of an entire stack was a different matter entirely. How could I not possess high-grade fire serpent talismans? It is truly absurd. With a stern expression, Qin Feng activated 2 fire snake talismans and charged towards his opponent. How infuriating. At this moment, Feng Ping was drenched in sweat, hastily retrieving a round shield to protect himself. Quite an array of magical artifacts he possesses. Noticing his adversary's abundance of magical tools, Qin Feng decided it was futile to waste time and promptly activated 10 fire snake talismans in one breath. As numerous fire snakes surged forward, Feng Ping's eyes widened in horror, and he turned to flee, only to be obstructed by an oncoming purple flying sword. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Feng Ping was utterly consumed by the fire snakes, leaving no trace behind. The several Qi refinement stage cultivators engaged in battle with Ding Shuli witnessed this scene, their faces paling in shock as they turned to escape. Qin Feng directly cast 4 fire serpent talismans, sending them underground to reunite with Feng Ping. The mountaintop fell into complete silence. Ding Shuli gazed at Qin Feng for a long while, then said, "Thank you." Qin Feng remained silent, promptly retrieving the wooden spirit boat to make her way back, for she had already expressed her gratitude through other means. At this hour, the night had deepened. Yet the 10 acres of medicinal fields on Wonia Mountain remained vividly visible. The fields were devoid of weeds, and countless vibrant green shoots had emerged from the soil, exuding a vigorous vitality. A delicate mist enveloped the spirit herb seedlings. A single breath of it invigorated the spirit and refreshed the mind. Indeed, spiritual herbs have the capacity to enhance spiritual energy. When time permits, she would cultivate some spirit trees. As a cultivator endowed with excellent agricultural genes, how could she leave the mountaintop barren of spiritual flora? She entered the cave dwelling. Qin Feng placed 2 spirit continuation pills into his mouth and then seated himself within the 5-fold spirit gathering array. After a period of contemplation, he sensed that the constraints binding his progress had begun to loosen, presenting a promising opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage before visiting King Defang. The spiritual energy on Wonia Mountain was significantly denser than in the outside world, and combined with the effects of the 5-fold spirit gathering array, The spiritual power within Qin Feng was rapidly augmenting, propelling his cultivation to new heights. 2 days later, Qin Feng has successfully achieved the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. Reaching the 9th level of consummate perfection, cultivators often find their paths obstructed by various factors such as innate talent, bottlenecks, and the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Even those who attain the pinnacle of the qi refining stage may remain stagnant for years. However, Qin Feng practices the 5 Emperors Qi drawing technique. Upon attaining mastery of this technique, he merely needs to disperse his energy once and then recommence his cultivation, allowing him to swiftly regain his previous realm while disregarding any bottlenecks or minor stages. After a period of 6 months in silence, he has finally awaited this day. He disperses his energy. Within the quintuple spirit gathering array, Qin Feng sits cross-legged, his spiritual power dissipating rapidly like steam. In mere moments, he plummets from the pinnacle of the qi refining stage to the 1st level, ultimately reducing himself to an unremarkable mortal devoid of any cultivation. Qin Feng remained seated within the spirit gathering array, enveloped in an aura of profound mystery. As the 5 Emperors Qi drawing technique resumed its operation, the lingering spiritual energy within the cave was swiftly drawn back, as if countless strands of spiritual force were irresistibly attracted, rapidly converging towards the cave. Qi Refinement Stage 1. Qi Refinement Stage 2. Qi Refinement Stage 3. Qin Feng's realm began to ascend steadily, reaching the 4th level of the Qi Refinement Stage in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. After the re-establishment of his cultivation, the spiritual energy within his Dantian grew increasingly dense and robust, nearly approaching the standard of a foundation establishment cultivator. The 8th level of Qi Refinement. The 5 elemental spiritual energies within Qin Feng have become exceedingly dense, transitioning from a prior misty state to one so thick that it obscures visibility entirely. He has reached the 9th level of Qi Refinement. The 5 types of spiritual energies began to repel one another, seemingly demarcating territories in preparation for the liquefaction of spiritual energy. Feeling the tumultuous surge of spiritual power within him, Qin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement and resolutely consumed 2 more spirit continuation pills to accelerate the process. Around noon, a layer of dark clouds suddenly drifted over Wonia Mountain, casting an instant shadow upon the sky. Sensing the unusual weather, Ding Shuli promptly emerged from her cave residence to investigate. Upon noticing that countless strands of earthly spiritual energy were rapidly converging towards Wonita Mountain, astonishment flickered in her eyes. What is this individual doing to provoke such a phenomenon? Could it be a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage? Yet, she quickly dismissed this notion. A qi refinement stage cultivator's breakthrough to foundation establishment would not normally incite such an anomaly. Even those with extraordinary talent would only attract celestial manifestations upon reaching the core formation stage. Thunder rumbled ominously as the dark clouds roiled in the sky, with countless flashes of lightning illuminating the cloud cover. Before long, a torrential downpour ensued, but the surrounding areas experienced only a light drizzle. It was as if only Wonia Mountain were enveloped in this deluge. What kind of phenomenon is this? Ding Shuli furrowed her brow, extending her hand to catch a droplet of rainwater for closer inspection. The water was clear and translucent, exuding a faintly sweet aroma, but it dissipated almost immediately, leaving merely a delicate trace in her palm. He has managed to invoke spiritual rain upon his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage? Sensing the rich spiritual energy emanating from Wonia Mountain, a complex expression crossed Ding Shuli's face. Chapter 45, The Secret of Incompatibility and Cultivation Methods. The torrential rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, ceasing within the span of a single incense stick. Inside the cave, Qin Feng radiated a tumultuous wave of spiritual energy, embodying a newfound aura of profundity that signified his attainment of the foundation establishment stage. Within a sea of qi lay a crystalline and abundant spring, brimming with exceedingly pure spiritual power. Furthermore, his consciousness had sharpened, allowing him to perceive with clarity the happenings within a radius of 3 zhang, even without the necessity of opening his eyes. Is this the sensation of reaching the foundation establishment stage? Qin Feng opened his eyes, feeling the exhilarating changes that accompanied his breakthrough. He stepped out of his cave dwelling into the radiant sunlight, where the entire Wonia Mountain was enveloped in rich spiritual energy. The medicinal herbs in the fields were diligently absorbing this essence, with the faster-growing plants already sprouting green shoots 2 inches high, while even the weeds had reached half a person's height in an astonishingly short span of time. The 5 Emperors Qi guiding technique truly deserved its reputation as a top-tier Earth-grade cultivation method, as it had even summoned a spiritual rain upon his breakthrough. Awed by the transformations in his surroundings, Qin Feng felt a slight tremor within. Yet he understood that this influx of spiritual energy was merely a result of his foundational breakthrough and would ultimately dissipate. As a newly advanced cultivator, he believed his cave dwelling should not remain so meager. Sensing the robust spiritual power coursing through him, he felt emboldened, confidently considering himself a true immortal practitioner. Leaving the mountaintop, he noticed Ding Shuli observing Wonida Mountain from a distance, but he chose to disregard her, summoning his wooden spirit vessel and soaring towards Taishanfeng. With 31 of these vessels remaining in his storage ring, Qin Feng intended to procure additional supplies on this visit, striving to equip himself with formidable tools. For instance, he aspired to craft flying artifacts that would be unparalleled, and to forge fire serpent talismans potent enough to pose a threat to formidable powers. Moreover, his cultivation methods, formations, and magical treasures must all ascend to a higher echelon. An hour later, clad in the Earth-grade superior black robe he had synthesized, Qin Feng emerged in the bustling market of Taishanfeng. While others gave names to their artifacts, he casually bestowed a title upon his black robe, sky-covering robe. This time, he did not visit Qi Yuan Pavilion, but rather proceeded directly to the Tongstian Hall, the largest establishment for commerce in Taishanfeng. Upon entering, a cacophony of sounds greeted him. The Tongstian Hall occupied a vast expanse, with various items meticulously arranged in designated areas, reminiscent of a grand secte storeroom. Esteemed immortal, are you here to sell or to purchase? Inquired a voice. After waiting for quite some time, Qin Feng was finally attended to by a young servant. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, he could manipulate spiritual energy to produce various sounds. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng chose to emulate Wang Ting's voice. I wish to make a purchase. Upon finishing his statement, he handed over a prepared list that detailed the procurement of 96 low-grade wood spirit boats and 128 sets of primary gathering arrays. Upon inspecting the contents of the list, the servant immediately realized that this was a procurement request from a prominent sect, and his expression brightened considerably. With utmost respect, he said, Esteemed immortal master, please follow me. He then led Qin Feng into a private room, of which there were at least 5 or 6 in the Tongsten Hall. Inside, a woman clad in a flowing red gown greeted them. Upon reviewing the list, a faint smile graced her lips as she remarked, These items are quite numerous, but we can have them ready within an hour. If you have no objections, I shall summon the staff to prepare the goods. May I inquire how many spirit stones will be required? Approximately 2,800,000 spirit stones, came the response. Qin Feng nodded and handed over 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones as a deposit before promptly departing from the Tongsten Palace. Spirit stones could indeed be expended at an alarming rate. The 3 million spirit stones he possessed were nearly depleted in an instant. Yet acquiring wealth was a relatively effortless endeavor for Qin Feng. He rented a room at an inn beside the street and took the opportunity to scour several stalls for spirit fruits, ensuring that he purchased only one variety. 16 ordinary fruits could be combined to form a 100-year spirit fruit, and the combined stock from the various stalls amounted to over 100 pieces. Upon returning to the inn, Qin Feng immediately commenced mass synthesis. He produced 10-year spirit fruits, 100-year spirit fruits, fire spirit fruits, and 10-year fire spirit fruits. It was only when he reached the synthesis of the 1,000-year fire spirit fruit that he paused. The 1,000-year fire spirit fruit, when consumed, it could elevate one's realm, enhance one's foundation, and provide a chance to comprehend the fire spirit Tao body. It had reached its synthesis limit and could no longer be combined. Glancing at the fire spirit fruit, he noticed additional small text indicating that further synthesis was not possible. I had thought that synthesis could be performed endlessly. Qin Feng let out a sigh. He initially intended to cultivate 2 eternal fire spirit fruits for a handsome profit, but to his surprise, upon synthesizing them into millennium spirit fruits, he found he had reached the pinnacle of his efforts. However, he began to suspect that the foundational quality of these spirit fruits was too low. Perhaps if he directly combined fire spirit fruits, he could attain a higher echelon. On the table lay 5 red, translucent fruits, each the size of a fist. These fruits emanated a crimson glow, as if magma flowed gently within. Yet they exuded a refreshing and sweet aroma. A century fire spirit fruit could fetch 300,000 spirit stones, and the millennium fire spirit fruit would certainly command a price far exceeding a mere 10-fold increase. The prospect of comprehending the fire spirit Tao body held a magnetic allure, even for some seasoned nascent soul elders. This endeavor seemed promising. He would sell them first and then produce more. He carefully stored the 5 spirit fruits within his storage ring and strolled leisurely towards the Tongsten Hall. After a flurry of activity, nearly an hour had elapsed. Upon his return to the Tongxian Hall, he was greeted by an attendant poised to assist him. Noticing Qin Feng's arrival, The attendant promptly ushered him into a private room. Inside awaited the woman in the red dress, her expression a blend of indifference and warmth. As she held a dark red storage bag. As Qin Feng approached, she slid the storage bag across the table towards him, remarking casually, "Esteemed friend, all the items you requested are prepared. If you find no issues, we may proceed with the transaction." Taking the storage bag, Qin Feng scanned its contents with his spiritual sense. Inside, neatly arranged, were the wood spirit boat and the primary gathering spirit array, the quantity evidently exceeding his request. Suggesting a generous addition, Qin Feng did not rush to settle the bill and inquired, "May I pay with this treasure?" "Certainly," she replied. He then produced a fruit the size of a fist, its entire body a brilliant crimson, exuding a refreshing and sweet fragrance, which he placed upon the table. Upon sighting the spiritual fruit, the woman's eyes widened in astonishment as she uncertainly asked, "Is this the Millennium Fire Spirit fruit?" "Indeed," Qin Feng affirmed. A blush crept across her face as she carefully cradled the fruit in her palm, examining it closely before retrieving a tool to assess its spiritual energy. Once she confirmed its authenticity, excitement sparkled in her eyes, and with a bewitching smile, she said, "Esteemed sir, if you wish to use this fire spirit fruit for payment, our Tongsten Hall would gladly offer you an additional 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones." This equated to a staggering sum of 1,100,000 low-grade spirit stones for the fruit, a commendable price indeed. Sensing the sincerity in her offer, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "There is no rush. I still wish to purchase some additional items. What else would you like to acquire, my lord? We happen to have several Earth-grade magical artifacts available at the moment. If you are interested, I shall have someone bring them to you immediately." Witnessing the extent of his wealth, the woman's demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Qin Feng inquired softly, "Do you possess any cultivation techniques?" The response was affirmative, however. The most advanced techniques available were merely of the initial Earth rank. As the other party attempted to elaborate on additional methods, Qin Feng interjected with a wave of his hand. "I require a considerable quantity, ideally capable of advancing to the nascent soul stage or beyond. The more, the better." The woman, perplexed, asked, "My lord, do you seek a multitude of cultivation techniques or many copies of the same one?" "The same," he replied. Upon hearing this, the woman became increasingly convinced that the individual before her was a leader of a prominent sect or an emerging powerhouse. She promptly suggested, "Might I accompany you to the storeroom, where you may select from a clear array of quantities and varieties?" Upon entering the storeroom of the Tongsten Hall, Qin Feng instantly understood why the techniques he had transcribed could not be synthesized. The texts and scrolls here emanated a subtle, profound aura, as though the creators of these techniques had imbued their will within these artifacts. The stronger one's spiritual awareness, the more distinctly one could perceive this essence. In the Tongsten Hall's repository, most techniques could only facilitate advancement through a single stage, such as from foundation establishment to nascent soul or from core formation to spirit transformation, with higher stages commanding greater prices. After sifting through numerous techniques for an extended period without finding a suitable option, the woman seemed to anticipate Qin Feng's thoughts and remarked, "Perhaps we should set quantity aside for now. Should you find a technique that piques your interest, the Tongsten Hall can assist in replicating it. Quantity would not pose a concern." Transcribing and replicating cultivation techniques necessitates formidable spiritual awareness and intent, typically requiring at least a core formation practitioner to accomplish. As the saying goes, true transmission is but a single word, while false transmission encompasses myriad tomes. If one lacks sufficient spiritual awareness and intent, they cannot replicate the profound essence within the techniques. And thus, learners would be unable to grasp that essence. Given that the Tongsten Hall could assist in transcribing techniques, the situation became considerably more manageable. Qin Feng directly opted for the yellow-grade intermediate martial art that had caught his eye upon entering, the Ninefold Celestial Gang Force. This technique can be cultivated from the foundation establishment stage to the divine transformation stage, and it is complemented by a formidable sword formation known as the Celestial Gang Sword Array. The discerning eye of the Immortal Master is commendable. The Ninefold Celestial Gang Force is indeed one of the most potent techniques within the yellow-grade category, with each scroll priced at 100,000 spirit stones. With a radiant smile, the woman handed the Ninefold Celestial Gang Force to Qin Feng for his inspection, simultaneously inquiring tentatively, "How many copies does the Immortal Master intend to transcribe?" At this moment, we happen to have 2 elders available at the Tongsten Hall. 128 copies. If possible, within 5 hours, Qin Feng replied. Upon hearing this number, the woman's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. While ordinary magical artifacts could be sourced from various places, Transcribing martial arts requires at least a late-stage core formation cultivator. To require so many techniques in such a short span of time would undoubtedly overwhelm Elder Liang Ming of the Tongxin Hall. Each copy of the technique is worth 100,000 spirit stones, totaling over 10 million. She was unwilling to miss out on such a lucrative opportunity and immediately bowed to Qin Feng, respectfully asking, "Immortal Master, may I consult with the Grand Elder regarding this matter?" "Go ahead." Qin Feng returned to the previous private room, retrieving paper and pen from his storage bag to compile a list of items he still required. Aside from the formations and various talismans for daily consumption, the spiritual energy at Woniu Mountain was currently rather sparse. Qin Feng felt it essential to procure some spiritual trees to enhance the environment. As for the spiritual springs, such entities are born only at the convergence of heavenly and earthly energies, and only those of great power possess the means to transport them. Thus, it was not yet a feasible consideration. In addition to the spiritual trees, Qin Feng also noted the need for spiritual planting liquid. With the abundance of medicinal herbs growing on the mountain, allowing them to develop naturally would be an interminable wait. Utilizing spiritual planting liquid would undoubtedly be the most efficient approach. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe, his mouth adorned with golden teeth, entered the private room, following a woman dressed in red. The woman introduced him, saying, "This is our esteemed Grand Elder, the Golden Toad Jinren from the Tongxin Palace." Qin Feng nodded slightly, casting a mere glance at the Golden Toad Sage before remaining motionless. The other party was merely a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, incapable of perceiving the secrets concealed beneath his celestial cloak. There was no need for further discourse. Often, the more one speaks, the more vulnerabilities they reveal. Noticing the lack of engagement from Qin Feng, the Golden Toad Sage cautiously attempted to peer at the black robe enveloping him. Realizing he could not penetrate its enigma, he immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the individual before him. He promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, humbly stating, "I have heard that you seek a considerable number of cultivation techniques. While my celestial hall can transcribe such texts, it would be impossible to produce that many copies in a short span. Should you be willing to wait a few days, I can offer you each tome at the price of 90,000 spirit stones. This would represent a discount of 10,000 spirit stones per book, totaling a reduction of 128,000. Qin Feng shook his head and, still using Wang Tung's voice, declared, "The price for each martial arts manual is 110,000. I must have them by tomorrow morning at the latest." At that moment, Master Jin Chuan felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He found negotiating rather straightforward, but encountering someone who actively raised the price was a first for him. He genuinely wished to conclude this transaction, however. Managing to transcribe over 100 martial arts manuals in such a short time was an impossibility for the people of the Tongxin Hall alone. If it were to be accomplished, assistance from individuals outside would be necessary. "You shall come to collect the goods tomorrow." Master Jinchuan grit his teeth and agreed, knowing that although there were not many core formation cultivators within several hundred miles, those willing to spend spirit stones would be found. Additionally, "How much of the material on this list do you have in your store?" Qin Feng pushed the list before the Golden Toad Master, upon which was inscribed a substantial quantity of spirit plant liquid, a considerable number of spirit trees, an ample array of mountain protection formations, and a vast collection of offensive and defensive talismans. The Golden Toad Master, his face etched with confusion, glanced toward the woman in red behind him, then cautiously inquired of Qin Feng, "My friend, what precisely does a substantial quantity entail?" Qin Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he inquired about the prices of various items. A typical spirit tree was priced at approximately 300,000 spirit stones. The most basic mountain protection formation, sufficient to meet Qin Feng's requirements, cost around 50,000 spirit stones per set. The most ordinary spirit plant liquid was priced at 5,000 spirit stones per barrel, while talismans and other items were considerably more affordable in comparison. Qin Feng procured an additional 16 spirit trees, 100 barrels of spirit plant liquid, 128 sets of protective mountain formations, and various other talismans. In the private chamber, the Golden Toad real person and the red-clad female cultivator who initially attended to Qin Feng were flushed with excitement. The sale of such a substantial quantity of high-priced items could rival the annual profits of the Iron Mountain Workshop's Tongxin Hall. "Rest assured, my friend, by dawn tomorrow, Tongxin Hall will be fully prepared with the goods you require." The Golden Toad real person immediately signaled to the female cultivator behind him and swiftly turned to commence preparations. "Esteemed master, we have exquisite guest rooms available. If you do not mind, I would be delighted to accompany you for a moment of respite, the red-clad woman purred. Moving closer, her neckline inadvertently slipping to reveal more of her alluring figure, exuding an enchanting fragrance that hinted at the use of some sort of charm. In terms of figure and beauty, she paled in comparison to Ding Shuli. More critically, it was Qin Feng's first interaction with Tongskin Hall. And should someone burst in midway to proclaim her as his partner, it would create an untenable situation. As the woman drew nearer, Qin Feng's voice turned icy. Are you seeking death? Forgive me, my lord. I merely wish to keep you company, hoping you would visit us more often in the future. Qin Feng rose and inquired with a calm demeanor. Does the Tongstian Pavilion have any Rakshasa pills for sale? Rakshasa pills? The woman's eyes briefly widened in surprise. And she promptly replied, we do have Rakshasa pills, but they were purchased a few days ago. Currently, there are less than 20 left, all of which are 2-pattern pills. I shall take them all. The Rakshasa pill is a human-grade elixir, though seldom utilized by cultivators. It commands a price of 3,000 spirit stones each. After securing 17 Rakshasa pills within his storage ring, Qin Feng departed from the Tongskin Pavilion and returned to the inn. The afternoon had already unfolded. Qin Feng intended to first synthesize all the Rakshasa elixirs before making another visit to the Misty Rain Pavilion. Having amassed a fortune at the Tongskin Hall today, he would require the assistance of a formidable ally to shield him from prying eyes when departing from Taizan Workshop the following day. Chapter 47. Synthesis of the Exquisite Rakshasa Elixir. Upon returning to the inn, in his chamber, Qin Feng cast a restraining spell and then retrieved all the Rakshasa pills, placing them in the palm of his hand for inspection. At the human tier, pills no longer distinguish between upper, middle, and lower grades. Their quality is solely determined by the intricate pill patterns, ranging from 1 to 9, with 9 patterns indicating the finest grade. As he scrutinized the Rakshasa pill, a line of small text appeared before him, detailing the pill's effects. 2-pattern Rakshasa pill. Upon consumption, it enhances physical constitution and power, imbues a sense of killing intent, and contains a minor toxin that can adversely affect one's disposition, potentially leading to madness. It can be synthesized into a 6-pattern Rakshasa pill. Currently, Qin Feng possessed only 17 2-pattern Rakshasa pills, having successfully synthesized 2 exquisite Rakshasa pills after 3 rounds of refinement. The exquisite Rakshasa pill, free of toxins and side effects, capable of significantly enhancing both physique and strength. It can be synthesized into the Rakshasa Divine pill. At that moment, the pill was the size of a thumb, radiating a deep crimson hue, adorned with 10 intricate patterns that were truly a feast for the eyes. The exquisite Rakshasa pill bore no toxins and would not alter one's nature. The inscription indicated the possibility of synthesizing the Rakshasa Divine pill, the very name suggesting its superior potency. However, Qin Feng hesitated. Given that his sister's current strength was not substantial, recklessly consuming such a potent pill might yield adverse effects. It would be wiser to first provide her with 2 exquisite Rakshasa pills. After placing the 2 pills into his storage ring, Qin Feng promptly departed the inn, making his way to the Misty Rain Tower. As evening fell, a torrential downpour suddenly enveloped the sky. The streets became a flurry of hurried pedestrians, all seeking shelter from the rain. Some unfurled umbrellas, navigating through the downpour, while higher-tier cultivators opted to emit spiritual energy, creating a protective barrier that kept the rain at bay within a 3-foot radius around them. In the midst of the rain, Qin Feng swiftly navigated without the aid of an umbrella or any external manifestation of spiritual power, for his celestial robe offered ample protection against the downpour. Within the Misty Rain Tower, in a training room crafted from mysterious iron, stood 18 lifelike wooden sculptures, each a testament to exquisite artistry. Qin Yu, clad in a black training outfit, stood with her eyes closed amidst a multitude of wooden sculptures. Her left hand grasped the sword sheath while her right rested upon the hilt of her sword. Soon, your opponent shall be a martial arts master at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Li Qingqing stood in the corner of the training room, extending her hand to unleash 18 strands of violet gas that merged with the wooden carvings. In an instant, the wooden figures opened their eyes, their gaze shimmering with a purple light as they charged towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu remained with her eyes tightly shut, yet her right hand swiftly drew the sword with a speed that was almost imperceptible. Clang! The sharp blade was unsheathed, with a fluid twist of her waist. Her arm thrust forward repeatedly, and in an instant, 18 glimmers of cold light accurately struck the wooden figure's forehead, piercing it to create a small hole. Clang! The treasured sword returned to its sheath with a grace that suggested it had been practiced countless times. Only then did Qin Yu finally open her eyes, the violet glow within them gradually dissipating. How was that? The aura emanating from Qin Yu was exceedingly frigid, rendering her expression almost devoid of emotion. My daughter is remarkable. With the rain falling outside, she suggested, let us take a moment to rest. Li Qingqing managed to conjure a smile. Wrapping her arms around Qin Yu as they exited the training room, making their way to the window of the hall on the third floor. The two stood before the window, observing the hurried passers-by on the street, yet Li Qingqing felt a piercing pain in her heart. Qin Yu exhibited no fluctuations of emotion until she caught sight of a figure braving the rain along the street, at which point a flicker of unusual intrigue danced in her eyes. What is it? Li Qingqing, filled with curiosity, turned her gaze towards that silhouette, despite the downpour. The figure's robe appeared impervious to water, and she found herself unable to discern the restrictions woven into the dark garment. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly pronounced as the figure hastened to the entrance of the Yanyu Tower. In but a moment, a maid ascended the stairs to announce, Mistress. Young lady, someone requests an audience. Allow him to come up. Qin Yu was the first to speak, causing Li Qingqing to momentarily pause. At that moment, the icy demeanor that had enveloped her had long since dissipated, replaced by an aura as gentle as water, reminiscent of her presence at Qingafang. The sound of damp footsteps echoed as Qin Feng ascended the stairs. Upon seeing Qin Yu and Li Qingqing, he promptly removed the hood of his dark cloak. In the adjacent training room, amidst the scattered wooden effigies, a lingering chill and a palpable aura of menace remained. Sister. Qin Feng observed everything with keen eyes, and then respectfully saluted Li Qingqing, saying, Greetings, Aunt. Li Qingqing displayed a troubled expression, gestured dismissively towards Qin Feng, and then turned to gaze out of the window, granting the siblings the privacy to converse. Brother, what brings you here? Qin Yu hurriedly approached, casting a look of disdain at the rainwater drenching her companion, before retrieving a towel to dry them off. Sister, I came to see Aunt, and I brought you a small gift. Qin Feng pressed a jade vial into Qin Yu's hands. Once she had dried her hands from the rain, she approached the window and addressed the distant figure of Qingqing, saying, Auntie, how many spirit stones would you require for a single intervention at the Misty Rain Tower? You impudent boy, came the reply. I instructed you to have Xiao Yu call me, yet you remain discontent. If you wish for my assistance, you must present at least 1,000 spirit stones. Qin Feng harbored a disdain for being indebted to others. Upon hearing this statement, he felt an immediate surge of joy and promptly inquired, medium-grade spirit stones? How do they differ from low-grade spirit stones? Yet, being in someone's debt is of little consequence, especially since the individual in question is the biological mother of my sister. I shall have the opportunity to repay this favor in due time. Qin Feng's demands were modest. When he departed from Taishan Fang tomorrow, all he required was for Qingqing to ensure that no one had placed a mark on him and that he would not be followed within the span of an hour. After exchanging a few casual words, Qin Feng resumed his conversation with his sister, remaining at Yanyu Tower until dusk before returning to the inn to rest. Qin Yu held the delicate jade bottle in her hand, examining it closely, her eyes sparkling with joy. Li Qingqing, sitting beside her, beamed and said, There must be something wonderful inside. Why not take a look? He wouldn't have given it to you if it weren't something special. A rare expression of pride graced Qin Yu's face as she uncorked the vial, pouring its contents into her palm. 2 pills, entirely crimson and adorned with 10 mysterious patterns, tumbled forth. They emitted a subtle, sweet fragrance reminiscent of sugary confections. Could this be the Azura pill? The moment the Azura pill appeared, Qin Yu was immediately filled with apprehension. The 7-kill technique she was currently cultivating embraced the path of slaughter, its methods and purposes indistinguishable from those of malevolent practitioners. She feared that Qin Feng, having mastered the celestial arts, would become averse to evil and, in doing so, might not recognize her as a sister. Upon sighting the 10-patterned Azura pill, Li Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. The Azura pill was indeed extraordinary. Having traversed the realm of cultivation for decades and encountered countless alchemists and masters, she knew that the utmost refinement achieved was merely a 2-patterned Azura pill. Yet, the 2 that Qin Feng had provided were of exceptional quality. Xiao Yu, it's the first time I've seen a top-tier Azura pill. Your little brother is quite generous to you, Li Qingqing remarked, a teasing smile gracing her lips, causing Qin Yu's face to flush instantly. The following day unfolded. As Qin Feng stepped out of the inn, draped in his celestial robe, he instantly sensed the fleeting sweep of over a dozen divine perceptions upon him. Though these presences were ephemeral, Qin Feng surmised that he had likely attracted unwanted attention. Encountering such occurrences was an inevitable aspect of navigating the realm of immortals. Qin Feng remained utterly composed as he strode directly towards the Hall of Ascension, paying no heed to the multitude trailing behind him. After all, these individuals were destined to meet their demise shortly. Chapter 48, Celestial Level Techniques, the Five Emperors' Divine Punishment. At this moment, the Hall of Ascension was scarcely populated. When Qin Feng arrived, the woman in red had already been waiting at the door. Upon seeing him enter, a smile instantly illuminated her face. Esteemed Immortal Master, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence with great anticipation. Are the items ready? Ready, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gracefully swayed her waist, leading Qin Feng towards the private room. Inside, apart from the Golden Toad Master, there was also an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe with white hair. Upon Qin Feng's entrance, both stood and performed a respectful salute, yet Qin Feng, disinterested, spoke directly, hand over the items, and calculate the total number of spirit stones. Seeing Qin Feng's promptness to settle the bill, a smile broke across the Golden Toad Master's face as he reached into his sleeve and retrieved a storage ring. Presenting it to Qin Feng, all the items are contained within, please examine them, fellow Taoist. A sweep of his divine sense revealed that the storage ring was at least of mid-grade quality, its capacity equivalent to that of a large household. Neatly arranged inside were the formations, the wooden spirit boat, and the ninefold celestial gang technique that Qin Feng required. Additionally, there were 16 spirit trees, 100 barrels of spirit plant liquid, along with 3 types of offensive talismans and 2 types of defensive talismans, each type consisting of 400 pieces. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement at the sight of such an abundance, for the contents of this storage ring were sufficient to support a small sect. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he slipped the storage ring onto his finger and turned his gaze towards the woman in red. She immediately grasped his intent and announced the price. My lord, including the deposit you previously provided. The total for all the purchased items amounts to 16,350 mid-grade spirit stones. The Millennium Fire Spirit Fruit you provided will be credited as 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, so you need to supplement with 6,300 mid-grade spirit stones. Though the price remained consistent when converting from low-grade to mid-grade spirit stones, it invariably carried an impression of greater expense. Qin Feng fell silent for a moment before inquiring, what if I were to produce another Millennium Fire Spirit Fruit? Another Millennium Fire Spirit Fruit? Before the woman could respond, the esteemed Golden Toad Master approached with a beaming smile, his mouth adorned with gleaming gold teeth. He said with an ingratiating tone, rest assured, revered Immortal Master. Should you be willing to present another Millennium Fire Spirit Fruit, we shall value it at 6,000 spirit stones, in addition to supplementing you with 4,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, Qin Feng retrieved a Millennium Fire Spirit Fruit from his storage ring. Both the Golden Toad Master and the white-haired Taoist were taken aback, prompting them to instruct the woman in red to fetch the spirit stones. During the wait, Qin Feng expended over 400,000 inferior spirit stones to acquire more than 100 inferior-grade yellow flying swords, ultimately obtaining 6,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Qin Feng secured the storage bag to his waist beneath his black robe and then made his way directly from the Hall of Ascension to another shop that specialized in selling items for cultivation. My friend, what is it that you seek? I wish to exchange for a storage ring. Moments later, Qin Feng now possessed a brand new Mystic Grade Supreme storage ring and a Mystic Grade Supreme Qinkuan pouch. As for the ring and Spirit Stone pouch gifted by the Ascension Hall, he had already exchanged them for spirit stones. How cautious this man was. On the second floor of the Ascension Hall, Golden Toad Sage and the white-haired Taoist sat facing each other, a blue compass placed between them. When the needle of the compass ceased moving, they knew the storage ring and Qinkuan pouch had been exchanged. A cold smirk curled on the white-haired Taoist's lips as he remarked, he refuses to reveal his true appearance, certainly not a local powerhouse. I've already spread the word. No matter which faction succeeds in the end, both of us will get our share. Golden Toad Sage sighed with a trace of melancholy. If not for fearing his strength, I would have taken action myself. If he still possesses a third fire spirit fruit, imagine the uproar it would cause in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world. Taizan Market had only 2 exits. Qin Feng chose the less-traveled path. As he approached the market's exit, he encountered a woman clad in black with a sword at her waist, none other than Qin Yu. She was teasing a small yellow dog with a blade of grass when, as if sensing something, she glanced at Qin Feng before turning her gaze toward a nearby bamboo grove. Though the grove appeared empty, Qin Feng felt unseen eyes upon him. At that moment, Li Qingqing's voice whispered in his ear, at least 20 people are tailing you. Did you rob the Ascension Hall or something? Hearing her voice without seeing her, truly befitting the Misty Rain Pavilion's reputation. Reliable indeed. Qin Feng gave an awkward smile and opened a gap in his black robe to allow the other party to inspect with their spiritual sense for any tracking marks. In an instant, Li Qingqing provided the answer, no issues. Annie's kindness is as deep as the ocean. I shall never forget it in this lifetime, Qin Feng said earnestly. Sister, I'll come visit you again soon. Upon finishing his words, Qin Feng swiftly commandeered the wooden spirit vessel, soaring into the sky. While Qin Yu cradled the small yellow dog as she returned to Iron Mountain Village. Soon, more than a dozen figures emerged at the village's exit, propelling themselves into the heavens with their flying artifacts. However, before they could fully ascend, they were met with a mysterious assault, resulting in their bodies bursting apart, with even those in the core formation stage unable to escape their fate. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with over 10 mangled corpses, causing the cultivators who followed to come to an abrupt halt. Qin Feng cast a distant glance, ensuring that Qingqing had taken care of the trivial matters before he descended to the ground with ease. He sought out a secluded spot to craft 2 wooden spirit boats, infusing them with spiritual energy from his Shroud of Heaven, transforming its appearance. With that, he swiftly made his way toward the direction of Wonita Mountain. Upon returning to the cave dwelling of Wonita Mountain, Qin Feng extracted all the ninefold celestial vigors and began the process of synthesis. The ninefold celestial vigor, a mid-tier yellow-grade technique, possesses a ferocious spiritual force akin to surging waves, with each layer surpassing the last in strength. When paired with the celestial sword array, it is most beneficial for those with fire or water spiritual roots. The synthesis yielded the ninefold divine path scripture. By this time, Qin Feng had grasped the fundamental rules governing the synthesis process. When combining items such as medicinal herbs or spiritual fruits, the age of the items would enhance the outcome, while artifacts and talismans would improve in quality. In terms of cultivating techniques, synthesis not only refined the methods but also elevated their quality. Upon completing the first round of synthesis, all techniques transformed into the ninefold divine path scripture. Subsequently, he embarked on the second and third rounds. The names and qualities of the techniques underwent rapid transformation: ninefold divine path scripture, 5 elements divine path scripture, and 5 elements ancestor scripture. Eventually, Qin Feng lost count of the number of times he had synthesized. Over 100 techniques coalesced into a resplendent golden scroll. The scroll gleamed in a brilliant gold, radiating a spectrum of colors, with 5 figures of distinct hues seated within the luminous aura. The 5 Emperors' Divine Extermination Technique, a celestial-grade technique, harmonizing the 5 attributes, capable of advancing from the Foundation Establishment stage to the Great Ascension stage, accompanied by a complete array of extermination formations for immortals, deities, and demons. Further synthesis was no longer possible. As for the techniques beyond the Great Ascension stage, a higher level of synthesis would be required, for the potential of the ninefold celestial vigor was limited. Indeed, celestial-grade techniques are extraordinary. Witnessing the kaleidoscopic phenomena emanating from the 5 Emperors' Divine Extermination Technique scroll, Qin Feng felt his breath quicken. Merely gazing at this spectacle instilled within him a sense of invincibility, a testament to the overwhelming nature of the technique. Upon unrolling the scroll, a strand of golden light surged forth at an astonishing speed, piercing into his brow. Qin Feng was overwhelmed, as a myriad of intricate golden characters suddenly flooded his mind, all pertaining to the intricate formations of the 5 Emperors' Divine Execution Technique. Shortly thereafter, a diminutive figure radiating a spectrum of vibrant hues appeared in his consciousness, seated in a meditative posture, seemingly engaged in cultivation. The spiritual energy flowed in and out, circulating with fervor, ultimately converging in the sea of qi, at times swift as a gale, at others fierce as a wild wolf. As Qin Feng synchronized his cultivation technique with the vibrant little figure, a resplendent aura of multicolored light gradually enveloped him. By the time he fully mastered the invincible divine slaying technique, the little figure had nearly exhausted its energy. After a practitioner breaks through their boundaries, it is essential to solidify their newfound realm. Qin Feng had previously lacked foundational cultivation methods, hence he had not yet consolidated his power. After 3 hours of cultivation, the spiritual energy within him had grown more than 20-fold compared to when he first broke through to the foundational stage. With just a thought, the 5 types of spiritual energy surged forth like tumultuous waves, instantly filling his limbs and bones with a swift yet formidable force. Whether wielding a single type of spiritual energy or a combination, there was no discernible difference in potency. The synthesized quintuple attribute technique seemed tailor-made for Qin Feng. Indeed, it was impressive. Merely sensing his current state ignited a fervor within him. Qin Feng felt that if he were to encounter ordinary cultivators like Zhang Shun and Ling Tian again, he could effortlessly cleave them to death with just his flying sword. Over the next 2 days, Qin Feng devoted himself to synthesizing formations, arranging arrays, and crafting talismans, flying swords, and flying boats. Ultimately, he acquired a top-tier heavenly grade sword, the Moon Piercer, and a 1,000-mile flying shuttle, along with 2 sets of formidable heavenly grade formations capable of resisting Great Ascension cultivators, the 4-symbol Xuanwu Great Formation and the Heaven-Slaying Divine Concealment Formation. These 2 formations, one offensive and one defensive, would render Wonium Mountain as impregnable as a fortress once activated. However, the spiritual energy required to operate these top-tier formations was staggering. Merely activating the 4-symbol Xuanwu Great Formation for half a stick of incense consumed nearly 500 mid-grade spirit stones. If both formations were to be maintained for a day, it would likely require around 40 to 50,000 stones. Consequently, Qin Feng opted to keep them as backup formations. While these life-saving items could be deemed unnecessary, they were indispensable. After completing all of this, Qin Feng tentatively took out 2 identical alchemical furnaces. Moments later, he was left dumbfounded, as for some unknown reason, the furnaces also indicated they could not be fused. Nevertheless, Qin Feng felt quite satisfied. The items he could currently synthesize were more than sufficient for his needs for quite some time. Stepping out of his cave dwelling, he found it was the peak of daylight. The spiritual herbs in the medicinal field had not received moisture for several days and were looking quite withered. Qin Feng retrieved 2 barrels of spiritual plant liquid and 8 half-human tall spiritual tea trees from his storage ring. The myriad arts of cultivation encompass the study of spiritual plants, which, akin to alchemy, requires profound knowledge. However, Qin Feng, lacking the inclination for research, opted to purchase ready-made solutions. The primary spiritual plant liquid, when applied daily, can extend a plant's growth cycle by 5 days. Excessive watering would lead to its demise. This liquid can be synthesized into intermediate spiritual plant liquid. Note: from today onward, this book will maintain a minimum daily update of 10,000 words. Initially, 1 chapter will be released, followed by 2 additional chapters later, each comprising 3,000 words. Updates will commence daily before 9 in the morning. Additionally, gratitude is extended to user 308707030 for the inspiration capsule. Chapter 49. Appointment at Qingafeng. The wooden barrels containing the spiritual plant liquid appear unremarkable. However, they are specially crafted artifacts with remarkable capacity, distinguished only by their compatibility with storage bags. After synthesizing all 100 barrels of spiritual plant liquid, Qin Feng produced intermediate and advanced spiritual plant liquids, as well as low-grade and mid-grade human-level liquids. After 4 rounds of synthesis, only 6 barrels remained. The mid-grade human-level spiritual plant liquid, when applied daily, can augment a plant's growth cycle by 100 days. Any excess application proves ineffective. This liquid can be further synthesized into high-grade human-level spiritual plant liquid. In this world, few possess the ability to concoct such spiritual plant liquids, let alone the mid-grade variety. Utilizing this kind of liquid for 1 year is equivalent to a plant's natural growth over a century. Qin Feng promptly prepared a small quantity of spiritual plant essence and proceeded to experiment beside the medicinal herb field. As the essence was applied to the roots of the herbs, the entire plant began to grow at a visibly astonishing rate. At this pace, it would reach the equivalent of a year's growth within merely 3 days. Indeed, the world of cultivation is truly limitless. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. However, the medicinal herbs cultivated in the fields were merely common varieties, unworthy of the precious spiritual liquid. Turning back to the open area at the entrance of his cave dwelling, Qin Feng commenced the synthesis of the 8 10-year-old spiritual tea trees. As he successfully combined all 8, he instantaneously acquired a millennia-old spiritual tea tree, which he promptly planted in the vacant space beside his cave. At the very moment the spiritual tree took root, a delicate mist of spiritual energy enveloped the entire Wonium Mountain. In the medicinal herb fields, countless herbs became shrouded in this ethereal fog, thriving vigorously while simultaneously emanating spiritual energy. At that moment, the concentration of spiritual energy on Wonium Mountain had surged to 3 times that of the outside world. With numerous protective formations encircling the mountain's entrance and the inner sanctum featuring fields of spiritual herbs, spiritual trees, and cave dwellings, the flourishing scene instilled in Qin Feng an unprecedented desire to truly settle down in this place. Qin Feng walked to the rear of Oxlying Mountain and opened a passage in the Lost Trace Formation, allowing free passage while preventing the leakage of spiritual energy. The moment the passage opened, a small black bird swiftly flew in. It glanced curiously at the scenery atop Oxlying Mountain before spitting out a letter onto Qin Feng's palm. The letter was from Iron Pillar, inviting him to meet at the back of Qinghe Workshop in 2 days with a promise of a surprise. Setting the letter aside, A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Though Iron Pillar was a demonic cultivator, he was undoubtedly a genius among them, naturally adept at slaughter, arson, and plunder. Ruthless without hesitation. If he called something a surprise, it was bound to be worthwhile. Before departing, however, Qin Feng decided to take precautions. He immediately visited the Serendipity Pavilion and Taizan Workshop to purchase multiple Lost Trace formations, upgrading the Mountain Gate's defenses. Only when the formation reached the pinnacle of Heaven Grade, evolving into the Heaven Concealing Formation, did he feel truly secure. The Heaven Concealing Formation consumed minimal spiritual energy, easily sustained by Oxlying Mountain's natural reserves. As for the Heaven-Severing Divine Concealment Formation and the Four Symbols Black Tortoise Formation, Qin Feng embedded 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones at their activation points. Should misfortune strike and a supreme expert detect anomalies, he could still remotely control the formations to retaliate. Before leaving, Qin Feng intended to visit Ding Shuli on the opposite mountain peak. Given her frequent research on various poisons, she might possess knowledge about miasma and baleful energy. Steering his wooden spirit boat out of Oxlying Mountain's cave abode, he coincidentally encountered Ding Shuli heading his way. Hovering midair, their paths crossed. A trace of unease flickered across Ding Shuli's expression as she spoke. I have some matters to attend to later and wanted to purchase 2 fire serpent talismans from you. Senior Sister Ding, I was just about to seek you out as well. Qin Feng smiled broadly and soared directly towards the opposite Disheng Mountain. Ding Shuli displayed an expression of resignation on her face, but still chose to follow suit. Let us discuss matters here, she said, exuding an aura of frostiness, her gaze brimming with vigilance. Qin Feng smiled broadly and directly inquired about the collection of malevolent and Ding Shuli remained silent and simply retrieved 2 small vials from his pocket, tossing them over. Qin Feng stepped back a few paces, simultaneously probing the 2 small vials with his consciousness. Only after confirming their safety did he take them into his possession, stowing them away in his storage bag. Observing his demeanor, akin to facing a formidable adversary, a fleeting glimmer of amusement flickered in Ding Shuli's eyes. In a frosty tone, she remarked, "These 2 vials are worth at least an advanced fire serpent talisman. You dare to sell me?" Her words trailed off abruptly as she noticed him retrieving a pale blue item resembling a hemp rope from his storage ring. The moment she beheld the 9 dragons binding sky rope, she comprehended the imminent events that were about to unfold. Senior Sister, I may need to depart for a while. I shall provide you with the fire serpent talisman later, Qin Feng declared, deftly maneuvering the 9 dragons binding sky rope towards Ding Shuli. She offered no resistance, merely closing her eyes and speaking in an exceedingly indifferent tone. This is the final time. I expect you to honor your promise. Senior Sister, if you wish to avoid lingering in this desolate wilderness, I would appreciate your assistance in activating the formation. With a gentle tone, Qin Feng uttered a few words. And as the formation opened, he promptly bound her with the 9 dragons binding rope, cradling her like a returning beauty. The cave abode remained unchanged. Yet within the boudoir stood a weathered wooden statue, marred by scars, with the character Qin intricately engraved upon its chest. It seems that Senior Sister Ding still harbors considerable resentment towards me. Qin Feng let out a sigh, his gaze fixated upon her luscious crimson lips. At that moment, Ding Shuli resembled a trembling little creature, her eyes betraying a blend of shyness and fury. The instant their lips met, a sharp sting coursed through his tongue. Yet, a true warrior never laments his surroundings. Instead of retreating, Qin Feng released his grasp on the 9 dragons binding thread. Her eyes still shimmered with lethal intent. Yet she no longer bore the ferocity to bite or poison. 3 hours later, Qin Feng retrieved 5 fire snake talismans from his storage pouch and placed them upon the bedside. He then cast his gaze upon her. Ding Shuli, enveloped in her blanket and facing away from Qin Feng, coldly remarked, "You have completed what you needed to do. Why do you not leave? Senior Sister, there is something I wish to convey to you. Spit it out if you must. This time does not count." With that, Qin Feng swiftly turned and exited the room, only to feel a sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from behind him, followed by the sound of wood splintering within the room. Qin Feng dared not linger. Swiftly retrieving the wooden spirit boat and hastening towards Qingafeng, Taizhu had already sent multiple letters. He absolutely could not afford to disappoint. As for Ding Shuli, Qin Feng found himself in a relationship with her that was difficult to define. Initially, his actions were driven by a desire for revenge. Yet now she appeared to be acting strangely. Furthermore, his sister Qin Yu's attitude left him perplexed. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, he hesitated to draw any conclusions. What if he misinterpreted the signals and she merely regarded him as a brother? Thus, feigning ignorance seemed to be the most prudent course of action. In the hills behind Qinghe village, the trees stood barren, their leaves fallen, and the flora was withered and lifeless. A wild wolf. Its eyes glowing red and white pus oozing from its mouth, emerged from the thicket, its fur matted and tattered, the flesh within it long decayed. Suddenly, a fist-sized stone arced through the air, striking the wolf's head with precision, causing it to collapse. Since you are already suffering a fate worse than death, why not enter my Wanhun banner to aid in my cultivation? At the entrance of a nearby cave, a youth with dark skin clad in gray clothing leapt down. He produced a dark red flag and waved it gently, drawing a wisp of black energy from the wolf's corpse into the banner. This youth was none other than Taizhu. His mastery over the Wanhun banner had grown increasingly proficient, the once dark red flag now tinged with black. Suddenly, from a neighboring cave, several howls of monkeys echoed, followed by a barrage of stones raining down upon Taizhu. A wisp of black mist escaped from the Wanhun banner, forming a barrier to deflect the incoming projectiles. Taizhu shouted in anger towards the cave, "You beasts! If it weren't for your modicum of intelligence, I would have sent you into the Wanhun banner long ago." As his words fell, the stones intensified in their assault. And Taizhu, suppressing his murderous intent, retreated to his own cave, lying idly at the entrance, waiting. Brother Feng usually arrives early. Why hasn't he come this time? Taizhu lamented, his brow furrowed, as he began to count the cultivators passing overhead. Since his arrival the previous day, he had sporadically spotted cultivators traversing the area. Both righteous and demonic practitioners were present, with the least powerful being at the late Qi refinement stage and the strongest at the core formation stage. Though most were at the foundation establishment level. As noon approached, the number of passing cultivators increased. Taizhu paid little mind to those at the Qi refinement or mid-foundation establishment levels, only taking heed of those at the peak foundation establishment or core formation stages. Fully aware of the distinction between those who could take life and those whose lives were at risk, by evening, several figures descended beside the cave, 3 men and 2 women. All at the early foundation establishment level. Ignoring Taizhu who lay at the cave's mouth, they proceeded towards another cave. The youngest among them, a girl, exclaimed excitedly, "I can't believe we might encounter spirit monkeys here. What luck." The most powerful among them, a man clad in black with mid-foundation establishment prowess, smiled and explained, "Junior sister. These are earth spirit monkeys. Do not underestimate their small size, for they possess formidable combat skills when fully grown." Hearing this, the girl's excitement grew, unfortunately. "My strength is too low. It would be difficult to tame them. They're merely first-tier spirit beasts. Brother, you can help her later. She will surely shine in the upcoming sect competition," she added, thinking to herself that she was the first to discover those monkeys. Upon overhearing their animated discussion about the monkeys in the adjacent cave, Taizhu abruptly sat up, noticing his movement. The black-clad man looked at Taizhu with an air of arrogance and remarked, "Fellow cultivator, we are disciples of the spirit beast sect. If you have no business here, you may as well leave. I discovered these monkeys first. You should take your leave." Imitating his tone, Taizhu responded while discreetly grasping the Wanhun banner from his sleeve. The black-clad man's expression darkened as he patted a dark red pouch at his waist. A small, dark red snake, approximately 3 feet long with metallic scales and golden pupils, emerged from it. The temperature in the vicinity surged upon its appearance. The man boasted, "My Qi fire snake has reached the level of a 3rd-tier spirit beast, capable of contending with early core formation cultivators. If you leave now, I may spare you. Such a powerful 3rd-tier spirit beast, may I witness its prowess?" Just then, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the nearby thicket, wielding a silver sword adorned with thunderous engravings. Taizhu scrutinized the sword with a knowing smile, unfurling the Wanhun banner with resolve, unleashing a torrent of black mist. Mockingly, Taizhu addressed the disciples of the spirit beast sect, "You spend your days chasing after women, neglecting your cultivation. I shall have you serve as brothers within the Wanhun banner." The speed of Taizhu's attack was astonishing. The surroundings were instantly engulfed in black fog, leaving even Qin Feng feeling momentarily blinded. The malevolent aura surged, accompanied by the chilling sounds of wails and howls, enough to unnerve the bravest of hearts before the battle had even commenced. "Senior brother, he is a demonic cultivator." The youngest girl from the spirit beast sect gasped, her face paling in terror. The other 4, however, quickly drew their weapons to prepare for combat. A mere demonic cultivator dares to act brazenly in broad daylight. "Witness the might of my Qi fire snake," the black-clad man shouted, as the snake unleashed a plume of fire to repel the encroaching mist. The remaining 4 swiftly regained their composure, wielding their spirit beasts and artifacts to fend off the black fog's advance. The disciples of the sect proved their mettle. demonstrating a remarkable synergy and depth of expertise, reclaiming the upper hand in an instant. Nevertheless, Qin Feng remained unfazed, recognizing that he had yet to make his move. Taiju's actions were merely a preliminary assessment of their adversary's strength. "What are you waiting for, brother? Hurry up," Taiju urged Qin Feng urgently. Gritting his teeth, he activated the One Hun banner once more, releasing a throng of malevolent spirits that encircled them, their wails growing ever more piercing. "Here they come, do not fret." Qin Feng infused the Thunderbolt flying sword with spiritual energy and then cast it into the air. For cultivators, spiritual energy is akin to strength, a formidable force capable of manipulating flying swords or magical artifacts from a distance. Previously, Qin Feng refrained from engaging in battle, choosing instead to observe the opposing faction's cultivators, continuously comparing the disparity in spiritual energy between them and himself. Now, he felt assured, despite the small gap in realms. His spiritual energy surpassed that of the strongest mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator on the opposing side by at least tenfold. The air hummed with the powerful infusion of spiritual energy as the Thunderbolt flying sword emitted a resonant buzz. Hurtling directly towards a woman in the opposing camp, she was the weakest among them. "Junior sister, be careful." The black-clad man's eyes widened in surprise upon witnessing Qin Feng's attack. He quickly produced a golden bell and hurled it into the sky, simultaneously forming a hand seal and pointing fiercely at Qin Feng. The golden bell expanded rapidly, ceasing its growth when it reached a height of 30 feet and a width of 6 feet, floating languidly in the air before barreling toward the Thunderbolt flying sword. With a resounding thud, the golden bell was pierced by the Thunderbolt flying sword, producing a deep, muffled sound, yet it continued its unhurried approach towards Qin Feng. At that moment, Qin Feng sensed a disturbance beneath his feet. Glancing down, he realized that the opponent had employed the Vine technique. Although this minor spell lacked significant offensive power, it possessed the ability to ensnare and control, rendering ordinary blades ineffective against it. Initially intending to conceal some of his trump cards, he now found himself compelled to reveal them. With a resigned expression, Qin Feng retrieved a 6-foot-long, 2-inch-wide sword from his storage ring. The blade, resplendently white with a central groove, gleamed as he gently waved it toward the creeping vines below, severing them into several pieces in an instant. At that moment, the fiery serpent lunged toward him, its jaws aimed menacingly at his neck. With a swift motion, Qin Feng wielded the Moonpiercer sword, its blade slicing through the air with a resonant clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed instantly, and sparks flew from the fiery serpent's body as it was struck. Why do these magical artifacts appear as mere scrap metal when devoid of spiritual energy? Qin Feng, feeling a surge of frustration, immediately began to channel his spiritual energy. In an instant, the moon-piercing flying sword radiated a dazzling brilliance. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Feng swiftly slashed downward with the sword. With a swift motion, the head of the third-tier spiritual beast, the Crimson Fire Serpent, was severed, leaving its crimson body writhing helplessly on the ground. The man in black, bound by a contract to the Crimson Fire Serpent, felt a simultaneous backlash to his mind, and he instantly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The golden bell buzzed ominously, spinning as it approached, intent on trapping Qin Feng within its confines. At this moment, Qin Feng realized that this golden bell was not merely a defensive artifact. It appeared capable of offensive maneuvers as well. However, having already drawn the moon-piercing flying sword, he was eager to test its might. With a flick of his thoughts, the slender blade surged forth, resembling a streak of light racing toward the golden bell. Crack! The continuously rotating golden bell was pierced directly by the moon-piercing flying sword, and within its confines, the sound of shattering echoed loudly as it plummeted to the ground, reduced to a heap of shattered bronze. With the artifact damaged, the man in black coughed up another mouthful of blood, his mind suffering consecutive blows. At this moment, his face turned as pale as parchment, and fear flickered in his eyes. Qin Feng ceased the use of the and swiftly reverted to the. On one hand, that was exceedingly taxing on his spiritual energy, depleting nearly half of it after just 2 strikes. On the other hand, he was apprehensive about being detected. At that moment, Taiju summoned a colossal black skull from the thousands of souls within the, relentlessly charging and disrupting the group. He himself wielded 2 sharp iron claws, engaging in close combat with his adversaries, enveloped in a swirling aura of darkness, reminiscent of a demon. Qin Feng wielded his flying sword and plunged directly into the fray, where the adversary's strongest fighters had already lost their combat prowess. Naturally, their defeat was imminent, and within moments, They were all left gasping for breath. Witnessing the prowess of the two, the man in black promptly pleaded for mercy. "Esteemed friend, we are disciples of the Spirit Beast sect. I implore you to show us leniency." Announcing one's sect before engaging in battle serves as intimidation, while revealing it after the clash becomes a veiled threat. Yet, the opponent was astute enough to phrase it delicately. "You lot, I believe it would be more beneficial for you to enter my 10,000 souls banner and assist me in my cultivation." A cold smirk crept across Iron Pillar's face as he tossed the two black claws into the void. The claws, catching the wind, elongated and arranged themselves alongside a skull in a formation resembling a character, manifesting a creature with a partially ethereal form. With this grand technique unleashed, the barely surviving foes could not withstand the onslaught of the creature, and in mere moments, they were consumed by the 10,000 souls banner, leaving behind only bloodied and twitching corpses on the ground. The creature devoured the bodies, crunching them with audible snaps, and occasionally regurgitated various storage rings, bags of holding, and other items. Not a trace of bone remained. Qin Feng felt no remorse for the killings, yet he relished the division of the spoils. "Brother Feng, with our combined strength, we can certainly dominate all cultivators below the core formation stage," Iron Pillar exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he scavenged the fallen's belongings. Qin Feng curled his lip and inquired, "You didn't summon me merely for such trivial matters, did you? Surely, there must be something of significance at hand. However, let us first divide these items amongst ourselves." Tai Zhu gathered all the treasures he had collected into his garments and began to ascend towards a nearby cave. Qin Feng, intrigued, cast his gaze towards the adjacent cave, which had once served as his temporary refuge. At that moment, a few furry heads cautiously emerged, peering out to assess the surrounding situation. Upon sensing Qin Feng's gaze, they swiftly retracted their heads back into the safety of the cave. "Monkeys?" Qin Feng's eyes flickered with astonishment as he swiftly darted into the cavern. The troop of monkeys had already ascended via the vines dangling from the ceiling, and upon noticing Qin Feng at the entrance, they paused mid-climb without showing the slightest fear of humans. Suspended from the creepers were 3 adults and 1 juvenile, all 4 primates regarding the intruder with wary vigilance. "So it was you little rascals after all." Qin Feng was already well acquainted with them. He could recognize them from a distance. Suddenly, one of the monkeys let out a cry directed at Qin Feng, simultaneously gesturing towards the remnants of the ash heap left behind in the cave. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng could only conceive of one possibility. When he initially merged the discarded elixirs, he had found that some of the severely damaged pills were utterly unusable, thus he discarded them. "Could it be that you consumed these?" The few monkeys nodded excitedly, one even giving a thumbs up. "But you haven't traversed dimensions, have you?" The 4 monkeys appeared bewildered, utterly oblivious to the meaning behind the words of the bipedal creature before them. Although their aura was feeble, they had at least developed the intelligence to comprehend human speech. After a brief hesitation, Qin Feng inquired, "Would you be willing to accompany me on a journey of cultivation?" Some of the monkeys shook their heads, while others chattered incessantly, causing Qin Feng to furrow his brow in annoyance. Sensing that he could not comprehend their animal tongue, several monkeys exchanged glances of disdain before scampering away along the vines. "What a madness this is," as Qin Feng grumbled, contemplating whether to adopt a more forceful approach to capture a couple of creatures to assist him in managing the mountain gate. A fuzzy figure gracefully descended along the vines. It was a small monkey, standing merely 4 feet tall, with a slender physique and sparse fur, yet its eyes radiated a clear brilliance. Whimpering softly, it pointed at the gray mark beside it, then gestured to its mouth, and finally extended its hands towards Qin Feng, seemingly requesting food. "Would you partake in this little creature's request?" Qin Feng retrieved a medicinal herb that enhances physical constitution from his storage ring and presented it to the little monkey. The monkey's eyes sparkled with excitement as it swiftly snatched the herb and devoured it in mere moments. "Do you still desire to indulge in exquisite delicacies? Oh dear, follow me, and soon you shall feast to your heart's content." Qin Feng gently patted the little monkey on its head before turning to stride outside. The individuals he had just dispatched were members of the Spirit Beast sect, and their cultivation methods pertained to the taming of spiritual beasts. Hence they would undoubtedly possess medicinal herbs for nurturing such creatures. A flicker of hesitation crossed the little monkey's eyes, yet it cautiously followed suit. In the adjacent cavern, Tai Zhu was enveloped in a shroud of dark restraints, currently engaged in refining the storage bags of the recently fallen adversaries. Upon noticing Qin Feng's entrance, he was immediately overtaken by a look of disappointment, especially when he caught sight of the little monkey lurking at the entrance. Brother Feng, there were 4 spirit monkeys just now. Why did you only manage to tame one? Tame one? What nonsense. Do you think I am a member of the spirit beast sect, bound to form contracts with spiritual beasts? Qin Feng rolled his eyes and casually seized a refined storage pouch from the side. Within it lay a Huang-tier flying sword, talismans, various herbs, beast contracts, and gossamer transparent undergarments. After a prolonged search, Qin Feng finally unearthed a golden gourd from the storage ring, containing a pale green pill. Feeding spirit pill, an unranked, non-grade pill that can awaken the intelligence of spirit beasts and enhance their cultivation. It can be synthesized into a low-grade feeding spirit elixir. Upon seeing the pale green pill in Qin Feng's hand, the little monkey's eyes sparkled with excitement as it rushed forward, gazing eagerly. Do you wish to consume it? The little monkey nodded fervently. Qin Feng offered the feeding spirit pill, which the monkey promptly swallowed whole, then continued to stare expectantly. Do not rush. I shall provide it to you once I have mastered the contract. Qin Feng leisurely picked up the recently unearthed beast contract technique, only to realize that it was not a cultivation method, but rather a spell specifically for binding beasts. Fortunately, the difficulty of mastering it was not exceedingly high. In the following half hour, Taizhu remained within the confines of the barrier, diligently refining the contents of the newly acquired storage bag, while Qin Feng practiced the beast contract technique. The technique, though it sounded profound and enigmatic, was essentially a method for manipulating souls. By employing his spiritual awareness to extract a fragment of the soul of the beast he wished to contract, he could merge it with his own, creating a bond wherein their fates would be intertwined, thriving together or perishing together. Though this method was undeniably cruel, its efficacy was beyond doubt. Once Qin Feng had adeptly grasped the art of contracting, he turned his attention to the little monkey and said, I shall now commence the signing of our contract. From this moment forth, we shall be allies. Whatever morsel of meat I enjoy, you shall partake in the broth. What say you? The little monkey, overwhelmed with excitement, nodded fervently, its gaze fixated intently on the golden gourd before Qin Feng. As Qin Feng channeled the beast contracting technique, his formless and intangible consciousness transformed into a colossal hand that reached into the monkey's mind, extracting a fragment of its soul. The monkey immediately screeched in agony, while Qin Feng felt a sense of pressure and discomfort in his own head. Brother Feng, why did you let those other monkeys escape? They were spirit beasts. I heard they were earth spirit apes. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's soul contract with one monkey, the recently occupied Taizhu displayed an expression of profound regret. Qin Feng nonchalantly remarked, they are of no concern to me. Let us divide the spoils. With palpable excitement, Taizhu emptied the contents of all his storage bags. Together, they revealed approximately 60,000 spirit stones, a collection of 8 flying swords and magical instruments, 2 spirit beast bags, over 60 talismans, various medicinal herbs, as well as techniques, spells, and assorted knickknacks. Among these treasures lay a small wooden box, which housed 3 seeds resembling walnuts. This haul is quite prosperous. Taizhu's eyes sparkled with exhilaration at the sight of the amassed items, while Qin Feng remained unfazed. Brother Feng, shall we split it evenly, as per our usual custom? You may choose first. I shall claim the 3 seeds, the spirit beast bags, and all the spirit feeding pills. The rest is yours to take. Very well. I shall not be modest. After a brief hesitation, Taizhu immediately began to stow the items into his storage ring. Meanwhile, Qin Feng opened the wooden box and held the contents in his hand, revealing a line of small text, Beast Tree Crystal Core, grown over millennia in a land abundant with birds and beasts. This crystal core originates from ancient trees rich in spiritual energy. When buried in soil, it may take root and sprout, with a chance of becoming a Beast King tree. Can be synthesized into Beast King tree seed. Qin Feng, with an expression of calm, returned the crystal core to its box and subsequently stored it away in his spatial ring. At that moment, Taizhu had already pushed all the spirit-feeding pills and spirit-feeding elixirs in front of Qin Feng, his face betraying a hint of guilt. He said, Brother Feng, you always allow me to take the lead when it comes to dividing things. How about after we finish this task, you accompany me to the state of Zhou? I shall treat you to a night of revelry. As he spoke, a peculiar smile crept across Taizhu's face, indicating that he was no longer an innocent young lad. Qin Feng lightly tapped his head in silence, producing 2 spirit-feeding pills that he tossed to the little monkey before embarking on the refinement of the spirit beast bag. The spirit beast bag serves a purpose akin to that of a storage bag. However, one is designated for inanimate objects while the other is for living beings. Residual mental constraints from the previous owner lingered on this spirit beast bag, yet the opponent's mental prowess was no match for Qin Feng's formidable strength, allowing him to refine it in mere moments. After securing the little monkey within the spirit beast bag, Qin Feng turned to Tai Zhu with a grave expression, inquiring, what treasures could possibly emerge from the turmoil in the Jin Kingdom, aside from the ominous presence of ghostly energy? Leaning against the stone wall of the cave, Tai Zhu, still shaken, responded, it is said that 2 years ago, the Haoran sect unearthed a significant spiritual vein in the Jin Kingdom. The elder of the Haoran sect, nearing the end of his days, requires a substantial amount of blood spirit stones to sustain his life. Consequently, they deceived the royal family of the Jin Kingdom, promising to assist them in their cultivation of immortality, and convinced the emperor to cooperate in setting up the Tai Great Formation. While the formation appears innocuous, it is, in reality, siphoning the life essence of the Jin Kingdom's inhabitants to cultivate blood spirit stones. The power of this life essence has inadvertently awakened the long-dormant myriad demons cauldron beneath the earth. As a result, not only have the blood spirit stones been rendered useless, but the remnants of the myriad demons have also been unleashed. It is likely that the myriad demons cauldron will reveal itself in approximately 5 days. Upon hearing such an outrageous account, Qin Feng furrowed his brows, unable to suppress his skepticism. Is this information reliable? Rest assured, I am a true disciple of the Ghost King sect. The news is undoubtedly authentic, Tai Zhu declared with conviction. Qin Feng pressed further. Are there any other treasures besides the myriad demons cauldron? The myriad demons cauldron is indeed a treasure. It is a heavenly-grade artifact capable of sealing all malevolent entities. When the time comes, the myriad demons will belong to me, and the cauldron will be yours. Qin Feng found himself in a state of deep contemplation. The emergence of the celestial tier artifact meant that formidable contenders, not only those in the core formation stage, but also those in the nascent soul stage, could potentially appear to vie for it. Considering his own capabilities and those of Tai Zhu, mere novices in this vast realm, they would do well to keep their distance from the fray, lest they be splattered with blood. However, Qin Feng had previously encountered descriptions of blood spirit stones in ancient texts. These stones, nurtured through a unique technique that combined vitality and blood, could transform spiritual energy into life force. Blood spirit stones were reputed to enhance physical constitution and prolong life, and were virtually unavailable on the market. Securing even a semi-finished product could present a remarkable opportunity. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, Tai Zhu assumed he harbored concerns and began to elucidate. Our location is quite remote, with only the Eternal Life Sword sect, the Ghost King sect, and the Spirit Beast sect in proximity. Currently, the main forces of these 3 sects are engaged in a fierce contest on the opposite side of the Qingyun mountain range for a significant spiritual vein. Those who have ventured here are mere small fry. Qin Feng felt a surge of irritation upon hearing Tai Zhu's intimate knowledge of the 3 sects' movements. Although he was affiliated with the Eternal Life Sword sect, he was effectively a free agent, with no one overseeing his actions. Resolute, he decided to join forces with Tai Zhu. Regardless of the outcome, as long as no cultivators above the core formation stage were present, he could manage to thrive in this environment. Just then, the token of the Eternal Life Sword sect within his storage ring began to vibrate. Urgent matters at the sect. Return immediately. Damn it. Ignoring the tremors of the identity token, Qin Feng rose, and, alongside Tai Zhu, made their way toward Qingafeng. The place where the Wanma Ding had manifested was merely 100 miles from Qingafeng, a distance that could be traversed leisurely, and both men intended to visit Qinghe village, their former homeland. The descent from the mountain was desolate, void of any human presence. In the thickets by the roadside, wild beasts occasionally gasped, most of them soulless. Decaying husks wandering aimlessly, numbly gnawing on the putrid corpses scattered along the path. The village was strewn with bodies. Some had already turned to brittle bones, while others remained in a state of incomplete decay. The air was thick with the fetid stench of rotting flesh, as if time itself had stagnated within the village, enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Above the settlement loomed a shroud of black mist, a manifestation of malevolent energy, as well as een and ghostly influences. The inhabitants had met untimely fates, their souls incomplete, leaving them with no chance of rebirth even in the underworld. As Qin Feng channeled his spiritual energy to isolate himself from the external world, Tai Zhu's expression reflected profound sorrow. Brother Feng, if we were mere mortals, we would surely have turned to bones by now. Curse that damned Howren sect, Taizhu exclaimed, swiftly retrieving the Wand of Souls from his sleeve and waving it in the air. Fellow villagers, should you wish to enter my Wand of Souls, I, Han Taizhu, promise that on the day of my ascension to divinity, I will personally guide you into reincarnation, granting you a favorable rebirth. As his voice echoed, a chilling wind swept through the surroundings. From the dim light emerged numerous pale souls, ranging from elderly men to 3-year-old children. They wore tattered, patched garments and stood nearby, their expressions vacant and weary, gazing blankly at Qin Feng and Taizhu. Some of these souls appeared almost ethereal, on the brink of fading into nothingness. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng felt a stir of compassion. These were all remnants of souls unable to reincarnate, condemned to linger as restless spirits. Entering the Wand of Souls might offer a glimmer of hope for them. Noticing their apparent lack of awareness, Taizhu's eyes reddened, and he called out once more. Fellow villagers, I, Han Taizhu, assure you that on the day of my ascension to divinity, I will personally see to your rebirth. This time, it seemed they responded, transforming into wisps of black smoke that drifted toward the Wand of Souls. The malevolent energy in the village diminished significantly. Qin Feng retrieved the bottle once more, gathering the malevolent and sinister energies that had coalesced within the confines of Qinghe village. Only then did he proceed alongside Taizhu towards Qinghe Feng. Along the roadside lay countless skeletal remains, and many resilient commoners appeared as mere shadows of their former selves, reduced to mere skin enveloping bone. Curse that accursed Howren sect. Qin Feng, emulating Taizhu's tone, uttered a curse before stepping into Qinghefang Market. The cobblestone path was cloaked in dust and sand, strewn with countless fresh footprints, indicating that a considerable number of cultivators had visited recently. Among the houses lining the street, one might occasionally encounter malevolent practitioners honing their skills and absorbing malevolent energy, while other scattered cultivators gathered in small groups, biding their time. Not everyone who came here was drawn by the allure of the Wanma Ding. Some sought to strike it rich. The street was devoid of any ordinary mortals, leaving a sense of monotony after a mere stroll. Qin Feng and Taizhu turned away from Qinghefang and proceeded towards the location where the 10,000 Demons Cauldron was destined to manifest. At that moment, a colossal treasure ship suddenly materialized in the void, gliding over the expanse of Qinghefang. The vessel was filled with at least 100 individuals, led by cultivators in the core formation stage, while the remainder consisted of Foundation Establishment disciples. Witnessing this spectacle, the scattered cultivators below furrowed their brows, for the involvement of a sect would render their chances virtually non-existent. Qin Feng recognized the emblem of the Chongqing Sword sect on the ship, and a sense of astonishment welled up within him. If your sect has sent someone, it is certain that the Ghost King sect has also dispatched individuals. I must conceal my identity. Taizhu, with a gloomy expression, retrieved a black robe from his waist pouch and draped it over himself. Qin Feng's heart wavered. After all, the Blood Spirit Stones were of utmost importance to him. Since members of the Eternal Life Sword sect had already arrived, it would be prudent to seek out the Blood Spirit Stones before the emergence of the 10,000 Demons Cauldron. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng promptly patted Taizhu and inquired, "Can you locate those Blood Spirit Stones?" Brother Feng, the Blood Spirit Stones have all become useless. They are completely formless. What do you need them for? I sense they will be beneficial to me. Then let us proceed to find the Blood Spirit Stones. Taizhu sighed and immediately led Qin Feng onward, their path aligning perfectly with the direction the Eternal Life Sword sect had just taken. Clearly, the location of the Blood Spirit Stones was not far from where the 10,000 Demons Cauldron was about to manifest. As they journeyed, apart from Qin Feng and Taizhu, numerous scattered cultivators were also hastening towards that direction. Chapter 52. Unearthing Blood Spirit Stones. Encountering the 10,000 Demons Cauldron amidst the undulating mountains and towering peaks, there lay a modest hill known as Qianku Mountain, surrounded by natural caves. At this moment, the vicinity of Qianku Mountain was teeming with people, divided into 4 factions. Members of the Eternal Life Sword sect donned white garments, standing poised with flying swords or empty-handed. The disciples of the Ghost King sect were clad in black, each carrying varied magical artifacts, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. The Spirit Beast sect members exhibited a range of attire, their singular commonality being the Spirit Beast bags that hung at their waists. The remaining individuals were mostly scattered cultivators, clustered in small groups around the area or concealed within the dense forest, biding their time to seize the opportunity amid the chaos. On a small hill not far away, Qin Feng gazed in the direction of the Thousand Caves, his mind already formulating a rough plan. Should a conflict arise shortly, even if he could not attain the 10,000 Demons Cauldron, he could seize the opportunity to gather some malevolent energy and yin qi. It would be a stroke of luck to stumble upon a few storage bags. Though he was not lacking in wealth, certain storage bags invariably held surprises, much like those belonging to the disciples of the Spirit Beast sect. "Brother Feng, stop looking. I've found the place," shouted Tai Zhu, clutching the soul-gathering banner. Standing at the entrance of a ravine below. At that moment, countless ghosts were soaring back from the ravine, evidently having located the Blood Spirit Stone. The Blood Spirit Stone requires a secret method combined with blood energy for nourishment. Only upon successfully converting the spiritual power within does it become a true Blood Spirit Stone. Now that the Howren sect's operation had failed, they not only failed to acquire the Blood Spirit Stone, but also destroyed the spiritual vein, leaving all other cultivators disinterested in the useless stones, with the exception of Qin Feng. The light within the ravine was dim. As Qin Feng and Tai Zhu ventured deeper, the passageway gradually narrowed, enveloped in an oppressive darkness. Yet for cultivators, it felt as bright as day, leaving no impact whatsoever. After traversing approximately 20 zhang, they encountered a sudden opening, a cave no deeper than 3 feet, its base filled with earth. Faintly visible within the soil lay a dark red stone. Unmistakably a semi-finished Blood Spirit Stone. "Brother Feng, this must be what we are seeking," Tai Zhu remarked, taking a seat on a nearby stone, seemingly bored. As he pulled out a piece of raw meat to munch on, Qin Feng crouched at the edge of the cave, carefully prying out a dark red stone for closer examination. The discarded Blood Spirit Stone appeared utterly ordinary and seemingly devoid of value. In truth, it was indeed of little utility. However, it could be synthesized into a substandard Blood Spirit Stone. Upon realizing the potential for synthesis, Qin Feng's heart surged with excitement. The quality of a Blood Spirit Stone is contingent upon the quality of the Spirit Stone from which it is derived. Even a low-grade Spirit Stone can yield a Blood Spirit Stone that extends a cultivator's lifespan by 6 months, not to mention the enhancement to their physical constitution. The effects of a medium-grade Blood Spirit Stone could be magnified tenfold or more. This vein of spiritual energy harbored a significant number of medium-grade Spirit Stones. If fully excavated, whether for personal use or sale, it would represent an immense fortune. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, no longer inclined to venture out in search of the coveted 10,000 Demons Cauldron. Instead, he yearned to remain here and excavate the Blood Spirit Stones. Regrettably, the cave was exceedingly small, rendering excavation quite inconvenient. Even utilizing a flying sword proved inefficient and risked damaging the precious Blood Spirit Stones. Sensing the fluctuations in Qin Feng's emotions, Tai Zhu promptly inquired, "Brother Feng, how are things? Is there any utility here? Do you possess a method to extract these discarded Blood Spirit Stones?" After a prolonged silence, Tai Zhu found himself at a loss for a solution. Ultimately, he gestured towards the Spirit Beast pouch at Qin Feng's waist and suggested, "It seems your Spirit Beast is a Earth Spirit Ape. Why not let it give it a try?" Qin Feng harbored doubts, yet he decided to release the little monkey from the Spirit Beast pouch, intending to let it give it a try. The bond between man and monkey had already resulted in a unilateral soul contract, allowing the monkey to instantly perceive Qin Feng's thoughts. As soon as the little monkey emerged from the pouch, it immediately began to whimper, expressing its desire for the spirit-feeding elixir. "Then first, assist me in excavating a few pieces of red stone." Qin Feng tentatively uttered a remark, uncertain whether this little creature could succeed. Upon hearing his words, the little monkey's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it promptly leaped into the pit. The earth within the pit seemed to part like water before it, and in the blink of an eye, the monkey's form vanished from sight. Through his spiritual perception, Qin Feng sensed that it was now navigating through the subterranean layers of soil, akin to a fish gliding effortlessly through water. Truly, it is a spirit beast. Qin Feng felt both joy and envy. For a cultivator to move as freely through the earth as this creature would require at least a year or two of mastering the earth evasion technique to perfection. Yet as a spirit beast, even one newly awakened to intelligence, it possessed such evasion skills inherently, far beyond what any cultivator could compare with. If only I had contracted one myself, Qin Feng mused. Witnessing the earth spirit ape's prowess, Tai Zhu let out a sigh, though his eyes betrayed no real envy. He turned and sprawled beneath a nearby stone slab, quickly succumbing to deep slumber. His path diverged from Qin Feng's, unorthodox and unrestrained. Why bother nurturing a spirit beast when one could simply take what was needed? Moments later, the earth spirit ape emerged from the muddy pit, shaking off the clinging dirt before placing 4 depleted blood spirit stones at Qin Feng's feet. Qin Feng presented a spirit-feeding pill as a reward, encouraging it to persist in the quest for blood spirit stones. Under the allure of the spirit-feeding pill, the earth spirit ape brimmed with enthusiasm. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it amassed an impressive collection of blood spirit stones, totaling no fewer than 200. Well done. Keep up the excellent work. Qin Feng presented it with a spirit-feeding pill as a reward, yet this time, the earth spirit ape displayed a troubled expression in its eyes, continually emitting sounds of whimpering, adamantly refusing to comply. What could be the matter? Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng was instantly perplexed, while the nearby iron pillar, who had been soundly asleep, sat up from the stone slab, whimpering. Although a spiritual contract had been established, it was still not even classified as a first-tier spirit beast, rendering it incapable of articulate expression. Could it be that it had been working for too long and was hungry? Whimpering. The earth spirit ape shook its head vigorously, fear evident on its face, incessantly pointing downward. Could there be something terrifying lurking beneath? Qin Feng and Tai Zhu exchanged a glance, excitement shimmering in their eyes. Brother Feng, let this little creature lead the way. Let us delve deeper to assess the situation. The earth spirit ape shook its head vigorously, almost on the verge of articulating human speech. Under the coercive allure of sweet dates and a hefty stick, the earth spirit ape reluctantly leaped into the pit to guide them. Armed with flying swords and bone claws, Qin Feng and Tai Zhu followed closely behind, forcefully excavating the earth. Though their magical instruments were not adept at extracting spirit stones, their burrowing prowess was formidable. After half an hour, a glimmer of light suddenly emerged from beneath the tunnel they had dug. We have arrived, Tai Zhu exclaimed, his voice brimming with exhilaration as he swung his bone claw to shatter the soil beneath their feet. With a thunderous roar, countless clumps of earth cascaded downwards. Had Qin Feng not swiftly employed his sword to grasp Tai Zhu, they would have surely plummeted. The small monkey was half embedded in the soil, gesturing downwards. Qin Feng stowed it away in his spirit beast pouch before descending on his flying sword. They found themselves in a vast cavern. The cavern floor bubbled with magma, golden flames erupting from vents, revealing a fully formed subterranean fire dragon vein. In the expansive magma nearby, 8 crimson chains adorned with golden runes unfurled from the molten depths, tightly ensnaring a colossal black cauldron above. The cauldron was etched with dark red symbols, enveloped in demonic energy, and appeared to be struggling against its chains. The cauldron of 10,000 demons? Upon sighting the immense cauldron, Tai Zhu's face lit up with excitement. What a stroke of luck. I knew following you would bring me fortune. With a beaming smile, he leaped onto a nearby smoldering red stone. Though smoke billowed from the soles of his shoes, he seemed oblivious to the searing heat, while Qin Feng landed beside him on his flying sword. Even with protective spiritual energy, Qin Feng felt the magma's scorching breath threatening to roast him alive. The cauldron of 10,000 demons, bound by chains, emitted a demonic aura far more potent than mere malevolence, or merely observing it from close range made Qin Feng feel uneasy, while Tai Zhu reveled in the moment, drawing forth 2 bone claws to attack a nearby chain. The cauldron contained numerous malevolent creatures, and these chains were specifically designed to suppress them. It seemed that the creatures within, nourished by the energy of life, had significantly enhanced their power. Soon enough, they would break free, even without severing the chains. Sensing the considerable number of demons inside, Qin Feng felt a pang of concern and inquired of Tai Zhu, "Are you capable of handling these demons if we release them now?" "Rest assured, my soul banner has now evolved into a top-tier yellow-grade artifact. The demons within are merely at the core formation stage. Capturing them will be a cinch." "Very well, prepare to gather the demons swiftly." Qin Feng retrieved them from his storage ring, grasping 20 advanced fire snake talismans in readiness for any eventuality. Iron Pillar cast a glance at the in Qin Feng's hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he activated a soaring talisman to ascend above the. As his spiritual energy surged forth, the expanded dramatically, enveloping the entirely. "Brother Feng, it's your turn. Rest assured, these iron chains possess considerable strength, yet Qin Feng harbored equal confidence in his. Chapter 53, Dividing the Returning with Abundance. As the spiritual energy continuously flowed into a silvery luminescence erupted from its blade. Qin Feng did not cease his efforts, continuing to infuse spiritual energy into the weapon. To unleash the full potential of a heavenly tier supreme artifact, a considerable amount of spiritual energy was required. Although it could be employed immediately, Qin Feng intended to channel additional energy to maximize the prowess of the Moonpiercer. The weapon vibrated incessantly, and Qin Feng felt that within the blink of an eye, 2/3 of the spiritual energy in his core had been expended. That should suffice. With a thought, the Moonpiercer swiftly struck the iron chain that had just been targeted by the iron pillar. With a resounding clang, the rune-etched chain was cleaved in twain, its severed edges smooth and even, while the Moonpiercer remained unscathed. Truly, it was a heavenly tier supreme flying sword. A surge of joy welled up within Qin Feng as he commanded the Moonpiercer to slice through the next iron chain. With each severed link, an increasing amount of dark, demonic energy manifested from the demon cauldron. The iron pillar, manipulating the soul banner, unleashed a formidable suction that drew in all the demonic essence. His face flushed crimson. The iron pillar called out to Qin Feng, "Brother Feng, quicken your pace. I cannot hold on much longer." Observing the urgency, Qin Feng resolved to act swiftly, unleashing the remainder of his spiritual power to control the flying sword. Clang, clang, clang. The final iron chains were severed, and an array of anguished howls erupted from within the demon cauldron as terrifying black mist surged forth. The iron pillar, with a swift motion, grazed his chest with his sharp nails, slicing through skin to reach his heart. Blood gushed forth, spilling onto the soul banner. With a resounding boom, the entire soul banner trembled, emanating an even greater force of attraction. As humanoid shadows of black mist burst forth from the demon cauldron, they were immediately drawn into the soul banner, akin to water being poured from one vessel to another. Although the remnants of the demonic souls had already escaped the demon cauldron, there will remained within. At that moment, as the soul banner consumed all the demons from the cauldron, it transformed into a deep obsidian hue, the skulls adorning it growing increasingly sinister. As if on the verge of animation, deprived of its demonic support, the demon cauldron plummeted downward, but the iron pillar reacted swiftly, seizing it and lifting it to the stone beside Qin Feng. "Brother Feng, this belongs to you." The iron pillar grinned widely, tossing the demon cauldron to Qin Feng while admiring the now-changed soul banner in his hands with satisfaction. Qin Feng took the Wanmog Ding and examined it closely. This was a low-tier heavenly artifact, capable of refining medicine as well as suppressing and containing the souls of demons. It was precisely what he needed for a suitable alchemical furnace. Although the Wanmog Ding may have been somewhat excessive for the task at hand, it at least alleviated any concerns of it malfunctioning. As an unclaimed object, it quickly yielded to his spiritual imprint, allowing for successful refinement in a mere moment. Following this process, the Wanmog Ding gained the ability to alter its size at will, in accordance with his thoughts. After reducing it to the size of a palm and storing it in his storage ring, Qin Feng began to survey his surroundings. Above the molten lava lay a layer of charred soil, occasionally revealing some dark red unformed blood spirit stones. These unformed blood spirit stones were akin to waste elixirs, largely useless and incapable of secondary refinement, rendering them undesirable to other cultivators. Qin Feng intended to excavate slowly when the need arose in the future. Having already accepted the Wanma and the Ding, he immediately returned with Taizhu along their original path. As they exited the mountain gorge, faint sounds of a battle could be heard from the direction of Qianku Mountain, and the commotion was considerable, clearly indicating that a conflict had ensued. Qin Feng and Taizhu swiftly ascended to the mountain's summit, seeking a concealed vantage point to gaze towards Qianku Mountain. Before them, dark mist swirled ominously around the mountain, with each crevice exuding a continuous stream of sinister energy. The three major sects had already plunged into a chaotic melee, exerting their utmost efforts to seize control of the mountain's peak, while various rogue cultivators scoured the surroundings for opportunities. Numerous flying swords and magical artifacts clashed in the air, and the brilliance of talismans and spells erupted in dazzling displays. In but a brief moment, countless lives were lost amidst the turmoil. Qin Feng inquired of Taizhu, "It appears that this malevolent aura has recently escaped from your 10,000 souls banner, has it not?" Taizhu chuckled. Indeed, those formidable demons were quite overwhelming. and a slight leakage of their dark essence was just enough to tantalize their senses. Qin Feng displayed little interest in the affairs of the sect, yet his curiosity compelled him to inquire about the Ghost Witch Saintess. However, upon receiving the answer, he felt as though his worldview had shattered. For the Ghost Witch Saintess was not human at all, but rather a formidable Ghost King, cultivated with the full might of the Ghost King sect. Engaging in dual cultivation with her could not only help one break through their limitations, but also extend their lifespan significantly. It was evident that the elder of the Everlasting Sword sect sought the Ghost Witch Saintess not for the sake of the people, but for more self-serving reasons. Taizhu also posed questions regarding the Everlasting Sword sect. The two of them perched on the mountain for a brief while, but upon finding no further insights to glean, they each departed, one returning to the Ghost King sect and the other to the Sleeping Cow Mountain. Along the way, the number of individuals heading towards Qin Feng was enveloped in a dark robe, leisurely maneuvering the wooden spirit boat on his way back. Along the journey, he collected some miasma in a bottle from the mountains and forests. Upon returning to Woniu Mountain, he was filled with a sense of melancholy. Qin Feng immediately released the Earth Spirit Monkey. The slender creature, upon witnessing the abundant spiritual energy surrounding it and the ancient spiritual tea tree beside the cave, became overwhelmed with excitement, incessantly pounding its chest. Casually tossing out a spirit-feeding pill, the Earth Spirit Monkey deftly caught it and swiftly stuffed it into its mouth, revealing a blissful expression on its face. Qin remarked to it, "From now on, this shall be our home. As long as you remain obedient, life will grow increasingly pleasant. However, should you disobey, I shall feast upon monkey brains. Do you understand?" The Earth Spirit Ape, though perplexed by the notion of consuming monkey brains, nodded submissively. "Very well. Now go to the fields and pull the weeds. These medicinal fields belong to us." Qin Feng casually gestured towards the medicinal field before the entrance of the cave dwelling, assigning it its tasks, and then eagerly retreated into the sanctuary. This expedition to Qingafang proved to be remarkably fruitful, yielding a beginner-level heavenly tier Wanmoding, semi-finished blood spirit stones, Earth Spirit Monkeys, and the essence crystals of beasts. Among these, the blood spirit stones and the essence crystals of beasts, akin to flower spirit stones, are exceedingly difficult to procure. Upon extracting these two items, Qin Feng immediately commenced the synthesis process. The discarded blood spirit stones appeared unremarkable, seemingly devoid of utility, and indeed, they were of little worth. However, they could be synthesized into inferior blood spirit stones. The semi-finished blood spirit stones comprised two varieties, formed from medium-grade and low-grade spirit stones, though the synthesis procedure remained consistent. From inferior blood spirit stones to low-grade blood spirit stones, and ultimately to perfect blood spirit stones. The process continued until the display indicated that further synthesis was impossible. The complete blood spirit stone, when utilized, could extend one's lifespan by a year, enhance physical constitution, and bolster vital energy. It had reached its pinnacle and could not be synthesized further. In Qin Feng's grasp lay a blood spirit stone formed from a low-grade spiritual stone. Its entire body was of vivid crimson, resembling crystal, with dark red liquids swirling within. As he held the blood spirit stone and activated his cultivation techniques, he immediately felt a tremendous surge of life force emanating from his palm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the vitality within was entirely absorbed, leaving the blood spirit stone transformed into an ordinary, dull rock. After consuming the blood spirit stone, Qin Feng sensed a slight increase in his strength, while his physique and vital energy experienced a modest enhancement. However, he felt no discernible change in his lifespan. According to the text displayed in the synthesis panel, a low-grade blood spirit stone could extend one's life by 1 year, while a mid-grade blood spirit stone could prolong it by 5 years. Qin Feng directly placed all the blood spirit stones into his storage ring, intending to share them with his sister and Taizhu during his next visit to the Misty Rain Tower. Earlier, when he witnessed Taizhu infusing the Myriad Souls banner with his heart's blood while retrieving the 10,000 Demons Cauldron, Qin Feng realized that practicing dark cultivation was a perilous endeavor. One could easily be drained of life if one's essence was not fortified. As a cultivator himself, and still in the bloom of youth, he felt no anxiety regarding lifespan or physical vitality. However, Qin Yu and Taizhu were different. One was a martial artist while the other was a dark cultivator, both essentially depleting their bodies in exchange for strength. After collecting all the blood spirit stones, He proceeded to combine the spirit-feeding pills and spirit-feeding elixirs. It was only then that he took out a small wooden box, from which he retrieved 3 Myriad Beast Tree Crystal Cores. Myriad Beast Tree Crystal Core, a crystal core born from ancient trees flourishing in areas abundant with spiritual energy for millennia, where flocks of birds and beasts abound. When buried in the earth, it can take root and sprout, with a chance of becoming a Beast King tree. Can be synthesized into Beast King Tree Seed. Beast King Tree Seed blooms once every century, bears fruit once every century. The Beast King fruit can unleash the potential of spirit beasts and enhance their innate qualities. It has reached the pinnacle and cannot be synthesized further. Gazing at the remaining Myriad Beast Tree Crystal Core, a look of regret flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. It was unfortunate to have only 3 cores. Had there been one more, he could have synthesized 2 Beast King Tree Seeds. In terms of value, these Beast King Tree Seeds were even rarer than the 10,000 Demons Cauldron. At this moment, on the left side of the cave dwelling, a millennium-old spirit tea tree had already been planted. Qin Feng meticulously surveyed the terrain and ultimately decided to plant the Beast King Tree Seed 3 zhang away from the spirit tea tree. After burying the seed in the soil, he combined 6 barrels of mid-grade spiritual plant liquid into 2. One was of exceptional quality, while the other was of superior quality. The superior spiritual plant liquid, when applied daily, could extend the growth cycle by an additional 130 days. The mid-grade exceptional spiritual plant liquid appeared crystal clear, reminiscent of a mountain spring, exuding a subtle fragrance. With just a daily application, it could extend the growth cycle by 180 days, effectively allowing it to achieve the growth equivalent to that of an ordinary plant in a year within just 2 days. Qin Feng retrieved a small wooden ladle, scooping up half a ladle of exquisite spiritual plant essence and pouring it onto the freshly mounded earth. The essence gradually seeped into the soil, and soon, a gentle waft of white spiritual energy began to envelop the area surrounding the seed. After a brief moment, a tender sprout slowly emerged from the earth. Though its growth was gradual, it remained visible to the naked eye. Qin Feng casually cast a restriction around the tender sprouts and, after a moment's contemplation, added another restriction to the spirit tea tree. Having completed these actions, Qin Feng drew forth the Thunderbolt Flying Sword and commenced a practice of the Thunderbolt Sword technique in the open space outside. Following his breakthrough into the Foundation Establishment stage, his spiritual awareness and energy had grown significantly stronger, allowing him to execute the Thunderbolt Sword technique with complete finesse, and his proficiency was rapidly increasing. The flying sword danced through the void, leaving behind a trail of flickering lightning and resounding thunder, akin to a tempestuous storm. Upon completing a full set of the Thunderbolt Sword technique, the Earth Spirit Ape hurried over. It cast a surprised glance at the tender shoots of the Beast King tree nearby, then pointed towards the medicinal field, indicating that its task was accomplished. As a spiritual beast, it was quite adept at distinguishing between weeds and medicinal herbs. At that moment, the medicinal field was devoid of any weeds, filled solely with lush, vibrant herbs. Satisfied, Qin Feng gently patted its head and inquired, "Would you care for some high-grade delicacies?" The Earth Spirit Ape nodded fervently. Qin Feng, unhurried, produced a handful of dark red pills, each adorned with 3 distinct alchemical patterns. Ordinary non-classified spirit-feeding pills could merely enhance the physical form of spiritual beasts, while their intelligence and understanding were reliant on their own insights. Qin Feng directly synthesized the spirit-feeding pill into a top-tier 3-pattern spirit-feeding pill. This remarkable concoction can enhance one's physique, augment spiritual sensitivity, and elevate wisdom. Most importantly, excessive consumption will not lead to bodily explosion, making it an indispensable treasure for nurturing spirit beasts. Upon being summoned by the master, the alchemy process commenced. The moment the 3-pattern spirit-feeding pill came into view, the Earth Spirit Ape's eyes sparkled with excitement, and saliva began to flow uncontrollably. Qin Feng retrieved a wooden basin from his storage ring, filled it with spirit-feeding pills, and placed it before the Earth Spirit Ape. Feast, feast. Upon receiving permission, the Earth Spirit Ape immediately seized the pills and ingested them without a moment's hesitation, swallowing them whole without chewing. In the blink of an eye, it devoured more than a dozen pills. After finishing, the Earth Spirit Ape continued to gaze longingly, displaying an eagerness for more. However, Qin Feng decided against giving additional pills, opting instead to wait a couple of days to assess the effects. After all, The initial potency of the spirit-feeding pills was relatively low, and should the results prove unsatisfactory, he would consider employing more advanced elixirs. After wandering around the mountain, Qin Feng returned to his cave abode and extracted over 100 sets of elementary spirit gathering arrays to begin their synthesis. Intermediate spirit gathering array, intermediate spirit gathering array, advanced spirit gathering array, the Xian Kuan swallowing heaven array, a supreme array of celestial rank. It generates a formidable suction force during operation, gathering spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy within the array can surpass that of the outside world by tenfold, with the capacity to absorb spiritual power from a radius of 300 miles. It has reached its pinnacle and cannot be synthesized further. Though it may seem modest, the effect is significantly pronounced when placed in an area rich in spiritual energy. Currently, the spiritual energy in Wonia Mountain is already double that of the outside world, further amplified by the array. With this thought, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. The Xian Kuan swallowing heaven array requires no array flags. Only 3 circular jade cones etched with the image of the Xian Kuan, adorned with auspicious cloud patterns and resembling pagodas. They need only be arranged in a triangular formation, after which the array can be activated, allowing one to sit within it. Qin Feng replaced the original 5-fold spirit gathering array with the Xian Kuan swallowing heaven array and then seated himself to experience its essence. The spiritual energy within the array could be adjusted freely according to his needs, and Qin Feng boldly attempted to amplify it tenfold. In an instant, 3 jade cones radiated brilliance, forming a white pagoda that enveloped him within. The interior of the pagoda brimmed with abundant spiritual energy, which continued to strengthen. Centered around Qin Feng, the spiritual energy within the cave-dwelling, Wonia Mountain, and the surrounding mountain ranges was discernible to the extent of his consciousness, continuously converging. The spiritual energy swirled like water meeting a vortex, rotating and gathering around Wonia Mountain. It was truly extraordinary. While Qin Feng felt a profound shock within, he also experienced a degree of inner turmoil. Although the rapid pace of cultivation was enticing, it also posed significant risks. After extensive testing, Qin Feng ultimately decided to cultivate at an 8-fold speed. During the operation of the formation, although anomalies continued to manifest, they remained confined within the boundaries of Wonia Mountain, leaving the external world unchanged. Before he knew it, 3 days had elapsed. Throughout this period, Qin Feng dedicated himself to cultivation, while also nurturing the Beast King tree with spiritual sap and feeding the Earth Spirit Ape with spirit-feeding pills, alongside indulging in reading. At this juncture, the Earth Spirit Ape had grown considerably since its arrival, now standing 5 feet tall, its fluffy fur rendering it both adorable and somewhat beast-like. With its eyes glimmering with an ever-present hunger for spirit-feeding pills. The growth of the Beast King sapling, however, had slowed considerably. After 4 days of being nourished with spiritual sap, it had only reached a height of 3 inches, sporting a solitary cluster of 4 tender leaves. Beside the medicinal field, the Earth Spirit Ape was busily wielding a sickle to cut grass, performing the task with considerable skill. Qin Feng contemplated teaching it to plow, water, and plant spiritual herbs in due time, for the medicinal field could not remain unattended in his absence. At that moment, a transmission talisman shot in from outside. With a swift gesture, Qin Feng grasped it, and the voice of his 5th senior sister, Sun Yulan, resonated from within. "Qin Junior brother, are you there? I need to discuss something with you." Upon exiting the formation, Qin Feng found Sun Yulan standing beneath a tree, curiously surveying the distant Dingxiang Mountain. It was only when he approached that she turned her head to acknowledge him. Qin Feng clasped his hands in greeting. "Senior sister, you summoned me?" Observing Qin Feng's calm demeanor, Sun Yulan furrowed her brow and replied, "You haven't visited the sect for some time. Master has sent me to inform you that you are to return tomorrow. He wishes to impart the art of pill refinement to us. Such an opportunity is rare. You cannot afford to be absent. The alchemist's craft indeed possesses subtleties that can only be grasped through personal experience, particularly the unique techniques of the master, Guguden. Rest assured, I shall return to the sect early tomorrow and will certainly not be late." Qin Feng affirmed. "Very well then, I shall take my leave." Sun Yulan had intended to turn and depart, but suddenly she pivoted, casting a grave gaze upon Qin Feng. "You have broken through to the foundation establishment stage? It was merely a stroke of luck. I owe you a drink when time allows." With that, she swiftly produced her flying artifact and departed, leaving Qin Feng standing in place, a flicker of confusion on his face. Wasn't Gugudin the one who advised him to take it easy and disregard everything? What could be the meaning of this message relayed by fifth senior sister? Though displeased, Qin Feng resolved to return to the sect the following day. During his recent studies, he had come across descriptions of the Eternal Life Sword sect in an ancient text. The true treasure of the sect was not the eternal grass, but rather the Emu sword, forged through secret methods, capable of effortlessly cleaving lower-tier magical artifacts. Similar to most flying swords, the Emu sword possessed an extraordinary advantage. It retained its sharpness even without the infusion of spiritual energy. This meant that an ordinary person wielding the Emu sword could potentially slay lower-tier cultivators. Upon discovering the references to the Emu sword, Qin Feng's first reaction was to act. Qin Feng arrived at the Grand Hall of Shindan Peak well before the appointed time, finding it eerily devoid of life. After waiting for the duration of half a stick of incense, a man in his 30s approached with deliberate steps. This was the second senior brother, whom Qin Feng had only met once during his initiation. Beyond that fleeting encounter, they had not crossed paths, and he was unaware of the man's name. The second senior brother cast a fleeting glance at Qin Feng, his expression inscrutable, before proceeding into a side passage of the hall without uttering a word. Clad in a white robe transformed from a celestial garment, he concealed his true strength, yet Qin Feng discerned his capabilities effortlessly. What pride could one possess with merely mid-stage foundation establishment? In a secluded setting, such a being could easily be vanquished with a single strike of the sword. At that moment, 2 or 3 more figures appeared from outside. The remaining senior brothers and sisters had gathered. Sun Yulan, upon noticing Qin Feng's punctual arrival, broke into a delighted smile and gestured towards the adjacent passage. "Junior brother, let us be on our way. Master is likely awaiting us in the alchemy chamber." Indeed, Qin Feng smiled and nodded, promptly following suit, while also preparing to offer a friendly smile to the other 2 senior brothers. However, their demeanor was as indifferent as that of the man in front, exuding an air of aloofness. At the end of the passage lay a spacious alchemy room, where the furnace and medicinal herbs were all meticulously arranged. At this moment, Gugo Dan was seated on a nearby chair, eyes closed in meditation. Only when everyone had gathered did he rise to manipulate the earth fire, simultaneously stating, "I shall now employ the art of spirit refining to concoct 3 batches of foundational elixirs. Whoever masters this will henceforth be acknowledged as the eldest senior brother." With that, Gugo Dan commenced his operations. The earth fire roared to life, and the temperature within the alchemy room surged dramatically as various herbs were enveloped in his spiritual consciousness and cast into the furnace. Qin Feng could not comprehend the essence of the art of Dan control, and he had yet to fully master the fundamentals of alchemy. After observing the process of refining elixirs 3 times, he had gleaned a rudimentary understanding of the art's purpose. Should the practice of Dan control prove successful, the result would undoubtedly be a superior elixir. Conversely, failure would yield a worthless product. Only through an intimate familiarity with the elixir could one effectively wield the art of Dan control. Following the completion of 3 furnaces of foundation establishment pills, Gugo Dan, looking utterly fatigued, addressed the 4 individuals before him. "You will each have 3 hours to concoct a superior foundation establishment pill, or at the very least, a human tier foundation establishment pill. The one who succeeds shall be deemed the elder brother." Upon stating his requirements, Gugo Dan distributed 3 sets of medicinal herbs to each participant and promptly ushered them out. The freshly refined elixirs still radiated warmth and emanated a rich fragrance, leaving no room for concern regarding potential cheating. Outside the passage, there were several small alchemical chambers, one allocated for each person. Apart from Sun Yulan, the remaining 3 quickly entered their respective chambers, seemingly determined to secure the position of elder brother. Qin Feng inquired of Sun Yulan, elder sister, what advantages accompany the position of the senior brother? To which Sun Yulan teasingly replied, "Do you aspire to become the senior brother?" With a light chuckle, she continued, "Achieving the title of senior brother is tantamount to becoming the deputy leader of our sect. You would enjoy unfettered access throughout the entire sect, save for the forbidden areas, and engage in transactions with complete transparency. Furthermore, you would have the privilege of prioritizing task selection." After elaborating briefly, Sun Yulan made her way into one of the alchemy chambers. Qin Feng selected a secluded spot, feeling a subtle sense of relief within. In his previous endeavors of concocting inferior elixirs, he had already grasped the intricate laws of pill synthesis. As long as he synthesized promptly, Both the fragrance and temperature would mirror that of freshly crafted elixirs, allowing him to deceive effortlessly. Initially, the position of deputy sect leader held little allure for him. However, the status of the elder brother within the sect offered unfettered passage and the ability to engage in open transactions, an enticing advantage indeed. The position of elder brother is a goal I am determined to achieve. In Qin Feng's eyes, a gleam of determination emerged as he securely locked the stone door of the alchemy chamber, subsequently establishing a protective barrier. Finally, he retrieved the 10,000 demons cauldron from his storage ring. Placing the cauldron at the mouth of the fire, he arranged bundles of meticulously sorted herbs on the adjacent stone table. Once these tasks were completed, Qin Feng leisurely merged his consciousness with the fire, directing the earthly flames to surge forth and heat the 10,000 demons cauldron. The earth fire roared violently beneath the cauldron, taking considerable time to elevate its temperature. Meanwhile, the sounds of flames from the neighboring alchemy chamber had notably diminished, indicating that the process had progressed to the refinement and separation of the elixirs. Qin Feng felt a pang of anxiety as he cranked the geothermal flames to their utmost intensity. In an instant, the alchemical chamber was filled with the roaring sound of the flames, and the temperature surged rapidly. Surely, the Wanma Ding could withstand such intense heat? As he observed the cauldron, which had yet to reach the desired temperature despite the prolonged exposure, a sense of frustration began to brew within him. Just as he contemplated switching to another alchemical furnace, the temperature within the Wanma Ding finally began to rise. With his consciousness enveloping the various herbs, he gradually introduced them into the cauldron, where they were subjected to the searing heat, charred, refined, condensed, and ultimately distilled into elixirs. Qin Feng had mastered the initial phases of alchemy, and upon reaching the stage of pill separation, he knew it was the most precarious moment. However, he remained unfazed, believing there was nothing that could not be resolved through synthesis. Once the separation was complete, 8 plump medicinal spheres emerged within the cauldron. According to the conventional alchemical procedure, they would require further refinement within the cauldron to absorb the elemental essence of the world. Yet, Qin Feng's approach to alchemy was rather straightforward. Almost there. Let it explode. Qin Feng directly lowered the flame temperature at the mouth of the furnace, causing an instantaneous loss of equilibrium within the 10,000 demon cauldron. The power absorbed by the elixirs was abruptly returned. Boom. A muffled sound resonated within the alchemy chamber as Qin Feng's consciousness enveloped the 8 failed pills, extracting them before promptly adding a second round of medicinal materials. 8 failed pills could be combined to form a mid-grade foundational elixir, yet to concoct a top-tier foundational elixir, at least 4 batches were necessary. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng stealthily retrieved a set of foundational elixir ingredients from his storage ring and arranged them upon the stone table, although it was against the rules. Others were hardly compliant. For instance, the alchemy chamber of his second senior brother next door had already exploded twice. In the corridor outside the alchemy chamber, Gugudin listened to the successive sounds of explosions, an expression of disappointment crossing his face. Aside from Qin Feng, the others had entered the sect at a young age to study alchemy under him, yet after more than a decade, they could not even master the foundational elixir. Truly a group of inept individuals. Gugudin could not help but curse in frustration. At that moment, another explosion echoed from Qin Feng's alchemy chamber. The largest fool. 3 hours swiftly passed. Gugudin sat expressionless in the hall as 5 disciples presented their elixirs. The upper-grade ones were tantalizingly close to being top-tier, but alas, they fell short. The mid-grade quality was far too lacking. Among the 5, the 3rd senior brother, 4th senior brother, and 5th senior sister were eliminated on the spot. Gugudin's demeanor softened slightly upon seeing his second disciple, Shinchong, clutching 2 top-tier foundational elixirs, though they were all somewhat lacking. At least not every one of them was utterly incompetent. What about yours? Gugudin approached, his expression devoid of emotion as he scrutinized the elixirs in Qin Feng's hands, surprise flickering in his eyes. The others also gradually turned their gazes towards him. In Qin Feng's hand lay a foundation-building pill, its form plump and exquisite, exuding a rich fragrance, with faint dragon-shaped imprints adorning its surface. This represented the epitome of premium elixirs, capable of propelling one to the human tier with further refinement. Yet, just moments ago, the alchemy chamber had been rife with explosive failures. How could such a remarkable pill have been produced? Gugudin furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the pill in his grasp before comparing it with the foundation-building pill crafted by Shinchong. The atmosphere in the grand hall was tranquil, lingering in silence for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, Gugudin returned to his seat and addressed Qin Feng and Shinchong, stating, As Qin Feng has recently joined our sect and remains unfamiliar with its regulations and layout, the position of elder brother shall be temporarily assumed by Shinchong. Qin Feng may enjoy the privileges of the eldest senior brother, and after a year, you shall compete separately to determine the victor. How does that sound? I have no objections. Naturally, Shinchong harbored no dissent regarding the prospect of replacing the eldest senior brother. He turned his head and fixed Qin Feng with a menacing glare. Should there be any disagreement, he would ensure it would not end well. I too have no objections. Qin Feng turned his head and regarded Shinchong with an expression reminiscent of one gazing upon the deceased, only to subsequently break into a gentle smile. Observing that both parties had no objections, Gugo Dan retrieved the Peak Master token, performing a hand gesture over the insignia before pointing decisively. In an instant, Qin Feng sensed an addition to his identity token. With this newfound element, he would presumably navigate freely beyond the confines of the sect's forbidden grounds. At this moment, Gugo Dan remarked nonchalantly, "Since there are no objections, let us disperse, except for Shinchong." As they departed the grand hall, the two eliminated senior brothers managed to muster smiles for Qin Feng, yet he offered them no favorable response, hastily pursuing his fifth senior sister, Sun Yulan. At that moment, she bore a dejected expression, nervously clutching the hem of her skirt as she made her way toward the cave dwelling. Upon noticing Qin Feng's approach, she forced a smile and congratulated him, saying, "Junior brother, you were remarkable." To which he humbly replied, "It was merely luck." Qin Feng humbly responded with a gentle remark, then walked alongside her, as they strolled leisurely towards the cave-dwelling area. It was only when they neared their destination that Qin Feng broached the subject of importance. "Senior sister, I have heard that there exists an exceptionally powerful flying sword." Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Yulan interrupted him with a wave of her hand. Swallowing the spirit fruit in her mouth, she expressed her frustration, saying, "You mentioning this reminds me. The contribution for the 300 pills you refined last time has already been distributed. Do not forget to check at Tianji Peak. You must be referring to the Emu sword, a unique treasure of our sect. The requirements for obtaining the Emu sword seem to be quite stringent. Our second senior brother has labored diligently for the sect over the years just to exchange for one." In Qin Feng's mind, he had begun to grasp the concept of the Emu sword. This artifact was undoubtedly the lifeblood of the Chongqing sword sect, so rare that it had not even circulated within the sect, let alone beyond its confines. However, the more elusive and costly an item is to obtain, the more precious it becomes. After bidding farewell to his fifth senior sister, Qin Feng promptly descended the mountain. The point allocation system at Tianji Peak was quite unique, distributing points categorized as A, B, C, and D according to the difficulty of tasks. Among these, A was the most challenging to acquire, and the items redeemable with A-grade points were exceedingly rare. For instance, one could exchange points for the title of sect leader of a mountain peak, or for human-grade elixirs. The Emu sword was also among the items for exchange. This clearly illustrated the sword's rarity. After wandering around the sect for a while, Qin Feng sought out Wang Fatty once more, delivering the accumulated waste elixirs and asking him to keep an ear out for any news regarding the Emu sword. After leaving the low-grade Foundation Establishment Pill, Qin Feng turned and departed from the sect. Upon returning to Wonia Mountain, he found Ding Shuli on the adjacent peak, enhancing formations, evidently working on a sophisticated concealment array. At that moment, her aura appeared frail, as if she had sustained severe injuries. Qin Feng steered the wooden spirit vessel to hover beside Ding Shuli, inquiring, "Sister Ding, are you all right? Have you returned to the sect?" Ding Shuli cast a sidelong glance in the direction from which Qin Feng had come, her eyes reflecting a peculiar expression. "What is it?" Qin Feng gazed at her in confusion, increasingly sensing that Ding Shuli had been behaving strangely of late. Furthermore, ever since that incident involving the cannon fodder, it seemed she rarely returned to the sect. Noticing Qin Feng's dazed expression, she sighed deeply and began to speak. "In truth, my entry into the Chongqing sword sect was solely to steal the Chongqing herb. By a twist of fate, I became a guest elder. That night when you gave me the fire serpent talisman, I will recount the events that transpired. After the assembly of our group, we indeed encountered individuals from the Ghost King sect. However, rather than engaging in combat, both parties, led by their respective elders, entered a gorge. Upon entering, a multitude of figures clad in black wielding longswords surged forth, indiscriminately slaughtering members from both sects, while the most powerful elders merely stood by, observing the chaos. Ding Shuli, possessing considerable strength and aided by the formidable fire serpent talisman, barely managed to seize an opportunity to escape. At this juncture, an intense killing intent flashed across her face as she indignantly declared, To outsiders, the Chongqing Sword sect appears to be a righteous sect, yet that night, I saw clearly. The Ghost King sect devours souls and malevolent energy, while the members of the Chongqing Sword sect collected the warm blood of the freshly deceased. Qin Feng asked with confusion. Senior sister, how can you be certain it's someone from our everlasting sword sect? They were all wielding Yimu swords. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. After speaking, Ding Shuli ignored Qin Feng's reaction and resumed reinforcing the formation. Qin Feng felt somewhat bewildered. He initially believed that the Eternal Life Sword sect, though perhaps not entirely righteous, was not malevolent either. To his surprise, it turned out that they were hypocritically virtuous while being sinister at heart. Ding Shuli had uncovered the secrets of the two sects, which explained his absence from the sect during this period. For now, it would be wise to devise a means of procuring a few Yimu swords. Qin Feng sighed and turned to fly towards the cave abode, simultaneously feeling a slight diminishment in his sense of belonging to the sect. He returned to Mount Wonyu. As Qin Feng just stowed away the wooden spirit boat, the earth spirit ape leaped out. With a pitiful whimper, it squatted on the ground, gazing eagerly at the storage ring in Qin Feng's hand. At that moment, every flat surface on Wonia Mountain had been transformed into cultivated land by the earth spirit ape. Though it had yet to delineate the plots or dig the ridges, as Qin Feng had not instructed it in those tasks, it performed admirably. Later, I shall procure some more advanced items for you at Taizan Workshop. Qin Feng retrieved a human-grade spirit feeding pill from his storage ring and placed it in the palm of the earth spirit ape. After consuming the spirit feeding pill, the earth spirit ape promptly began to dutifully smooth out the creases of Qin Feng's clothing, then extended its hand to point toward the adjacent field that had yet to be tidied. Qin Feng gently patted its head and began instructing it on how to delineate the fields and construct the embankments. In just a short while, it had mastered the task. Standing firmly on the ground with its legs apart, it wielded the hoe high above its head, vigorously turning the soil to shape the embankments. Performing the task with impressive skill, Qin Feng stood in place, overseeing the task at hand. After a while, he turned and returned to the open space at the entrance of the cave dwelling, retrieving a human-grade spirit plant liquid to nourish the Beast King tree. At this moment, the Beast King tree had grown to 6 inches tall, adorned with 9 tender green leaves. Though still a sapling, it had begun to emanate spiritual energy, enriching the aura surrounding Wonia Mountain. After storing the wooden ladle, Qin Feng infused his garments with spiritual power. The sky-blocking robe, stimulated by this energy, instantly transformed, enveloping him in a vast black cloak. The journey to the Iron Mountain Workshop spanned approximately 800 miles, and Qin Feng intended to seize this opportunity to test the 1,000-mile flying shuttle, another exquisite artifact of the heavenly grade. The unactivated shuttle measured only 3 inches in length. Slender and reminiscent of bamboo leaves, its entire body exhibiting a faint azure hue. The shuttle resonated with Qin Feng's thoughts with a mere notion. It swiftly morphed into the shape of a long wooden boat, measuring 20 feet in length and 3 feet in width. As Qin Feng stepped onto it, he infused it with spiritual energy, attempting to manipulate the flying shuttle. A faint humming sound resonated. Feeling the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy, Qin Feng soon found his surroundings becoming increasingly indistinct. Chapter 56, Dividing the Blood Spirit Stone. The resounding hum of the 1,000 miles flying shuttle echoed vibrantly, carving a long white streak through the void. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng seemed to catch a glimpse of the silhouette of Tai Shanfeng amidst the mountains. Goodness! So swift! Qin Feng's pupils dilated as he immediately halted the soaring shuttle. Continuing at such speed would undoubtedly attract undue attention. He steered toward a secluded spot, stowing the shuttle securely in his grasp, and only then did a wave of relief wash over him. Had he recklessly soared directly above Taizan Market, he would have become an unmistakable spectacle coveted by many. At such blistering velocity, even core formation cultivators would likely struggle to keep pace. Qin Feng gently patted the flying shuttle in his hand, a glimmer of delight illuminating his gaze. This shuttle could indeed be regarded as a precious talisman for preserving life. Upon entering Iron Mountain Workshop, Qin Feng made his way directly to Misty Rain Tower. The top floor of Misty Rain Tower was devoid of any presence, and within the adjacent training room, Qin Yu was relentlessly striking at the wooden dummy with her sword. Qin Feng stood quietly at the doorway, observing her. After a period of absence, he noted that Qin Yu's aura had grown considerably stronger. He surmised that, without the Fire Serpent Talisman and the Celestial Grade artifact, he might no longer be a match for his sister. However, the path to strength often demands a price. With a mere glance through the art of Qi observation, Qin Feng discerned that her vitality had significantly waned, and it was likely that her lifespan would be profoundly affected. As Qin Feng was lost in thought, Qin Yu had already approached him. With a beaming smile, she playfully pinched Qin Feng's cheek while wiping away the sweat and remarked, "Here again, are you?" Qin Feng broke into a smile, returned to the hall, enacted a barrier, and then took a seat in a nearby chair, quietly observing her as she drank water. Qin Yu set down her cup, her face etched with discontent as she addressed Qin Feng, saying, "During this period, you must refrain from wandering about aimlessly. Recently, there have been rumors circulating in Taizan Fang regarding 2 Millennium Fire Spirit fruits, and many individuals have been eyeing the cellar. Each day, numerous cultivators fall victim to robbery. Sister, you need not worry. I assure you, I will be perfectly fine." Qin Feng smiled in response and then inquired, "Sister, your strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. It must have taken a toll on your body, hasn't it?" Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly shook her head and raised her fist, proclaiming, "Your sister is in excellent health. Do you think the divination techniques of cultivators are mere child's play?" Qin Feng rolled his eyes and then took out all the blood spirit stones. "What are these?" "The blood spirit stones, rumored to extend one's lifespan. Though I am uncertain of their efficacy." Qin Yu is familiar with the blood spirit stone, yet Qin Feng remains unaware of its true potency. Thus, he requests her to demonstrate its effects on the spot. The blood spirit stone can be utilized in 2 ways, through direct absorption or by extracting its essence using spiritual energy. Qin Feng was uncertain whether the cultivation material his sister was refining could be absorbed directly. Therefore, he employed his spiritual energy to extract the essence from a top-grade blood spirit stone and enveloped it with his consciousness, presenting it before Qin Yu. The blood spirit stone, now devoid of its essence, instantly dimmed and even developed several cracks. "I can't help but suspect that you have come specifically to experiment with me." Qin Yu Ejiao shot a reproachful glance at Qin Feng, then reached out to take the essence and swallowed it whole. A radiant white light ignited in Qin Feng's eyes as he intently observed the transformation of his sister's body. Upon utilizing the blood spirit stone, the vitality within her surged violently, hinting at an underlying enhancement amidst the chaos. As for whether her lifespan had increased, Qin Feng could not discern that, so he inquired, "Sister, how do you feel?" Qin Yu remained silent, merely narrowing her eyes to perceive the changes within her body. After a considerable amount of time, she finally opened her eyes, her expression revealing a hint of astonishment as she inquired, "Where did you acquire this?" "That is a secret, but in the future, I can provide you with as much as you desire." Qin Feng smiled broadly, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy within. The blood spirit stone from King Feng was a medium-grade spiritual vein, abundant in quantity. However, even with the combined efforts of Qin Yu and Taishu, it would take a lifetime to exhaust its resources. "Do you still harbor secrets from me?" Qin Yu rolled her eyes and softly remarked, "You quote a price, and I'll have Yin Yu Tower provide you with spirit stones. After all, it's my mother's money. Why not spend it?" Before her words had fully settled, a figure clad in a flowing blue gown materialized in the hall. The newcomer was none other than Li Qingqing. The moment she appeared, the barriers set by Qin Feng shattered into disarray and lost their efficacy. "So you're already eyeing your mother's funds." Li Qingqing gazed at Qin Yu with a look of affectionate reproach before directing her attention to Qin Feng, ultimately resting her gaze on the crimson stone upon the table. A mere glance was enough to render her utterly astonished, and silence enveloped the hall. Qin Feng felt a sense of embarrassment, while Qin Yu was eager to ascertain the value of these blood spirit stones. For a moment, no one dared to speak. After a considerable amount of time, Li Qingqing finally raised her head, her face flushed, and inquired of Qin Feng, "Are these blood spirit stones all for Ye?" Qin Feng nodded, and Qin Yu realized that these blood spirit stones appeared to be exceedingly valuable. She immediately stood up, grasping a particularly luminous top-grade blood spirit stone, and inquired, "Mother, are these blood spirit stones truly precious?" "Indeed, they are priceless. Within our southern domain's cultivation realm, blood spirit stones have not surfaced for decades. The method for refining them is known solely to the Howren sect, and they recently faced failure in their attempts," Li Qingqing elucidated. "If one were to assign a value, it could only be described as priceless yet unavailable." After explaining for a moment, she fixed her gaze on Qin Feng, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Xiao Feng, from where did you acquire these blood spirit stones? Your aunt is willing to pay a handsome price for them." Now it was Qin Feng's turn to feel perplexed. Observing Li Qingqing's demeanor, it was evident that she too had a pressing need for the blood spirit stones. If she sought them for herself, the matter would be simple. However, if her intention was to supply the entire Misty Rain Tower, the situation would become rather complicated. Qin Yu hastily tugged at Li Qingqing's sleeve, and she immediately realized her indiscretion, forcing a faint, awkward smile before retreating a few steps to occupy a nearby chair. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng inquired, "Aunt, you must also be in need of blood spirit stones, correct? Although these blood spirit stones are plentiful, they are still insufficient for Xiaoyu's use. I have grown old, and it is better to leave the opportunities for her." Li Qingqing cast a glance at the blood spirit stones before Qin Feng, her eyes betraying a sense of regret. Only 7 of the medium-grade stones remain, along with 14 of the low-grade variety, which is indeed a meager amount. Noticing the regret etched upon her face, Qin Feng promptly asked, "If my sister were to require them, how many would suffice?" "At least 200 of the higher quality, and even more if they are of inferior quality. A mere 200 stones. One exceptional blood spirit stone can extend life by 5 years. Though the effects may diminish with increased usage, it is conservatively estimated that 200 blood spirit stones could grant Qin Yu an extension of at least several hundred years to her life." Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief and inquired, "And how many do you require?" Li Qingqing smiled as she replied, 1 or 200 pieces would suffice, while 300 to 500 would not be excessive. Setting aside the matter of value, the time required to gather such a quantity of blood spirit stones would be considerable. Although the Misty Rain Pavilion boasted a plentiful workforce, Qin Feng was reluctant to reveal his capabilities. He would have to seek opportunities to procure them gradually on his own. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, Li Qingqing chuckled, "It is getting old. You need not worry about me. As long as you and Xiaoyu are well, that is enough." Her words suggested a degree of estrangement, prompting him to resolve to find as many as he could. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Feng discreetly left behind a top-grade blood spirit stone and divided the remainder into 2 portions, which he presented to Li Qingqing and Qin Yu respectively. A flicker of surprise appeared in Li Qingqing's eyes, yet without hesitation, she handed her share to Qin Yu. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, her greatest concern had always been for her sister. Now that she understood the usefulness of the blood spirit stones, Qin Feng felt a surge of elation. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between the siblings, Qin Feng donned his black robe and hat, taking his leave from the Misty Rain Pavilion. Before departing, he reminded his sister to utilize the connections of the Misty Rain Pavilion to pass the medium-grade blood spirit stone to Taizhu. By this time, evening had fallen, and the streets were noticeably less crowded. Qin Feng made his way directly towards the Qi Yuan Pavilion, and as he passed by the Tongsten Hall, a flicker of anger ignited within him. The last time he had sold the Millennium Fire Spirit Fruit, these scoundrels had turned around and betrayed him. Someday, he would surely bring this establishment crashing down. Upon arriving at the Qi Yuan Pavilion, he steeled himself for what lay ahead. Qin Feng did not seek out Zilinger. Instead, under the attentive service of the maidens, he procured several items: spirit beast pills, spirit plant liquid, a few identical manuals on spirit beast cultivations, and the intermediate yellow grade 10,000 soul scripture. These items were not exorbitantly priced, and even in substantial quantity, they merely cost him 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. After completing his purchases, Qin Feng departed from Iron Mountain Workshop. During this period, aside from not advancing in his realm, he had acquired numerous items, leaving him at a loss for anything else he might require in the near future. By the time he returned, the night had fallen. From a considerable distance, he could discern a white flying boat hovering outside Wunyou Mountain, upon which several figures stood. Qin Feng felt a sense of bewilderment in his heart, yet he removed his black robe's hood and leisurely steered the wooden spirit vessel closer. As he approached, he was instantly taken aback. Among those standing on the flying vessel was Gugo Dan, accompanied by 3 elderly men and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man appeared to be in his 40s, clad in a black cloth garment, with long hair casually cascading down his back. At that moment, he wore a grave expression as he intently gazed at a pale purple compass in his hand, seemingly in search of something. Qin Feng inwardly exclaimed that the situation was dire. The fact that even Guguden stood behind him indicated that this man was either the sect leader or an elder. Chapter 57. The Spirit Beast Technique, Cultivating the Earth Spirit Ape. As Qin Feng drew near, aside from the middle-aged man intently studying the compass, the remaining individuals, including Guguden, all directed their gaze towards him. Qin Feng promptly bowed in respect, addressing, "I pay my respects to my esteemed master and to all the venerable seniors." Guguden, with a stoic expression, merely nodded, followed by the others who also offered their salutations, before directing their gazes towards the middle-aged man. The last time he sensed her presence was indeed in this vicinity. The middle-aged man spoke to himself for a moment, then lifted his gaze to Qin Feng and inquired, "Are you a disciple of the sect?" With a perplexed expression, Qin Feng hurriedly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect after being reminded by Guguden, and said, "Disciple Qin Feng pays his respects to the esteemed sect master." Li Qing cast a casual glance at Qin Feng, stowed away the compass, and inquired, "Are you acquainted with the guest elder of Shinan Peak, Ding Shuli? I am familiar with him. Have you had any interactions with him?" Interactions? Qin Feng was at a loss regarding the nature of the contact mentioned by the other party, yet the demeanor clearly indicated an intent to silence Ding Shuli. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, but Qin Feng remained composed and promptly replied, "In my earlier days as a mere servant, I once encountered Elder Ding. At that time, she seemed intent on pilfering medicinal herbs, and had it not been for a fortuitous passerby, I might have fallen victim to her lethal intentions." Qin Feng spun a web of deceit, masquerading as a victim, coupled with the fact that he was at the edge of Wonia Mountain, where the celestial slaughtering divine array could be activated at any moment. He felt an unwavering confidence, devoid of any anxiety. Li Qinghan remained silent, his gaze piercing into Qin Feng's eyes like a needle. After a prolonged moment, he finally averted his stare, casting a glance towards the distant Dingxiang Mountain. "With the 5 spiritual roots, you still managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Quite impressive," he remarked nonchalantly before steering his flying vessel away, uttering not a word more. At that moment, Dingxiang Mountain was shrouded in the mizzled array, appearing no different from any other mountain range to the outside world. Qin Feng was uncertain whether they had detected any clues, nor did he know the whereabouts of Ding Shuli. After standing in place for a while, he turned and made his way back to Wonia Mountain, returning to his cave dwelling. Qin Feng commenced the synthesis of the recently acquired spirit plant liquid. This ethereal concoction is capable of elevating the quality to that of a superior human grade, with a single application fostering growth over a span of 150 days. He dedicated 1 barrel of the superior human-grade spirit plant liquid to nourish the Beast King tree, while the remainder was transformed into medium-grade spirit plant liquid for the cultivation of spiritual herbs in his medicinal fields. Presently, the Earth Spirit Ape's intelligence has significantly escalated, rendering it fully capable of managing these tasks. Furthermore, the method of spirit beast cultivation has evolved into the spirit beast technique, while the 10,000 Souls scripture has ascended to the status of an intermediate-level mental nurturing technique of the profound tier. The spirit beast technique is a unique discipline reserved solely for spirit beasts, facilitating the ancestral return of their bloodline. Conversely, the mental nurturing technique is specifically designed to enhance one's spiritual awareness, providing considerable advantages beyond mere elevation of cultivation level. In the time that follows, Qin Feng entered seclusion, dedicating his time primarily to nurturing the spirit plant essence for the Beast King, while the remainder of his hours were devoted to practicing the spirit cultivation technique and the 5 Emperors' divine extermination art. With the assistance of the spirit gathering array and the spirit sustaining pills, his cultivation level and spiritual awareness surged rapidly. After a full month of seclusion, Qin Feng had attained the initial perfection of the foundation establishment stage, now only a step away from advancing to the mid-foundation establishment realm. Confronting a bottleneck, he finally allowed himself a moment of respite. A bonfire flickered to life at the entrance of his cave abode. Qin Feng leisurely turned the rabbit leg in his hand, gradually roasting it to a golden hue, releasing an enticing aroma. Nearby, the Earth Spirit Ape squatted beside the bonfire, diligently roasting a 200-pound wild boar, still covered in its fur. These spoils were all acquired through its own efforts. Although it had not cultivated the spirit beast technique nor consumed higher-grade spirit beast pills, its intelligence rivaled that of a 10-year-old human child. Its physique had expanded significantly, standing at 9 feet tall. It exhibited a sleek and fluid form reminiscent of a colossal monkey, utterly devoid of any resemblance to a true ape. At this moment, the Earth Spirit Ape gazed at the food in the fire with sheer excitement, despite its dark, pungent, and foul-smelling appearance, saliva pooling at its mouth. The Earth Spirit Ape gestured to Qin Feng, indicating that the wild boar meat was ready to be savored, granting permission to indulge in solitary feasting. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively and turned directly into the cave. He had yet to synthesize the spirit beast pills he purchased last time. Fortunately, he had just finished the feeding pills, so it was the perfect opportunity to enhance its diet. Qin Feng lifted the spirit beast pill into his palm, and as he combined them, he discerned the effects of the elixir, medium-grade spirit beast pill. Upon consumption by a spirit beast, it enhances intelligence, fortifies physical constitution, and presents a slight chance of awakening its bloodline. It can be synthesized into a divine beast pill. Divine beast pill, a 3-patterned human tier elixir. When ingested by a spirit beast, it significantly augments intelligence, harmonizes with spiritual energy, and greatly enhances physical strength. Prolonged consumption may awaken its bloodline. It has reached its pinnacle and cannot be further synthesized. While beast mastery is indeed a common method employed by cultivators, it pales in comparison to the four arts of cultivation in terms of breadth. The elixirs pertaining to beast mastery are exceedingly scarce. The Spirit Beast pill available in the market stands as the pinnacle for spirit companions. And Qin Feng considered it no injustice to provide the Divine Beast pill to the Earth Spirit Ape. In due course, when the Beast King tree bears its fruits, it will undoubtedly afford him further opportunities. After synthesizing all the Spirit Beast pills, he acquired a total of 62 Divine Beast pills. Upon exiting the cave, he found that the Earth Spirit Ape had devoured the entire wild boar, its belly now round and content as it basked in the sun. Come here, come here. Let me treat you to something exquisite. Qin Feng waved his hand at the Earth Spirit Ape, which promptly leaped up from the ground and dashed a few steps to stand before him. Upon catching the scent of the Divine Beast elixir, the Earth Spirit Ape's breath quickened, and it trembled with excitement, causing Qin Feng to worry that it might lose control due to its overwhelming exhilaration. How utterly disgraceful! In a fit of anger, Qin Feng struck the beast's large head with his palm, but the gesture was akin to merely scratching an itch. He presented the Divine Beast elixir to it and then retrieved the Spirit Beast Sutra from his storage ring. This tome delineated two primary aspects, commonly referred to as external and internal cultivation. According to the written instructions, one must frequently recite the teachings to the pet, akin to imparting wisdom, until the creature comprehends and internalizes the knowledge, at which point it may commence its own cultivation. Upon grasping the method of utilizing the Spirit Beast Sutra, Qin Feng felt utterly exasperated. With his own time already stretched thin, must he also dedicate moments to reading to it? Qin Feng cast a gloomy glance towards the nearby clearing. The Earth Spirit Ape, having just consumed a Divine Beast pill, was now rolling on the ground, its body covered in numerous burdock and other debris. Aside from its dissimilar physique, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a rural dog. Woe is me! Sensing the murderous intent in Qin Feng's gaze, the Earth Spirit Ape immediately scampered over, obediently squatting before him. I need to tell you something of great importance. If you fail to comprehend or remember it, I shall resort to consuming your brain. Do you understand? The Earth Spirit Ape scratched its head and nodded vigorously. The external cultivation method of the Spirit Beast technique is relatively straightforward, akin to the physical training of human warriors, focusing on enhancing strength and refining sinews. While the internal cultivation consists of a brief incantation. Once Qin Feng recited the entirety of the Spirit Beast technique, he turned his attention to the Earth Spirit Ape. Have you memorized it? Woe is me! It clutched its head and began to nod frantically once again. What a waste! Observing the creature's foolish demeanor, Qin Feng felt a headache coming on, yet he could not be bothered. Exiting the Bullock Mountain formation, he spotted a stout figure standing in the clearing outside the mountain gate, holding a sound transmission talisman, poised to use it. Upon seeing Qin Feng emerge, Manager Wang instantly donned a sycophantic smile, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect as he addressed Qin Feng. Elder Qin, I have news regarding the matter you asked me to keep an eye on. The news about the Emu sword? Indeed. I received the information just this morning. It is said that the master of Lu Yun Peak has been afflicted by fire poison. Whoever can procure the Xinming 9 transformation pill will be gifted a Emu sword. Upon receiving this news, I hurried straight to you. Qin Feng fell silent. The profound Nether 9 Revolutions pill was a 9th-grade elixir capable of neutralizing myriad poisons. Its value already comparable to a low-grade profound tier magical artifact. How could a mere Emu sword be worth such an exorbitant price? Why wouldn't he simply purchase the pill from surrounding marketplaces? Wang the fatty's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he cautiously explained. Rumor has it that none of the nearby markets carry this particular pill. Hence, he's spreading word within the sect, hoping by chance to encounter someone who possesses it. Qin Feng nodded and retrieved 20 inferior spirit stones from his storage ring, handing them to Wang Fatty before taking out the wooden spirit boat and soaring towards the sect's direction. On this day, despite feeling utterly fatigued, the generous gifts from everyone motivated me to stay up and write an additional chapter. My heartfelt thanks go to Yin Chang for the prompt updates and the generous contributions. Truly a devoted fan. Chapter 58, The Xinming 9 Transformation Pill. As Qin Feng approached the mountain gate, he overheard numerous discussions regarding the Xinming 9 Transformation Pill, which filled him with excitement. After all, it was merely a 9-patterned elixir. If the information proved accurate, he could certainly concoct even more advanced pills. The area designated for the true disciples' dwellings was relatively deserted. Qin Feng strode past his own celestial demon cave, making his way towards the abode of his 5th senior sister, Sun Yulan. At the entrance of her dwelling, several pots of pink medicinal herbs were cultivated, exuding a delicate fragrance that was quite pleasant. At that moment, The stone door of the cave was firmly shut. Qin Feng produced a sound transmission talisman and tossed it inside. After a brief interval, the stone door creaked open, revealing Sun Yulan at the threshold, her attire tinged with the charred scent of alchemical concoctions. With a look of utter fatigue, she inquired, "Junior brother, what brings you here?" Qin Feng straightforwardly inquired, "I have heard that the master of Luyun Peak is in urgent need of the Xianming 9 turns elixir. Sister, have you come across this matter?" During my recent seclusion for alchemy, Sun Yulan appeared perplexed, as if a thought had struck her. She covered her mouth and chuckled softly, saying, "Junior brother, are you hoping to exchange for the Emu sword in his possession?" "Coincidentally, I happen to have one." Qin Feng refrained from mentioning the matter of the Emu sword. Feigning concern as he inquired, "If I were to offer him the elixir, might he have second thoughts?" A smile graced Sun Yulan's face as she confidently patted her chest and replied, "What is there to worry about? Although the Chongqing sword sect may lack a favorable reputation in the eyes of outsiders, we remain steadfast in our commitments to our own." "Very well. I shall trust you this once." In his heart, Qin Feng quietly murmured to himself. After bidding farewell to Sun Yulan, he proceeded directly towards the medicinal herb repository of Xianming Peak. This repository housed the entire sect's collection of herbs and was accessible to the disciples, provided they could afford the spirit stones required for purchase. By the time he arrived at the repository, evening had already set in. Two inner sect disciples stood at the entrance, and upon seeing Qin Feng, their eyes instantly gleamed with servile smiles. "Elder Qin, how may we assist you?" "I wish to enter the Wan'an Pavilion to browse, and I shall procure some herbs shortly." "Elder Qin, please follow me," one of the inner disciples promptly replied, leading Qin Feng towards the direction of the Wan'an Pavilion. Although there were restrictions upon entering the pavilion, they possessed the tokens necessary to bypass these barriers. Qin Feng ventured through the Wandan Pavilion, diligently searching until he discovered the recipe for the Xianming 9 transformation elixir, which he transcribed. As he exited, he passed by the spot where the longevity pill had previously been displayed. To his dismay, the books on the longevity pill had vanished. He then departed from the Wandan Pavilion. Qin Feng handed the recently copied alchemical formula to the disciple waiting at the door and instructed, "Please gather 10 sets of the required medicinal ingredients according to this formula." The disciple glanced at the formula, and a look of difficulty immediately clouded his expression upon seeing the mention of the Xianming 9 Revolutions pill. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the matter?" Elder Shin had already issued a warning earlier in the morning. Disciples of the Divine Elixir Peak are forbidden from utilizing these herbs. The gatekeeper's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment, and Qin Feng's expression immediately darkened. The Elder Shin in question was none other than his second senior brother, Shinchong. However, what did my master imply? The sect leader, Gufeng, had not mentioned anything, yet Elder Shin insisted on using these herbs. Qin Feng fell into silence. The Xianming 9 transformation pill was a pinnacle elixir of the human tier. Could he truly possess the confidence to concoct it? Nevertheless, he was resolute in acquiring the necessary medicinal herbs. With the sect's identity token in hand, he addressed the two individuals with an indifferent tone. "My master has stated that my status is equal to Shinchong's. I will not make it difficult for you. Swiftly gather 10 sets of herbs." The expressions of the two guardians of the medicinal herb repository became strained as they exchanged glances. Yet they ultimately resolved to assist Qin Feng in collecting the herbs. Moments later, 10 bundles of medicinal herbs appeared at the entrance of the repository, each containing over 100 plants. In addition, there were numerous other materials, such as ice spirit stones and Xianming stone dust. "Elder Qin, one rare herb is still lacking, and you must retrieve it yourself." "What is missing?" "Fire spirit fruit essence." Qin Feng remained silent, promptly collecting the medicinal herbs scattered on the ground into his storage ring before turning to leave. The fire spirit fruit essence requires at least a century-old fire spirit fruit to steep overnight in order to be formed. Although this item is exceedingly rare, he just so happens to possess one. As for the cost of the herbs, it will be deducted from his monthly salary, negating the need for any spirit stones. As soon as Qin Feng departed, Shinchong arrived in swift succession. He was accompanied by a man clad in white, whose face bore a charming smile as he addressed, "Brother Qin, if you assist me in this matter, I shall treat you to a drink in Tianqing City on another day." The man in white stood tall, his complexion strikingly handsome and fair, exuding an aura of refined elegance akin to that of jade. In response to Shinchong's flattery, he merely offered a nonchalant acknowledgement. Upon reaching the entrance of the medicinal herb repository, Shinchong's demeanor shifted dramatically as he ordered the disciples on guard to present all the materials for the Xianming 9 transformation pill. When he discovered that only 5 or 6 sets remained, his countenance darkened significantly. Why is there so little? He demanded. Elder Qin just visited and took away 10 sets of materials, came the reply. 5 or 6 sets should suffice, the man in white interjected confidently. Shinchong, however, glared at the two with a stormy expression, his voice rising in anger. Did I not instruct that no one is to utilize these materials? His imposing presence radiated fury, as if he wished to execute the 2 disciples on the spot. One disciple, terrified, immediately fell to his knees, stammering. He claims to possess equal standing with you and thus has the right to use the materials. Equal standing? Shinchong's eyes darkened with a shadow of menace. While it was true that their statuses were momentarily equivalent, that would soon change, once the man in white had secured the materials into his storage ring. Shinchong reluctantly accompanied him towards the alchemy area on Shinan Peak. The fierce heat of the earth in the alchemy zone made it the unparalleled choice for concocting high-grade elixirs. Qin Feng returned to Wonia Mountain. Upon entering his cave, the first task he undertook was to retrieve the Millennium Fire Spirit fruit, which he then soaked in spring water. A single soaking would not adversely affect the precious fruit. Even if it were to spoil, the essence extracted would still retain its value, ensuring that no losses would be incurred. While the fire spirit fruit infused, Qin Feng took a leisurely stroll around the mountain's peak. The medicinal fields were meticulously tended by the earth spirit ape, devoid of any weeds. And even the surrounding areas were pristine and free from unwanted vegetation, creating a visually pleasing landscape. The earth spirit ape was amusing itself in a vacant patch of the medicinal fields, playfully pushing a massive stone. Its aura had grown remarkably stronger, far surpassing its initial state upon arrival, exhibiting a strength that had multiplied several times over. This must be its unique method of training, indeed. Qin Feng cast a glance using his divination technique, as the earth spirit ape exerted itself to push the colossal stone. Each surge of strength emanated a powerful and vibrant aura of blood and energy. Although the creature possessed spiritual power, it appeared that the earth spirit ape had yet to discover the means of harnessing this power, relying solely on brute force to move the immense boulder. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Feng waved his hand directly at the earth spirit ape. Upon noticing his master's call, the earth spirit ape immediately rushed over, and upon arriving before him, it obediently crouched down, awaiting Qin Feng's command. Qin Feng pointed at the sapling of the Beast King tree beside him and said, "This is quite precious, do you know?" The earth spirit ape immediately nodded, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Qin Feng retrieved the high-grade spirit plant liquid from his storage ring, instructing it, "From now on, you must water this sapling with the spirit plant liquid daily, without fail. Do you understand?" The earth spirit ape turned around, cautiously lying down to glance at the Beast King sapling, a solemn expression reflected in its eyes as it nodded in acknowledgement. It had previously observed the Beast King sapling countless times, yet was thwarted by Qin Feng's restrictions. "Starting tomorrow, you shall water it once each day, without touching it. Otherwise, I shall feast upon your monkey brain." The earth spirit ape nodded fervently, clutching its head and scampering away. It had now come to fully comprehend what a monkey brain entailed. Was it not the very essence of its own mind? Witnessing the earth spirit ape's exaggerated reaction, Qin Feng could not help but roll his eyes before turning to enter his cave abode to commence his cultivation. After a night had passed, the fire spirit fruit essence had steeped perfectly. The fruit in the basin remained unchanged, yet the spring water had transformed into a dark red, somewhat viscous liquid, exuding a delicate fragrance. Qin Feng retrieved the dwindling supply of true fire charcoal from his storage ring and set it aside, then proceeded to extract all the herbs required for the Xianming 9 transformation pill. Although it was his inaugural attempt at concocting such a sophisticated elixir, he felt no hint of anxiety. For him, merely producing a failed pill would suffice as a success. Chapter 59, The Transaction with a Resounding Roar. The true fire charcoal ignited, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that voraciously scorched the base of the 10,000 Demons Cauldron. Although the temperature did not rival that of the earth fire found at the Divine Pill Peak, Qin Feng believed it would be adequate for the creation of a failed pill. As the heat gradually intensified, he began to add the herbs into the cauldron in succession. Within less than half a stick of incense, all the herbs had amalgamated into a pale green medicinal paste within the cauldron. Only then did Qin Feng introduce the essence of the fire spirit fruit. Moments later, the paste had fully formed, exuding a series of enchanting aromas, signaling that it was time for pill separation. To ensure that the subsequent synthesis would flawlessly yield a top-tier human-grade pill, Qin Feng opted for the maximum division of 12 pills. A single batch yielding 12 pills was already the pinnacle of alchemical practice in this realm. Yet it was not Qin Feng's limit. Shortly thereafter, the medicinal paste within the cauldron was divided into 12 portions, and the 10,000 Demons Cauldron began to tremble slightly. Boom! Before he could proceed to the next step, the cauldron erupted. Truly, human-grade pills possessed remarkable potency. With a sigh of contemplation, Qin Feng promptly retrieved the discarded pills from the Wanma cauldron, cradling them in his palm for inspection. These medicinal materials had been separated but had not yet undergone the process of refinement into pills before the furnace exploded, leaving them in a state far from perfection. They now appeared as neatly formed black charred crystals. Qin Feng was somewhat concerned that it might not meet the criteria for a defective pill. Yet before his eyes appeared a line of delicate script, unformed profound nether revolving pill. Upon consumption, the body turns cold as frost, blood congeals, with the potential risk of freezing to death. Can be synthesized into inferior profound nether revolving pill. Could this truly be viable? A look of astonishment flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he promptly commenced the refinement of the next batch of elixirs. The cycle continued, and soon 5 furnaces of potions were successfully concocted. Before Qin Feng lay more than 50 black crystals exuding a burnt aroma. These crystals shimmered with a brilliance unlike ordinary carbonized elixirs. Indeed, human-grade elixirs are truly extraordinary. With a sigh of contemplation, Qin Feng commenced the synthesis. During the process, one furnace experienced a catastrophic explosion, resulting in the destruction of 3 inferior elixirs, leaving him with 57 remnants of the Xianming 9-turn waste elixir. After 2 rounds of synthesis, Qin Feng successfully obtained 14 elixirs. The Xianming 9-turn elixir, a top-tier human-grade potion, possesses the remarkable ability to neutralize all poisons in the world, counteract any fire-related toxins, cleanse the body, enhance physical constitution, and facilitate the smooth absorption of spiritual energy. It can be further synthesized into the Xianming Ghost Elixir. Was it due to the elevated initial quality of the Xianming 9-turn elixir that only 2 syntheses were required to attain its rightful standard? Gazing at the 14 Xianming 9-turn elixirs before him, Qin Feng felt as though he were caught in a dream. Reflecting on his previous experiences in alchemy, he had never encountered such an occurrence. Indeed, the difficulty of crafting other elixirs paled in comparison to that of the Xianming 9-turn elixir. After collecting all the elixirs, Qin Feng took out a small vial to contain one of the Xianming 9-turn elixirs. Once he tidied up the remnants of the alchemical process, he swiftly departed from the cave, intending to exchange for a Emu sword at the sect. It was midday, and as he stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of snowflakes gently cascading, initially delicate as fragments of grass. Moments later, the snowflakes grew larger, transforming into a flurry of thick, goose-feather-like snow. Had winter arrived so swiftly? Qin Feng gazed blankly at the falling snowflakes outside. Since his breakthrough in foundational cultivation, he had long ceased to pay attention to the fluctuations in temperature, only now realizing the change of seasons upon witnessing the snowfall. Time indeed flies. The Eternal Life Sword sect boasts dozens of peaks, among which 7 stand closest to the Eternal Life Peak, collectively known as the 7 Sons of Eternal Life, with Flowing Cloud Peak being one of them. Upon reaching the foot of Flowing Cloud Peak, the surroundings were already enveloped in a vast expanse of white. As the heavy snow continued to descend, transforming the world into a canvas of purity, Qin Feng sought the guidance of a companion and made his way directly towards the Grand Hall of Luyan Peak. The individual leading him was a disciple from Luyan Peak, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, appearing to be merely 17 or 18 years of age, with a silver-white spear adorned with red tassels slung across his back. The aura emanating from this disciple surpassed that of most individuals from Shindan Peak, as the latter primarily focused on alchemy, while the disciples from the 7 peaks were predominantly warriors. During their journey, the young man, with a troubled expression, turned to Qin Feng and inquired, "Esteemed elder, do you truly possess the Xianming 9 transformations pill?" Qin Feng glanced at him with a hint of confusion and inquired, "Why do you ask?" Sighing, he continued, "Recently, many have spoken of miraculous elixirs, only to discover upon arrival that they were merely similar in effect. The sect leader has been incensed on several occasions. Is the Xianming 9 transformation pill truly indispensable?" His expression revealed a sense of frustration, and he halted his steps, awkwardly stating, "Elder Qin, if you do not possess the Xianming 9 transformation pill, perhaps we should refrain from going. I do possess it. Let us proceed." With a smile, Qin Feng waved his hand at him and then proceeded directly towards the mountain. At the summit of Luyan Peak, numerous edifices had been erected, along with several training grounds paved with dark stone slabs. Many individuals were practicing their techniques there, honing their physical prowess. The aura emanating from these practitioners was formidable. Upon noticing Qin Feng clad in the white robe of Shindan Peak, even without exchanging greetings, they displayed obsequious smiles. The two traversed the training grounds and arrived at the entrance of a spacious courtyard. The young man respectfully stated, "Elder Qin, this is the residence of our peak master. I shall convey your message." Qin Feng stood in place, observing as he approached the entrance and engaged in a lengthy discussion with the gatekeeping disciples. After what seemed like an eternity, he handed over 2 spirit stones before returning. "Elder Qin, everything has been arranged," the young man exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he gestured towards the courtyard entrance. Qin Feng, however, felt a twinge of frustration. Here he was, delivering life-saving elixirs to their peak master. Yet he had to offer some form of inducement to gain entry? "Let us in, our master awaits inside." The 2 gatekeepers cast a blank glance at Qin Feng before turning away, showing no inclination to guide him. Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at the 2 individuals, his heart sinking further into gloom. When did cultivators in the foundation establishment stage become so audacious? However, their reckless demeanor typically foreshadowed a short-lived existence. As he entered the courtyard, he beheld a residence constructed from exquisite boxwood, with an array of blades, spears, swords, and various magical artifacts adorning the grand hall. Upon stepping into the hall, he was immediately struck by the unusual atmosphere emanating from the adjacent side room. The surrounding environment was frigid, while the temperature within that chamber was searing, with copious amounts of dark crimson steam seeping through the cracks of the door, creating a truly chilling spectacle. Qin Feng approached the door and knocked gently, calling out, "I am Qin Feng, the 6th disciple of Gugo Dan, seeking an audience with the master of Luyan Peak." A voice, slightly hoarse, responded from within, "What is the matter?" Qin Feng promptly replied, "I have heard that you urgently require the Xianming 9 transformation pill, and I happen to possess one." Silence ensued, and shortly after, the door opened. 2 maidens, clad in elegant white robes and adorned with veils that accentuated their beauty, stepped forth and bowed in unison before Qin Feng, greeting him. "We pay our respects to Elder Qin." The presence of the maidens suggested a preliminary assessment of the pill's efficacy. Noticing the thick red mist swirling from within, Qin Feng grew concerned about potential contagion. So he chose not to linger on formalities and directly retrieved the Xianming 9 transformation pill from his storage ring, presenting it without hesitation. Chapter 60. The arrival of the Emu sword in the courtyard. A biting wind howled as heavy snowflakes fell like goose feathers, enveloping the surroundings in a frigid atmosphere. The 2 disciples stationed at the entrance tucked their hands into their sleeves, quietly conversing about the latest influx of female disciples within the sect and speculating on who among them possessed the greatest beauty. Qin Feng paced back and forth upon the heavy snow, attempting to retreat his hands into his sleeves, finally feeling a hint of chill. "Ah, the essence of winter has arrived." At that moment, a sudden wail emanated from within the house in the courtyard, unmistakably the voice of the master of Luyan Peak. For there were no other men inside. "This is dire. The master has coughed up blood." 2 maidservants, flustered and frantic, dashed out of the house calling for help, swiftly darting past Qin Feng and out of the courtyard while continuing their cries. The 2 disciples stationed at the gate squinted at Qin Feng without uttering a word. They drew their flying swords and coldly exclaimed, "What have you done to our master?" Qin Feng was utterly dumbfounded. He had indeed provided the profound Nether 9 Revolutions pill. There was no mistake. Soon, a large crowd of disciples from Luyan Peak gathered around, each wearing a hostile expression, their cold gazes fixed upon him. Under such circumstances, it was nearly impossible to defend himself, so Qin Feng decided to turn and enter the house to investigate. Suddenly, a burly figure leaped out from the crowd, launching a silver-white dagger straight at his back. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Qin Feng could only draw forth the Yin-Yang Mother and Sun shield for defense. At the same time, a flicker of anger ignited within him as he shouted at the crowd, "Indeed, I have provided the Xianming 9 transformations pill. I merely wish to enter and assess the situation of the Peak Master. Do you still intend to enter and harm my revered master?" The burly man who had struck earlier spoke, his voice resonating like thunder, his gaze betraying a sense of vigilance. "Damn you!" Qin Feng erupted in furious reproach. Gripping the Yin-Yang Mother and Child shield tightly, he addressed the assembly. "Then you should enter and carry the person out. If they are dead, I shall accept it. To act before even a trace of clarity has emerged, is this the hospitality of your flowing cloud peak?" A heavy silence enveloped the crowd. At such a moment, if a life were lost, the first to engage would undoubtedly face considerable repercussions. As the assembly hesitated, a burly man, maintaining his composure, declared, "I shall go and see." With that, he strode past Qin Feng and made his way towards the door, only to halt abruptly at its threshold. "What is happening?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, simultaneously preparing to summon the swift-flying shuttle. Should the worst come to pass, he would make his swift exit, forsaking the troublesome Emu sword. "Master, are you all right?" A man asked respectfully at the side door, the situation obscured from outsiders. The onlookers held their breath, awaiting the response. When the master of Luyan Peak weakly replied, "I am fine. Please invite Master Qin in." Understood. The burly man, his complexion flushed, immediately turned and exited the courtyard. Bowing to Qin Feng as he spoke, "Master Qin, I was concerned that my esteemed teacher was overly anxious. I offer my apologies." "No worries," Qin Feng replied. Qin Feng waved his hand to retract the yin-yang mother and child shield, then turned to enter the room. As he reached the doorway, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses. The room was brightly lit, revealing a man in his 40s clad in a black robe, seated on the bed as he cultivated to heal his injuries. Beside the bed stood a large water tank exuding an icy aura, filled with blood both in the tank and on the floor. The man was Mo Wenjian, the master of Luyan Peak. Despite his formidable strength, his aura was currently feeble, clearly afflicted by severe fire poison. Junior Qin Feng pays his respects to the esteemed elder. "You are the disciple of the old man Ge." "You may call me Uncle Mo," the man replied, opening his eyes. His complexion had regained a healthy flush, and he gazed at Qin Feng with a beaming smile. "The Shenming 9 transformation pill is invaluable. Speak, what reward do you desire?" A look of delight emerged on Qin Feng's face as he promptly declared, "Disciple desires the Imu sword." With a mere gesture, Mo Wenjian summoned 2 items at the bedside. One was an elongated sword, measuring 4 feet in length and 3 inches in width, exquisitely smooth and remarkably sharp. The other was a bamboo scroll, the contents of which remained obscured. In a calm tone, he remarked, "While the Imu sword is indeed precious, your elixir has saved my life. Thus, I bestow upon you the Luyan sword technique of Luyan Peak, but it must be cultivated solely by you." "Thank you, Master Uncle." Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cautiously approached the bedside, carefully stowing away the Imu sword and the Luyan sword technique into his storage ring. The disciple then took his leave. "Very well, be on your way." Once outside the room, Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully acquired the Imu sword. The other disciples had already dispersed, leaving only the gatekeeper, the young lad who had guided him, and the burly man who had just sparred with Qin Feng. The man appeared to be around 30 years of age, with a simple and honest demeanor. He stood at the entrance of the courtyard, a look of sincere regret on his face as he smiled at Qin Feng. Upon seeing Qin Feng emerge from the courtyard, he immediately spoke with heartfelt sincerity, "Junior brother Qin, I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to send word." "Rest assured, senior brother, I hold no ill will," Qin Feng replied amicably. A smile graced Qin Feng's face as he waved his hand, producing several low-grade spirit stones to offer to the guiding youth before taking his leave. The snow continued to fall. The accumulation on the path had become quite profound, crunching beneath his feet. To the left, a few playful female disciples were engaged in the delightful task of building a snowman, while to the right, 2 young men diligently practiced their sword techniques beneath a pine tree. Qin Feng proceeded directly down the mountain, amidst the gently falling snowflakes. He vaguely discerned 2 figures shrouded in the tempest. As he drew nearer, he recognized one of them to be Shinchong's, while the identity of the other remained unknown to him. Upon recognizing Qin Feng, Shinchong's expression immediately hardened, and he feigned ignorance as he walked past without acknowledgement. "Brother Shin, does this person hold any grievances against you? Does he even have the right? He is merely a named disciple due to our master's benevolence." Their conversation was not loud, yet they spoke without any attempt at discretion. Qin Feng curled his lips in disdain, silently cursing Shinchong's parents before departing from the sect. Meanwhile, Shinchong, accompanied by his companions, skillfully ascended to the summit of Luyan Peak. With an impassive expression, he addressed the 2 disciples stationed at the gate, stating, "We wish to see Master Mo." The disciple in charge, retracting his hands into his sleeves, replied nonchalantly, "Our master is currently preparing for seclusion." Shinchong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is he not afflicted by fire poison and in urgent need of the Shenming 9 transformation pill?" The disciple retorted, "Who are you?" "You may see our master, but—" One of them began to rub his fingers, clearly implying a desire for a bribe. With a sharp crack, the sound of a resounding slap echoed as a bright red mark appeared on the face of the disciple who had been rubbing his fingers. He raised his hand to cover his face, his expression filled with resentment. Shinchong massaged his wrist, coldly regarding the disciple as he asked, "Do you know who I am?" "I do not." With 2 more resounding slaps, Shinchong strode directly into the courtyard, leaving the white-clad figure standing in place, awaiting his return. Moments later, Shinchong emerged, seething with anger, a Shenming 9 transformation pill clutched in his hand, his complexion ashen. "Brother Shin, What transpired? That scoundrel Qin Feng got ahead of me. His name is Qin Feng? No wonder his aura bears some resemblance to that of my old rival. A subtle expression crossed the face of the white-clad man, while Shinchang's countenance brightened with joy. He quickly inquired, Brother Qin, do you have a grudge against him as well? I have no personal enmity with him, but I do harbor animosity towards his sister from the Misty Rain Tower. I intend to make her taste the bitterness of losing cherished loved ones. Misty Rain Tower. As Qin Feng returned to Wonia Mountain, he felt a warmth in his ears, prompting him to stand quietly at the entrance of the cave, lost in contemplation. His second senior brother, Shinchong, was engaged in the control of the medicinal ingredients for the Xinming 9 transformation elixir and had ventured to Luyan Peak today, accompanied by an individual who appeared rather formidable. Based on the timing, it is highly probable that he ascended Luyan Peak to deliver the elixir. Having acted preemptively, what schemes might he now be concocting? How splendid it would be to devise a talisman that could sever the threads of causation, ensuring that even an act of murder within the sect would go undetected. Qin Feng touched his feverish ears, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. Rather than sitting idly by, he resolved to take the initiative. With this thought, he promptly ventured to Taishan Feng, acquiring a substantial quantity of materials for crafting talismans, as well as pertinent literature. Chapter 61. Plotting the Second Emu Sword. By the time he returned with his purchases, night had already fallen. Qin Feng observed a shadow furtively scurrying towards the foot of Wonia Mountain, conspicuously visible against the snowy landscape of the night. Who could it be at such a late hour? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and cast a glance, promptly maneuvering the wooden spirit boat to pursue. As he drew near, the figure became aware of Qin Feng's presence, halting in its tracks and turning around. As Qin Feng prepared to activate the exquisite fire spirit talisman, the other party hastily removed the black cloth concealing their face and exclaimed, "It is I." A clear and cold voice resonated, drawing Qin Feng's attention to the fair and somewhat delicate countenance hidden beneath the veil. "What are you up to?" Qin Feng furrowed his brows as he gazed at Ding Shuli, whose petite face was flushed crimson from the cold. She was panting heavily, her hair disheveled, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. "I had no intention of doing anything," Ding Shuli stammered, a hint of panic flickering in her eyes. She then turned her gaze away, looking into the distance as if to evade Qin Feng's penetrating stare. Quite perplexing, isn't it? As Qin Feng prepared to turn away, he suddenly realized that she exuded no trace of spiritual energy, appearing instead as an ordinary person. The direction she was headed was towards a ravine at the foot of Mount Wenyo. When the Grand Formation was in operation, the ravine was largely enveloped, rendering it unrecognizable to anyone unfamiliar with Mount Wenyo. In an instant, Qin Feng deduced her current predicament. With the disciples of the Eternal Life Sword sect searching for him, concealment was the wisest course of action. However, while she had fortified the formation at Dingxiang Mountain, she had chosen to hide at the foot of Mount Wenyo, an astute move, akin to hiding in plain sight. Although the ravine offered safety, the conditions were ultimately rather lacking to provide her with an avenue of escape. Qin Feng resolved to find a reason to bring her back to his cave abode and thus inquired, "Are you skilled in talisman crafting?" "What is it?" Ding Shuli's face displayed a look of confusion. "If you can craft talismans, return with me to my cave and teach me the art." She stood there in a conflicted silence, and Qin Feng seized the opportunity, lowering the wooden spirit boat and wrapping his arms around her waist, effortlessly lifting her onto the vessel. As he embraced her, he noticed how icy her body felt, her lower half drenched from the snowmelt. Upon returning to Mount Wenyo, he gently set her down on the ground and then asked, "What about your cultivation?" "I have sealed it away. For now, I am just an ordinary person. You need not worry about my actions." Ding Shuli cast a blank glance at Qin Feng before standing still, uncertain. She too was concerned about the formations that might be present atop his mountain. "You are absolutely safe here, as long as you do not act recklessly. I have no objection to you restoring your cultivation. I will change my clothes first." Ding Shuli felt for the bundle at her back and then turned to enter the adjacent cave. As the stone door of the cave closed behind her, the Earth Spirit Ape leapt out from behind the mountain peak, incessantly pointing at the stone door with a curious expression in its eyes, perhaps eager to uncover the identity of the new bipedal creature. Qin Feng gently patted its head and said, "Consider her as a guest. But you must keep a close watch on the things in this mountain. Do not allow her to meddle, understood?" The Earth Spirit Ape immediately nodded vigorously. To it. Ding Shuli was merely an ordinary human, posing no threat whatsoever. Go and gather some firewood to start a fire. After dispatching the Earth Spirit Ape, Qin Feng retrieved the emu sword from his storage ring. During his time at Luyan Mountain, he had not had the opportunity to examine it closely, but now, holding it in his hand, he discovered its weight to be comparable to that of an ordinary iron sword. The Emu sword possesses a sharpness that rivals that of a top-tier yellow-grade flying sword. It is exceedingly rigid, capable of both cleaving and hacking, yet prone to breaking when faced with a thrust. It can be synthesized into a divine wood sword. Indeed, synthesis is possible. As he focused on the Emu sword, a line of text immediately materialized before him, filling Qin Feng with immense excitement. At that moment, the Earth Spirit Ape returned, carrying a bundle of firewood as thick as his waist. Qin Feng stepped forward, raising his hand to cleave through the firewood with his wooden sword. The blade glided effortlessly, slicing through the entire bundle of logs as if cutting through flowing water. The severed pieces of wood, deprived of their support, began to slide and crackle with each movement. How remarkably sharp it was! Staring at the neatly severed ends of the firewood, Qin Feng was left dumbfounded, wishing he could immediately rush back to the Eternal Life Sword sect to acquire more. If the wooden sword was this formidable, how powerful would the divine wood sword be? As he stored the items in his spatial ring, Qin Feng found his mind consumed with fantasies about acquiring a second wooden sword. His senior brother also possessed a wooden sword. Perhaps it was time to have a heart-to-heart with him? Reflecting on Xinchang's demeanor towards him, the thought of seeking him out for a discussion emerged in Qin Feng's mind. In the ruthless world of cultivation, one must often adopt a proactive approach. With this realization, Qin Feng's resolve to learn talisman crafting grew stronger. He retrieved a book on talisman creation from his spatial ring. The 4 arts of cultivation encompass alchemy, formations, weapon forging, and talisman crafting, which are the most commonly employed methods among cultivators. Talisman crafting, like alchemy, is divided into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and man, with those below the man grade referred to as inferior talismans. For instance, the Fire Serpent Talisman is the most basic among the inferior talismans. Talismans essentially encapsulate spells within their form, requiring the activation of spiritual energy when needed to release their power. In the darkness, the campfire crackled softly, casting a warm glow. Qin Feng held a tome filled with numerous spells, engrossed in its contents. At that moment, Ding Shuli had already changed into her attire within the cave dwelling. Clad in a white, waist-cinching gown that accentuated her graceful curves, she possessed an exquisite charm even without the application of makeup. Her cascading locks, resembling a waterfall, were adorned with a blue hairpin, which further enhanced her elegance. After completing her preparations, Ding Shuli turned her attention to the layout of the cave. The stone bed, stone table, practice room, and alchemy chamber were all devoid of furnishings, save for 3 jade structures resembling pagodas in the practice room. Is he truly this frugal? Ding Shuli pondered for a moment before she opened the cave door and stepped outside. Upon exiting, her gaze fell upon the verdant medicinal fields, accompanied by a tree of modest height beside the dwelling. As she reached out to touch the tender green leaves, a refreshing coolness enveloped her fingertips, and she inhaled a subtle scent of tea. Is this a spirit tea tree? Ding Shuli cast a puzzled glance at Qin Feng, having concealed her internal spiritual energy, rendering her unable to employ her divination skills to ascertain the true value of the spirit tea tree before her. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, then inquired, "Senior sister, are you aware of any spells capable of obscuring causality? What I mean is, for instance, if I were to kill Zhang Shun, the sect would have means to trace my actions. I wish to learn a technique that would render me undetectable by the sect. Do you understand my intent?" Ding Shuli appeared perplexed, casting a wary glance at Qin Feng. She replied with a smirk, "To sever causality, one must at least reach the divine transformation stage. What about malevolent cultivators? Do they possess any methods?" Qin Feng truly felt an urgent need for a spell capable of impeccably handling a scene post-murder, his eyes glinting with an intense thirst for knowledge. Ding Shuli stared blankly at Qin Feng for a considerable time, seemingly lost in thought. After a brief moment, she sighed and said, "I possess a technique known as the 1,000 Venomous Insects, which can gnaw at the enemy's artifacts, corpses, and even cleanse the surrounding spiritual energy and any lingering essence. This is likely what you wish to learn at present." Chapter 62. No such talisman? Then I shall create one myself. The 1,000 Venomous Insects technique requires one to absorb toxic gas into the body to be utilized as spiritual energy, allowing for a more formidable eruption at any moment. Merely employing spiritual energy to perform the 1,000 Venomous Insects technique yields minimal power, sufficient only to devour corpses. For Qin Feng, it sufficed that the 1,000 insects possessed the ability to consume both corpses and essences. The magnitude of power could be entrusted to synthesis. However, upon hearing that maximizing the technique's power necessitated the retention of toxic gas within the body, Qin Feng's expression abruptly stiffened, a chill running down his spine. If she indeed harbored toxic gas within her body, did that not mean he had been teetering on the brink of the underworld with his previous actions? What troubles you? Ding Shuli inquired, puzzled by Qin Feng's demeanor, assuming he had little interest in the 1,000 venomous insects technique. After a prolonged silence, Qin Feng finally ventured to ask, "Do you harbor toxic gas within your body?" Upon noticing the peculiar pallor on Qin Feng's face, Ding Shuli instantly grasped his inner turmoil, a strange smile gracing her lips. Though she chose to remain silent, Qin Feng increasingly felt a tingling sensation at the scalp. His gaze focused inward as he promptly channeled his spiritual energy to examine his physical condition, leaving no aspect unchecked, including his Qi Si and consciousness Si. Despite his thorough investigation, he could find no signs of abnormalities. "Stop looking. I indeed poisoned you the first time," Ding Shuli retorted, casting a sideways glance at Qin Feng as she sat impatiently on a large stone beside the fire. "If you wish to learn, then learn. If not, so be it." "I will learn, but only the less potent variants," he replied. Throughout that night, Qin Feng devoted himself to mastering the 1,000 venomous insect technique. Although Ding Shuli had sealed her cultivation, she was still able to impart the essential techniques verbally. The 1,000 venomous insect technique is a relatively advanced spell, when mastered. It conjures a dense cloud of venomous insects that obliterates all in its path, leaving nothing but desolation. Ancient venomous ancestor, with boundless Tao, insect lord and lady, assist me in ascending to immortality. As Qin Feng silently recited the incantation, his fingers danced with precision, causing the wood attribute's spiritual energy within him to surge throughout his body. Gradually, it manifested as a layer of black mist enveloping him. With a decisive flick of his finger, he directed the mist towards a stone the size of a grinding wheel. Release. The black mist, seemingly imbued with a will of its own, lunged at the stone with fervor. A sizzling sound resonated, akin to a corrosive dissolution, as the smooth surface of the stone was swiftly gnawed upon by the poisonous apparitions formed by the mist, leaving behind a multitude of pockmarks. However, Qin Feng had yet to fully master this spell. The black mist dissipated after merely 3 breaths, leaving behind a stone marred with imperfections. Witnessing Qin Feng's ability to execute the 1,000 poison insect technique in such a brief span, Ding Shuli's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite possessing dual spiritual roots of water and wood, which perfectly aligned with the technique, it had taken him 2 full days to achieve the same feat. He was taken aback by Qin Feng's remarkable comprehension, especially given his status as a 5-element root with seemingly limited potential. At this moment, dawn had broken. Qin Feng continued to stand in the adjacent clearing, tirelessly employing the 1,000 poisons insect technique against a stone. After several incantations, the stone, along with the surrounding weeds, was entirely consumed, leaving even a small pit in the soil. With a grimace of pain, Qin Feng retrieved his fire sword, intending to ascertain whether the 1,000 poisons insect technique could also devour essences. The fire sword was his contracted artifact, deeply imprinted in both essence and intuition. If he could not sense its presence after the technique was applied, it would signify success. With this thought, Qin Feng placed the fire sword on the ground and commenced the incantation. The fire sword, being a mystical-grade artifact, proved challenging to consume, yet Qin Feng remained undeterred, persistently casting the spell. As daylight broke, the entire Wonita mountain became vividly discernible. Ding Shuli shifted her gaze from Qin Feng, meticulously surveying the surroundings. When she noticed a faint white mist enveloping the spirit tea tree beside the cave, her eyes widened in astonishment. She recognized it as the spirit energy released by the tree. The ability to emit visible spirit energy indicated that this tree must be at least 1,000 years old. While still reeling from this revelation, she glanced nearby and spotted a small sapling approximately 7 inches tall. The sapling was lush and green, with over a dozen tender leaves swaying in the breeze, similarly releasing visible white spirit energy. Witnessing all of this, Ding Shuli immediately comprehended why Qin Feng's cultivation had surged so dramatically. These 2 spirit trees could emit spirit energy, and with over 10 acres of spirit herb fields outside, the spirit energy on Wonia Mountain was at least double that of the outside world. Under such conditions, the speed of cultivation would naturally be exceedingly rapid. Noticing that Qin Feng was engrossed in the 1,000 poisons insect technique, Ding Shuli meandered over to the millennia-old spirit tea tree, seeking to alleviate her boredom. As she approached the spirit tea tree, she spotted a large wooden barrel near the stone wall, filled with a light green, viscous liquid. The quality of this spirit plant liquid must be at least of high grade, she mused, her eyes reflecting astonishment as she intended to move closer to confirm its quality. Suddenly, she felt a rush of warm air above her head. Looking up, she was taken aback to see a monkey's head, as large as a grinding stone, dangling from the mountainside, observing her intently. Perhaps due to the proximity, all she could see was its head. The earth spirit monkey emitted a sound and nimbly leaped before Ding Shuli, positioning itself protectively in front of the barrel containing the spirit plant liquid. Standing nearly a yard tall, the earth spirit monkey possessed a robust physique yet exuded a fluid grace, resembling a monkey more than anything else. Its eyes conveyed a reproachful expression, dissuading her from advancing further. Is this the earth spirit monkey? How could it possess such intelligence? Witnessing the anthropomorphic expression on the earth spirit monkey's face, Ding Shuli felt a renewed wave of astonishment. Previously, while changing clothes in the cave, she thought Qin Feng's conditions were rather humble, but now she realized how lavishly equipped he was, boasting spirit trees, spirit fields, and spirit beasts in abundance. The earth spirit monkey gestured for her to step back and then used a wooden ladle to water the millennia-old spirit tea tree and the beast king sapling with the spirit plant liquid. After completing this task, it lifted the barrel to irrigate the other herbs in the medicinal fields, its large frame performing the work with remarkable finesse. What an extraordinary creature! Ding Shuli was utterly astounded. Upon Qin Feng's return to the cave, she decided to lift her seal, retrieving a spirit-gathering array from her storage rings, casually setting it down, and laying down a barrier before sitting on the ground to begin her cultivation. At this moment, within the cave, Qin Feng sat beside the stone table, embarking on a study of talismans. Typically, the creation of a talisman involves inscribing specific patterns onto talisman paper, corresponding to the method of spellcasting, followed by the infusion of spiritual energy. Though it may appear straightforward, it is akin to alchemy. Even a slight misstep in one's breath can lead to failure. This process is based on established methods for crafting talismans. Yet no one had previously succeeded in transforming the thousand venom insect technique into a talisman. Thus, Qin Feng now needed to discover a symbol that could represent the thousand venom insect technique. Rustling sounds filled the air. Qin Feng grasped the talisman brush and swiftly inscribed peculiar runic patterns upon the talisman paper, subsequently channeling his spiritual energy into the intricate designs of the thousand venomous insects technique. With a resounding explosion, a small flame erupted from the paper, leaving only ashes in its wake. Failure is the mother of success. Once more. Again. As time flew by, 10 days had swiftly elapsed. During this period, Qin Feng had squandered over 1,000 sheets of talisman paper. His relentless focus and prolonged endeavor had rendered the whites of his eyes suffused with blood. Alas, the cost-effectiveness of this endeavor left much to be desired. Qin Feng set down his talisman brush, gazing at the freshly crafted talisman paper in his hand, his eyes betraying a sense of disappointment. Had he devoted these 10 days to diligently practicing the thousand venomous insect technique, he would likely have attained a minor proficiency by now. Not only had he squandered time in the pursuit of talisman making, but the discarded talisman papers had also cost him nearly 20 to 30,000. Qin Feng's expression was one of dejection as he placed the talisman he had just crafted in the center of the stone table. He then channeled his spiritual energy to invoke the thousand poison insect technique. Buzz! A radiant light flickered from the talisman, and Qin Feng's heart leaped with joy. He promptly retracted the magical energy he had unleashed. As the support of his spiritual power vanished, the luminous glow from the talisman instantly faded, revealing its dull yellow essence, with the patterns upon it appearing somewhat fragmented. At last, it seemed he had averted a catastrophe. With a heart brimming with joy, Qin Feng held the talisman paper in his hands, and suddenly, a line of small text appeared in his eyes. Abandoned thousand poison insect talisman. Unremarkable and of no particular use, suitable for burning. Can be synthesized into thousand poison insect talisman. Excitement suddenly flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. At last, it has been accomplished. Chapter 63. Advanced Human-Level Talismans, Demon-Eating Talisman. While other cultivators must meticulously execute each step in talisman crafting, Qin Feng's approach was remarkably different. He merely needed to create a rough draft and leave the rest to synthesis. The success rate of crafting a complete talisman was not particularly high, and furthermore, it consumed valuable time. Observing the discarded talismans before him, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of elation. He promptly took up his talisman brush, retrieved a sheet of talisman paper from the side, and, imitating the earlier rune patterns, began to draw with fluid grace. Honed through the practice of over 1,000 sheets of talisman paper, with a few swift strokes, he completed the talisman and then infused it with the thousand poison insect technique. Buzz! A dim light immediately illuminated the talisman paper. Should he continue, he would need to thoroughly inject the technique into the paper. A moment's inattention could ignite the paper and ruin his efforts. Naturally, Qin Feng chose to cease while ahead. As he withdrew his spiritual energy, the once radiant talisman paper began to lose its luster, swiftly transforming into scrap. With great enthusiasm, Qin Feng held 2 discarded talisman papers in his hands. Synthesis. In an instant, the discarded papers fused into one, transforming into a dark yellow talisman adorned with intricate patterns resembling insects, emanating a soft gray luminescence that rendered it extraordinarily remarkable. At last, success. Qin Feng held the 1,000 venomous insect talisman in his hand, overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears. He had tirelessly labored for a full 10 days and nights to obtain this talisman, and now the moment of fruition had finally arrived. After taking up his talisman pin and continuing to craft for approximately half an hour, Qin Feng successfully produced another 10,000 venomous insect talismans. Exiting the cave, he spotted Ding Shuli seated beside the spirit tea tree, engrossed in his cultivation. Not wishing to disturb him, Qin Feng proceeded to a nearby clearing, where he activated one of the talismans by channeling his spiritual energy into it. In an instant, the talisman transformed into a swirling black mist, enveloping a stone the size of a fist before him. This black mist was significantly more formidable than the 1,000 venomous insect technique Qin Feng had previously employed. Effortlessly consuming the stone in the blink of an eye, the insect mist lingered in place, persistently devouring the ground and forming a small pit until all the spiritual energy was expended, at which point it vanished. Once the stone had disappeared, Qin Feng employed the insight technique to examine the location, only to sense the presence of countless insects, devoid of any trace of the stone. When he had previously used the insect technique to devour the fire sword, he had similarly failed to detect its aura, though it appeared safe. Qin Feng opted to return to the cave to synthesize once more and reassess the situation. While his synthesis abilities were rather straightforward, he remained quite authoritative when it came to appraising items. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Qin Feng directly picked up 1,000 poison insect talisman and examined it in the palm of his hand. The 1,000 poison insect talisman is classified as a mid-level talisman, emanating a toxic miasma capable of devouring various substances, including spiritual energy. It can be synthesized into a high-level 1,000 poison insect talisman. In order to ascertain the upper limits of synthesis for the 1,000 poison insect talisman, Qin Feng crafted over 100 semi-finished talismans before commencing the complete synthesis. The resulting creations included the high-level 1,000 poison insect talisman, the human-level initial 1,000 poison insect talisman, the human-level intermediate 1,000 poison insect talisman, and the human-level advanced demon-eating talisman. The demon-eating talisman is categorized as a high-level human talisman, with the poisonous insect evolving into a demon insect, capable of consuming the laws of the heavens above and devouring the demons of hell below. When produced in sufficient quantity, it can even gnaw at the very fabric of heavenly principles. Having reached its pinnacle, it cannot be synthesized further. Distinct from other talismans, the demon-eating talisman exhibits a pale azure hue, radiating a blue luminescence that evokes a sense of oppression and foreboding, suggesting that it is far from an ordinary talisman. Is it truly the case that a talisman synthesized to its utmost limits possesses such formidable power? Qin Feng carefully placed the demon-eating talisman in the center of the stone table, feeling an overwhelming sense of awe within him. Although uncertain whether it could sever the causal ties, he surmised that with the existence of the demon-eating talisman, it would undoubtedly lead to rampant slaughter within the cultivation realm of the Zhao Kingdom. The intricacies of causal relationships and the laws of heaven are similarly profound. Even if there were discrepancies, they would be negligible at best. Thus far, such formidable beings had yet to emerge in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm. Contemplating this, Qin Feng felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, akin to a bird soaring high in the sky or a fish leaping freely in the vast ocean. At that moment, a sound transmission talisman suddenly shot in from outside the cave, followed by the voice of Shinchong emanating from the talisman. "Sixth junior brother, at midnight tonight, let us meet 300 miles east at the Qingyan Gorge. Fifth junior sister requests our assistance in subduing the winged golden bird." After hearing the transmission, Qin Feng promptly tucked away the talisman and exited the cave. Peering through the concealment array, he found the surroundings eerily empty. Clearly, Shinchong had departed immediately after delivering the message. A meeting at midnight, you say? A look of perplexity flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he pondered the authenticity of the matter at hand. If it were indeed the fifth senior sister seeking his assistance, it would be of little consequence. However, should this be a scheme orchestrated by Shinchong, he would need to make alternative preparations. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng resolved to retrieve the wooden spirit vessel and venture to the sect for further investigation. Upon arriving at the sect, he inquired far and wide. Yet there was no trace of fifth senior sister Sun Yulan. After some effort, he managed to find 2 individuals privy to her whereabouts, but they merely informed him that she had gone out to capture spirit beasts, with no one knowing her exact destination. Qin Feng had an inkling that something was amiss, and exercising caution was hardly excessive. Upon returning to the reclining Ox Mountain and entering his cave abode, he promptly retrieved all the remaining talismans in his possession. During his previous venture to retrieve the Myriad Demon's Cauldron, he had prepared numerous items that ultimately, when used, these could now serve as his hidden trump cards. Currently, he still possessed 87 high-grade Fire Serpent talismans, alongside over 300 Flying Sword talismans and Thunder Summoning talismans of comparable quality, though these had yet to be synthesized. It was better to be safe than sorry. Qin Feng meticulously crafted 20 exquisite Fire Serpent talismans, superb Flying Sword talismans, and extraordinary lightning-attracting talismans. The formidable power of these premium talismans is sufficient to vanquish mid-stage essence refinement practitioners, and even pose a threat to those at the late stage. With these 3 artifacts in his possession, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of security. Discarding a few at once would instill trepidation in even a formidable adversary like Mo1 Jian, a practitioner of the essence refinement stage. In addition to these, he also possessed the 9 Dragons Binding Sky Rope, the Yin-Yang Mother and Son Shield, the Moon-Piercing Flying Sword, the 1,000-Mile Flying Shuttle, the Spirit-Restoring Qi Pills, the Detoxifying Xianming 9-Turn Pills, and the Demon-Devouring Talismans. Qin Feng meticulously accounted for all his life-preserving items to ensure absolute preparedness. The synthesis of these talismans consumed a considerable amount of time. As Qin Feng stepped out of his cave once more, it was already dusk. The surrounding mountains lay adorned in a pristine white blanket of snow, sparkling in their silvery attire. The snowfall had ceased. The crimson sun, breaking through the clouds, cast its golden rays upon Mount Wenyo, transforming the entire peak into a resplendent hue of gold in that fleeting moment. Ding Shuli remained seated beside the spiritual tea tree, immersed in his cultivation. Qin Feng refrained from disturbing her and, in a moment of inspiration, withdrew the Thunderbolt Flying Sword to practice the Thunderbolt Sword technique. At this juncture, Qin Feng had already mastered the technique to an introductory level. The Thunderbolt Sword darted through the air with remarkable speed, creating a continuous sound of breaking through the void, accompanied by the rumblings of thunder. Though merely a flying sword, it emanated an imposing aura that subtly hinted at its domineering nature. In simpler terms, its true power remained uncertain, yet its appearance was undeniably formidable. After a brief hesitation, Qin Feng sheathed the flying sword and turned his gaze towards Ding Shuli, calling out to her, "Senior sister, I would like to trouble you with something." Ding Shuli opened her eyes, rising from her spot to retrieve a violet flying sword from her storage ring, gripping it firmly in her hand. Typically, she exuded an ethereal presence, untouched by worldly affairs. But at the moment she grasped the flying sword, an endless radiance burst forth from her being. With a hum, both of them simultaneously infused their respective flying swords with spiritual energy, causing the violet sword and the thunderbolt sword to entwine like resurrected serpents in an instant. They both employed the most basic attacking methods, akin to ordinary individuals wielding flying swords without any semblance of technique. Having acclimatized to the prevailing intensity, Qin Feng resolved to test the Thunderbolt Sword technique, while simultaneously probing her capabilities. "Be cautious, Ding Shiji." Qin Feng issued a reminder, and as his voice fell, the speed of the Thunderbolt Flying Sword accelerated, causing flashes of thunder to flicker in the void. In the blink of an eye, the Thunderbolt Sword gained the upper hand, relentlessly closing in on Ding Shuli. At that moment, a glimmer of triumph suddenly appeared in Ding Shuli's eyes. She swiftly flicked her hands, and in an instant, 2 violet flying swords soared from her palms. Chapter 64, Snowstorm Night, Ambush on Shinchong. What is happening? As Ding Shuli unleashed 3 flying swords, swiftly subduing the Thunderbolt Sword, Qin Feng felt a fog of confusion enveloping his mind. The Thunderbolt Sword technique comprises 27 forms, each more ferocious than the last. To test his utmost combat prowess, Qin Feng unleashed the final 10 moves of the Thunderbolt Sword technique. Boom! At the point of collision, the flying swords sparked with lightning, while the 3 violet flying swords arranged themselves in A shape, rotating effortlessly to neutralize the onslaught of the Thunderbolt Sword. Moments later, the 3 violet flying swords redirected their trajectory and charged towards Qin Feng. Despite the urgent rumbling of thunder in the void, the Thunderbolt Sword became almost indistinguishable, continuously blocking the 3 flying swords, denying them any opportunity to strike. The duel of magical prowess persisted for a span of half a stick of incense. Gradually, Ding Shuli felt her internal spiritual energy beginning to dwindle, while Qin Feng remained composed, his complexion still rosy and breathing steady. She promptly withdrew her flying swords and, with a huff, exclaimed at Qin Feng, "No more fighting. But we haven't determined a victor yet. Why stop?" Ding Shuli retorted disdainfully. Have you secretly consumed a spiritual energy pill? Consumed a spiritual energy pill? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, and upon noticing the pallor of the other person's face, he immediately realized that her spiritual energy was beginning to wane. However, he had only expended 1/5 of his own spiritual energy. Although possessing a mixed spiritual root resulted in a slower cultivation pace and challenges in breaking through realms, the potency of the spiritual energy upon achieving a breakthrough far surpassed that of other roots. Perhaps this could be seen as a peculiar form of celestial flaw. Ding Shuli, visibly irked, strode over to the edge of the medicinal herb field, scrutinizing the plants cultivated within. Qin Feng, with a bold demeanor, followed closely behind and inquired, "Senior sister, I unleashed my utmost skills just now, yet I was astonished to find that you could withstand them. Can you truly wield 3 flying swords simultaneously with such mastery?" "I employed a sword formation," she replied. No wonder. Qin Feng suddenly found everything to be quite reasonable. The sword technique was barely able to hold its ground against the sword formation, which suggested that the Thunderbolt sword technique was not lacking in strength. Moreover, he still had talismans as his trump card. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened, yet there was still some time before midnight. Ding Shuli stood in place, seemingly bored, and Qin Feng, feeling a lack of activities, decided to draw her into the cave abode. After a full 2 hours, Qin Feng finally rose contentedly from the stone bed. A faint blush adorned Ding Shuli's cheeks as she curled up against the wall, her body concealed by her clothes. Seeing her in such a submissive state elicited a sigh from Qin Feng, although he was not a virtuous man. Witnessing her current demeanor stirred a twinge of guilt within him, prompting him to say, "Ding Shiji, if you're upset, why not scold me a few times? Get lost." Upon hearing her willingness to engage, Qin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then instructed her, "You may utilize the gathering spirit array within this cave, but the spiritual energy should not exceed 8-fold. Otherwise, anomalies will manifest in the outside world. When I am not present, please refrain from venturing out, as the time for the Chongqing Sword sect to open its gates is approaching, and they are likely to seek you out." After hastily imparting these words, Qin Feng departed the cave abode and summoned the wooden spiritual boat, heading towards the direction agreed upon with Shinchong. The Qingyan Gorge was not far from the Chongqing Sword sect, yet its secluded location meant that it rarely saw any travelers. Gazing towards the gorge in the darkness, the reflection of the snow and moonlight revealed what appeared to be a massive creature crouched in the distance. As Qin Feng employed the technique of concealing his presence and that of the wooden spirit vessel, he descended into a secluded area, still 50 miles from the rendezvous point. Opting to continue his journey on foot, the cloak of obscurity enveloping him transformed into a radiant white, and with the enhancement of the swift movement talismans, Qin Feng glided through the dense forest like a wraith. Upon nearing the Qingyan Gorge, he came to a halt, taking refuge in a crevice of the rocky terrain to survey the surroundings. At this juncture, the moon hung high in the sky, marking the arrival of the midnight hour. Yet, the forest and gorge ahead remained eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. According to Shinchong, if the 5th senior sister had indeed come here to subdue the spirit bird, there should at least be some traces of her presence for their meeting. However, the absence of any indication was unsettling. The silence was almost ominous. The more tranquil the surroundings, the more Qin Feng sensed something amiss. Should he rashly charge forward, he would undoubtedly fall into a trap. Although Shinchong was of little consequence, the white-clad man who had accompanied him that day seemed to possess considerable skill. To circumvent any potential ambush, Qin Feng resolved to remain hidden. As night enveloped the landscape, delicate snowflakes began to descend, blanketing Qin Feng's form in a soft layer. Unbeknownst to him, an hour slipped by, yet the stillness around him persisted, unbroken by any sign of movement. In Qin Feng's mind, doubts began to surface, pondering whether Shinchong was intentionally orchestrating his predicament. At that moment, a sudden creaking noise emanated from the dense forest ahead, a sound produced by snow compacted under a heavy weight. Upon hearing the disturbance, Qin Feng immediately held his breath and focused intently, channeling the Dao One technique to its utmost limit. The footsteps grew increasingly closer, and he discerned that there were 2 individuals approaching. Moments later, Shinchong's furious voice erupted from the thicket. "Damn it. Just a moment ago, I distinctly sensed his presence. Perhaps our ambush was too close." He felt the canyon was deserted and decided to retreat. As they navigated the snowy forest, conversing as they walked, Shinchong clutched a flying sword, his anger manifesting as he cleared a path, the surrounding foliage rustling in response. Just as they neared Qin Feng's hiding spot, Shinchong voiced, "What shall we do now? In my view, we might as well head to Wonia Mountain and lure him out to eliminate him." This proposition suited Qin Feng perfectly. Upon reaching a consensus, Shinchong promptly retrieved a spiritual vessel from his storage ring, preparing to depart from the location. At that instant, however, a faint glow unexpectedly illuminated the thicket. "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" Shinchong, who was activating the flying artifact, raised his head, bewildered, and gazed toward the source of the light. To his astonishment, 2 crimson, 3-inch-long serpents darted swiftly in their direction. "What the heck?" Shinchong's expression shifted dramatically upon spotting the red serpents, and he quickly drew a protective artifact from his storage ring. Yet, before he could activate the artifact, the fiery serpent had already burrowed into his chest. As a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, even with his spiritual power shielding him, he could not withstand the fiery serpent's onslaught. Terror flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, he was reduced to a charred corpse by the serpent's explosive magic. The other fiery serpent darted after the white-clad man, who moved with astonishing speed, escaping several dozen feet in the blink of an eye, evading the fiery serpent's assault. He runs swiftly, witnessing Shinchong's demise from the fiery serpent's attack. Qin Feng resolved to abandon his concealment. He retrieved the 1,000-mile flying shuttle from his storage ring, activated it, and pursued the white-clad man. The 1,000-mile flying shuttle soared with remarkable speed, almost instantaneously closing the gap between him and the white-clad figure, as one soared through the air while the other sprinted on the ground, with a hint of cold amusement gracing his features. Qin Feng activated 3 exquisite flying sword talismans and hurled them forth. The 3 silvery blades darted swiftly towards his opponent's back. Meanwhile, the adversary, extracting his magical artifact to defend himself, shouted, "Fellow cultivator, please hold your hand. I am Qin Xiaoyang of the Howren sect. You must have misunderstood." The opponent's magical artifact proved formidable, capable of thwarting even advanced flying sword talismans that posed a threat to late-stage Zhedan cultivators. "Fellow cultivator, this is a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding, you say?" With a determined grit of his teeth, Qin Feng activated the remaining 7 flying sword talismans, simultaneously grasping the remaining fire serpent talismans to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Fueled by spiritual energy, the 7 advanced flying sword talismans swiftly transformed into 7 formidable silver-white blades, once again lunging towards Qin Xiaoyang. "Where did you acquire so many advanced talismans?" Qin Xiaoyang's face reflected a tinge of terror as he immediately hurled a square seal-like artifact, resembling a jade seal, into the air. Bang! 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 The sound of violent collisions erupted. In an instant, 5 of the flying swords shattered. But the square seal also disintegrated into fragments. As the seal crumbled, an aura of age enveloped Qin Xiaoyang, reminiscent of a spirit possessed. His visage contorted with malice. He snarled, "Boy, you dare to slay my puppet. Your demise is inevitable." Chapter 65. Remnant Soul. The malevolence etched on Qin Xiaoyang's face intensified to a terrifying degree. The remaining 2 flying swords pierced through his protective spiritual energy, leaving behind 2 gory, fist-sized wounds in his chest. "You're finished, ha ha ha." His eyes glinted with madness, emitting a piercing laughter that echoed for several heartbeats before he ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground in silence. Qin Feng did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he drew forth the Thunderbolt sword and aimed it at Qin Xiaoyang's lifeless form, piercing his head, dantian, and heart with several more strikes. He severed the tendons of the hands and feet, and upon observing the lack of response from his adversary, he felt a slight sense of relief. "How dare you threaten me? I shall ensure you find no path to the heavens or the earth." He retrieved the 10,000 Demons Cauldron from his storage ring and began to channel spiritual energy into it. With a hum, the small cauldron erupted with a surge of dark energy, its mouth generating a formidable pull. The bloody corpse contained nothing, save for the steadily diminishing warmth. Could it be that Taiju was mistaken? Is it true that the 10,000 Demons Cauldron cannot suppress the soul? A look of perplexity flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he deftly produced a demon-biting talisman. In an instant, the talisman transformed into a dense cloud of black mist, enveloping Qin Xiaoyang's corpse, along with the storage pouch at his waist. Moments later, the body of Qin Xiaoyang, along with the surrounding snowy ground, had been devoured, leaving behind a noticeable depression, while a significant amount of black fog lingered around the storage pouch. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed, and the remnants of the storage pouch burst apart, revealing a variety of items upon the ground: a 3-inch-tall jade figurine, 2 flying swords, a dark red alchemical furnace, a scroll, various jars and bottles, and everyday trinkets. The jade figurine was marred with cracks, its chest, head, and abdomen punctured by several small holes. Qin Feng unfurled the scroll only to find it blank, indicating it had already been used. After collecting all the items, Qin Feng swiftly returned to the side of Shinchang's corpse, attempting once more to utilize the 10,000 demon cauldron. With a hum, he infused spiritual energy into the cauldron, which erupted with a formidable suction. Immediately, the corpse of Shinchong emitted a series of anguished howls, and a faint azure aura began to waft from the body, drawn into the 10,000 demon cauldron. Peering within, Qin Feng could discern Shinchang's soul thrashing about, seemingly searching for a way to escape. If the 10,000 demon cauldron could indeed absorb souls, did this imply that Qin Xiaoyang, lacking a soul, was merely a puppet? Qin Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows. Without a soul? And given that the wound on the jade figurine in Qin Xiaoyang's storage bag mirrored the injury on his own body, it was highly probable that it was indeed a puppet. After retrieving the storage ring from Shinchong and discovering another storage bag on him, Qin Feng confirmed that nothing was overlooked. He then cast a demon-eating talisman and swiftly maneuvered the 1,000-mile flying shuttle, hastily retreating into the distance. The snow fell heavily. In just a moment, the deep pit in the ground was filled, rendering the scene as if nothing had transpired. Half an hour after Qin Feng's departure, a small, thumb-sized green light suddenly emerged in the snowy forest. A seasoned hawk, having played with the winds for a lifetime, was unexpectedly pecked in the eye today. However, that fellow was still too inexperienced, daring to attempt to absorb the soul of an old man with merely the Wanma Ding. How delusional! The light revealed an elderly figure, his face contorted with a malevolent expression. Although the true visage beneath the white robe remained obscured, it was quite easy to ascertain his identity through the flying sword talisman, the fire serpent talisman, and the Wanma Ding. The elder once again diminished the green light, swiftly darting through the snowy woods. Moments later, a sparrow, no larger than a palm, emerged from the forest, its eyes radiating with a vibrant green glow amidst the vast, white void. Qin Feng stood upon the flying shuttle, silently observing the tumultuous events that had just transpired below, a chill creeping up his spine. Fortunately, he had not truly departed. Had he done so, he might have allowed his quarry to slip away. Buzz! The shuttle emitted a subtle tremor, swiftly pursuing the lark. The lark, possessing remarkable speed, had darted several dozen miles in the blink of an eye. Something felt amiss. In the void, the lark displayed a look of confusion, glancing back over its shoulder, sensing an inexplicable presence, as if someone were in pursuit. Do not look back. It is above you. A chilling voice echoed from above the lark, causing its wings to stiffen and its feathers to bristle in alarm. The lark gazed upward, where it beheld a figure clad in a white robe commanding a flying shuttle, coldly fixating upon it. Fear flooded its eyes as it realized. How could you still be here? Qin Feng remained silent, his only response being a sword imbued with the fury of lightning, though he was unaware of the true strength of this flickering soul. His current avatar was merely an ordinary lark, easily extinguishable with a mere gesture. With a swift strike, the lark's form was instantaneously rent asunder by the thunderous blade, leaving the old man's spirit once more exposed to the void. The small green light darted away with astonishing speed, vanishing over 10 paces in the blink of an eye as it hastily fled into the distance. There was no way he would allow such an escape. A cold smile flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he sheathed his flying sword and deftly maneuvered his flying shuttle, swiftly catching up to the small green light. Once more, he retrieved the Wanma Ding from his storage pouch and activated it. This time, however, Qin Feng was cautious. He grasped the Wanma Ding firmly and directed it towards the remnants of the old man's soul. With a sharp crack, he was taken aback as the lingering soul unleashed an unknown force, causing a sudden sharp pain in his sea of consciousness, rendering his mind momentarily blank. When he regained his senses, Qin Feng felt as though he were teetering on the brink of oblivion, his head throbbing as if it might shatter. While the small green light had already soared 2 miles away, was it a mental assault? A solemn expression flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Had it not been for his cultivation of the spirit-nourishing technique to enhance his divine perception, he might have indeed fallen into their trap. Qin Feng endured the piercing pain in his head as he deftly maneuvered the 1,000-mile swift vessel to catch up once more. With the Wanma Ding in hand, he forcefully sealed the green light into the cauldron. The interior of the Wanma Ding was capable of imprisoning demons, and a mere wisp of residual soul was insignificant. At that moment, the green light had transformed into an elderly man, frantically searching for an escape within the cauldron while shouting, "Qin Feng, how dare you capture this old man's residual soul? Do you have any idea who I am? You are doomed. When my true form descends, I will make you wish for death, and your sister from the misty rain tower shall meet the same fate." The elder raged and howled within the cauldron. But Qin Feng remained silent, only responding when he was assured that the other could not break free from the sealing power of the Wanma Ding. He then stored it within his storage ring. After completing this, a grave expression emerged in Qin Feng's eyes. How could he know that I have a sister in the Misty Rain Tower, aside from Taiju? No one in this realm of cultivation is aware of my sister's existence, unless someone has gone to great lengths to investigate my background. Moments later, Qin Feng piloted the 1,000-mile swift vessel towards the kingdom of Jin, seeking refuge in a secluded cave. Qin Feng intended to first refine Xinchang's storage bag, and then inquire with Sister Zhao at the Misty Rain Tower to ascertain whether she had offended someone. Among cultivators, alchemists possess particularly powerful spiritual awareness. It was evident that Xinchang had cultivated a certain technique to enhance his spiritual perception, rendering the refinement of his belongings quite troublesome. Taking a full hour before he successfully completed the process. Refining another storage bag is akin to opening a mystery box. Within it lay an array of magical tools, techniques, various herbs, and elixirs, a dazzling assortment that illuminated the reason why many in the cultivation world are drawn to killing for treasure. However, these possessions held little allure for Qin Feng. What captivated him the most was the Emu sword nestled within the storage ring. Measuring 4 feet in length and 3 inches in width, it was entirely black, emanating a metallic sheen despite not being made of metal. And merely holding it in his hand allowed him to feel the blade's sharpness. Qin Feng once again retrieved the Moen sword from his storage ring, merging it with his Emu sword. The resulting Divine Wood sword possesses a strength comparable to a mid-level Xian-grade artifact. With a blade that is remarkably resilient and resistant to breakage, recognizing only one master, it can be further synthesized into the demon-subduing sword. The Divine Wood sword measures 3 feet 3 inches in length and 1 inch in width, significantly smaller than the Emu sword, its hue darker and reminiscent of charcoal, lacking any sheen across its entirety. Holding the sword in his hand, Qin Feng felt the sharpness emanating from the blade even before his thumb approached its edge. Had it not been for the protective barrier of spiritual energy surrounding him, he would likely have been wounded by its keen aura. Indeed, it is a remarkable sword. He stored the divine wooden sword in his spatial ring and gathered Xinchang's belongings. Outside, dawn had already broken. Qin Feng transformed the color of his celestial cloak to a deep black, then leisurely retrieved the wooden spirit vessel, setting forth towards the direction of Iron Mountain Workshop. The swift-flying shuttle was reserved for moments of urgency. On ordinary days, the wooden spirit vessel was the most discreet choice. Upon arriving at the entrance of Misty Rain Tower, he encountered a group of individuals clad in black garments entering. Among them were some with disheveled breaths and others bearing injuries, evidently members dispatched by Misty Rain Tower on a mission. Currently, the tower was devoid of patrons, with the internal personnel reduced by more than half compared to before. Within the premises of Misty Rain Tower, every individual donned silver-white masks and wore uniform black attire. Qin Feng approached the counter at the entrance and placed a crimson token upon its surface. The attendant behind the counter, also masked, glimpsed the character Qin inscribed upon the token and without uttering a word, immediately assumed a deferential posture, guiding Qin Feng to the threshold of the 3rd floor before halting, leaving him to ascend alone. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, a masked woman sat upon a chair, meticulously wiping blood from her hands and blade. As the silhouette of a figure clad in black robes drew near, she promptly removed her mask, revealing a warm and affectionate smile. "Brother, you've arrived?" As Qin Feng walked, he lifted the hood of his dark robe and inquired, "Sister, have we perhaps offended someone?" Qin Yu's movements came to a halt, and a look of confusion immediately appeared on her face as she inquired, "What is it? Does someone know that I have a sister at the Misty Rain Pavilion?" Qin Feng spoke with hesitation, while Qin Yu wore a grave expression as she began to recount the events that had transpired at the Misty Rain Tower during this period. Previously, the personnel within the Misty Rain Tower had presented themselves with their true identities, from the esteemed Lian Qingqing to the assassins carrying out missions. All were familiar with one another. However, a month ago, a cultivator ventured to a brothel in Tianqing City seeking pleasure, reportedly spending 1,800 spirit stones for a night with a female cultivator. To his dismay, the woman promptly reported him to the city lord's manor, asserting that she was not affiliated with the brothel. Naturally, the wronged cultivator was indignant, yet the woman was the beloved of a true disciple from the Howren sect, making direct retaliation impractical. Thus, he enlisted the aid of the Misty Rain Tower. It was not long before the Misty Rain Tower undertook the task, and shortly thereafter, the male cultivator vanished, while the Howren sect set its sights on the Misty Rain Tower. Upon hearing her sister's account, Qin Feng had already surmised the general outline of events. It seemed that individuals from the Howren sect had captured someone from the Misty Rain Tower, thereby uncovering the identities of its key figures. Despite Lian Qingqing's presence, which deterred reckless actions, they had turned their attention towards him. Qin Yu poured a steaming cup of tea and handed it to Qin Feng with a smile, saying, My mother has already gone to negotiate with the people from the Howren sect, and the internal personnel of the Misty Rain Tower have been thoroughly purged. From now on, no one should be aware of our sibling relationship, nor will anyone dare to trouble us. Rest assured. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The Howren sect was far more formidable than the Eternal Life Sword sect. How could she dare to venture into their territory for negotiations? Nonetheless, the Howren sect is rather unremarkable. They should not openly confront my mother. Qin Feng remained silent, contemplating the true extent of Li Qingqing's strength. The most notable achievement known thus far was her assassination of 3 Yuanying stage cultivators, while the Howren sect had its own Yuanying stage practitioners stationed there. A direct confrontation could potentially lead to a stalemate. However, the Yanyu Tower specialized in the art of assassination. Given that Li Qingqing dared to approach the Howren sect, she must possess considerable confidence. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng's curiosity about the cultivation methods of Yanyu Tower deepened, prompting him to inquire, "Sister, what exactly are you cultivating?" The path of murder. Qin Yu's expression was grave as she noticed Qin Feng's bewilderment. She began to elucidate. Our cultivation method necessitates the absorption of malevolent and lethal energies, akin to how you practitioners harness spiritual energy. If this concept proves challenging for you to grasp, you may consider me as a practitioner of the dark arts. A faint smile of irony graced Qin Yu's lips, perhaps reflecting her own astonishment that the hands which once prepared meals and mended garments were now engaged in the grim trade of taking lives. Qin Feng took a sip of the warm tea, sighed, and remarked, "The distinction between righteousness and evil in this world is ultimately inconsequential. It is merely a matter of the survival of the fittest." She merely smiled faintly, saying nothing further as she continued to polish the sword in her hand. "Stop polishing that. Allow me to show you a new sword and see if it suits you." Qin Feng carefully extracted the divine wood sword from the storage ring, presenting its hilt to Qin Yu, who immediately displayed a look of astonishment. "This sword is remarkably sharp," she exclaimed. "A drop of blood for recognition is all it requires." The dimensions of the divine wood sword were comparable to the one Qin Yu currently wielded, yet its sharpness and strength surpassed it by a considerable margin. Grasping the sword with her right hand, she delicately pricked the blade with the index finger of her left hand. Instantly, a single drop of blood, neither more nor less, welled up from her tender fingertip, which bore no visible wound. Utilizing the art of qi observation, Qin Yu was enveloped in a faint purplish aura that exuded an air of lethal intent. This sword does not seem to be a mere magical artifact, does it? What is its name? Qin Yu held the divine wood sword in her hands, her face alight with excitement. The divine wood sword, such a remarkable blade, far superior to the reverse wind sword wielded by my mother. As she twirled the divine wood sword with effortless grace, it tore through the air, leaving behind streaks of darkness that attested to its extraordinary power. Observing her sister's delight brought reassurance to Qin Feng. This was merely the beginning, for there would be opportunities to acquire more Emu swords in the future, and even to forge even mightier blades. At that moment, Qin Feng felt the identity token in his storage pouch begin to vibrate once more, returned swiftly to the divine elixir peak. The intensity of the token's tremor was markedly greater than usual, signaling the gravity of the situation, and a smile spread across Qin Feng's face. Such an urgent summons back to the sect left little room for speculation regarding its significance. "Sister, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Qin Yu, brimming with excitement, wielded the divine wood sword, gesturing animatedly. After giving a brief instruction, Qin Feng departed from the Misty Rain Pavilion. Upon reaching the street, he sought out a shop to handle the belongings left by Shenchong, and only then did he leisurely exit Iron Mountain Square, guiding the wooden spirit vessel towards the sect. The Grand Hall of the Divine Pill Peak awaited him. When Qin Feng arrived at the location, the third and fourth senior brothers had already gathered, yet the fifth senior sister, Sun Yulan, was still absent. Gugudin sat in the center of the Grand Hall, his gaze dark and fixated upon the stone cauldron in the empty space outside, lost in contemplation. Qin Feng stood silently in place, continuously glancing towards the door, hoping to catch a glimpse of his fifth senior sister. If she were unable to arrive, it would likely bode ill for them. After a considerable time had elapsed, Gugudin finally withdrew his gaze from the entrance and turned towards the three individuals within the Grand Hall, his expression laden with sorrow as he spoke. "Last night, 2 more individuals from the Divine Pill Peak met with tragedy. The second and fifth have perished." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and his 2 fellow disciples displayed expressions of shock. While Qin Feng was aware of Shenchong's demise, how could the fifth senior sister have also encountered misfortune? At that moment, shadows began to descend from the heavens onto the open space outside the hall, led by Li Chafeng, the sect master of the Eternal Life Sword sect. accompanied by the elders of the sect and the peak masters from various mountain ranges. The atmosphere was tense as they approached the Grand Hall, with Lichangfeng's face etched with fury. In a single night, 2 individuals had been slain, both of whom were foundational-level alchemists, representing a significant loss for both the Divine Pill Peak and the Eternal Life Sword sect. Bring her in, Lichangfeng commanded coldly to those outside, and immediately 2 disciples of the sect entered, carrying a large wooden plank. Upon it lay the body of the 5th senior sister, Sun Yulan. Chapter 67. The position of the eldest senior brother is perilous. The corpse of Sun Yulan was laid in the center of the Grand Hall, and everyone approached to examine it with heavy hearts. My dear disciple. Upon seeing the body, Gugodan was overcome with grief and indignation, trembling as he stepped closer, the aura of age surrounding him deepening further. Li Qingyun's expression was equally grim. The Divine Pill Peak was an indispensable part of the Eternal Life Sword sect. Yet a series of unfortunate events had befallen it recently. He placed a comforting hand on Gugodan's shoulder and said, "Do not be anxious, Peak Master Gu. I have already dispatched someone to inform the Grand Elder, who will soon arrive with the Heaven's Inquiry Compass to uncover the true culprit." Very well. Gugodan gritted his teeth in response, then turned and strode to the entrance of the Grand Hall, casting a cold gaze outside. Qin Feng maneuvered through the crowd to cast a glance at the lifeless body of his 5th senior sister. Her complexion was ashen, and her lips were tinged with a purplish hue. Employing his Qi observation technique, he discerned a minute red dot at her brow, indicative of a wound inflicted by a sharp needle. Although her attire remained unruffled, there were numerous bloodstains between her legs, suggesting that the circumstances were far more complex than they appeared. The onlookers collectively recognized that she had met with foul play, yet out of respect for the deceased, none dared to approach her remains. After retreating from the throng, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as an uncontrollable rage surged within him. Who could have possibly taken the life of his 5th senior sister? Ever since he had become a disciple under Gugodan, she had shown him great kindness, and the sight of her corpse filled him with profound sorrow and indignation. Should he discover the identity of her murderer and find himself capable of confronting them, Qin Feng would not hesitate to exact vengeance on her behalf. After contemplating the fate of his senior sister, his thoughts shifted to his own predicament. The next to arrive would be the Supreme Elder of the sect, the most formidable practitioner of the Chongqing Sword sect, accompanied by the Wenyang Compass to seek out the culprit. Would they, perchance, uncover his involvement? Although he had employed the demon-devouring talisman during the slaying of Shinchong, its efficacy remained untested, leaving Qin Feng uncertain whether the Wenyang Compass could trace his actions. The Supreme Elder is coming. He must prepare to face the Supreme Elder. Before Qin Feng could discern the appearance of the person before him, the crowd had already begun to pay their respects, compelling him to bow his head in acquiescence. He heard the Grand Elder utter a calm acknowledgement, then approached the lifeless body of Sun Yulan to assess the situation. Through the throng, Qin Feng finally beheld the visage of the Grand Elder, who appeared to be in his 40s, with a tall and robust stature, exuding a vitality surpassing that of Li Qingyun. It was rumored that the Grand Elder had achieved the late stage of the Golden Core realm a decade prior. Yet whether he had transcended to the nascent soul realm remained a mystery to all. Standing beside the corpse for a moment, he extended his hand to gently touch the area over the chest cavity. The moment he made contact, the fabric of the clothing at the chest caved in, instantly drenched by blood, evoking the unsettling impression that the chest had been hollowed out. This was the work of a malevolent practitioner, with an impassive expression. He flipped his hand, revealing a palm-sized purple compass, exquisitely crafted and imbued with profound energy. The needle of the compass quivered incessantly, mirroring the turmoil in Qin Feng's heart. As he infused spiritual energy into the compass, a glimmer of green light suddenly emanated from Sun Yulan's corpse, allowing her form to be faintly discerned. "My dear disciple, who has slain you?" Gugodan exclaimed upon catching sight of Sun Yulan's lingering spirit, but by then, the spirit had already been ensnared within the compass. Buzzing resonated as the spirit entered, causing the compass needle to whirl rapidly until it finally settled on a direction. The moment they glimpsed this direction, the expressions of the Grand Elder and Li Qingyun darkened significantly. Gugodan, too, displayed a countenance filled with fury. "Master, what place does this indicate?" A young man clad in white timidly inquired from the crowd, tears glistening in his eyes as he gazed helplessly at those gathered. "The Ghost King sect." Gugodan's fury intensified as he pressed on, "And what of my second disciple's remains?" The Grand Elder, having stowed away the compass, stood silently with an impassive demeanor, while Li Qingyun spoke in a somber tone. "Before coming here, we visited the Hall of Longevity. Shinchong's longevity token has been completely shattered. My condolences, Master Gu." Upon hearing this, the air of age around Gugodan deepened once more. Previously, he had radiated an aura of robust vitality, but now he bore the appearance of a man in the twilight of his years. In Qin Feng's heart, he speculated that the complete shattering of the Chongqing token signified the utter obliteration of their remains. While Shen Chong deserved the direst of fates, the fifth senior sister was undeniably a virtuous individual. Amidst the somber atmosphere, the Grand Elder began to placate the crowd with a fierce tone. The Divine Elixir Peak is the very core of our Chongqing Sword sect. The Ghost King sect's relentless oppression of our core members is an affront too great to bear. Prepare yourselves, for in 3 days, I shall lead all disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect to eradicate the Ghost King sect. The grim scene before them was the handiwork of the Ghost King sect. And the various peak masters, filled with righteous indignation, promptly expressed their solidarity. Gugo Dan's eyes betrayed a profound loathing for the Ghost King sect, and he immediately clasped his hands in respect towards the Grand Elder and Li Qingyan, proclaiming, I, Gu, have wandered for half a lifetime, pouring my heart and soul into our sect over these years. For this expedition against the Ghost King sect, I humbly request the sect leader and elder to permit my participation. A moment of silence enveloped the assembly as they exchanged glances. The elixirs crafted at the Divine Elixir Peak were of utmost importance to the sect. Should Gugo Dan encounter any misfortune, the supply of elixirs would falter. After a prolonged pause, Li Qingyan finally nodded in agreement, leading the peak masters away from the Divine Elixir Hall. Many of the true disciples remained, for the body of Sun Yulan had yet to be laid to rest, an affair that concerned the entirety of the Divine Elixir Peak. Gugo Dan sighed, turning his gaze towards Qin Feng, and spoke. Qin Feng, though your time in the sect has been brief, I firmly believe you possess the capability to guide the Divine Elixir Peak to greater heights. From this day forth, you shall assume the role of Vice Master of the Divine Elixir Peak. Should any misfortune befall me during this campaign against the Ghost King sect, you will become the Master of the Divine Elixir Peak. Master, you shall undoubtedly return safely. However, my experience is still lacking. I initially joined the sect merely to bide my time. I believe the position of senior brother should be reserved for our other 2 brothers. Qin Feng's expression was one of turmoil, and his heart was filled with profound aversion. After all, the position of the master brother of Shinan Peak was undeniably perilous. In less than a year, 3 individuals associated with that esteemed title had met their demise. Gugodan remained silent, shifting his gaze to the 3rd and 4th brothers. One was engrossed in enhancing his alchemical prowess, while the other was absorbed in researching alchemical formulas. Perhaps they shared Qin Feng's sentiments regarding the treacherous nature of the master brother role, as both raised their hands in unison to decline. Thus, let the 4th brother manage the mountain. You all should first arrange for the burial of the 5th brother. Qin Feng will remain, the rest may disperse. Gugodan sighed, then gestured for everyone to depart. Once the crowd had carried away Sun Yulan's lifeless body, silence once again enveloped the grand hall. Fury etched on Gugodan's face. He struck down upon the armrest of his chair, shattering it with a resounding force. The aura of the core formation stage erupted suddenly, causing numerous objects within the hall to levitate and cascade to the ground in a cacophony of noise. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the erratic behavior unfolding before him. Though his body remained rooted in place, paralyzed by hesitation, he had already steeled himself to wield the Fire Serpent Talisman in the 1,000-mile shuttle. Should this old man dare to make a move against him, the advanced talismans would show no mercy, disregarding any bonds of master and disciple. Such audacity was utterly intolerable. Gugodan, seething with indignation, cursed vehemently for a few moments before finally directing his gaze towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng pressed his thumb against his palm, discreetly activating the storage ring. Qin Feng, do you comprehend the reason for my profound anger? Disciple does not know. Chapter 68. Gugodan is furious. Do you truly believe that the 5th elder was harmed by the Ghost King sect? Those who practice dark arts usually obliterate both body and soul. How could they leave behind even a fragment of his spirit? Do they truly think I have grown senile, unable to discern right from wrong? Qin Feng stood silently in place, feeling a sense of unspoken disbelief within. The attitude displayed by the Grand Elder and the sect leader was indeed perfunctory. They were quick to suggest an assault on the Ghost King sect, leading the uninformed to believe that they were individuals of deep loyalty, concerned for the grievances of their disciples. However, as someone privy to the truth, Qin Feng harbored doubts about whether the Ghost King sect had nurtured a new ghost witch Sanus, prompting both the Grand Elder and the sect leader to eagerly seek to seize her once more. As Qin Feng pondered this, Gugodan extracted a pitch-black sword, listening with an evident sharpness, from his storage ring and handed it to him. This sword was the coveted Imu sword that Qin Feng had long desired. With a sigh, Gugudin remarked, I heard that you once went to great lengths to acquire this sword, even trading a Xianin 9 transformation pill for it at Luyan Peak. Now, take a moment to examine it with your divine sense and discern its true nature. Upon receiving the Emu sword, Qin Feng attempted to employ the Qi observation technique, but found it utterly ineffective. Only through meticulous probing with his divine sense could he perceive the lingering aura of bloodshed contained within. His expression shifted dramatically. He had initially believed that the Emu sword was forged through secret arts, only to discover that its crafting was akin to that of dark sorcery. The Emu sword was forged using the blood of cultivators, with its potency directly correlating to the strength of the cultivator's essence, beyond the heart's blood. Their organs also served other sinister purposes. As Gugudin spoke, the hatred in his gaze intensified, and in that moment, Qin Feng comprehended the grim reality. The death of his fifth senior sister was not the result of an outsider's hand, but rather the machinations of those within the Changxing Sword sect. A trace of melancholy flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he inquired, Master, what shall we do now? He continued, No matter what, I shall not return alive this time. 3 days hence, you shall accompany me to confront the Demon King sect. After my demise, please retrieve my remains and inter them alongside my daughter, and you shall inherit the way of the Imperial Pill. Gugudin produced a thick tome, presenting it to Qin Feng with a gaze tinged with profound sorrow. The book's cover, yellowed with age, exuded a weighty, ancient aura, unmistakably a relic of long-standing heritage. Qin Feng accepted the book, his brow furrowed in confusion as he inquired, Master, whom do you refer to as your daughter? Your fifth senior sister is my bloodline. Gugudin replied with a grim expression, but this time they have truly provoked my wrath, and I desire their demise. Qin Feng felt a tumult of emotions within. His master maintained an indifferent demeanor, yet his fifth senior sister was undeniably a paragon of virtue. Indeed, certain individuals within the Eternal Life Sword sect deserve their fate. Faced with Gugudin's request, Qin Feng could only nod solemnly, agreeing to assist in the matter. After all, his current identity and mastery of the pill path were gifts from Gugudin, and given the considerable debt of gratitude he owed to his fifth senior sister, it was only natural for him to lend his support. Upon departing from the Divine Pill Hall, the core members of Divine Pill Peak sought a location of auspicious feng shui to lay Sun Yulan to rest before dispersing. As the group returned to the sect, Gugudin commandeered a flying artifact, retreating into the distance, while Qin Feng made his way back to Oxen Mountain to prepare for the impending confrontation with the Ghost King sect in 3 days. Just as he was about to enter the formation, he suddenly sensed the presence of the Netherbird. Qin Feng swiftly maneuvered the wooden spirit vessel to a higher altitude, concealing himself amidst the clouds. Moments later, the elusive Netherbird gracefully emerged from the mist and perched lightly upon his shoulder. Well done. Qin Feng retrieved a high-grade spirit beast pill and cradled it in his palm. The Netherbird immediately regurgitated the letter it had been holding, subsequently swallowing the pill in one swift motion. The letter from Taiju conveyed a singular message. The Ghost King sect was mobilizing its entire strength to launch an offensive against the Everlasting Sword sect, urging vigilance for safety. In addition to notifying about the impending conflict, Taiju instructed Qin Feng that should he participate in the battle, he must use the Firefly sword as a signal to prevent any accidental harm. Upon reading the letter, Qin Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His own sect was preparing to assault others, while those others were simultaneously gearing up to strike back. What kind of scheme was this? Could it be that, reminiscent of Ding Shuli's previous ordeal, they intended to conduct a blood sacrifice involving the disciples of both sects? Yet, this time, the forces deployed were the elite of their sect. Could it be that both sects had conspired for collaboration, each pretending to be the prey while seeking to ensnare the unwitting advantage? Qin Feng sensed that both the Changxing Sword sect and the Ghost King sect were far from ordinary. Each side clearly harbored ulterior motives. The true intentions would soon be revealed in 3 days. For now, the focus must be on devising a meticulous plan. When the time comes, regardless of the chaos that ensues, he need only wave a banner in support or perhaps find a secluded spot to conceal himself. After replying to a letter from Taiju, Qin Feng made his way directly back to his cave abode. On the mountaintop, the Earth Spirit Ape diligently tended to the spiritual herbs. When it noticed snowflakes settling upon the plants, it carefully brushed them off to the ground. Upon seeing Qin Feng return, the Earth Spirit Ape hurried over with a joyful expression. Qin Feng paid it no heed and turned to gaze at the cave dwelling. The stone door stood ajar, revealing the sapling of the Beast King tree, the ancient spiritual tea tree, and the gathering spirit array all present. Yet the figure of Ding Shuli was conspicuously absent. Has she departed? Qin Feng inquired of the Earth Spirit Ape. The creature whimpered, nodding and shaking its head simultaneously. gesturing with its hands while emitting a series of strange cries, utterly incapable of articulating its thoughts. Qin Feng cast a glance at the distant Dingxiang Mountain, observing the intricate formations in operation upon its slopes. Is she unafraid of being exposed? In a state of perplexity, Qin Feng did not dwell upon his thoughts for long. He returned to his cave abode and began to practice the techniques outlined in the book to craft fire serpent talismans and flying sword talismans. Both of these talismans were of a rudimentary level, and following the methods recorded in the text, creating the semi-finished products posed no significant challenge. Purchasing them was merely a fleeting convenience. Enhancing his own proficiency was the true path to mastery. Meanwhile, within the formation of Dingtian Mountain, Ding Shuli stood expressionless, her gaze only withdrawing once she saw Qin Feng return to the Woni Mountain. Behind her stood an elderly woman of remarkable bearing. All the medicinal herbs and flowers cultivated on the mountain had been uprooted, yet the formation continued to operate normally. The elderly woman scrutinized Ding Shuli with an intensity that suggested she wished to pierce through her very essence. However, the ethereal garment worn by Ding Shuli functioned as a magical artifact, effectively shielding her from any probing of consciousness, leaving no clues to unveil. Eventually, the woman sighed heavily and spoke. Miss, though he possesses merit, he remains a man from a small place. In terms of foundation and talent, he cannot compare to the holy son of the sword sect, not even by a fraction. It is time for you to return. I have already committed myself. In this lifetime, I belong to him. Ding Shuli retorted defiantly. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's brows furrowed, her displeasure evident as she replied, Do not forget your heritage. The Ding family raised you, and this is how you repay them? What of the Ding family as standing? What of the holy sons? I have already delivered the formula for the longevity pill back to the Ding family. From this moment forth, I owe you nothing. Miss, you must provide us with an explanation upon your return to the Ding family. Otherwise, we cannot withstand the wrath of the sword sect. As she spoke, the elderly woman's expression darkened, and an aura of spiritual energy surged around her. With hands as gnarled as tree bark, she lunged toward Ding Shuli's shoulder, only to have her evade the grasp with a nimble sidestep. Do you truly believe you can take me back? Ding Shuli said coldly. Miss, I have now attained the golden core stage. It is not just you. Your wild man must also be brought back to fulfill my duty. As her words fell, a colossal hand formed from spiritual energy materialized before the elderly woman, reaching out forcefully towards Ding Shuli. Boom! A dark red serpent appeared in an instant, shattering the spiritual hand into fragments. Ding Shuli swiftly shifted her form, reappearing beyond the mountain's protective formation. Miss, do not waste your efforts, the elderly woman scoffed, unhurriedly removing a silver bracelet from her wrist and tossing it into the air. The bracelet expanded with the wind, transforming into a 7-foot ring, which then fractured into 9 segments with a gentle shake. Ding Shuli's expression shifted as she hurled her final fire serpent talisman at the elderly woman, propelling herself rapidly towards Woni Mountain. Concerned that Qin Feng might be unaware of the unfolding situation, she directed her flying sword vehemently towards the mountain's protective formation. Stop striking. I have already sensed something amiss. As her words resonated, Qin Feng's figure emerged outside the formation. Chapter 69. A collaborative battle against the Golden Core Cultivator. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Ding Shuli felt a slight relief wash over her. Yet her expression remained grave as she implored, Help me eliminate her. Our safety depends on it. At that moment, the elderly woman had already maneuvered the 9 rings in pursuit. The 9 circular constructs spun through the air, subsequently crashing towards the 2 of them in a relentless wave. A Golden Core Cultivator? The elderly woman did not conceal her power, and Qin Feng discerned her strength with a mere glance. The 9 rings did not appear to be mere offensive artifacts. They seemed to possess capabilities akin to the 9 dragons' binding rope, capable of subduing foes. Qin Feng could not afford to be careless. He promptly retrieved a handful of talismans from his storage ring. Fire Serpent, Flying Sword, Thunderbolt. He scattered the 3 types of talismans towards the 9 rings as if they were of no consequence, simultaneously hurling several towards the elderly woman. Young man, I did not perceive you had such resources. However, what you have at your disposal as a foundation establishment cultivator holds little significance against me. The elderly woman remarked derisively upon seeing the talismans in Qin Feng's hands. Boom, boom, boom. Several talismans collided with the 9 rings, forcing them to retreat. The elderly woman's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she quickly produced a golden flag from her storage ring, infusing it with spiritual energy. The golden flag surged, expanding into a vast canvas of golden fabric, which soon met the advanced talismans Qin Feng had cast. A cacophony of explosive sounds resonated, though the flag remained unscathed. Its luster had noticeably dimmed. This marked Qin Feng's first encounter in battle with a golden core cultivator. The disparity in spiritual energy and artifact manipulation was beyond the capabilities of a Foundation establishment practitioner. The mere ability of the opponent to withstand advanced talismans underscored the difference in their standings. Truly, a golden core cultivator. Qin Feng was profoundly shaken, and beside him, Ding Shuli wore a grim expression as he swiftly drew 2 additional flying swords to execute a sword formation. The 3 swords moved in perfect harmony, launching directly at the old woman, who wore a cold smile, while she manipulated the 9 Suns ring to continue her assault on the 2. She also commanded the golden banner to fend off Ding Shuli's sword formation. Having reached the core formation stage, she was capable of multitasking with remarkable ease. Demonstrating no signs of panic against their onslaught, she threatened them, saying, "You might as well abandon your resistance. If I am provoked, I shall take your corpses back as a report." Ding Shuli quickly reassured Qin Feng, "Do not worry. She has likely just recently broken through to the core formation. Your talismans possess immense power, and she cannot withstand them for long." "All right." Qin Feng nodded slightly. Unleashing 10 high-grade fire serpent talismans towards the aged woman in one decisive motion. Simultaneously, he drew forth the Thunderbolt flying sword to counter the 9 Suns ring. Clang! The disparity in their powers was stark. In the fleeting moment of their clash, the Thunderbolt flying sword was sent spiraling away, embedding itself into a distant rock. Qin Feng was left with no choice but to hurl talismans to defend against the encroaching ring. Meanwhile, Ding Shuli's 3 violet flying swords found themselves at a disadvantage. Just as the old woman prepared to press her advantage, she was met with the onslaught of 10 fire serpents, causing her expression to darken ominously. She could only wield the golden flag in defense, while the 9 Suns ring continued its relentless advance. Thunderous roars erupted, the moment the flag enveloped the 10 fire serpents. A series of violent explosions echoed from within, causing the light upon the golden flag to dim significantly. There was hope. A glimmer of excitement danced across Qin Feng's visage as he unleashed 10 fiery serpent talismans, gritting his teeth to activate another 10 advanced flying sword talismans. Recognizing the formidable nature of his opponent's magical artifacts, he resolved to obliterate them first. 10 serpents of flame and 10 silvery flying swords surged toward the elderly woman, who, upon witnessing the assault, was struck by a profound realization. The youth before her was no easy target. "You have truly provoked my wrath," she spat through gritted teeth, commanding a golden flag for defense while summoning a gleaming white flying sword. A thunderous roar erupted, yet this time the golden flag shattered into fragments, leaving 4 silver swords hurtling toward her. The old woman's expression darkened, forcing her to wield her flying sword in a desperate bid for defense. At that moment, Ding Shuli cast several small porcelain vials in her direction, which detonated upon landing, releasing billowing clouds of thick smoke. Thousand Poison Insect Technique. Ding Shuli simultaneously directed the sword formation while executing a hand gesture, causing a dense black mist to surge forth from her hand, merging with the distant smoke, exuding a demonic aura. Under Ding Shuli's control, the black mist coiled like a colossal serpent, ensnaring the elderly woman within its grasp. As the talismans consumed vast amounts of energy, the old woman found herself at a disadvantage, and the ferocity of the 9 Suns Ring's attacks waned. To avert any unforeseen changes, Qin Feng hurled 3 demon-biting talismans into the fray and retrieved the last 8 flying sword talismans from his storage ring. Seizing the moment, he unleashed all 8 talismans in one breath, the swords transforming into mere phantoms as they lunged at the old woman ensconced in black mist. Following this, Qin Feng adeptly wielded the Thunder Sword, executing its most potent technique, while simultaneously summoning the 9 Dragon Binding Rope, unleashing every offensive spell at his disposal in a single fervent surge. Meanwhile, Ding Shuli capitalized on the opportunity, relentlessly casting spells while maneuvering the sword formation to ensnare their adversary. Within the black mist, the elderly woman felt her spiritual energy being voraciously devoured. Before she could react, tendrils of black mist assailed her once more. "This is intolerable," she roared in fury, directing her flying sword to eliminate the 2 attackers, only to find herself confronted by additional silvery swords and a myriad of offensive techniques. Cursed be this day. Her countenance paled as she realized she could not withstand the deluge of assaults and prepared to flee. Just then, a dark golden rope ensnared her. What sort of artifact is this? The old woman's eyes widened in shock as she summoned her flying sword, intent on severing the binding. The sound of clashing metal rang out, yet the rope merely bore a small incision, remaining intact. In an instant, several more ropes materialized. A superior-grade artifact? How could this youth possess such high-tier items? Panic gripped the old woman as 9 ropes coalesced to bind her tightly. With a flurry of swift strikes, The silvery swords pierced her, creating numerous wounds, followed swiftly by the thunder sword and a trio of purple flying swords in a relentless onslaught. Under the force of these devastating attacks, her protective spiritual energy shattered, and her form was obliterated in an instant. This is impossible. I refuse to accept this. Anger flooded her eyes, but within the blink of an eye, her head was engulfed by the black mist. Through the 9-dragon binding rope, Qin Feng sensed her demise and promptly retrieved the 10,000 demon cauldron, infusing it with spiritual energy. The cauldron erupted with a powerful suction, drawing forth a wisp of green light from within the black mist. At last, it is done. With the spirit subdued, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The area once occupied by the old woman remained shrouded in swirling black mist, even as Ding Shuli's 1,000-poison insect technique was consumed by the demon-biting talismans. Noticing the potency of the black mist emanating from Qin Feng, Ding Shuli's eyes widened in astonishment. What talisman have you invoked? A secret. Qin Feng grinned, then began surveying the battlefield around him. After the old woman's demise, only her storage pouch and the scattered 9 rings remained. Apart from these, her physical remains and the shattered golden banner were being devoured by the dark mist. To eliminate any potential future troubles, Qin Feng deployed 2 more demon-devouring talismans at the site of the battle. After all, once consumed by these talismans, not even the sect leader or the Grand Elders could trace any clues, let alone others. Having thoroughly cleansed the scene and collected the old woman's storage pouch and the 9 rings, he then escorted Ding Shuli back to Woniashan. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave abode, a conflicted expression flickered across Ding Shuli's face. In a subdued tone, she murmured, I intend to journey to Lingzhou. Chapter 70, The First Great Immortal War. Hearing Ding Shuli's declaration of departure, Qin Feng was momentarily stunned before pulling her back into the cave abode once more. This time, he didn't resort to the 9 dragons binding rope, and to his surprise, a rare blush tinged her cheeks. Just as matters were about to escalate, Ding Shuli suddenly wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck and whispered, Qin Feng. Actually, I possess the twin Wood Spirit physique. If we cultivate together, you two can attain the Wood Spirit physique. Why didn't I gain it before? Because, in the past, I didn't wish to grant it to you. At these words, an awkward expression crossed Qin Feng's face. During their previous encounters, far from bestowing the Wood Spirit physique, she had likely harbored thoughts of ending his life. Yet now, he had not only claimed her body but also won her heart. Moments later, Qin Feng felt a refreshing energy surge from his lower abdomen, swiftly permeating his entire being with a subtle coolness. This essence continually cleansed the meridians and acupoints within him. Within the Qi Si, the originally verdant Wood attribute spiritual power underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming denser and more potent. Were it not for the fact that Qin Feng possessed a 5-element spiritual root, the Wood attribute energy alone could elevate him directly to the later stages of foundation establishment. Nevertheless, despite the substantial increase in Wood attribute energy, the other elemental powers remained stagnant, leaving his cultivation level still at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Yet, even in this state, the overall strength of his spiritual power had notably intensified. When the time came to form a Dan, even if he could not achieve the 9-orifice Golden Dan, he would still be capable of producing a substantial Golden Dan. After a night had passed, Ding Shuli, fully attired, stood at the edge of the stone bed, gazing at Qin Feng with a complex expression, ready to depart. The farewells among cultivators could last from 3 to 5 months, or extend to decades, rendering their emotions particularly intricate at this moment. Wait for me a moment. I shall gift you something. You must ensure you wait for my return. It will be swift. With that, Qin Feng hastily exited the cave, retrieving the 1,000-leaf flying shuttle and swiftly making his way towards Iron Mountain Square. Given the urgency of the situation, he could not afford to be concerned about exposure. Upon arriving at Iron Mountain Square, Qin Feng cleared out all the wood vine fruits available at the stalls, subsequently purchasing dozens of bamboo leaf shuttles, over 100 identical Wood attribute flying swords, and a significant quantity of low-tier talismans. As he passed by a place called the Beast Taming Pavilion, he decided to enter and browse. This establishment was operated by the Spirit Beast sect, offering various cultivation techniques for spirit beasts. With a wave of his hand, he procured some methods for the Earth Spirit Ape before finally locating and to synthesize his items. 1 hour later, Qin Feng, navigating the swift currents of fate, returned once more to Wonia Mountain. Upon seeing that Ding Shuli had yet to depart, a wave of relief washed over him. With utmost sincerity etched upon his face, he spoke to her, Now you may consider yourself my woman. Each individual has their own path to tread, and I shall not hinder you. However, I earnestly hope you will accept the gifts I have prepared for you. With that, Qin Feng drew her into the cave dwelling and laid before her the carefully selected items upon the stone table. A celestial-grade flying artifact, the Tianai boat. An exquisite celestial-grade Tai demon-slaying sword, 5 millennia old with spirit fruits, and 2 stacks of various high-grade offensive talismans. He placed upon the table the storage bag left by the old crone and the 9 suns ring as well. As she beheld the array of treasures meticulously arranged before her, Ding Shuli's gaze transformed into one of bewilderment. Each item, spiritual fruits, flying boats, swords, and talismans, was a rarity for most cultivators, with celestial-grade artifacts being particularly scarce, seldom graced by the hands of many. Qin Feng's ability to produce these items in such a short time suggests his identity is far more complex than it appears on the surface. After a moment of hesitation, Ding Shuli gathered all the items and departed upon her flying sword. Neither party probed into the other's background, as if by unspoken mutual agreement. They chose to trust one another. Qin Feng turned and returned to his cave dwelling, retrieving a wooden spirit fruit to examine. Recently, he had acquired a considerable quantity of woodvine fruits at the Iron Mountain workshop, which had only yielded 6 wooden spirit fruits. After giving away 5, he was left with just 1. The wooden spirit fruit, measuring merely 2 inches, boasted a pale green hue with a hint of transparency, emanating a subtle, enchanting fragrance. A single inhalation imparted an invigorating sensation to his spirit. Upon consuming it, his mouth was instantly flooded with a rich taste, the fragrance intensifying by several folds, accompanied by a refreshing coolness coursing through his limbs and meridians. Is this the essence of a spirit fruit? As he realized that its effect seemed limited to cleansing the meridians and enhancing spiritual power, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. The ancient texts had glorified the virtues of various spirit fruits, suggesting that a mere taste could elevate one to celestial heights. Was this truly the reality? The sensation of comprehending the Tao was far more profound than what Ding Shuli had previously imparted. After finishing the wooden spirit fruit in a few bites, Qin Feng felt unsatisfied and proceeded to take a fiery spirit fruit to gnaw upon. Yet again, the experience was reminiscent of merely cleansing the meridians and augmenting spiritual power, offering nothing beyond a fleeting warmth. Something felt amiss. Just as Qin Feng prepared to synthesize talismans in anticipation of battle, he suddenly sensed a throbbing pain within his energy sea. Upon introspection, he discovered that his energy sea was now brimming with an abundance of spiritual energy, surging like waves, while spiritual energy proliferated throughout his entire being. Goodness, I've overindulged. Qin Feng immediately realized that this was the effect of the spiritual fruit, and promptly sat on the bed to practice the 5 Emperors' Divine Extermination technique. 2 days later, Qin Feng received a timely message from the sect, summoning all disciples to gather at the Heavenly Sword Peak without delay. At this juncture, Qin Feng's cultivation had advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and his storage ring was replete with various high-grade talismans and exceptional artifacts. Additionally, he had equipped himself with the Stabbing Moon Sword, the 1,000-mile shuttle, the 10,000 Demons Cauldron, and the Emu Sword, ensuring he was well prepared. The notion of committing violence for the sect had never crossed Qin Feng's mind. Rather, he meticulously prepared these items to navigate the tumultuous waters with greater safety. Heavenly Sword Peak stood as the principal mountain of the Everlasting Sword sect, its majestic structure sprawling over a vast expanse. Countless disciples, adorned in garments of various hues, were now making their way towards the peak. Despite the differing colors, all attire was monochromatic, emblazoned with the sect's emblem upon the chest. When Qin Feng arrived at the foot of Tianjin Peak, he unexpectedly encountered Gu Guden, who seemed to have been waiting for him. Only when Qin Feng approached did he lead him up the mountain. Master, are we the only 2 at Shinin Peak? Qin Feng inquired. Alchemists are highly sought after everywhere. Not only are they shielded from battle, but in times of crisis, they are also considered protected individuals. Gu Guden replied with profound significance, subtly hinting at the advantages of being an alchemist. Qin Feng nodded and closely followed behind, choosing to remain silent. Upon reaching the summit of Tianjin Peak, he found a vast gathering of disciples from the Chongqing Sword sect. A rough estimate revealed no less than 20,000 individuals. The sheer number of people made Qin Feng's heart race with apprehension. In such a chaotic melee, it was unlikely that distinguishing friend from foe would be possible. The risk of bloodshed was alarmingly high. The challenge of stealth was daunting. This marked Qin Feng's inaugural participation in a grand battle within the realm of cultivation, and he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, prompting him to draw nearer to Gu Guden. Chapter 71. Is this a transaction between sects? The summit of Tianjin Peak was teeming with people. Disciples of the sect, peak masters, and esteemed elders had all gathered, standing at the edge of the mountain, gazing into the distance. The interior of the sect now appeared considerably desolate. At that moment, several figures emerged from the Grand Hall of Tianjin Peak. Leading them was Qin Jiuyo, the venerable elder of the Chongqing Sword Sect, followed closely by Li Qingyun and other inner sect elders. Qin Jiuyo emanated an enigmatic aura, rendering his precise strength indiscernible, while those accompanying him exhibited the unmistakable presence of late-stage golden core cultivators. The appearance of such formidable figures sent waves of excitement rippling through the gathered disciples of the Chongqing Sword Sect. Beyond the few individuals standing with Qin Jiuyo, the peak masters among the crowd also possessed golden core cultivation, with the least among them achieving the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The total number of top-tier powerhouses likely exceeded 100. As the group reached the clearing, an immediate hush fell over the assembly. Li Qingyun stepped forward and addressed the crowd, saying, "All present here are the elite of the Chongqing Sword Sect. When we encounter the Ghost King sect, I implore each of you not to falter. The venerable elder will ensure your safety. This expedition against the Ghost King sect will undoubtedly lead us to victory. Victory! Victory!" The throngs of disciples fervently echoed, their faces flushed with excitement. Qin Feng opened his mouth, intending to shout a few words, but upon encountering Gugodin's indifferent gaze, he promptly fell silent. Gugodin took out a small black boat, no larger than a palm, and placed it into Qin Feng's hand. Then said calmly, "I have already imparted to you the art of Yudan. When the battle commences, simply follow behind me. Should I perish, collect my body and leave immediately." "Understood." Qin Feng nodded slightly, lowering his gaze to examine the small boat in his hand. Only then did he realize it was a top-tier Xian-grade flying artifact. While its speed couldn't rival the 1,000-mile shuttle, it could already outpace 90% of the cultivators present. After stowing away the black vessel, Qin Feng understood that Gugodin was truly committed. Since the man had already embraced death's resolve, he became absolutely trustworthy in Qin Feng's eyes, prompting him to take another step closer behind Gugodin. Noticing Qin Feng's apparent timidity, a trace of concern flickered across Gugodin's face. He worried whether Qin Feng might flee at the first sign of battle. At the clearing ahead, Li Qingyun had just concluded the war rally. Qin Jiuyo and several inner sect elders immediately began preparing their artifacts. 6 colossal azure treasure ships expanded continuously in the void, their hulls intricately carved with auspicious clouds and mythical beasts, cranes dancing amidst the glow, celestial maidens plucking zither strings beneath the radiant light, an utterly resplendent sight. Board the ships. At Qin Jiuyo's command, the disciples of the Eternal Sword Sect swiftly ascended the nearest treasure vessels, landing steadily upon their decks. Only when the crowd thinned did Qin Feng follow Gugodin onto the ship commanded by Li Qingyun. Apart from Gugodin and Li Qingyun, 2 other peak masters, both at the Golden Core realm, stood aboard. The group dispersed casually, while Gugodin and Qin Feng positioned themselves at the stern. Once all had boarded, Li Qingyun promptly retrieved 2 milky white stones, glowing faintly, and inserted them into the ship's grooves. The massive vessel immediately lifted into the sky. The 6 treasure ships aligned in formation, soaring through the heavens like a majestic dragon streaking toward the horizon. Though capable of carrying many, the ships moved at a sluggish pace, even slower than the low-grade wooden spirit boat. From dawn till dusk, and deep into the star-studded night, only then did restless murmurs arise from the lead ship. "We're here. Ahead lies the Ghost King sect. Tonight, I shall fight for the sect's rise, bathing in blood if I must. The sect is our home. Its glory depends on us all." The clamor drifted through the high winds, but soon gave way to a tense silence. For ahead lay the Ghost King sect. Hearing the commotion, Qin Feng sharpened his focus, scanning the surroundings. Below sprawled an endless stretch of dark, undulating mountains. Further ahead, countless flickering lights dotted the night, faintly illuminating clusters of pavilions encircling a vast clearing. At its center loomed a towering statue of a malevolent ghost, its grotesque visage glaring from the darkness, an eerie sight. So this is the Ghost King sect. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, conflict flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. His fingers subtly brushed against his storage ring. Yesterday, while boarding at Heavenly Sword Peak, he had sensed the Netherworld bird's presence, likely sent by Taiju with a message. Yet, surrounded by the sect's strongest, Qin Feng dared not let the creature approach and sent it back immediately. Just another transaction, nothing more. Gugodin, having opened his eyes at some point, glared coldly toward the Ghost King sect, fury simmering on his face. The Eternal Sword disciples nearby exchanged puzzled glances at his words, but, wary of his status, held their tongues. Instead, they eagerly readied their artifacts, hearts aflame with ambition. For them, only through battlefield merits could they seize the sect's rewards and defy fate itself. Qin Feng cast a glance at Gugodin, noticing that the latter had begun to retrieve his magical artifact. Quietly, he took out the Thunderbolt flying sword. Even amidst the chaos, one must at least put on a semblance of preparedness. The 6 treasure ships arranged themselves in parallel, halting only as they approached the Ghost King sect. Before them lay a dark shield in the void, seemingly the protective formation of the Ghost King sect. Li Qingyun called out loudly to the people on board, "Fear not, dear comrades. The minions of the Ghost King sect are afraid of us and have activated their formation. Our esteemed elder has already taken action, and we shall soon breach their defenses." The moment they heard that the elder himself was breaking the formation, the thousands of disciples from the Longevity Sword sect aboard the ship were instantly invigorated, each brandishing their magical artifacts and fervently discussing how many of the Ghost King sect's malevolent practitioners they would vanquish. Qin Feng stood at the edge of the treasure ship, unable to discern how the Supreme Elder struck. He could only witness over 100 black swords coalesce in the void, forming a long dragon of flying swords, which forcefully collided with the obsidian shield. This powerful blow caused the formation of the Ghost King sect to tremble violently, nearly shattering it. Gazing through the formation, one could observe the central clearing of the Ghost King sect, where several crimson lines illuminated beneath the feet of the malevolent statue. These lines emanated a dark red glow in the shadows, spreading outward in 8 directions until they reached the edges of the clearing, where they halted at a massive stone sculpture resembling a flower pot. Meanwhile, the members of the Ghost King sect gathered in the clearing, seemingly awaiting the assault from the Eternal Sword sect. Qin Feng employed his divination technique, hoping to ascertain whether the individuals from the Ghost King sect were merely cannon fodder. However, the distance was too great for him to discern anything. At that moment, the other disciples leaned over the edge of the treasure ship, scrutinizing the situation of the Ghost King sect. Gu Guden, noticing Qin Feng's curiosity, casually erected a soundproof barrier around them and began to elucidate. That is a trench specifically designed to collect fresh blood. The individuals dispatched by the Ghost King sect are merely bait, mere pawns in this game. Master, how can you be so certain they are merely pawns? The Rakshasa stone statue has been activated. Even in the absence of the Changxing Sword sect, the Ghost King sect would still slay its disciples to gather blood. I have experienced such events multiple times, but I did not anticipate that this time the transaction would be of such magnitude, wagering the very lives of the entire sect. In that moment, Qin Feng finally comprehended why the Changxing Sword sect was so keen on opening its doors and recruiting loose cultivators, even to the extent that the Peak Masters, who were in the core formation stage, had not surpassed 5 years of tenure. They required a vast number of cultivators to engage in transactions or collaborations with the Ghost King sect. Yet, this time, the stakes included several core formation stage cultivators, and the protective array of the Ghost King sect ahead began to tremble precariously. Qin Feng, consumed by anxiety, immediately turned to Gu Guden and inquired, "Are you not seeking vengeance? If they are indeed allied, how do you intend to exact your revenge? Just follow my lead." Chapter 72. The disruption at the forefront of the deck. Li Qingyun and 2 other Peak Masters drew forth their magical artifacts, poised for battle at a moment's notice. The disciples of the Changxing Sword sect wore solemn expressions, their gazes fixed intently on the direction of the Ghost King sect. In the void above, Qin Jiuyo commanded a colossal dragon formed from black flying swords, which once more collided with the formation of the Ghost King sect. A crack echoed from the dark shield, which swiftly shattered into countless tendrils of black smoke, dissipating into the ether. Their formation has crumbled. Qin Jiuyo bellowed, "All disciples of the Changxing Sword sect, heed my command. Let us slay our foes. Charge." They had awaited this moment with bated breath. The Ghost King sect had overstepped their bounds. Today, they would be utterly annihilated. Countless disciples, filled with righteous indignation, wielded their magical artifacts or soared upon flying swords, plunging toward the open ground below. Qin Feng soared upon the thunder flying sword, closely trailing behind Gu Guden as they rushed towards the edge of the open ground below, all the while surveying the surrounding conditions of the battlefield. Among the charging figures were numerous elders and Peak Masters. Qin Jiuyo, Li Qingyun, and several inter-sect elders were presently gathering their treasure ships, suspended in the void, exhibiting no inclination to engage in the charge. As Qin Feng and Gu Guden descended onto the open ground, those in the vanguard had already engaged in a fierce battle with the members of the Ghost King sect. The sheer number of combatants resulted in a multitude of lives extinguished in an instant. As numerous bodies fell, wisps of pale gray mist began to emanate from the polished stone surface, gradually corroding the corpses and transforming them into blood, which ultimately flowed into the channels leading toward the Rakshasa statue. This scene was exceedingly eerie. However, the onlookers, consumed by the frenzy of battle, paid no heed to the transformation occurring beneath their feet. Within the ranks of the Ghost King sect, aside from a handful possessing foundational cultivation, Most were merely at the chi refining stage, with a steady stream of their disciples rushing forth. Perhaps the higher-ups of the Ghost King sect had instilled a sense of fervor in them. Despite their lack of formidable strength, they charged forward with remarkable ferocity. Qin Feng deftly maneuvered his Thunderbolt flying sword in a protective orbit around himself, swiftly dispatching a disciple of the Ghost King sect before darting toward Gugudun with urgent grace. "Master, what shall we do now?" he inquired with a mix of reverence and urgency. Qin Feng shouted loudly at him, but Gugudun remained unperturbed, raising a hand to signal silence. His gaze shifted to the distant structures of the Ghost King sect. Surrounding his body were 4 shields, a formidable defense against the attacks of the sect's disciples. Even an ordinary chi refinement stage cultivator could not breach his defenses. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Prior to their arrival, they had agreed that he merely needed to follow along, yet now it seemed he cared little for the lives of others. "You stay here and look for an opportunity to blend in. If I am to perish, let it be outside." Just as Qin Feng contemplated retrieving the yin-yang mother-child shield, Gugudun spoke, gesturing towards the muddy ground. If one were to die on the stone slabs in the open, their body would likely dissolve into blood. Dying elsewhere might at least allow for a complete corpse. Gugudun briefly explained and then produced a dark flying sword, infusing it with spiritual energy. With a hum, the sword expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal weapon measuring 2 zhang in length. With a swift motion, Gugudun commanded the giant sword to sweep through the area, instantly severing over 10 disciples of the Ghost King sect in half. He then shouted to those around him, "There lies their Blood Mother formation. Everyone, charge towards their great hall with me." The Blood Mother formation? The disciples of the Eternal Life Sword sect and 2 peak masters exchanged looks of astonishment, then lowered their gazes to the ground. Countless corpses were being consumed and corroded by the mist rising from the earth, while around the trenches, blood flowed like rivers, continuously streaming towards the central Rakshasa statue. "Damn those Ghost King sect bastards. They truly are insidious." The master of Luyun Peak, Mo Wenjian, glanced at Gugudun and Qin Feng before rushing over, intending to team up with Gugudun to assault the nearby pavilion. Before departing, he kindly patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, saying, "Just follow behind. I and your master will ensure your safety." With that, he led the others out of the formation, charging toward the structures ahead without looking back. "Everyone, do not linger on this stone slab. There is a formation surrounding us." The disciples of the Eternal Life Sword sect shouted, their warnings echoing across the battlefield. The disciples of the Ghost King sect were bewildered, some angrily cursing. When did the Blood Mother formation activate? Are we to be turned to dust? Damn it, this is all the fault of the Eternal Life Sword sect. They secretly employed such a vile formation. Indeed, evil cultivators cannot change their ways. Though they realized the formation's presence, everyone shifted the blame to their adversaries, retreating while intensifying their attacks. In the void above, Qin Jiuyo, Li Qingyun, and several elders of the sect were observing the battle. Noticing the crowd beginning to shift away from the Blood Mother formation, they all furrowed their brows. "What is happening?" Qin Jiuyo's expression darkened. Narrowing his eyes at Li Qingyun and the others, his demeanor chillingly sinister. Li Qingyun immediately explained, "The information must not have leaked. Someone has sensed the anomaly." Useless. Anger flashed across Qin Jiuyo's face as he dove into the thickest part of the crowd. With a gentle flick of his hands, 2 beams of silvery sword energy shot towards the throng, indiscriminately slashing through both friend and foe alike. Seeing a powerful figure intervene, both the Eternal Life Sword sect and Ghost King sect disciples froze in confusion. Who was this attacking indiscriminately? Standing at the edge of the clearing, Qin Jiuyo coldly proclaimed, "Cowards fleeing the battle shall perish." As his voice fell, a terrifying aura of divine consciousness erupted from him, sending shivers through the lower-tier cultivators nearby. In a panic, they could only scramble back to the area filled with the formation, continuing their brutal struggle. Meanwhile, Gugudun had led 2 core formation stage experts and hundreds of Eternal Life Sword sect disciples to the foot of the Ghost King sect's buildings. "Kill. Eliminate these scoundrels," he bellowed, swiftly launching 2 talismans towards the adjacent pavilion and hurling numerous others at the surrounding structures. Upon striking their targets, the talismans detonated, unleashing flames that ignited the buildings in an instant, engulfing the entire Ghost King sect in a conflagration that illuminated the sky. While others engaged in combat with the Ghost King sect disciples, Gugudun moved about, focused solely on creating chaos. "Master Gu, what are you doing?" Just as he was about to unleash the last of his talismans, Qin Jiuyo appeared before him, his expression dark as night. "I am slaying the disciples of the Ghost King sect." Gugudun's face contorted with fury, his eyes bloodshot with rage as he declared, "They killed 2 of my disciples." This matter cannot simply go unpunished. Hearing this, the two peak masters and the disciples of the Eternal Life Sword sect fought even more fiercely. Qin Jiuyo, feeling discontent yet powerless, recognized that Gugudun was the master of the Divine Pill Peak, with considerable alchemical skills. If he were to perish now, finding a suitable high-level alchemist would prove exceedingly difficult for the sect, resulting in a significant loss. Master Gu, take a moment to rest. I shall avenge you, Qin Jiuyo said, feigning sorrow as he patted Gugudun's shoulder. The latter stiffened, his body frozen in place, his spiritual energy and form still sealed. At the edge of the Blood Mother formation, Qin Feng was simultaneously fending off the Ghost King sect disciples while observing the situation ahead. Upon seeing Qin Jiuyo immobilize Gugudun, a thought of escape immediately took root in his mind. This old man seems intent on seeking revenge for his daughter today. He will likely not succeed. Taste my claw. At that moment, a figure clad in black robes surged forth from the Ghost King sect's ranks. Clenching two dark claws that gleamed with metallic luster, they lunged fiercely at Qin Feng, casting a glance at the Thunder Sword, which coiled like a spirit serpent beside him. You little evil cultivator dare to be so arrogant. I shall use the Thunder Sword technique to redeem you. With a resounding shout, Qin Feng commanded the Thunderbolt flying sword to charge forth. Upon colliding with the bony claws, the sword was immediately repelled. To avoid drawing attention, Qin Feng refrained from employing the Thunderbolt sword technique, instead wielding his spiritual energy to execute simple slashing maneuvers. The figure cloaked in black once again intercepted the Thunderbolt sword, momentarily flickering before reappearing 10 yards away. An unmistakable challenge glimmered in his crimson-black pupils as he beckoned Qin Feng with a taunting gesture. Did he truly believe that he intimidated me? A smile flickered across Qin Feng's face as he swiftly maneuvered his flying sword to pursue. The interplay of chase and evasion between the two appeared entirely ordinary amidst the chaos of the battlefield, remaining unnoticed until they vanished within the confines of the Blood Mother array. After a brief moment, chasing after Taizhu, Qin Feng arrived at his cave abode, sealing the stone door behind him. After casting several layers of spiritual consciousness barriers, Taizhu's face revealed a look of resentment. Brother Feng, were you doing that on purpose? The force of the flying sword left my hand numb. He tossed the bony claw onto the stone table and began to knead the area between his hands. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and, after casting another layer of spiritual consciousness barrier, finally inquired, what on earth is happening? Has your Ghost King sect cultivated another Ghost Witch Saintess? Indeed, Taizhu replied with a wry smile, before continuing, however. The efficacy of the Ghost Witch Saintess pales in comparison to that of the Blood Mother formation. The Saintess can merely assist in breaking through bottlenecks, while the Blood Mother formation can genuinely transcend realms. I suspect this conflict between the two sects is aimed at fully activating the Blood Mother formation. Otherwise, why would they engage in such fierce combat for no reason? Qin Feng nodded slightly, and Taizhu fell silent. With events having unfolded to this point, both men had surmised the ulterior motives of their respective sections. The activation of the Blood Mother array necessitated an immense quantity of the practitioner's vital essence. Even if the Ghost King sect were to eradicate every living soul, it would still fall short. Fortuitously, the Ghost King sect possessed the Ghost Witch Saintess, an equally invaluable asset. This conflict was essentially a clandestine transaction between the upper echelons of the two sects. The Eternal Life Sword sect traded the lives of its disciples for the Ghost Witch Saintess, while the Ghost King sect seized the opportunity to activate the Blood Mother array. What now? Taizhu's expression was fraught with turmoil, his eyes betraying a sense of helplessness. For Taizhu, the Ghost King sect was a hard-won refuge, yet he found himself at the mercy of a sect that sought to utilize him for their blood sacrifice. What could he do but flee? Qin Feng rolled his eyes, deftly retrieving a 1,000-mile flying shuttle from his storage ring, and then exited the cave with Taizhu, who was similarly clad in a black robe. At that moment, a white figure suddenly darted through the dense forest beside Taizhu's cave, heading straight towards the rear mountain of the Ghost King sect. Master? Wasn't he sealed? Upon recognizing that it was Gugudun, a look of confusion immediately crossed Qin Feng's face. Taizhu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to Qin Feng, Brother Feng, he must be planning to seize the Ghost Witch Saintess. Our sect leader and the esteemed elders are all outside overseeing the battle. Should we follow and take a look? Are you certain? What is there to be uncertain about? I have brought the Ghost King map with me. Taizhu proudly produced a scroll from his storage ring, depicting the outline of the Ghost King sect. In addition, numerous densely packed light points represented the locations of practitioners of varying strengths within the sect. At that moment, there was only one light point at the rear mountain signifying a core formation level practitioner, since Gugudun was also at the core formation level. Even if he couldn't be defeated instantly, a stalemate could be achieved. Under such circumstances, it would be entirely feasible to take advantage of the chaos and investigate further. After Qin Feng stored the 1,000-mile flying shuttle back into his storage ring, he exchanged a knowing glance with Taizhu. And the two of them sprinted towards the back mountain with unspoken understanding, though they had no particular items of need. Qin Feng was intensely curious about the true appearance of the Ghost Witch Sanus. Chapter 73. Ambushing the Ghost Witch Sanus. The mountain was shrouded in dim light, and the sounds of battle echoed incessantly in the clearing below. Despite Qin Jiuyo's best efforts to maintain control, the flames of conflict had inevitably spread to other areas. As previously warned by Gugutin, the entire Ghost King sect had plunged into utter chaos, with scenes of dueling sorcerers visible in every direction. Qin Feng followed Taizhu as they sprinted with fervor, taking the better part of a stick of incense to reach a secluded mountain peak. The mountain's peculiar shape resembled two colossal peaks interlinked, with a vast natural cave opening at its center. Standing at the cave's entrance, faint sounds of clashing magical artifacts echoed from within, signaling that Gugodan had already commenced his actions. The two concealed their presence and stealthily approached the cave. Meanwhile, outside the Ghost King sect, the clearing was teeming with personnel from two major sects, totaling around 50 to 60,000. After a harrowing battle, only a few hundred remained within the Bloodmother formation. Upon witnessing the countless crimson torrents swirling in the trenches, rushing frantically towards the central Rakshasa statue, terror etched itself on their faces. What was happening? Demons. All of you from the Ghost King sect are demons. The disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect, realizing the situation, began to retreat, eager to escape, but a layer of dark red shield had already enveloped the perimeter, sealing the clearing completely. Was this the Bloodmother formation? Why had it activated so soon? We are still trapped inside. Master, elders, we are still within the formation. The remaining disciples of the Ghost King sect, barely over 100, desperately called for help, yet no one responded. A low hum resonated as countless gray mists oozed from the stone slabs, corroding their bodies. At that moment, all their defenses, spiritual shields, protective artifacts, and spells crumbled as if made of paper. In an instant, the gray mist reduced them to pools of blood, flowing into the trenches and surging towards the Rakshasa statue. Seeing the opportune moment, Qin Jiuyo led Li Qingyun and others to the entrance of the only unscathed hall of the Ghost King sect. Inside the hall, two figures emerged, one after the other. The figure in front donned a gray robe, his pallid face revealing hollow eye sockets devoid of eyeballs, his skin riddled with grotesque tumors, crawling with maggots, resembling anything but a living being. The shadowy figure trailing behind was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern its features or gender. The gray-robed man halted at the hall's entrance, remaining in front of the shadow as if it were his own. He turned his empty eye sockets towards Qin Jiuyo and let out a cackling laugh, rasping, "Truly remarkable, Qin Jiuyo. Willing to trade the lives of thousands of disciples for a deal with me? Ghost sorcerer, you are not in a much better position. Hand over my belongings." Qin Jiuyo's expression hardened as he directed a threatening gaze towards the shadow behind the gray-robed man. Li Qingyun and the others bowed their heads, afraid to meet the ghost sorcerer's gaze, fearing his attention. The ghost sorcerer rasped, "It is rare to encounter trustworthy individuals like you. Two ghost sorcerers can activate the Bloodmother formation. I shall seek you out again next time. Come now, little one, I shall send you off." He erupted into a shrill laugh, raising his arm in a beckoning gesture towards the back mountain of the Ghost King sect. Qin Jiuyo's demeanor softened slightly as he fixed his gaze intently on the direction of the back mountain, prompting Li Qingyun and the others to lift their heads as well. They could faintly see sect disciples still engaged in combat on the mountain. Yet the back mountain was eerily quiet. The ghost sorcerer waved his hand several times, but the back mountain remained unresponsive, although his expression revealed nothing. Qin Jiuyo's countenance darkened as he coldly inquired, "Are you toying with me? It seems a minor inconvenience has arisen. I must investigate." The ghost sorcerer cackled, vanishing from sight. Qin Jiuyo gritted his teeth and followed suit, leaving Li Qingyun and the others exchanging glances, uncertain. Elder Qin Kuan awkwardly turned to Li Qingyun, asking, "Shall we go?" "Perhaps we shouldn't. Our strength is far too lacking." Li Qingyun replied with a wry smile, while the other elders shared his apprehension. After all, the ghost sorcerer's ruthless and sinister techniques left one feeling profoundly unsettled. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from the back mountain of the Ghost King sect. Qin Jiuyo's furious shout pierced the air. "Ghost sorcerer, how dare you deceive me? I am a paragon of integrity, yet it seems the ghost sorceress has been stolen." In the back mountains cave of the Ghost King sect, dim light pervaded the space. Near the interior lay a massive blood pool, at the center of which rested a black lotus platform, currently devoid of any occupants, save for a corpse of a core formation cultivator at the pool's edge. After receiving Qin Jiuyu's strike, the ghost sorcerer reached down, extracting a few drops of blood from the soil. He placed the blood into his hollow eye sockets, and instantly, a torrent of black mist erupted, coalescing into a spectral figure. "This must be one of your Changsheng Sword sect members, attempting to slander my trustworthiness," he scoffed, vanishing from sight. Leaving Qin Jiuyu to glare ominously at the figure formed from the black mist, he reached into his waist pouch, producing a wooden effigy crafted in the likeness of Gugo Dan. "Gufeng Master, how audacious of you to dare seize my possessions." A cold glint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Jiuyu's eyes as he exited the cave. Qin Feng and Tai Zhu had already traversed an immense distance aboard their swift vessel. In Tai Zhu's grasp was a black bag, perpetually contorting, which he clutched tightly at the opening with both hands. Qin Feng, brimming with excitement, steered the vessel with all his might. "Brother Feng, could we possibly go a bit faster? I feel as though I am losing control," Tai Dan exclaimed anxiously, his hands gripping the bag's opening as if summoning every ounce of strength he possessed. "Do not fret. We should be arriving shortly." With a grin, Qin Feng stuffed several spirit energy pills into his mouth, then extended a hand to assist in tightening the drawstring of the cloth bag. Earlier, while at the Ghost King sect, he and Tai Zhu had ventured into the cavern, fortuitously encountering Gugo Dan engaged in a fierce struggle with the guardian of the Ghost Witch Saintess, who had already packed her belongings. Ultimately, Gugo Dan and the guardian perished together, while Qin Feng and Tai Zhu each took on the task of collecting the bodies and retrieving the Ghost Witch Saintess before making their escape. The entire process unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. Qin Feng expertly maneuvered the flying shuttle into the depths of Wonia Mountain, immediately activating the Grand Illusion to its fullest capacity. He grasped the bag and entered the cavern. Both Tai Zhu and Qin Feng felt a tinge of anxiety as they consecutively cast dozens of restrictive spells within the cave before finally unveiling the writhing black bag. Chapter 74. The transformation of the Earth Spirit Ape. Inside the bag lay not a living creature, but rather a mass of darkness that had taken on a humanoid form. Standing at no more than 6 inches, its exaggerated shapes were numerous and diverse, devoid of any semblance of modesty. The ghostly witch maiden writhed within the confines of the bag, showing no signs of escape even as the bag was opened. Upon casting a single glance, Qifeng Tieju's face flushed crimson. Just moments ago, they had imagined the Ghost Witch Saintess to be exceedingly fierce, only to discover her gentle demeanor. Tai Zhu, with a hint of hesitation, suggested, "Brother Fofeng, perhaps you should make use of this. It seems rather futile for me at my current foundation establishment mid-stage." An awkward expression crossed Tieju's face, while Qifeng promptly shook his head in refusal. What a Ghost Witch Saintess! She merely resembled an oversized Fiji cup. Whether this item could enhance one's cultivation through dual cultivation remained uncertain, yet there was no doubt about the viability of the dual cultivation itself. Qin Feng immediately pointed towards the alchemy chamber and remarked, "You may create another opening behind my alchemy room, but do not dare to engage in any mischief within my domain." Tai Zhu's face turned crimson, his hands clenching the figure of the ghostly witch, his expression a portrait of bewilderment. The primary purpose of this artifact was to facilitate breakthroughs in cultivation, yet its efficacy in enhancing one's prowess was considerably diminished. However, the apprehension of it being sought after if left unused loomed over him. "Brother Feng, your kindness is beyond words. Given our bond, there is no need for pleasantries. Now, be gone swiftly." Qin Feng shot him a glance, while Tai Zhu, his face flushed, clutched the Ghost Witch Saint Maiden in one hand and extracted a bone claw with the other, swiftly beginning to dig a hole behind the alchemy chamber. In mere moments, he unearthed a new space and inscribed a protective barrier. Observing that Tai Zhu had commenced utilizing the Ghost Witch Saint Maiden, Qin Feng stepped out of the cave, retrieving a pristine storage pouch from his waist. This pouch had been passed to him by Gugo Dan shortly before his demise for the purpose of storing a corpse. Although the pouch could not accommodate living beings, it was perfectly suited for remains. Presently, the corpse of Gugo Dan resided within the storage pouch. "Master, the Ghost Witch Daoist and Changio, you are most likely cultivators of the nascent soul stage, and I am currently ill-equipped to confront them. Once the situation stabilizes, I shall devise a plan to ensure that you and sister son are laid to rest together." Qin Feng reached out to pat the storage bag, indifferent to whether the other party could hear, and then hung the bag back at his waist. With no sign of life or death, Qin Jiuyu and the Ghost Witch Daoist were undoubtedly scouring the world for Gugodan. Qin Feng dared not approach the grave of his fifth senior sister. Should he be captured, he would undoubtedly meet his demise, as anyone associated with Gugodan would likely face rigorous scrutiny. Thus, Hiding on Wonita Mountain was the safest course of action. After adjusting his state, Qin Feng returned to his cave and sat down within the Shin Kun Swallowing Heaven Array, beginning his cultivation of the Five Emperors' Divine Punishment technique. As the ice and snow melted, winter gave way to spring, and all things revived. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. On this day, a series of black smoke emanated from the cave where Taiju was in seclusion, soaring into the heavens. Had it not been for the concealment array, this phenomenon would have surely attracted considerable attention. I, Taiju Shinzuin, have now reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Soon, I shall attain perfection, with the prospect of forming my golden core and achieving immortality. Taiju shattered the makeshift stone door of the cave with a single stomp and, upon seeing Qin Feng still engaged in his cultivation, immediately cast a soundproof shield to muffle any noise. At that moment, Taiju was enveloped in an aura of demonic energy, his skin pale to an alarming degree, giving him an appearance that was both refined yet exuded an indescribable malevolence. Qin Feng opened his eyes and merely glanced at him, prompting an immediate glimmer of excitement to illuminate the latter's countenance. The once indomitable aura of Iron Pillar, the celestial master, dissipated entirely. Hiki, Brother Feng, my strength has significantly increased. I just need to venture out to procure some nourishing items and gather a few vengeful souls into the 10,000 souls banner, and I shall have the opportunity to attain the consummation of the foundation establishment stage, thereby forming my golden core. Iron Pillar exclaimed with enthusiasm as he approached Qin Feng and plopped down beside the Shin Kun Swallowing Heaven formation. With a face full of curiosity, Qin Feng inquired, "What is it like to be the Ghost Witch Saintess?" Iron Pillar's face flushed crimson, and he promptly dashed out of the cave dwelling. Qin Feng, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, scratched the back of his head, still convinced that the Ghost Witch Saintess paled in comparison to a real person. Goodness! How long have we been in seclusion? What has happened outside? A voice filled with astonishment echoed from beyond the cave. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Feng rushed outside. Standing at the entrance, he gazed upon the scene before him. The weeds had grown to waist height, rendering the surroundings desolate and forlorn. The medicinal herbs in the field had vanished entirely, leaving only a chaotic tangle of weeds as if trampled by countless beasts, lying haphazardly across the medicinal plot. Not far off, nestled within the thicket, was a frail monkey that appeared to be a soil spirit ape, though its form looked significantly weakened. Witnessing this sight, Qin Feng felt as though his mind was on the verge of exploding. His immediate instinct was to check on the ancient spiritual tea tree and the sapling of the Beast King tree. Though all other spiritual herbs had disappeared, these two sacred trees remained unscathed. Only then did Qin Feng breathe a sigh of relief and called out to the distant soil spirit ape. Upon hearing his voice, the creature lifted its head, pained, and struggled to rise from the ground. It was at this moment that Qin Feng could clearly discern its features. Its fur was a sickly yellow, and its eyes glowed a crimson red, resembling a demonic beast. "Master," the soil spirit ape uttered, its voice awkward and grating, betraying its inhuman origins. Both Qin Feng and Taiju were momentarily taken aback. Typically, a spirit beast must reach at least the 5th rank and refine its vocal cords before it can articulate speech. How could the Earth Spirit Ape speak so swiftly? With the contract of the Earth Spirit Ape still residing in his sea of consciousness, Qin Feng felt reassured enough to approach and inquire, "What has caused you to end up in such a state?" In response to Qin Feng's scrutinizing gaze, the Earth Spirit Ape lowered its head, a look of trepidation flickering in its eyes as it cautiously replied, I wanted to find you to consume some sweet elixirs, but you were not present. So I resorted to drinking some spirit plant essence." The Earth Spirit Ape gestured towards a wooden barrel beside the cave, which contained the spirit plant essence. When Qin Feng scanned it with his divine sense, he discovered that the barrel was completely empty, likely having been emptied by this creature, which explained its current condition. Qin Feng retrieved 2 spirit beast pills from his storage pouch and offered them to the Earth Spirit Ape. However, the ape shook its head, a look of melancholy crossing its features as it spoke. "Master, I no longer wish to consume these substances. I aspire to cultivate like you, to strengthen myself and become a formidable beast king." Upon hearing these words, both Qin Feng and Taiju fell into a contemplative silence. The spirit plant liquid was intended for the nourishment of flora. If ingested by living beings, it could lead to mild ailments like diarrhea or, in severe cases, a fatal demise. The Earth Spirit Ape was fortunate to have survived. Nevertheless, it was no longer merely an Earth Spirit Ape. It had transformed into a mutated beast, one with noble ambitions. Qin Feng retrieved a tome entitled The Supreme Formula of the Demon God from his storage ring and presented it before the Earth Spirit Ape. This text was a fundamental spirit beast cultivation method that he had casually purchased at Iron Mountain Town while accompanying Ding Shuli. Initially, he believed the Earth Spirit Ape was not capable of cultivation, yet to his surprise, it had undergone a mutation. Do you wish to cultivate this technique? Are you capable of such? The supreme formula of the demon god was inscribed entirely in human script. Yet it emanated a soul essence that allowed for a clear resonance with the cultivation method. Upon receiving the tome, a golden light immediately penetrated the ape's brow, revealing an expression of elation upon its face. Master, I will cultivate. I shall devote myself to this endeavor. It exclaimed fervently. I beseech you. Allow me to descend the mountain. Should I one day ascend to the rank of a demon king after reveling in my newfound power, I shall assuredly return to your side, sacrificing all for you. After uttering these words, the Earth Spirit Ape knelt before Qin Feng, bowing earnestly in a gesture of deep respect. At that moment, it was no longer the creature that merely watered spirit herbs and weeded the medicinal fields. It now moved with a grace and precision akin to that of a human, save for its sharp features and golden fur, accompanied by a burgeoning ambition within. Witnessing the ape's newfound sentience, Iron Pillar discreetly communicated a warning, suggesting that Qin Feng should refrain from allowing it to descend the mountain too readily. Should it be released now, the chances of it returning would indeed be slim. In Qin Feng's mind, he continuously pondered the intricate relationship of cause and effect. When he first embarked on his immortal journey in Qingafang, he encountered this little monkey. Subsequently, the leftover waste elixirs granted it the intelligence of a spiritual beast. After bringing it to Wonia Mountain, aside from daily weeding and watering the medicinal herbs, it had been nourished with high-grade spirit beast elixirs without ever being deprived. At this moment, if he were to impart his martial arts to it and allow it to descend the mountain, it might not be an unkind act, especially since a master-servant contract bound them. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng resolved to grant its request and spoke. You may take the martial arts down the mountain, but you must agree to one condition. The Earth Spirit Ape's eyes sparkled with excitement. Its hands clasped together in a gesture of profound respect as it replied, Master, please proceed. In the future, should you find yourself in trouble, do not reveal my identity. Rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble. At these words, the Earth Spirit Ape trembled with exhilaration, kneeling before Qin Feng and repeatedly bowing in reverence before rising and making its way down Wonia Mountain. Qin Feng stood silently, watching it depart, feeling an inexplicable thrill within. At that moment, Taizhu approached with a face full of sorrow. Brother Feng, this monkey possesses more spirit than many third-tier spiritual beasts. Are you truly willing to let it go? He inquired. Taizhu rolled his eyes and fell silent. The phrase meeting at the peak merely implies a reunion at the pinnacle of one's journey, and allowing it to navigate the world on its own is undoubtedly preferable to the arduous task of nurturing it oneself. The mountaintop was lush with verdant flora. Qin Feng deftly maneuvered the flying sword, severing all the weeds at their roots, and subsequently unleashed a series of fiery incantations to incinerate the gathered underbrush, bringing the task to completion. The veil of obscurity surrounding the grand formation dissipated, revealing the external environment in all its clarity. It was the season of spring, a time of rejuvenation. The flora on the surrounding hills had burst forth with tender shoots, and the mist had lifted from the lilac mountain, unveiling its true visage. The small courtyard atop the mountain lay in ruins, the dwelling long since ravaged, now overgrown with wild grass, a stark testament to desolation. Uncertain of the state of affairs beyond, Taizhu gazed at the scene outside with a heavy heart, uttering his lament, while Qin Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. During this period, the sect token of the Chongqing Sword sect had vibrated thrice, each time summoning him back to the sect, yet since then, there had been no further developments. The promise made to Guguden to inter his father and daughter together remained unfulfilled, and now, venturing out raised concerns for Qin Jiuyou, Li Qingyun, and others, leaving him in a quandary. The two sat upon the stone slab at the entrance of the cave, aimlessly observing their surroundings. As night fell, Taizhu finally spoke. Brother Feng, I intend to return to the state of Zhou to visit my parents. It has been far too long since I last saw them. They must be anxious. Please take care, for I too wish to venture out for a while. Qin Feng patted Taizhu's shoulder, and they exchanged a glance, both revealing a bittersweet expression in their eyes. Although retreating here for cultivation was undeniably prudent, there were times when they had to venture out to attend to certain matters. Upon reaching a mutual understanding, they both instinctively retrieved black cloaks from their storage rings, draping them over their shoulders before each taking to the skies on their respective flying artifacts, departing from Wonia Mountain. Clad in a black robe, Qin Feng deftly maneuvered the wooden spirit vessel towards the direction of the Eternal Sword sect, employing a technique of Dao. The distance from Woniu Mountain to the Eternal Sword sect was approximately 500 miles, and it wasn't long before Qin Feng arrived in the vicinity of the sect. Under the cover of night, the buildings within the Eternal Sword sect remained brilliantly illuminated, with numerous disciples dressed in white hurrying along within the sect's confines. It appeared that during this period, the Eternal Sword sect had accepted a considerable number of new disciples. However, one could only wonder if past events would repeat themselves. Qin Feng hastily cast a glance before stowing away the wooden spirit boat and swiftly navigating through the dense forest, making his way towards the grave of his fifth senior sister. After breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage, he could traverse 1,000 miles in a single day even without the use of a movement talisman. As he swiftly maneuvered along the mountain path, nearing the grave of his fifth senior sister, he suddenly heard the sounds of a duel ahead. Advancing further, he beheld an open clearing where 3 individuals were engaged in combat. Among them, a young man donned the attire of an outer disciple of the Chongqing Sword sect, his cultivation level approximately at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The 2 rogue cultivators surrounding him were formidable as well, one at the 6th layer and the other at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Qin Feng withdrew the Thunderbolt flying sword and cast it into the air, subsequently manipulating it with his spirit to join the fray, targeting one of the scattered cultivators. With formidable spiritual energy and the element of surprise, the Thunderbolt flying sword swiftly pierced through the golden shield enveloping one of the scattered cultivators, creating a gaping wound in his chest. Witnessing this scene, the remaining scattered cultivator's expression darkened, his composure shattered, rendering him incapable of steadying his control over the flying sword. In a state of panic, he hastily produced a talisman and hurled it towards Qin Feng before turning to flee. Lacking powerful magical treasures and talismans, how could a 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator hope to contend with a Foundation establishment cultivator, particularly when facing a formidable opponent like Qin Feng, who, in the instant the foe turned to escape, was pierced through by the Thunderbolt flying sword with chilling precision. Within mere moments of engagement, the battle concluded entirely. The surviving young cultivator from the Chongqing Sword sect, his face alight with joy, immediately bowed in gratitude to Qin Feng, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance." Qin Feng altered his voice to mimic Wang Teng's and inquired, "To which peak do you belong?" The young cultivator replied, "Respectful senior, I hail from the divine elixir peak of the Eternal Life Sword sect. I ventured out today to gather medicinal herbs and did not anticipate being targeted by nefarious individuals. I am immensely grateful for your assistance." "Who is the current leader of the peak?" Qin Feng asked. "The leader is my master, Chen Kuan. Besides him, are there any other elders?" The young man continued. "The divine elixir peak has recently been established and lacks suitable candidates for elder positions." Recently established? No suitable candidates? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a surge of trepidation. Although the battle against the Ghost King sect had claimed the sacrifice of the entire sect, the divine elixir peak remained unscathed. His 3rd and 4th brothers had stayed behind in the sect, yet there was no word from them. Evidently dealt with by Chen Jiuyo and Li Qingyun, leaving the divine elixir peak reliant on the Grand Elder Chen Kuan to take matters into his own hands. Noticing the black-robed figure's silence, the young cultivator spoke again. "Do you know my master, senior? I am truly overjoyed. If you do not mind, I would be honored to take you to the divine elixir peak. My master is soon to celebrate his 60th birthday and is currently hosting guests from all corners. Your presence would surely delight him." "You are celebrating too soon," came the ominous reply. Chapter 76, Chen Jiuyo's Secret Method of Incarnation. The young cultivator, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean, senior?" But before he could grasp the situation, he saw the very flying sword that had just slain 2 scattered cultivators hurtling towards him. "I am a member of the Eternal Life Sword sect. If you kill me, the sect will not let this go unpunished." Before he could finish his threat, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth as the Thunderbolt flying sword pierced through his forehead, creating a gaping wound. Qin Feng wielded his flying sword with a vigorous flick, casting aside all the congealed blood. Such superfluous chatter. After retracting the Thunderbolt sword, he retrieved a demon-banishing talisman from his storage bag and tossed it aside, then leisurely made his way towards the grave of his 5th senior sister. Qin Feng had never truly desired to take a life, yet this individual audaciously dared to wield the power of their sect against him, thus sealing their own fate. As he traversed the narrow path through the dense forest, a modest hill came into view. At its base lay a small mound overgrown with weeds. Erected before it was a gravestone, inscribed with the words, Grave of Sun Yulon. Approaching the tomb, Qin Feng clasped his hands in a respectful gesture before the stone, paying homage with reverence before retrieving a spade to commence his task of excavation. The burden of the ghost which Saint's misdeeds rested heavily upon Gugudun, and interring him here would undoubtedly attract the attention of Qinjiuyo. Thus, Qin Feng resolved to relocate the grave of his fifth senior sister, fulfilling a debt of gratitude she owed him. With each scoop of earth, the soil flew, revealing the faint outline of a dark red coffin within. When she was laid to rest, the disciples of Shindan Peak had excavated the burial site to great depths, making the task somewhat laborious for Qin Feng. Were it not for the augmentation of his spiritual energy, he would likely have labored for an entire day and night. After a full incense stick restoration, he finally unearthed the entire dark red coffin. As he pushed open the lid, a pale green mist erupted forth, rushing toward him. In that instant, Qin Feng recoiled as if struck, retreating over 10 paces. The mist twisted in the void, gradually morphing into the visage of a middle-aged man, unmistakably the form of Qinjiuyo. Although merely a specter of smoke, he emanated an overwhelming presence of formidable authority. Qin Feng furrowed his brows and cast a glance, his mind racing to deduce that this was the spirit left behind by Qinjiuyo, or perhaps some peculiar method. It could not possibly be his true self. At that moment, a sinister expression adorned Qinjiuyo's face as he spoke menacingly. I knew that someone would still covet this girl's grave. Having stolen my ghost, which holy maiden, you now wish to claim my daughter as well. Regardless of who you are, you shall obediently become my blood slave to atone for your sins. As his words echoed, Qinjiuyo extended his arms, and countless tendrils of green mist erupted from behind him, resembling a colossal black serpent in the night, lunging towards Qin Feng with its gaping maw. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng continuously unleashed 3 advanced fire serpent talismans into the void, igniting an explosion from which countless flames erupted, enveloping the dense green mist. However, in mere moments, the flames were devoured by the encroaching green smoke. Rather than proving effective, the fire serpent talismans only intensified the mist's potency, which now thickened, nearly transforming into a tangible green serpent. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng felt a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead and promptly produced an advanced lightning convergence talisman to activate. Crack! As the lightning convergence talisman detonated, a bolt of lightning manifested in the void, striking down upon the green mist with a resounding crackle. Yet, despite the ferocity of the attack, the effect remained disappointingly negligible. Was there truly no way to contend with it? Qin Feng felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly produced a demon-biting talisman, casting it forth. This talisman, a high-level human-grade charm, could devour the celestial pathways of the 9 heavens above and consume the demons of the underworld below. I refuse to believe that I cannot find a way to overcome you. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he activated the demon-devouring talisman, unleashing a torrent of dense black smoke. The collision of the 2 distinct hues of mist produced a sizzling sound in the void, with countless drops of black liquid cascading from the vapor, corroding the ground into numerous small pits. In just a fleeting moment, the azure mist dissipated significantly, while the fog from the demon-devouring talisman only grew more intense, showing no signs of abating. You can actually counter my demon god curse. Apart from the Howren sect, no one can withstand my spell. This is absolutely impossible. Upon witnessing this scene, the ethereal figure of Qinjiuyo, standing in the rear, was overtaken by sheer terror, prompting an immediate retreat. His green form transformed into a streak of emerald light, darting away at an astonishing speed. Although it was not his true self, his velocity surpassed that of most golden core stage cultivators. Seeing the flash of green light, a cold smirk crept across Qin Feng's face. Just moments ago, he had found it somewhat difficult to discern Qinjiuyo's method, but now he was certain that the opponent was employing a fragment of his soul as a doppelganger. While nascent soul stage cultivators cannot manifest an external incarnation, they can disperse their consciousness and cultivate techniques to create a semblance of a clone. It was evident that Qinjiuyo had employed such a tactic to lie in wait, aiming to capture Gugudun or someone associated with him. Now that the demon-devouring talisman was perfectly poised to counter his soul, how could Qin Feng let this opportunity slip away? Seizing the moment, he resolved to strike while his adversary was vulnerable. A ruthless determination surged within Qin Feng's heart as he retrieved the 1,000-mile shuttle from his storage ring, channeling his spiritual energy into it with frenzied intensity. The more spiritual power the artifact absorbed, the more formidable its unleashed might would become. Chun Jiuyo's fleeing soul was not particularly swift, and with the aid of the myriad demon cauldron at his disposal, Qin Feng harbored immense confidence in capturing this wisp of escaping essence. Stepping onto the 1,000-mile shuttle, Qin Feng's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Chun Jiuyo's fleeing soul within mere moments. How can you be so fast? Terror contorted the spectral visage of Chun Jiuyo as he sensed Qin Feng's approach. Faster still awaits you, came the icy retort. A cold smile appeared on Qin Feng's face as he expertly maneuvered the Wanma Ding towards the wisp of divine soul. Is this the Wanma Ding? A flicker of fear crossed Chun Jiuyo's countenance, yet at that moment, the suction of the Wanma Ding had already slowed his movements. With Qin Feng directing the Wanma Ding downward, in the blink of an eye, the divine soul was ensnared within the cauldron. The Wanma Ding, a mid-grade heavenly artifact, possesses the power to subdue all malevolent entities, and divine souls are no exception. Even if someone could break free from the Wanma Ding seal, it would certainly not be a practitioner at the nascent soul stage. After capturing Chun Jiuyo's remnant soul within the Wanma Ding, Qin Feng immediately turned and hurried toward the grave of his fifth senior sister. The recent confrontation had already attracted considerable attention. It was imperative to swiftly relocate Sun Yulan's remains. May fortune favor the endeavor. In his heart, Qin Feng silently prayed. Upon reaching the edge of the grave, he could already sense the presence of numerous individuals approaching, most of whom originated from the direction of the Chongqing Sword sect. He descended to the grave's edge and once more reached out to push open the coffin lid. Inside, apart from the burial items, there was no trace of Sun Yulan's corpse. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng's face darkened with rage. It was evident that this was the handiwork of the Chongqing Sword sect, orchestrated by Chun Jiuyo. Perhaps he had long anticipated that someone would come to relocate Sun Yulan's body, which is why he had laid an ambush here in advance. Since the body of his fifth senior sister was not here, it must be at the Chongqing Sword sect. Qin Feng squinted as he gazed towards the direction of the Chongqing Sword sect. Coincidentally, at that moment, a group of over 10 figures soared towards him. These individuals traveled upon their swords, all possessing the foundational cultivation stage. Chapter 77. Interrogation in the Void. A disciple clad in white from the Chongqing Sword sect bellowed. Who dares to wreak havoc on the territory of my Chongqing Sword sect? As the figures drew ever closer, Qin Feng remained utterly unresponsive, harboring no intention of retreat. It had been quite some time since Chun Jiuyo's spirit was ensnared within the 10,000 demons cauldron. Had he been present at the Chongqing Sword sect, he would undoubtedly have arrived by now. The mere presence of disciples indicated his absence, thus presenting Qin Feng with an opportunity to capture a few live ones for interrogation. With artifacts, talismans, and an energy level surpassing that of ordinary cultivators by 20-fold, Qin Feng felt emboldened. He feared nothing beneath the nascent soul stage. Confronted by a dozen foundational cultivators, he stood his ground, showing no sign of retreat. In total, 16 foundational cultivators arrived, adorned in various attires representing different peaks of the Chongqing Sword sect. Upon reaching the site and witnessing the grave of Sun Yulan disturbed, they immediately encircled Qin Feng. This is the grave of an important figure of our Chongqing Sword sect. To dare excavate such a grave, I advise you to surrender willingly. Perhaps your 9 clans might be spared, one of them declared, while the others descended to the ground, brandishing their flying swords in preparation for combat. More than a dozen flying swords shimmered ominously in the night, their sharp intent saturating the atmosphere, teetering on the brink of eruption. Qin Feng stood quietly in place, an air of disdain evident in his eyes concealed beneath his black robe. With a cold laugh, he declared, "Feel free to make your move." In an instant, more than 10 flying swords surged forth, their rhythmic hum resonating through the air. Unperturbed, Qin Feng retrieved the Yinyang Mother Shield and a yellowed talisman from his storage ring. Infusing his spiritual energy into the shield, the two sides, a large and a small shield, expanded instantaneously. The larger shield was robust and formidable, while the smaller one was agile and resilient, both revolving around Qin Feng as they defended against the barrage of flying swords. As the swords collided with the shields, sparks erupted in every direction, yet Qin Feng remained still, merely gripping the talisman in his hand, devoid of further action. Let us see how long you can endure. Observing Qin Feng's audacity and lack of counterattack, several disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect felt a surge of dissatisfaction, secretly intensifying their assault. Others drew forth additional magical artifacts or cast spells. Countless flying swords and spells struck the Yinyang Mother Shield like a relentless downpour. The air filled with a cacophony of clashing sounds. After 10 breaths, the larger shield, bearing the brunt of the assault, began to emit a crackling noise. "Everyone, exert yourselves." Capture him and return him to the divine elixir peak. Elder Chen will reward us handsomely. Witnessing the imminent shattering of the shield, the disciples of the Chongqing sword sect erupted with joy, redoubling their efforts. With a resounding crack, under the relentless onslaught, the two shields shattered into fragments. The destruction of the artifact sent a sharp pain coursing through Qin Feng's sea of consciousness, his blood surging wildly. As several more flying swords and magical artifacts descended upon him, Qin Feng promptly pressed the talisman against his body. A golden radiance swiftly enveloped him, forming a protective golden humanoid shield 3 feet away. This was the intermediate-grade talisman of golden light he had previously synthesized, capable of withstanding attacks from mid-stage core formation cultivators. Thus, it effortlessly defended against the strikes from the surrounding Foundation establishment practitioners. Countless assaults pelted the golden shield like a torrential downpour, failing to breach its defenses and instead rebounding, with some flying swords embedding themselves into the mountainside, others into boulders, and some nearly injuring their own comrades. Observing the formidable strength of this golden defense, the expressions of the 10 or more individuals present turned exceedingly grim. I was merely testing the strength of an intermediate-grade artifact of the Xian rank. Did you truly believe this was all I had? A cold smirk appeared in Qin Feng's eyes as he withdrew the celestial-grade artifact, the moon-piercing flying sword, from his storage ring, channeling his spiritual power into it. At this moment, Qin Feng had mastered the moon-piercing flying sword, and by infusing half of his internal spiritual energy, he could unleash 60% of the sword's formidable might. Buzzing, the silver-white moon-piercing flying sword quivered in the void, tracing a white arc through the air like a meteor aiming for the moon, darting straight toward a nearby disciple of the Eternal Sword sect. Be careful. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the flying sword, the onlooker's expression shifted dramatically. The targeted individual turned pale, swiftly summoning his artifact to defend himself while simultaneously slapping a golden bell talisman onto his body. His artifact was a two-directional curved spinning blade, seemingly of at least initial Xian grade quality. At that moment, the spinning blade whirled, emitting a whooshing sound as it crashed forcefully against the moon-piercing flying sword. Crack! In an instant of collision, the spinning blade shattered into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Yet the moon-piercing flying sword maintained its momentum, relentlessly advancing toward the man. Upon witnessing his artifact being effortlessly destroyed, the man's face darkened, and he quickly conjured an iron wall spell before him. Puff! Puff! The moon-piercing flying sword, like a rampaging force, pierced through the iron wall and the golden bell talisman, creating a gaping wound in his neck, blood gushing forth. In the wake of this scene, the surrounding disciples of the Eternal Sword sect turned ashen, retreating in alarm. However, the moon-piercing flying sword had transformed into a meteor, weaving through the crowd, while thunder roared in the air, and lightning crackled incessantly. Everyone, be cautious. The leader, clad in white, wore a grim expression as he frantically maneuvered his artifact to fend off the attacks, desperately retrieving talismans for protection. In battles among cultivators of similar strength, the decisive factor often lay in the quality of their artifacts. The moon-piercing flying sword far surpassed their artifacts in quality, and coupled with the Thunderblade technique, none present could withstand Qin Feng's onslaught. In mere moments, 7 had perished on the spot, and the remaining individuals struggled to hold their ground. Do you truly wish to oppose the Eternal Sword sect? The white-clad leader, now adorned with numerous injuries, threatened Qin Feng while simultaneously defending against the relentless assault. At such a critical juncture, he still dared to issue threats? Qin Feng remained silent, enveloped in a golden radiance. After dispatching the disciple with a single stroke of his sword, he deftly commanded the Shuriwei flying sword to reap the lives of those around him, prioritizing those who dared to flee. While the act of killing was not particularly arduous, the true peril lay in the possibility of being recognized and having his treasured weapon escape. At that moment, Qin Feng wielded absolute control over the battlefield, akin to a harbinger of death. In less than 10 breaths, he had reduced the number of disciples from the Chongqing sword sect to a mere 2. As they hastily retrieved their flying artifacts in a desperate bid for escape, the Shuriwei flying sword mercilessly shattered their hopes. With no path to ascend to the heavens or descend into the earth, they could only remain rooted in place, pleading for mercy. Senior, spare us. With a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng drove his sword through one of them, then sheathed the flying sword within his sleeve. He turned to the remaining survivor and inquired, "Do you wish to live?" "Indeed." He trembled, kneeling on the ground, his head bowing repeatedly like a pestle pounding garlic. "I implore you, Senior, grant me my life. I shall comply with any request you have, as long as you spare me." Qin Feng inquired softly, "Do you know the whereabouts of the bones within this grave?" I know, came the frantic reply. "The corpse lies at this very moment within the icy coffin of the divine Dan Peak's Grand Hall. I have already pleaded with you. Please do not take my life." Qin Feng inquired once more, "Are you aware of the current whereabouts of the Grand Elder of the Eternal Life Sword sect?" Chapter 78, The Situation in the Inky Darkness of the Night. The Eternal Life Sword sect was ablaze with light. Countless disciples and peak masters mobilized swiftly, racing towards the grave of Sun Yulan, situated beyond the sect's confines. Qin Feng stood upon the stone slab beside the empty grave, interrogating the remaining disciple regarding various details. The general conclusion drawn was that Qin Jiuyo was currently absent from the sect. Only the present master of the Divine Pill Peak, Qin Kunkin, knew of his whereabouts. Since he was not in the sect, it seemed that today's affairs would pose no complications. In the depths of his mind, Qin Feng contemplated silently. Upon sensing an approaching presence from a distance, he deftly extended his hand, pressing his thumb against his middle finger, and with a gentle flick, the concealed stabbing moon flying sword within his sleeve transformed into a streak of radiant light, soaring forth. "You lack martial ethics." As Qin Feng prepared to strike once more, the remaining disciple of the Eternal Sword sect paled in countenance, hastily retrieving a mid-grade yellow-tier defensive artifact from his storage ring to defend himself. Yet, the brilliance of the stabbing moon flying sword was beyond the capability of such an artifact to withstand. In an instant, it pierced through the defense, creating a gory aperture in the center of his brow. Qin Feng cast a glance around, ensuring that nothing was overlooked, before casually discarding several demon banishment talismans to cleanse the scene. He then took to the skies aboard his swift flying vessel. No sooner had he departed than the main force of the Chongqing Sword sect arrived, only to be met with the remnants of black smoke and a scattering of corpses. The onlookers, upon witnessing this grim tableau, were expressions of grave concern. One cultivator at the core formation stage remarked, "To effortlessly slay so many Foundation establishment disciples in such a short span of time, our adversary must undoubtedly be a formidable core formation expert." Another echoed his sentiment, insisting, "We must return immediately to inform sect leader Qin and conduct a thorough investigation of the surrounding rogue cultivators at the core formation level. Those who dare oppose the Chongqing Sword sect are destined for annihilation." After a meticulous search yielded no suspicious leads, the group hastily restored the grave to its original state before returning to the sect to report their findings. The area fell into a tranquil silence, which was soon shattered by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupting from the void not far away, akin to a meteor streaking across the heavens. Arriving instantaneously at Sun Yulan's grave, the newcomer was an elder clad in a gray robe, his face speckled with numerous dark spots. With a shadowy gaze, he surveyed his surroundings, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he soared toward a nearby mountain. With a flick of his hand, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy emanated from his gesture, carving out a cavern of considerable depth within the mountainside. Upon entering the cave, he employed an unknown technique, and in an instant, the mountain returned to its original state. Perched upon the branches outside, a nest of birds now sheltered newly hatched chicks, which, upon feeling the wind, quickly grew to the size of a palm and took flight in all directions. Qin Feng skillfully maneuvered the celestial shuttle, making a substantial detour before donning a new style of his black robe. He then transformed into the wooden spirit boat and leisurely made his way back towards the sleeping Cow Mountain. Upon returning to his cave abode, Qin Feng promptly activated all the functions of the concealment grand array before retrieving the 10,000 demon cauldron from his storage ring. Peering into the cauldron, he observed two lingering green glimmers. One belonged to Qin Jiuyo's soul, while the other was the soul of the elderly man he had previously vanquished. At that moment, the souls of the two individuals occupied separate corners within the cauldron, neither able to overpower the other, indicating that the gray-clad elder was also at the nascent soul stage. As for the remnants of Shen Chong and his companions, they had long been eradicated by the gray-robed elder. Gazing at the two souls within the cauldron, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. After all, he was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet he had managed to subdue the souls of two nascent soul practitioners consecutively. Such an achievement could be deemed the pinnacle of Foundation establishment cultivation. Henceforth, he must exercise greater caution. Qin Feng placed the 10,000 demon cauldron into the recess beneath the stone bed, subsequently retrieving the storage bag containing the corpse of the Gogodan and placing it alongside. Having endured numerous experiences during this period, Qin Feng felt it prudent to adopt a more subdued demeanor for a while. Frequent displays of power might attract unwelcome attention, Enhancing one's strength was the true path. Moreover, after enduring this period of trials, he sensed that the bottleneck of the early foundation stage had begun to loosen somewhat. After adjusting his mindset, taking a cleansing bath, changing his garments, and lighting incense, Qin Feng finally seated himself within the Xian Kuan Devouring Heaven formation. He guided the formation to absorb spiritual energy until its density reached 8 times that of the external environment. The Five Emperors God-slaying art was a celestial technique aimed at transitioning from the foundation stage to the Great Ascension stage, absorbing spiritual energy at a rate even more terrifying than that of the Xian Kuan formation. The amount of spiritual energy converged within the formation was directly proportional to what Qin Feng could absorb. With the potency of the spiritual energy and the rapidity of his cultivation, Qin Feng's rate of advancement exceeded that of ordinary cultivators by more than 8-fold. The formation operated with fervor, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, while Qin Feng sat cross-legged at its center. As the Five Emperors God-slaying art continuously cycled, the spiritual energy within his sea of qi visibly increased. Secluding oneself in cultivation allows one to lose track of the passage of time, becoming enraptured by the absorption of spiritual energy. Thus, days swiftly slipped away in this pursuit. Qin Feng devoted an entire month to his closed-door training, culminating in a breakthrough to the mid-foundation stage, as anticipated. Upon concluding his cultivation, he exited his cave dwelling and stood at the entrance, gazing across the entirety of Mount Wenyou. Perhaps due to the recently abundant spiritual energy, the weeds on the mountain had flourished remarkably, towering above him. The ancient spiritual tea tree showed little change, merely sprouting a few tender shoots, while the sapling of the Beast King tree had grown taller. But without the daily irrigation from the Earth Spirit Ape, Qin Feng could only reminisce.